Volume 6. Book 15, Chapter 21, Sovereign's Might. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 21, Sovereign's Might. At the bottom of that pool of golden magma, Linley and the others could clearly hear the sounds coming from up above. Linley, they finally realized that you were accused wrongly. Delia was very happy at this moment, but Bibi said fumingly that Salomon really is in his asterisk hole. After finding out that his identity was revealed, he ignored everything else and insisted on believing that it was you, boss, who revealed it. This sort of person is absolute not worth treating as a friend. Ever since Salomon had asked Elquin to kill Linley, in the hearts of Delia and Bibi, they very much detested this Salomon. Salomon. It isn't worth getting angry over him. Linley shook his head. Only, it's a pity, Bibi. That Nis was still a pretty good person. Ninny? Bibi was stunned. He thought back to how he had protected Nis, but Nis still seemed to somewhat distrust him. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing came from up above. It's Ninny. Bibi raised his head, but all he could see from up above was the boiling golden magma. The golden magma caused the temperature of the entire cave to be extremely high. Even the air in the cavern was twisted and distorted. Linley was wrongfully accused? Salomon stood there, silent for a moment. But the grief which Nis had been suppressing for quite some time now exploded out. She actually ran straight towards that golden magma pool. Salomon was terrified, and he hurriedly grabbed Nis by her hand. Nis, what are you doing? Are you trying to die? This was liquefied gold flame. Perhaps powerful high gods could withstand it, but generally speaking, gods who entered it would die. It was my fault. It was all my fault. I should have trusted Bibi. I should have trusted him. Nis was sobbing. Her heart was filled with boundless regret. Before this, when Bibi had charged into the golden magma pool, Nis had felt agony in her heart as well. But in her heart, at that time, there was another voice as well, the voice that said that Bibi had intentionally made friends with her, that he had been deceiving her. That was the only reason Nis had been able to remain standing there. But upon Nis learning that Linley had been wrongfully accused, it was as though countless thunderbolts had suddenly gone off in Nis' mind. She was wrong. Linley had been wrongfully accused, and Bibi had been sincere towards her. He didn't lie to me. He's never lied to me. In order to save me, Bibi ignored his own well-being, but I doubted him. I didn't believe him. Nis' face was streaked in tears. She wanted to draw closer to the golden magma pool, but how could Salomon just watch as his little sister threw her life away? He firmly grabbed her by the arm and said frantically, Nis, Bibi is already dead. He's already dead. Regret is useless. Dead? Nis was stunned, and then she collapsed, limp, next to the magma pool. Ninny, why are you so beautiful? I'm beautiful so you'll fall in love with me. The teasing, flirtatious words the two had exchanged in past years seemed to echo in her ears. Nis flipped her hand, and a straw hat appeared within it. It was Bibi who had given it to her. Ninny, I brought this straw hat with me from my homeland, the Yulan continent. You won't be able to buy another one like it in the infernal realm. Take good care of it. I think that in the future, when the two of us have children, I'll give our kid a straw hat as well. All three of us will wear straw hats, huh? The bygone words of Bibi lingered by her ears. Nis looked at the straw hat in her hands, and her heart trembled. In an instant, countless spears of regret gnawed away at her soul like locusts. Suddenly, Nis began to cry. Soundless cry. Salomon, when he saw this, felt a strange feeling well up in his heart, regret. Seeing his little sister like this, Salomon felt regret as well. After all, his little sister was the only family he had. He could be calculating and vicious towards others, but he had always cared about his little sister. Nis, Salomon knelt down, stretching out with his arm to embrace Nis by the shoulders, wanting to comfort her. Don't be sad. Bibi's already dead. It's too late. It was your big brother's fault. I'm sorry. Dead? Nis looked at the bubbling golden magma. She suddenly remembered how Bibi had been struck by the blade of a high god and had been unharmed. It seemed as though Nis had suddenly thought of something, as she immediately turned to look towards Elquin. Mr. Elquin, Bibi's defensive power is so formidable, he definitely should be able to resist this liquefied gold flame. He's at the bottom of the lake, alive, right? Tell me that Bibi isn't dead, Mr. Elquin. Nis' tear-stained face stared towards Elquin. Nis' heart was filled with regret. She wanted Bibi to be alive, to appear in front of her. But Elquin only shook his head. He calmly said, Nis, I'll tell you right now that the person named Bibi is dead. Those high gods, that Linley and his wife, all of them who fell in are dead. Nis, if Bibi were still alive, wouldn't he come out? Salaman urged. Nis lowered her head to look at the straw hat in her hands, unable to refrain from feeling agony in her heart. At the bottom of the golden magma pool. Ninny. Bibi was crying as well. Hearing Nis' sobs and words, he cried. Bibi, ignoring all else, suddenly charged towards the outside. Bang! A powerful force appeared above Bibi's head, and Bibi smashed against it, then was knocked backwards. Are you looking for death? The deep voice rang out in the mind of Linley and the other two once more. I warned you that for now, you are not permitted to emerge from within this liquefied gold flame pool. This is your final warning. If this happens again, all three of you will die. Bibi was completely stunned. He looked back towards Linley and Delia. Boss, sorry. Bibi said quietly. Bibi understood that right now, their lives were completely under the control of Fusro. Acting in such a way would be thrusting Linley and Delia into grave risk. Linley patted Bibi on the shoulders, but didn't know what to say. Bibi. Delia consoled. Don't worry too much. Afterwards, when you go out, you'll be able to meet with Nis. You can endure for a while. Right. Bibi nodded slightly. Linley, seeing how Bibi was acting, sighed to himself. Nis is a fine girl. But her big brother Salaman is, even if we went outside and met with him, the rift between us will still persist. After all, Salaman had actually shouted arrogantly for Linley to be killed. Right. They are discussing the fortune of the Boyd clan once more. Linley raised his head. More voices were once more coming down from up above. The cavern was extremely hot, but the people in the cavern were talking animatedly there. Inigo looked at Salaman. In a cold voice, he said, Lord Elquin, the Salaman does have the talisman of Lord Aiken, but that only means that Salaman and Lord Aiken have some sort of a relationship. It doesn't necessarily mean that he gave the fortune of his clan to Lord Aiken. Salaman's face was sinister. Inigo chuckled. What's more, Lord Elquin, do you actually believe that Salaman would be able to bear with parting with such a fortune and give it to someone else? No, I don't believe it. Elquin laughed calmly as he looked towards Salaman. Salaman grew tense anew. Was he really going to be forced to reveal his final card? Salaman said in a resolute, clear voice. I've already made it clear. I gave my clan's fortune to Lord Aiken, using this fortune in exchange for Lord Aiken's trust. Lord Aiken has instructed me to go to the Rainbow Prefecture to take care of a major undertaking. If you truly kill me, then once Lord Aiken finds out, then, humph. Elquin let out a disdainful sneer. Inigo snickered as well. Salaman, Lord Aiken is powerful, but he isn't so powerful as to be able to see the future. If we were to kill you and destroy your corpse and all evidence, how would Lord Aiken know that it was we who killed you? Salaman laughed calmly. Right. I understand. The chances of Lord Aiken finding out are very low, but if he really were to find out, then you too would be finished. I can tell you clearly that the amount of money I have on me is less than 10 billion inkstones. Can it be that for the sake of 10 billion inkstones, you would be willing to incur the anger of Lord Aiken? 10 billion inkstones? Inigo said with a snickering laugh. Who would believe you? Elquin stared at Salaman, then suddenly said, Salaman, give me your interspatial ring and let me inspect it. If it truly is as you say, then I'll let you leave. What do you say? Fine. Let it be as you say. Salaman said clearly, but who would have thought that just as he agreed, Elquin would continue. Oh, and also your interspatial belt. Give it to me for an inspection as well. I almost overlooked it. I didn't expect that your belt is also a storage device. Interspatial storage devices could be made in the shape of rings. Naturally, they could be made into other things as well. However, because rings were convenient, interspatial rings were extremely common. Belt? Salaman's face changed. Elquin and Inigo, seeing the look on Salaman's face, began to laugh. Clearly, Salaman's interspatial belt most likely contained the fortune of the Boyd clan. To give Lord Aiken face, all I will do is inspect your interspatial ring and belt. If it truly is as you say it is, then I will let you out. Elquin smiled as he looked at Salaman. I think that my attitude is already very good. Given Elquin's level of power, how could he not have noticed that Salaman's belt was special? What, are you afraid to take it out to show us? Inigo snickered. By Salaman's side, Nis was beginning to worry for her big brother as well. Although in her heart, she still felt a bit of rage towards her big brother, no matter what, Salaman was still her big brother. Big brother, Nis said softly. Salamon's gaze turned sharp. Looking at the cat holding Elquin and Inigo, he said, "Mr. Elquin, I truly don't want to be enemies with you, but you continue to force me. Fine, then. I will show you the fortune of my Boyd clan." Elquin and Inigo's eyes lit up. Indeed, he is carrying it on him. Elquin said to himself, and Inigo chuckled softly. "Lord Elquin, I told you long ago that this Salamon wouldn't be able to bear giving his clan's fortune to Lord Aiken." Elquin smiled and nodded approvingly towards him. At the same time, they both stared towards Salamon, seeing what he was going to take out. But their features instantly froze. They stared in astonishment at an item held within Salamon's hands. "Do you see it? This is the entirety of the fortune of our Boyd clan." Salamon was holding a single black drop of water within his hand. He laughed coldly as he looked at Elquin and Inigo. "I imagine the two of you should both know what this is. SOV, Sovereign's Might?" Inigo stuttered. Elquin's face had become exceedingly ugly as well. Salamon stared at the drop of black water in his hand. His gaze became unfocused, and he said softly, "Right. This is Sovereign's Might. A liquid drop of the power of a sovereign. I trust that when combining this drop of Sovereign's Might with my own profound mysteries of the laws, I will have enough power to kill the both of you." Elquin and Inigo's faces were very unpleasant. "How do you have Sovereign's Might? Could it be Aiken?" Elquin instantly understood. Salamon said softly, "I didn't lie to you at all. I really did give my entire clan's fortune to Lord Aiken. In addition, Lord Aiken previously owed my Boyd clan a favor. I gave that astonishingly vast fortune to Lord Aiken, and asked Lord Aiken to help me refine a drop of Sovereign's Might. Thus, this is the entire fortune of my clan. Sovereign's Might was divided into types as well. Earth, fire, water, wind. Darkness, light, lightning, life, destruction, death, fate. Although every single inkstone and azurite contains within it an extremely minuscule and almost negligible amount of Sovereign's Might, when countless inkstones and azurites are put together and refined, in the end, a single drop of Sovereign's Might can be forged." Salamon said softly. Sovereign's Might in gaseous form would naturally dissipate. Therefore, it had to be refined into liquid form. A drop was the smallest stable amount. However, a single drop of Sovereign's Might required the consumption of an astronomically large sum of inkstones and azurites. More importantly, it was extremely hard to refine Sovereign's Might. In the entire infernal realm, there are very few experts capable of refining Sovereign's Might. Fortunately, Lord Aiken has this ability. Salamon said as he looked towards Elquin and Inigo. He didn't want to take out this Sovereign's Might at all. This was his one and only backup. Once he used it, he would be unable to advance his plans. How would he, a single high god by himself, be able to resurrect the Boyd clan? But even if he didn't use it and if these two let him leave, the news that he had Sovereign's Might would definitely spread out. Every possible outcome was a bad one for Salamon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 22, Waterdrop, Sovereign's Might? Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 22, Waterdrop, Sovereign's Might? Now that he had taken out a drop of Sovereign's Might, he could either use it to either kill his opponents, or to cause the opponents to let him go out of fear. No matter what, he could leave safely. However, upon taking it out and revealing it, he had revealed his trump card, and it would no longer be a trump card. Salamon felt rage whenever he thought of this, Glancing sideways at Elquin and Inigo, he saw that clearly, the two of them were very desirous of this drop of Sovereign's Might, but they also didn't feel confident in being able to take it. Salamon said softly, "The inkstones and azurites of the infernal realm are all created by the Sovereigns of Destruction. This drop of black water is in fact a drop of Destruction Sovereign's Might, and I just so happen to train in the way of destruction. Destruction Sovereign's Might, paired with the way of destruction, the power will be even greater." Elquin's face was truly terrible to behold. In the infernal realm, 7-star fiends could be considered supreme experts, with Azuras being the greatest figures who could roam the entire infernal realm. However, there were 108 Azuras, many 7-star fiends, and retired Azuras. Throughout the course of the countless years of history, there were many powerful experts in the infernal realm. To be able to stand at the very peak of even these experts, generally one of the below criteria had to be true. 1. Like Aiken, be capable of refining Sovereign's Might. Who would dare do battle against someone who was capable of using a drop of Sovereign's Might? 2. Be a supreme expert who possessed a sovereign artifact. With a sovereign artifact in one's possession, naturally one would be far above the others. 3. Be a high god who had reached the level of being a paragon, of completely fusing all of the profound mysteries in one of the elemental laws. Naturally, such a person would stand at the very peak amongst high gods. For, of course, there were always some special cases. Special cases being that the seven-star fiend's original form was that of a divine beast which had an extremely monstrous divine ability, such as the God-Eater ability. With such a monstrous divine ability, then of course one would be exceedingly powerful. There were also soul mutations, and some other special circumstances. In short, whether it was Akin whose fame overawed the Redbud continent, or Beirut of the Bloodridge continent, these experts all had something they relied on. But Elquin, in turn, could only be considered a rather talented seven-star fiend. He didn't have Sovereign's might, nor a sovereign artifact, nor had he reached the level of Paragon. Naturally, it would be very hard for him to face Salamon. Using Sovereign's might to attack, compared to using High God divine power to attack, was as different as the heavens and the earth. Even if the understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws were exactly the same, the difference in base power was simply too great. It was comparable to an infant who was an expert in swordplay fighting with a giant who had boundless strength. How could the infant win, even if the giant didn't understand swordplay? Same logic. Salamon, in terms of understanding the profound mysteries of the laws, might only have 10% the level of attainment his opponent had, but the power of Sovereign's might was simply too great when compared to that of a high god's. What, you want to try and acquire this drop of Sovereign's might? Salamon chuckled. Mr. Elquin? Inigo turned to look at Elquin. Inigo's personal power was weaker than Salamon's to begin with. Once Salamon used the Sovereign's might, killing Inigo would only take an instant. Elquin hesitated slightly, then let out a low sigh. Sovereign's might, such a small drop of water which contains such exceedingly terrifying power. Elquin's words contained a hint of envy. He dreamed of himself possessing a drop of Sovereign's might. Although it was a one-use item, even if he didn't use it, he could use it to threaten others. At a critical moment, he might be able to use it to save his own life. Linley stood there at the bottom of the golden magma pool as though thinking about something. What is the boss thinking about? DB and Delia both noticed that Linley seemed to be a bit strange. There's no need for the boss to act like this just because he heard the conversation up above about Sovereign's might, right? Although I have to say, this Sovereign's might truly does make one envious. Delia said softly, envious. Didn't you hear what Salamon said? Refining Sovereign's might is extremely difficult, and only an extremely few people in the entire infernal realm are capable of refining Sovereign's might. In addition, the amount of inkstones and azurites which would be consumed is absolutely astonishing. The entire fortune of the Boyd clan was only enough to forge a single drop. Linley's spiritual energy was completely focused on entering the coiling dragon ring. Within the coiling dragon ring, there were 2 drops of blue water remaining. Water drops? Water drops? Sovereign's might? Linley felt rather numb. No matter how stupid he might be, he would still immediately connect the dots. I'm an utter idiot. A single drop of blue water that is able to make my body transform and become so powerful that I can take on a high god artifact attack head-on, such a monstrous water drop, aside from Sovereign's might, what else could it be? It had raised his body's power so much that the amount of energy it had consumed was surely enormous as well. A single water drop that was able to provide so much power? Only the legendary Sovereign's might was capable of such a thing. Arg, I'm too foolish. When I received the coiling dragon ring, this damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact, it is a sovereign's artifact. Clearly, in the past, the master of this coiling dragon ring was a sovereign. Since the master was a sovereign, this water drop is naturally Sovereign's might. Everything made sense. Aside from a sovereign, who else would leave behind 3 drops of Sovereign's might in the coiling dragon ring upon death? After all, if it was a high god would most likely have used up the Sovereign's might during the battle. Only to someone as mighty as a sovereign would these drops of Sovereign's might not mean that much. After all, sovereigns possessed boundless amounts of divine sovereign power. Leaving behind 3 drops of Sovereign's might before death was normal. I used a drop. I still have 2 remaining. If I were to sell them, what sort of price would they fetch? Although Linley was curious about it, he wasn't so stupid as to actually go do it. A single drop of Sovereign's might was a priceless treasure. The entire fortune of the Boyd clan, accumulated over countless years, had to be expended, as well as the favor which Lord Akin owed the Boyd clan, with the result being that Akin had forged a single drop of Sovereign's might. In truth, to an expert on Akin's level, a debt was actually far more valuable than any treasure. If that wasn't the case, no matter how much treasure had been offered to him, Akin probably still wouldn't have refined the Sovereign's might. After all, if he made Sovereign's might for someone, it was very possible that one day, that drop of Sovereign's might could fall into the hands of an enemy. The black drop of water is Destruction Sovereign's might. My blue water drop should be Water Sovereign's might. Linley could actually sense that the blue drop of water contained the aura of water. In the past, Linley had been curious, what sort of thing was this, that was capable of making his body so incredibly powerful? Linley had never dared to imagine that it might be Sovereign's might. But today, Linley understood. If I were to use this Sovereign's might when executing the bewildering shadow attack, how powerful would it be? Linley wondered to himself. The strength of an attack was usually dependent on three factors: the divine artifact, the energy level, and the profound mysteries. Actually, if any one of the three factors were freakishly strong, the attack would be very powerful. For example, if the understanding of the profound mysteries was at the paragon level, then one would be nearly invincible. If the energy level was at the Sovereign's might level, then naturally it would also be terrifying. If the divine artifact was a sovereign artifact, then one would also be able to dominate the infernal realm. But of course, if one was strong in one aspect, one couldn't be too weak in the other two aspects either. Linley's divine artifact was a high god artifact, Blood Violet. His energy source would be Sovereign's might. As for profound mysteries, he had fused two different ones. With the three combined, he might not yet be able to be much of a threat to a paragon-level high god, but he should have some confidence in dealing with the likes of Elquin. However, it would be at the cost of expending a drop of Sovereign's might. Unless the situation is absolutely critical, I cannot use it. When used at a critical moment, this is a treasure that can save lives and alter fate. After having encountered so many life and death struggles, Linley naturally understood the importance of this Sovereign's might. Sovereign's might couldn't be used wantonly, rather, it had to be used to preserve one's life at a critical moment. Linley returned to normal, and as he did, he discovered that Bibi and Delia were staring at him. "What are you looking at?" Linley laughed. Actually, Linley was currently in a fine mood. Anyone in this dangerous infernal realm who suddenly acquired a monstrously powerful item such as this Sovereign's might would be in an excellent mood. This was a true trump card. "Boss, you were standing there without moving and grinning. Did something good happen?" Bibi asked. I grinned. Linley's laughter became all the more brilliant. When something happened to someone, of course one would be delighted. "HM? Elquin has given up?" Linley suddenly raised his head, and Bibi and Delia heard the words from up above as well. From within the cave, although Elquin was rather unwilling, in the end he still nodded. "Salomon, don't worry. I, Elquin, am not so greedy as to try and seize your Sovereign's might. I trust you can't bear to use it either." Of course he couldn't. If he used it, it would be gone. This was something he had exchanged his entire clan's fortune for. "If you force me, then I will have no choice," Salomon said. "Fusro, open the tunnel of this volcano range. Let them out," Elquin immediately ordered. The little golden kitten in his arms let out a gentle call. "Meow." Immediately, a massive valley appeared in the middle of the entire volcano range, connected to this cavern. Salomon raised his head and looked up at the already darkening skies. Clearly, it was almost nightfall. Salomon, in his heart, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Elquin didn't force me to use this Sovereign's might. "Nis, let's go." Salomon turned his head to look at Nis. Nis turned to look at that golden pool of magma. That golden pool of magma was still bubbling and boiling, emitting that astonishing heat. Nis couldn't help but once more begin to cry. "Stop looking," Salomon said softly. Bibi, Nis raised her head to look at the straw hat in her hands, then lowered her head. "Let's go, big brother." And then, Nis and Salomon immediately flew out through the enormous valley, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye into the desolate wilderness. All that work for nothing. Elquin let out a low snort. He had a belly full of suppressed anger right now. He had thought that the fortune of the Boyd clan was about to fall into his hands. Unexpectedly, the so-called fortune was a drop of Sovereign's might. This was indeed a treasure, but it was one that was hard to acquire. He could only watch as Salomon left with it. Inigo suddenly set up his god realm, preventing any sound from leaving them. Elquin couldn't help but glance suspiciously at him. Inigo said softly, "Lord Elquin, I know that the one called Bibi is currently within that pool of liquefied gold flame. The weapon Bibi is wielding is a treasure. If we seize it, this trip won't be considered a loss." Although Inigo hadn't been present at the time, Fosro had informed Inigo of everything which had happened through innuendo. Elquin now understood. No wonder Inigo had blocked out sound, he was afraid that Linley's group would hear them. Bibi's weapon? That is indeed a treasure. Elquin let out a sigh. That is a weapon which only Beirut is capable of forging, a weapon which is completely forged out of divine sparks. It is tough and sharp. Its power far surpasses any ordinary high god artifact. It's only slightly inferior to a sovereign artifact. A god's spark weapon. Beirut's trademark, which only he, Beirut, could forge. Divine sparks were indestructibly tough, and only god-eater rats were capable of digesting them. Currently, Bibi was only capable of digesting them and was not yet able to refine them, but Beirut was. In the infernal realm, a single god spark weapon had an astronomical price. But for Lord Beirut to give Bibi a weapon like this means that their relationship is extraordinary. If I killed him, then that would be offending Beirut. You should know how terrifying Beirut is. Elquin was rather hesitant. Inigo cursed inwardly. How could he not know how terrifying Beirut was? Beirut, who had suddenly sprang to prominence out of nowhere, was someone which perhaps ordinary deities might not be aware of, but those larger clans and those reclusive, hidden experts all knew about him. If one had to use a single word to describe Beirut, then that would be brutal. Many people believed that in the Bloodridge continent, aside from the Bloodridge ruler, the number one expert was Beirut. "Milord, I know that Lord Beirut is terrifying, but even someone as mighty as a sovereign can't know the past or the future. As long as we kill this Bibi while destroying his corpse and all proof of his existence, how would Beirut find out that it was we who did the deed?" Inigo said hurriedly. "If you are afraid that his Godspark weapon is too dangerous to keep and runs the risk of Beirut finding out, then you can just go and sell it off at the Black Sand Castle. By then, nobody would know who the killer was. This Godspark weapon is worth an astronomical price. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 15, Chapter 23, Execution. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 23, Execution. Faced with Inigo's enticing suggestions, Elquin began to frown in thought. "Lord Elquin. What are you worried about? Beirut definitely wouldn't find out." Inigo said hurriedly. The little golden kitten in Elquin's arms meowed as well. "Meow. Master." This Inigo's words have some logic. Even someone as mighty as a sovereign can't possibly know the past or the future. If you kill Bibi, Beirut almost definitely will not find out. Elquin let out a low snort. "Kill Bibi? Your words do make some sense. Fusro. Have Linley's group of 3 come out first." Elquin instructed. The little golden kitten's eyes lit up as it immediately let out a delicate little cry. Meow. Immediately, the boiling, bubbling golden magma split apart into a tunnel, revealing at the bottom of the pool Linley, Delia, and Bibi. Their eyes were filled with surprise. "Boss, I wonder what they were discussing just now." Bibi sent mentally. Linley was feeling concerned as well. While they were at the bottom of the lake, they were able to listen to the conversation going on above them. Before this, they heard Elquin let Salomon and Nis leave. Bibi was growing rather frantic at that time, but Bibi was unable to leave. He could only wait helplessly at the bottom of the pool. But afterwards, there was no longer any sound at all from above. Linley immediately was certain Inigo and Elquin are up above there. They definitely wouldn't just be standing there like fools, I wager. They blocked off the sound so we won't be able to eavesdrop on them. Perhaps they are discussing something that has to do with us. Discussing something that has to do with us. Can it be that they are discussing whether or not to kill us? Delia said. Aside from this, Delia couldn't think of anything else. Delia and Bibi both felt rather worried. After all, their lives were in the hands of others right now. Although the opponent temporarily hadn't killed them, that didn't mean that they were truly going to be released. Compared to Delia and Bibi, Linley actually felt a hint of confidence. Confidence that came from those 2 drops of Sovereign's might. If we really are in life-threatening danger, even though I can't bear to waste it, I'll use one of the drops of Sovereign's might. Linley said quietly to himself. He had already made his preparations. As the golden magma split open, Linley spoke out. Let's go out. Immediately, Linley's group of 3 flew out from the pool of golden magma and landed on the flat floor of the cave. At this time, Linley's group discovered a massive valley that had appeared at the side of the cave, one which led to the outside world. This valley was the one through which Salomon and Nis had left through. Linley's group didn't flee. If the opponents wanted to kill them, their speed would be far insufficient for fleeing. Mr. Elquin, thank you for showing mercy to the 3 of us. Linley bowed slightly and said courteously. Elquin was slightly startled, and then he laughed inwardly. This young fellow named Linley is rather sly. The first thing he did was to thank me. If I was someone who cared about face, it would be rather difficult for me to kill him after that. Wait, I didn't want to kill him anyhow. Elquin couldn't help but turn to glance at Inigo. Kill Bibi. Steal the God's Park weapon? Only if my brain was seized by a fever would I do such a thing. Elquin chuckled in his heart. Indeed. If he killed Bibi, Beirut might not know who the murderer was. But, if Beirut was truly enraged and began to investigate and used all of his influence, in the end, it might not be impossible for him to discover who the killer was. At which point in time, he, Elquin, would definitely lose his life. A God's Park weapon, even if I truly were to seize, I wouldn't dare use it myself. If I used it, wouldn't that be as good as admitting that I was the killer? Even if I sold it, I would at most be able to earn some money. A God's Park weapon isn't as valuable as Sovereign's might. It would be a bad bargain for me to lose my life in exchange for making a little bit of money. Elquin's calculations were quite clear. When he wanted to kill Salomon, he wasn't afraid. After all, Salomon himself had to spend the entire fortune of the Boyd clan and also a favor in order to have Achan help out. This meant that Achan didn't actually care too much about Salomon. If Achan had bequeathed Salomon a drop of Sovereign's might without asking for anything in exchange, that would mean that Achan valued him highly. Killing Salomon doesn't matter, but killing Bibi, although the chances are low, if I actually were to be discovered, I would definitely die. Elquin didn't wish to anger Beirut. Lord Elquin. Inigo warned, and the little golden kitten in Elquin's arms wagged its tail gently. Linley was still very much on guard. Right now, he had already drawn the drop of Sovereign's might into his body. I hope you won't force me to waste this drop of Sovereign's might, Linley murmured to himself. Elquin might have some valuable treasures, but how could those treasures compare with Sovereign's might? Even the entire fortune of the Boyd clan was most likely less than a drop of Sovereign's might. Elquin glanced coldly at Inigo, then turned to Linley's group and laughed. Linley and Bibi, right? Elquin's pale face had a rare smile atop it. My apologies for getting you involved in this. The three of you can leave now. Inigo was flabbergasted. The little golden kitten in Elquin's arms raised its head to look up at its master as well. Lord Elquin? Inigo said hurriedly. HRM? Do you have an objection? Elquin looked towards him. Inigo had to force out a smile and say, no objection. In his heart, he was angrily cursing. On this trip, I lost over a fortune of over 10 billion inkstones and many subordinates, but I didn't get anything in exchange. These bastards. They all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Inigo wanted to vent his anger upon Linley's group, but unfortunately, in front of Elquin, he didn't dare act. Linley, Delia, and Bibi were overjoyed. Then we truly must thank you, Mr. Elquin. Linley said hurriedly. No need to thank me. Be careful on your journey. Elquin's smile was very sincere, as he very much wanted to demonstrate his friendliness. This was the way some people simply were. If they didn't want to offend you, they would go out of their way to be friendly to you. But once they decided to kill you for your treasures, they wouldn't show any mercy. Linley, Delia, and Bibi exchanged glances. Let's go. Linley laughed. He didn't have to waste a drop of Sovereign's might. Naturally, Linley was very happy. Just as Linley, Delia, and Bibi were flying out, suddenly, swish! A black shadow of a sword scraped past Linley. The ripples in the air created by this sword shadow alone caused Linley's draconic scales to emit a clear sound. What is this? Linley was badly startled. Linley's group immediately came to a halt and looked to the side. In front of them, a tunnel appeared, split open by this sword shadow. A callous-looking man dressed in a long robe wielding a longsword flew out. It was the long-missing six-star fiend, Learmonth. Learmonth immediately discovered Linley's group, while at the same time, as he lowered his head, he saw that below, Inigo and Elquin were standing there. The others? Learmonth asked Linley. All dead. Linley immediately replied. Learmonth shook his head slightly. However, seeing that Linley's group was still alive, Learmonth still felt a hint of pleasure. After all, on the journey over, Linley's hard work and training and his performance had caused Learmonth to feel appreciation for him. Swoosh! Learmonth immediately flew downwards. Linley's group had just flown up. The distance between them and the cavern below was merely 10 meters or so. They were able to see everything within the cave clearly. Boss, let's take a look first. Bibi said. Linley and Delia were in no rush to leave either. After all, neither side was interested in killing them. Why not watch? It is you? Learmonth frowned upon seeing Inigo. Clearly, Learmonth remembered having previously seen Inigo before at the battle at the Castle of Sand. Inigo, upon seeing Learmonth, couldn't help but have his face change. However, remembering that Elquin was by his side, he still squeezed out a smile. Inigo pays his respects to Mr. Learmonth. Fusro. Elquin let out an unhappy growl. Meow. Master. He's very powerful. He's able to easily breach the stone walls. I've already done what I could to guide him astray, but he still managed to make his way here. The little golden kitten said in a low, aggrieved voice. Learmonth turned to look at Elquin. I am Learmonth. Might I ask who you are? Elquin. Elquin said calmly. He didn't hold Learmonth in any regard, although he had heard from Inigo of Learmonth's strength. Elquin? Learmonth's eyes lit up. You are the former 7-star fiend, Elquin? Learmonth knew the names of some of the ultimate experts of the infernal realm. Oh, you recognize me? Elquin lifted an eyebrow. Learmonth's eyes were shining, and his entire body emanated a battle-ready aura. In a clear voice, he said, I, Learmonth, am a 6-star fiend. That which I desire the most is the chance to challenge a 7-star fiend. Elquin couldn't help but frown. In the infernal realm, there was a group of people that dearly loved battle. They loved to challenge experts. Elquin very much disliked this type of person, because this type of person was very hard to deal with. However, this Learmonth in front of him was clearly this type of person. Today, I'm in a bad mood. I don't want to fight any longer. You can F***CK off. Elquin said. Meeting a 7-star fiend is a rare event. How could I give this chance up? Learmonth laughed. By your side, you have Inigo, who should be the mastermind behind the attack on us. Ever since I became a 6-star fiend, I have never yet failed a mission. As soon as he spoke. Swish, dot. An astonishing grey sword aura suddenly appeared, scraping directly past Elquin's body. Inigo, shocked, immediately retreated at high speed, his own flexible sword appearing in his hand. Clang! The sword energy and the flexible sword intersected. Inigo's face instantly turned ashen, and then he slumped powerlessly to the floor, before completely collapsing. He was already dead. Inigo's eyes were filled with awe and a hint of unwillingness. Once again, that sword technique. Linley, secretly watching from above, felt his heart tremble. In the past, Learmonth easily killed more than 10 high gods with this. Even this Inigo is unable to withstand this sword. It is too terrifying. Although Linley had seen this sword attack more than once, he still felt awed and shocked. Within the tunnel. You destroyed both of his souls with a single sword attack? Elquin was slightly startled. Learmonth smiled as he wielded his longsword. Elquin, I, Learmonth, a 6-star fiend, today formally challenge you. Regardless of who lives or who dies. Learmonth's dream was to challenge an Azura, but he knew that his current level of power was not yet at that stage. Elquin let out a cold snort. Your edict of destruction has indeed reached an impressive level. But do you think that just by relying on that, you can defeat me? Elquin was smoldering. He had sacrificed so much, but he had to watch as Salamon left. Not just that. The worst part of it was, he, Elquin, in order to block BB's ultimate attack, had lost his High God artifact. A High God artifact which was suited to him had to be nurtured for many years. A divine artifact such as that had been destroyed, and now, someone came to challenge him. How could Elquin not be furious? Can it be you, Elquin, have lost your spine? Learmonth raised his head slightly. Elquin, who had a belly full of fire already, finally lost his temper. With a flip of his hand, a long black whip appeared. An expert generally wouldn't have only a single offensive divine artifact. For example, Linley himself had Blood Violet as well as his adamantine heavy sword. This Elquin naturally had other High God artifacts which he often used. Since you insist on dying, then I will send you to your death. The rage smoldering within Elquin's breast was finally let loose. Ha ha. Seeing this, Learmonth began to laugh loudly with excitement. Elquin, this place is too small. How about we go find another place to battle? Fine. Elquin sneered in response. Immediately. Learmonth and Elquin flew out into the shattered gorge, flying straight past Linley and the other two, immediately appearing in the horizon. One was a 6-star fiend. The other, a 7-star fiend. Today, a true battle was about to occur. From below, Linley and the other two watched intently, especially Linley, whose eyes were gleaming. A battle between experts. How could he miss it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 24, Insight. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 24, Insight. In the dark night sky, the violet moon's hazy light was like a light layer of gauze covering the earth. In the air above the volcano range, Elquin and Learmonth were wielding their weapons, facing each other. Below them, Linley's group and the little golden kitten raised their heads to watch. "Linley, who will win?" Delia said softly. Linley's head was raised as he looked at the two in midair. "Hard to say. I keep on having this feeling that Elquin seems to be slightly stronger. However, no matter what, Learmonth's attack is truly astonishing." Linley wasn't blinking at all, for fear of missing any of it. The little golden kitten, Fusro, just hovered there in midair, gently swaying its tail while raising its little head to watch. "I, Learmonth, in countless years, have challenged a total of 18 six-star fiends. In each battle, I was victorious. This will be my first time challenging a 7-star fiend." Learmonth hovered in midair and said in a clear voice. Normally, Learmonth was very emotionless and seemed to care about nothing. But at this moment, Learmonth's eyes flashed like lightning, and he was filled with battle intent. Elquin's battle intent had been aroused as well. "Poof. Those that you defeated were nothing more than 6-star fiends. Today, I will let you know the difference between a 6-star fiend and a 7-star fiend." Elquin's long black robes fluttered, and the long black whip in his hand gently swayed like an agile viper. 7-star missions were the hardest missions available in the Fiend Castle. 1-star to 2-star, 2-star to 3-star, all the way up to the 5th star and 6th star, the increase in the difficulty of a mission wouldn't be too extravagant. However, leaping to 7-star missions was extremely difficult. This is why, despite so many years having passed in the Infernal Realm, the number of 7-star fiends was still incomparably low. Learmonth, despite having defeated 18 6-star fiends, wasn't certain in being able to defeat Elquin. But it was precisely because he wasn't certain that this was all the more challenging and arousing. "Ha!" Learmonth began to laugh loudly. Crackle, a terrifying grey sword energy emanated out from Learmonth's body. In the blink of an eye, an enormous illusory sword that was over 100 meters high appeared, while Learmonth himself was at the nucleus of this enormous illusory sword. The fierce sword energy had already caused space to tremble. "You truly have trained the edicts of destruction to an extremely high level." Elquin let out a calm sigh in praise, but his face didn't have a hint of concern on it at all. Rumble, the area within 100 meters of Elquin instantly turned pitch black, without a hint of light. At the same time, the entire area began to twist and distort. Even the light of the moon was completely sucked in within this area of 100 meters of darkness around Elquin. Only Elquin himself was visible. Feel free to use whatever techniques you feel proud of. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to do so after you die," Elquin said calmly. Learmonth let out a chuckle. "Then, first receive my 13 swords." Instantly, he unleashed the sword. The sword shadow flickered, and suddenly, an awe-inspiring 13 black sword shadows appeared, striking out through the air like 13 viperous dragons. Multiple scars in space appeared as the 13 sword shadows slashed out in different arcs, but came striking down at Elquin at the same time. The 13 sword shadows were incredibly fierce, like giant man-eating beasts, trying to chop Elquin into mincemeat. Elquin, faced with these 13 extremely fierce sword shadows, only let out a calm snort while at the same time lightly waving the long black whip in his hands. This seeming thin long black whip began to dance, and it seemed as though it had transformed into an enormous black python. In addition, this large black python carried with it a fog that seemed like strips of black silk. Crackle! The black whip, transformed into the large black python, coiled about like an enormous buckler, and the large black python which carried within it the black silken fog coiled firmly against the 13 extremely fierce and aggressive sword shadows. Bang! Bang! Many of the strips of black silk instantly collapsed upon touching the sword energy, but upon dissipating into black fog, they once more reformed. There were simply too many strips of black silk, and as soon as they shattered they reformed. In addition, that large black python very firmly blocked the attacks of those 13 sword shadows. Soon, the 13 sword shadows dissipated. Using soft to overcome hard. Despite being incredibly sharp, those 13 sword shadows were still ground down. "Is that the best you can do?" Elquin said calmly. "Excellent." Learmonth's eyes lit up. "This technique of yours contains at least 3 different profound mysteries of the laws of darkness." Elquin, of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of darkness, how many have you fused? Learmonth was an expert as well. With but a single glance, he was able to tell how many profound mysteries were contained within the enemy's defense. Elquin chuckled. "Why should I tell you? That was just the opener. That small attack of yours isn't qualified for me to use my ultimate technique. Linley, quietly watching the battle, was trying to analyze the profound mysteries contained within Elquin's technique. Learmonth said that this technique contained 3 profound mysteries. Aside from the essence of darkness and evil, these 2 profound mysteries, what else is there? From the surface, Linley was only able to recognize these 2 profound mysteries. Linley suddenly laughed. Right. Learmonth's attack contained a soul attack component. Since that was blocked, the third must be a spirit-type profound mystery. A simple technique contained 3 different types of profound mysteries. This showed that Elquin had at least fused 3 of them. I've only fused 2. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Linley said to himself. Ha! Linley's eyes suddenly lit up. In midair, Learmonth began to bellow in excitement. Ha ha! While laughing loudly, Learmonth began to move at high speed, transforming into countless shadows which surrounded Elquin, each one of which was carrying a sword shadow. Competing in speed? How laughable. How could Elquin be afraid of this? Elquin's body flickered, then instantly transformed into hundreds of illusory shadows as well. It was the shadow-shaped doppelganger technique. Elquin was capable of shifting to any one of those hundreds of shadows, making him completely unpredictable. Elquin's loud laughter rang out. Ha, there's no way you can touch me. I'm not competing with you in speed. Learmonth's voice rang out, while at the same time, those moving shadows completely dissipated. Learmonth himself flew back at high speed, but then countless sword shadows split the air apart. Crackle! Just as Learmonth began to move at high speed, he had already unleashed hundreds of sword shadow attacks, each one slightly different, whether in time of attack or location. Learmonth executed them all perfectly, and as he launched his final sword shadow, instantly, the countless sword shadows in midair formed into a single shape, a blossoming lotus flower. In this moment, as those countless sword shadows attacked, the blossoming lotus flower came into full form, and at the center of it was Elquin. Elquin's face instantly changed. This sword lotus had already completely sealed off the area around him, giving him no place to flee. His only choice was to take it head on. This Learmonth truly is powerful, Elquin said to himself. And then, with a flip of his right palm, Elquin's black and yellow right palm instantly became as scarlet red as blood while increasing to the size of a fan. Elquin let out a cold snort. His right palm suddenly slammed upwards. From above, many sword shadows were pressing down at him. Bang! The sword shadows were completely dispersed, but blood was flowing on Elquin's scarlet red hand. He had been wounded. My glove was destroyed. Otherwise, how could I have been injured? Elquin was filled with anger. In this attempt to seize the treasure of the Boy clan, Elquin had incurred a major loss. And now, he had been challenged by Learmonth, and even wounded. One detriment after another, Elquin was truly enraged now, and he no longer used one technique to counter another. He actively attacked. The sword shadows from above crumbled away, and Elquin himself charged straight through that hole, like a giant eagle in flight, charging straight towards the distant Learmonth while shouting explosively through divine sense, "Learmonth, you receive one of my attacks as well." The long black whip in Elquin's hands twisted about, instantly turning scarlet red and transforming into an enormous blood-red serpent as it coiled towards Learmonth. This enormous serpent even opened its mouth wide, revealing its black fangs. The enormous red serpent's sudden attack caused space itself to tremble. Rumble. Excellent. Learmonth's eyes were flashing like lightning, and the longsword in his hand suddenly stabbed outwards. This sword attack appeared ordinary, but in the moment when it stabbed outwards, a black hole in space suddenly appeared. The longsword seemed to twist as it stabbed through that black hole, and wherever the longsword passed by, space itself split open. Starpoint, explosions. Learmonth's most powerful attack. The ultimate attack he had used to kill that green-robed elder at the Castle of Sand. Elquin, seeing the power of this attack, couldn't help but feel surprised. And then, Elquin gritted his teeth, his face savage. At the same time, the long whip in his hand which had transformed into a blood-red serpent shuddered, then transformed into a 9-headed serpent, each one of which had its fanged maw open. Learmonth's seemingly unblockable sword pierced straight over. Crunch! It pierced straight through the throats of one of the serpentine heads. Clang. The sword pierced through to the long whip contained within the 9 blood-red serpentine heads. Instantly, the entire blood-red 9-headed serpent trembled, then with a boom exploded, transforming back into that long black whip. At the same time, the serpent heads that had been blocked off by that explosion continued to charge towards Learmonth. One blood-red serpent's head after another charged towards him at high speed, savagely biting towards Learmonth. A sword shadow flashed. 8 explosion sounds occurred simultaneously, while Learmonth himself was sent flying backwards by the force of the explosions, landing onto the ground of the volcano range below. Immediately, Learmonth rose to his feet. Right now, Learmonth's face was ashen, and there was a hint of blood at the corner of his lips. Formidable, formidable. You fused 4 types of profound mysteries. Learmonth's body had bloodstains on it as well, and he carefully glanced at Elquin. Since you were able to withstand this attack of mine, I admit defeat. Elquin's face was paler than it had been in the past as well, but he hadn't been as heavily injured as Learmonth had. The onlookers, being Linley's group and the little golden kitten, were all rather surprised. Learmonth lost? BB murmured. He isn't dead yet, but he admitted defeat? Linley continued to carefully watch the 2 combatants. Elquin looked at Learmonth in surprise. You actually managed to fuse Destruction Divine Power and Fire Divine Power together? You have a mutated soul? When receiving this attack just now, Elquin just barely managed to detect the true energy source contained within this Starpoint explosions technique. It wasn't Destruction Divine Power. It was a fusion of Destruction Divine Power and Fire Divine Power. Right. Unfortunately, despite that being the case, I still am not your match. Learmonth shook his head. A mutated soul. How truly rare. Elquin sighed in amazement. Generally speaking, only such a person is capable of fusing different types of divine power. Previously, I've only heard that when fusing different types of divine power, one's strength would increase explosively. Today, I see that is indeed the case. Elquin glanced at Learmonth. To be honest, your power should already be at the 7-star fiend level. However, you are still somewhat weaker than me. Then, die. As he spoke, Elquin's body suddenly transformed into an illusion, transforming into hundreds of illusory shadows which all attacked towards the heavily wounded Learmonth. Laws of Darkness, Shadow-Shaped Doppelganger Technique. Linley, watching this, was stunned. Fusing divine power? Indeed. Right, Olivier had previously been able to simultaneously utilize Darkness Divine Power and Light Divine Power. Only, Olivier's degree of fusion was not as great as Learmonth's. Learmonth's attack was hard to judge just from looking at it. When the person who received the attack, Elquin, had only just barely been able to detect it. Thus, one could tell how deeply Learmonth had fused those 2 surges of divine power. When 2 different types of divine power are fused, the power of the attack is actually increased so much? How does one fuse divine power? From what Elquin said, it seems as though one's soul has to mutate in order for divine power to be fused. Otherwise, it is impossible. Linley's thoughts suddenly came to a halt. He looked towards the air. Is Learmonth going to die, just like that? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 25, A Trillion Years of Depression. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 25, A Trillion Years of Depression. Faced with Elquin's attack, Learmonth naturally chose to flee for his life. Haha, you want to flee? Hundreds of shadowy illusions filled the area, and Elquin's loud laughter seemed to come from the mouths of every shadow. Suddenly, an enormous serpentine whip shadow slashed down towards Learmonth, who with a ferocious look stabbed out once more. The same technique. Starpoint, explosions. The blood-red whip shadow tore through the air towards the longsword anew. Boom! Elquin's right hand trembled, and his body couldn't help but be pushed backwards, while Learmonth himself was knocked flying before once more forcing himself to come to a halt in mid-air. His face was ashen, and he growled, "Elquin, don't go too far." Learmonth had realized that in terms of speed, he was inferior to Elquin. There was no way he could flee. Elquin's face was sinister, and he snickered. "I didn't expect that you had enough spiritual energy to execute that attack a second time. However, your technique is only enough to wound me. In terms of the profound mysteries of the laws, you are far too weak compared to me. I want to see how many times you can execute it." Clearly, Elquin didn't want to spare him. Elquin had a belly full of rage right now and he wanted to find a place to vent it. How could he let Learmonth leave? Especially since, as Elquin saw it, Learmonth's future potential was unlimited. Elquin naturally would be delighted to kill such a genius as him. "You want me to die?" Learmonth took a deep breath, standing there in midair with his longsword raised. He said emotionlessly, "If you want to kill me, I will make you pay a price." Pay a price? Elquin chuckled. He didn't even know how many times he had heard these words before. Many people, before he killed them, had promised to make him pay a price, but unfortunately, they still died while he, Elquin, was living quite happily. Learmonth seemed extremely calm. His entire aura had been drawn back into his body, and he stared coldly towards Elquin. Suddenly, Learmonth's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he shut them. Ha! Elquin couldn't help but feel stunned. Not just him. Even the spectators below, Linley and the rest, felt stunned. At the critical moment in the battle, Learmonth actually shut his eyes? You want to try and scare me, just before dying? Elquin laughed coldly in his heart. The long black whip in his hand once more spun out. Although in his heart, he felt disdainful, Elquin still used his most powerful attack. The long black whip instantly turned scarlet red and simultaneously transformed into a 9-headed serpent. Instantly, a dark red sword flash appeared in front of Elquin. Elquin's face changed dramatically. Unable to dodge at all he could do was use his blood-red, fan-sized right hand to slap towards it. Crunch! The dark red sword light instantly pierced through his palm and entered his body. Ugh, ah. Elquin's entire body quivered, and his entire body emanated a red light. Boom! Elquin's entire body exploded, and 2 high god sparks as well as an interspatial ring fell down from midair. Linley and the other two, watching this battle, were all stunned, along with the little golden kitten. Clearly, just now, Elquin had the advantage, and Learmonth was actually trying to flee. But who would have imagined that Learmonth would suddenly snatch victory from the jaws of defeat? What? Learmonth won? Linley was quite shocked. And that dark red sword flash. Not only did it contain destruction divine power, it also contained fire divine power. It was very obvious. Linley was completely puzzled. Previously, when Learmonth had attacked, Linley had only sensed the aura of destruction, and hadn't sensed the fire divine power at all. The fire divine power was very weak. However, why did it suddenly change just now? Ha! Learmonth began laughing loudly in midair. I finally completed this technique. Ha ha! I finally fused the way of destruction and the elemental laws of fire. Indeed, only when both divine power fuses as well as the profound mysteries of the laws fuse, will the power greatly increase. I've finally developed it. Learmonth was extremely excited. Hearing Learmonth's excited voice in midair, Linley understood. Did he just say that he fused the profound mysteries of 2 different types of laws together? Linley was tremendously shocked. Given his current level of training, Linley only knew that, for example, the 6 types of profound mysteries of the laws of the earth could be fused. He had never, however, heard of different profound mysteries of different elemental laws as capable of being fused. But hearing from what Learmonth was saying, it seemed as though the different elemental laws, such as the laws of the earth and the elemental laws of the wind, were capable of having 2 of their profound mysteries fused as well. How is this possible? Linley didn't understand. It wasn't just Linley who was astonished. The other listeners, being Bibi, Delia, and the little golden kitten, were all shocked as well. Learmonth lowered his head to glance at Linley's group, understanding their puzzlement. Laughing, he said, "Don't overthink it. The different profound mysteries of different types of elemental laws can only be fused by people like me, with a mutated soul. There is no way for you to fuse your divine power, and no way to develop an attack like this." Linley began to understand. Divine power and profound mysteries were paired together. For example, when using earth divine power to use the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, the power would be great. If one was to use wind divine power instead, although one could still use it, the power would be much lower. But fusing divine power, such as Learmonth, destruction divine power and fire divine power, upon being fused, if one was capable of also using a fusion of the profound mysteries of the edicts of destruction and the elemental laws of fire, would have an absolutely terrifying amount of power once utilized. The fusion of divine power already resulted in an extreme increase in power. Once the profound mysteries were fused as well, then matched with the fused divine power, no wonder Learmonth had been able to kill Elquin. Phew! Learmonth's face was very pale, but his eyes were still filled with jubilation. Actually, after the repeated battles just now, his spiritual energy had been all but used up. As his power had increased dramatically, however, and as he had entered the realm of a 7-star fiend in power, Learmonth was indescribably delighted. When I go back, I'll immediately take on a 7-star mission. When the time comes, I'll challenge an Azura. Just now, Elquin wanted to kill me. But now, Learmonth shook his head inside. Some things were very hard to predict. Actually, if Elquin hadn't pushed him to the brink of death and caused him to gain an insight that he previously had not been able to understand, how could he have made this breakthrough? This Elquin's interspatial ring should have many treasures within it. Learmonth flew straight down. Although he wasn't greedy, this was something which belonged to the person he had killed, it was wealth which he deserved to have. Naturally, Learmonth wouldn't reject it. Right at this moment. Very bizarrely, the entire volcano range suddenly vanished, and the interspatial ring of Elquin which had been atop the rocks of the volcano range vanished as well. You even want Elquin's items? A low, gravelly voice said. The volcano range had vanished, but another person had appeared. Who are you? Learmonth turned to look at the newcomer. He couldn't help but be startled. This person was 3 meters tall, and was covered with a fiery red armor. His long scarlet hair fluttered unrestrained, and his craggy form was very clear. He was obviously a very muscular person. The fiery-haired man stared at Learmonth, then said clearly, "Actually, I need to thank you." "Thank me?" Learmonth could sense that this person was extremely powerful. The fiery-haired man laughed. "Right. Thank you for killing my master." At this moment, Linley and the other two, floating in midair, were shocked. Killed his master? Could it be that he is? Linley turned to look, and indeed, the little golden kitten was missing. He is Fusro. He is that little golden kitten. He is Fusro? Bibi stared wide-eyed. He is Fusro? That little kitten? How? Delia couldn't believe it either. Who had made the connection between that adorable little kitten and this muscular giant? Linley felt astonished as well, that the adorable little kitten had actually transformed into such a bulky giant whose voice was so thunderous. To thank you for killing my master, you can die as well. Fusro laughed loudly. Learmont's face immediately changed, and with a flip of his hand, a golden soul pearl suddenly appeared in Learmont's hand, which he immediately swallowed. This golden soul pearl emitted a large amount of soul essence, capable of both nourishing and strengthening the soul, as well as recovering spiritual energy. Fusro was in no hurry to attack. Are you done? Fusro laughed calmly. Learmonth was extremely shocked. Could it be that Fusro was going to let him recover? His current level of power was definitely comparable to a 7-star fiend's. I'm done. Learmonth replied. Then you can die now. In Fusro's hands, an axe suddenly appeared with a volcanic image atop it. Fusro suddenly chopped down with the axe, and with a rumble, repeated layers of explosions could be heard. Wherever the axe passed, space itself blew apart. The spatial walls of the infernal realm seemed to be as thin as paper. Absolutely irresistible force. Learmonth was so terrified that his face changed, and he immediately executed his most powerful sword attack. The dark red sword flash also caused space to explode, flashing through the shattered space as fast as lightning, charging towards the heavy, oncoming axe as though it were a meteor shooting through the sky. Bang! The axe trembled slightly, and its power decreased dramatically, but at the same time, an enormous illusion of an axe flew out like an attacking ripple, shooting towards Learmonth. Swoosh! Learmonth, after using his most powerful sword attack, immediately dodged backwards and fled at high speed, moving as though he had become a dark red illusion. Even though he was struck by 2 surges of the illusory axe ripples, Learmonth still frantically fled, and in the blink of an eye, Learmonth completely disappeared. Fusro held his giant axe, pursing his lips helplessly. He ran really fast. When his divine power fused, even his speed increased many times, while I just so happened to be a bit slow, unlike Elquin, that bastard, who specialized in speed. Otherwise, I definitely would have killed him. Watching this, Linley's group was stunned. Delia, Bibi, this Fusro has some issues. Let's hurry up and leave. Linley, recovering to his senses, hurriedly led Delia and Bibi to flee. Ha! You want to flee? Fusro suddenly chased after Linley's group. In terms of speed, Fusro was inferior to Learmonth, but Linley's team was composed of gods. How could they escape? Swoosh! Fusro appeared in front of Linley's team. Seeing Fusro in front of them, Linley's team had to come to a halt. Linley felt nervous. This Fusro is too unpredictable. He's extremely powerful, but before this he's never intervened, nor did he help his master. His master was willing to let us go free, but who knows if he is. Linley was very nervous. Why are you fleeing? Fusro seemed rather disgruntled. Linley's group could only stand there in midair. Bibi murmured, who knows what's going on with you? You are actually so powerful. Powerful? Fusro began to bellow angrily. What the F***ck good does being powerful do? Can I be more powerful than a master-servant bond? Linley's group was stunned. Master-servant bond? What did strength and power have to do with a master-servant bond? Fusro bellowed, when I was just a saint, I was forcibly tamed by this Elquin and had a master-servant bond set up. I don't even know how many countless years have gone past now. He's grown all the way from being a demigod to a 7-star fiend. But I am more powerful than him. Of the 6 profound mysteries of the elemental laws of fire, I've already fused 5 of them. I am a volcano titan and extremely talented in the fire element. Killing him would be utter simplicity, and even becoming an Azura isn't a problem. Fusro roared angrily, but what good is being powerful? He was my master. I couldn't resist him. The binding power of the master-servant bond is too terrifying. But, Bibi wanted to interject. Shut your mouth. Listen to me. Fusro bellowed indignantly. Linley's group was terrified. Fusro was an utter madman. All they could do was listen. Fusro continued, this Elquin likes kittens. *CK his grandmother, I'm a goddamn volcano titan, a valiant volcano titan. He actually had me transform into a kitten? And had me transform into an adorable little golden kitten? And every day, be in his arms and be petted by him? The muscles on Fusro's face were twitching. Arg. The days passed like years, and every day, he would pet me with those filthy hands of his. Pet me gently. Org. I almost went insane. But he was my master. All I could do was endure it. Mother Fasteris Kerr, I had to endure it all. This bellow caused the entire world to echo with his voice. Linley's group was caught between terror and shock, but they also felt that this Fusro was rather pitiable. Indeed, he was quite pitiable. A powerful, valiant volcano titan, forced to become a little kitten and allow others to pet him for trillions of years. Do you know what that felt like? Fusro stared with wide eyes towards Linley's group. Linley's group could only maintain their silence. But I managed to endure it. I hid my power, and on the surface only revealed 1/10 of my true ability. Fusro said coldly. I always hoped for someone to be able to kill him. But he truly was a coward, while he was also a 7-star fiend. There were very few people capable of killing him, so I never had the chance. But this time, my chance came. Originally, I wanted him to kill you, Bibi. Fusro pointed at Bibi. When the time came, I would leak this information and have Beirut come avenge you and kill him. By then, I would be freed. Beirut? You know my grandpa Beirut? Bibi was very startled. As Bibi saw it, his grandpa Beirut was only someone who stayed on the Yulan plain. I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Mother Fasteris Kerr, I told you to shut your mouth. Why are you talking? Fusro began to bellow at him again. Bibi immediately shut his mouth. This madman. Bibi muttered to himself. I, Bibi, won't bicker with a madman. Fusro continued, but Elquin, that coward, actually didn't dare to kill you. He actually was going to release you, so I had to intentionally guide that Learmonth here to come deal with him. Suddenly, Fusro began to laugh excitedly. Ha, I originally didn't expect Learmonth to be able to kill him, but who would have expected that Learmonth actually did in fact kill him? Ha ha. Fusro suddenly grabbed Bibi. Do you know? I really didn't expect it, really didn't expect Learmonth would kill him. This grab of Fusro's was very powerful. Fortunately, it was Bibi, as if it were Delia, most likely her body would have been torn apart. I know. Bibi nodded hurriedly. He was rather frightened of this seemingly insane Fusro. Fusro suddenly raised his head. Awaya. A wild bellow rang out. It included no profound mysteries, it was a pure, simple roar, a roar which shook the heavens. A roar which included 1 trillion years of grief, depression, and rage. 1 trillion years of depression. This sort of torment had almost tortured him to death, and yet every day, Fusro had to pretend to be so adorable, and keep going meow, meow. I hate kitties. Fusro's face was savage, and he bellowed towards the heavens. I will never be a kitten again. Never again. Only after screaming for a long time did he calm down. Fusro's facial expression slowly returned to normal, and he took a deep breath, then let out a deep breath. Turning his head, he looked back at Linley, Delia, and Bibi. Linley, Delia, and Bibi were still utterly dumbfounded. None of them knew what this madman would do next. Phew. I feel much better now. Fusro beamed at Linley's group. Linley's group couldn't help but gawk. However, Linley could understand how terrifying the 1 trillion years of depression had been. The restrictive power of a bond is indeed completely irresistible. Linley said to himself. Even for someone as powerful as Fusro, whose power had vastly exceeded Elquin's, but who still had to transform himself into a little kitten. When Linley imagined the life Fusro had lived, he could feel Fusro's pain. It hurt just thinking about it. He could fully understand what level of depression, rage, and grief Fusro had reached, after trillions of years. I couldn't even give voice to the rage, grief, and depression in my heart. Can you imagine what that feels like? Fusro was now completely calm and amiable. Now, I'm finally free. I've also said everything I want to say. I feel much better now. Linley's group nodded. Ha, Fusro laughed brilliantly. I'm finally free. I'm finally free. Fusro turned to glance at Linley's group. Thanks for listening to me say so much. Actually, I'm usually very taciturn. All right. We've killed so many gods and high gods this time. I imagine that these ordinary high gods don't have much wealth on them. I'll give it all to you. Consider this your reward for listening to me complain. With a wave of his hand, Fusro immediately brought out over 100 interspatial rings. Linley, Delia, and Bibi were stunned. But then, with a wave of his hand, Linley collected this interspatial rings. Mr. Fusro, this. Ha, in a trillion years, you are the first person to call me Mr. Fusro. Fusro was exceedingly delighted. Just based on this alone, you can take these toys with a clear conscience. Don't think too much of it, these interspatial rings don't have much wealth inside them. The most valuable two belong to that Inigo and Elquin, which I will keep. All right. Take good care of yourselves. I, Fusro, am now free. I don't want to stay in any one location. I will roam the infernal realm. His voice still echoed in the air, but Fusro himself had already vanished. Linley, Delia, and Bibi just looked at each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 26, Head Out, Stay Behind. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 26, Head Out, Stay Behind? Fusro's voice still echoed in their ears, but he himself was gone. This Fusro really is weird. Bibi blinked his eyes twice, still feeling rather dazed. Linley lowered his head to look at the 100-plus interspatial rings hovering in his palm. Amongst them were mostly the interspatial rings of gods, but also many of high gods. So many interspatial rings, with even high god interspatial rings amongst them. This is really a treasure that just fell down out of nowhere. Linley felt joyful. That Fusro actually gave us so many interspatial rings. Delia sighed in amazement as well. So like I said, that guy's head isn't working. However, it's broken in a good way. Bibi chortled. Linley shook his head. Bibi, you can't say that. Fusro's experiences and ours are different. A trillion years of depression, of silent endurance. Only an extraordinary person would be able to endure so much. After finally being released one day, he was just venting. Delia nodded slightly as well. Whether it was his attack on Learmonth or his chat with Linley's group, it was all a form of venting. Oh. Bibi nodded in understanding, his eyes shining. After venting, he casually tossed these little baubles to us. Fusro really is stingy though. Why didn't he give us Elquin's interspatial ring? That old fellow's wealth is definitely astonishing. Linley and Delia were momentarily speechless. Just kidding. Bibi chortled, and then looked at the 100-plus interspatial rings in Linley's hand. Boss, so many interspatial rings. How many treasures do you think are you inside? I'll take a look first. Bibi clearly seemed quite eager. I love investigating the treasures within interspatial rings. Why the rush? Flipping his hand, Linley stored away all of the interspatial rings. Right now, we need to first decide what we are going to do next. We can look at interspatial rings later. Linley glanced at his surroundings. The volcano range had disappeared, causing this area to once more return to its flat surface. The hazy, dim light of the violet moon shone down from the night sky. The gauze-like violet moonlight shone down, filling the world with an ancient, vast aura. Delia frowned slightly. Linley, the infernal realm is filled with countless dangers. It will be very hard for the three of us to rely on our own ability to reach the Rainbow Prefecture's Blue Maple City. Linley agreed as well. The three of them were all gods. Although a fiend's star rank could not be distinguished, others would still be able to distinguish someone's general level of strength. They would know Linley's group was at the god level and not the high god level. High god fiends, bandits wouldn't dare to irritate. But god level fiends, bandits wouldn't fear either. To take on a mission, we would have to go to a city. The distance between each city in the infernal realm is vast. There's no way for us to take on a mission right now. BB said resignedly as well. Lindley glanced at his surroundings, thinking back to some of the geographical information he had read before regarding the infernal realm. Moments later, he decided, we are indeed in a bit of trouble. The closest city to us is at least 80 million kilometers away. 80 million kilometers, who knows how many dangers we would encounter on the way over. 80 million kilometers? BB and Delia both felt their heads ache as well. Lindley looked towards Delia. His mind couldn't help but be filled with the scene of himself and Delia falling into the golden magma pool. In that moment, he had truly believed he was going to die. For the sake of Delia, we can't keep on taking risks like this, Lindley said to himself. Delia and BB looked towards Lindley. At times like this, they left the decision to Lindley. Lindley stared into the distance, then spoke. How about this? Up ahead there seems to be a large mountain range. Let's go there and temporarily live there for a while and train quietly. When Delia completely fuses her high god spark, we will head out. Live there? BB was rather surprised. What is it? Lindley looked towards BB. BB immediately shook his head. Nothing. Boss, your words have merit. Let's wait until Delia is a high god. At least on the surface, others will see that she is a high god fiend, which should be frightening enough. When we head out, it will be much safer. This was indeed Lindley's plan. Although Delia was only a one-star fiend, who would be able to tell from the surface? Others could only be certain that she was a high god fiend. Bandit groups didn't want to deal with high god fiends. Who knew how many stars the fiend might have? It might be a 7-star fiend. Ha! Lindley suddenly noticed that Delia had taken his hand. He couldn't help but to turn and look at her, and she gestured towards him with her eyes. Only now did Lindley notice that BB was acting strangely. Instantly, Lindley understood. BB is most likely thinking of Nis. BB. Lindley said. Ha! BB raised his head, looking towards Lindley. Lindley immediately said, BB, how about, let's travel as fast as possible. Perhaps we can first go to a city to take on a mission, or buy a metallic lifeform of our own. Either way, we can hurry to Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture as soon as possible. BB understood. Salomon and Nis, if they wanted to return to the Jadefloat continent, would first have to go to Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture. Lindley's suggestion was to give BB a chance to catch up to Nis. However, this sort of hasty trip would definitely result in them meeting with many bandits on the way over. Who knew how many dangers they would face? Although Lindley and BB were both strong, and would be able to deal with any ordinary bandit squads, if they were to encounter a bandit squad of thousands of gods, what would they do? It was too dangerous. Boss, thanks. BB said gratefully, but then shook his head inside. However, there's no need. Lindley and Delia exchanged a glance. BB continued, this sort of hasty travel is very dangerous to begin with. It's best to do as boss said at first, to first take up residence for a time. As for Nis, to be honest, right now, I really hate that Salomon. Although I hate him, I believe that with Nis by his side, at least her safety won't be a problem. As for myself and whether or not I'll be able to meet her again, I'll leave that up to fate. Although BB wanted to be together with Nis, this sort of hasty trip would result in danger to both Lindley and Delia. BB naturally wouldn't do that. Lindley's group headed towards the northeast, advancing roughly 100 kilometers, at which point they discovered a very wide mountain range. In the ancient mountain range, enormous trees that were 1,000 meters high and needed dozens of men to encircle could be seen everywhere. Wild grass grew everywhere, and all sorts of strange creatures could be seen. Every part of this place revealed its ancient heritage. Although Lindley's group had discovered several small tribes while traveling those hundreds of kilometers of flatland, these small tribes were formed by the puny saints of the infernal realm. Generally speaking, tribes formed by deities were able to control an area of land spanning thousands of kilometers. Lindley, Delia, and BB casually chose an unremarkable mountain, and midway up the mountain, Lindley utilized blood violet to carve out a large hole, creating a deep cavern residence for them to temporarily live in. This cavern residence was newly made. Lindley, Delia, and BB sat down and began to inspect those interspatial rings. So little. This one only has a few 100,000 inkstones. It definitely belongs to a god-level fiend. BB seemed to have tossed Nis to the back of his mind, and was excitedly investigating the rings. Whoa! This one is badass. It actually has several 100 million inkstones. It definitely belongs to a high god fiend. I've searched 7 interspatial rings but none of them exceeded 10 million. Delia spoke out as well. No rush. I expect that you have only been searching god-level fiend rings. Whoa. This one is impressive. It actually has 20 billion inkstones. Seeing the contents of this interspatial ring, Linley was shocked. This was the largest sum he had ever encountered. 20 billion inkstones? BB and Delia looked over as well. Their prior total assets were only worth 100 million inkstones. 20 billion was definitely a shocking figure to them. Actually, as Fusro had only taken away Inigo and Elquin's rings, the remaining rings included the White-Horned Elders. Since the Black-Horned Elders had contained over 30 billion, the White-Horned Elders' ring naturally wouldn't be much inferior either. As for the Edward brothers, they were all 5-star fiends. All of them possessed astonishing wealth. Actually, tens of billions of inkstones to 5-star fiends was a normal sum. After all, ordinary high gods would have more than 100 million. As for some 7-star fiends, their assets were most likely in excess of 1 trillion inkstones. Inigo, as the second young master of his clan, also had a terrifying amount of wealth. Thus, the 2 most valuable interspatial rings had been taken away by Fusro. No rush. Let's keep investigating. We haven't even searched 30. There are many left. Let's keep going slowly, Adat. He had to admit that this sort of searching through the interspatial rings for wealth was indeed something that filled a man with excitement and hope. It wasn't tiresome at all. Whoa, my heavens! This one has 30 billion inkstones. BB cried out in shock. What's going on with me? Up until now, the most I've found was around 7 billion inkstones. Delia laughed. I found another one that has nearly 30 billion inkstones. Linley laughed as he put another interspatial ring to one side. A few moments later, they completed their review of these 100-plus interspatial rings. The fortune within the most valuable one was actually 60 billion inkstones, while the least valuable one contained a pitiful 100,000. The difference was truly astonishing. Altogether, let's calculate, BB's eyes were shining. Wow, altogether, we have 200 billion. A truly astonishing figure. There were actually 6 rings which contained more than 10 billion inkstones. I imagine that these 6 belonged to the 3 Edward brothers, the White-Horned Elder, Sperry, and those other 2 high god fiends. Linley said. Actually, although they had more than 100 interspatial rings, the most valuable ones were actually these 6, which all contained over 10 billion. These 6 combined alone neared 200 billion. The other 100-plus interspatial rings, all combined, had a value of just barely 10 billion, not even 20 billion. Quality, not quantity. BB sighed. These are all just 5-star fiends and 4-star fiends, but they already have such astonishing wealth. What about 6-star fiends? Or especially the likes of Elquin, a 7-star fiend? Who knows how much wealth he has? Wealth was something which accumulated like a pyramid. The more powerful a person was, the more extravagant the amount of wealth they had. I expect that even all our wealth combined is still nothing more than a rounding error in Elquin's wealth. Linley said. One could imagine it just by thinking about it. Who knew how many experts Elquin had killed, and how vast a fortune he had built up? Still, although a fortune of over 200 billion inkstones was nothing to the likes of these ultimate experts or those major clans, it was still a massive amount of money to ordinary high gods. Linley's group of 3 began to quietly train within this cavern estate. Delia focused on fusing with her divine spark. The cavern in which Linley's group was living in was very large. In the infernal realm, generally speaking, every few thousand kilometers, there would be a tribe or a bandit group which would hold domain over that area. This mountain range where Linley lived in was no exception. It had bandit groups as well. Mother Fasterus Kerr, it's been a year since we've made money. A long green-haired man was flying in midair, staring into the distance while cursing in a low voice. There's too damn many bandit squads in the infernal realm. Those who dare to travel by themselves are increasingly rare. Even those who do come out, travel alongside a high god. It seems I wasted my time today again. Forget it. Time to go back. The green-haired man flew in the air, heading back towards his lair. Ha! Someone's here? The green-haired man suddenly disappeared like a gust of wind, then re-solidified atop a tree below as he stealthily stared towards a location midway up a mountain. Just now, I saw someone fly in there. Can it be that this cave has someone in it? Since when did someone move into this mountain range? The green-haired man revealed a smile on his face. Who cares who it is? I'll go inform the leader first. I hope it is someone with money. The green-haired man didn't investigate clearly, immediately flying back to his lair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 27, Disaster Descending from the Skies. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 27, Disaster Descending from the Skies. Within the dark caverns. In the empty main hall. 3 Linleys were seated in the meditative position, dressed in a long yellow robe, a light green robe, and a sky blue robe. The strange thing was, the yellow-robed Linley actually seemed to be teleporting around, occasionally appearing in different areas throughout the main hall. This cavernous state had been formed by Linley using his sword, and the walls and the floor all had sword scars. While Linley and Delia were training, Bibi was extremely bored. Training is so complicated. Bibi sat there on the floor of the main hall, lying against the stone, his head upraised and carrying that straw hat. Why is it that I can never settle down to train? It'd be wonderful if I could be like the boss. He actually starts grinning mid-training. Bibi mumbled as he looked at the 3 Linleys. Bibi didn't like to train. In the Forest of Darkness, even the easiest Essence of Darkness mystery had taken him nearly 20 years to master, and that was with Beirut's assistance. Taking off his straw hat and looking at it, Bibi naturally began to think of Nis, a hint of grief appearing in his eyes. I wonder how Nis is doing. Moments later. With a flip of his hand, Bibi put the straw hat back on his head. Forget it. No point to thinking randomly. Mother ***, the more I think about it, the more miserable I feel. Better to focus on my training. Bibi gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe that I have no talent in training in the laws. I'm a god-eater rat. Grandpa Beirut helped me so much. If it was the boss, he probably would have easily gained insights into those 3 profound mysteries by now. I need to work harder. I can't lose face. At the very least, I need to master those 3 types of profound mysteries. Bibi shut his eyes and began to quietly train as well. A long time later, the light green-robed Linley stood up as well. In his heart, he said to himself, so the profound mysteries of sound waves could actually reach such a level. Not only could it create unique vibrations within the insides of something, it could also simultaneously attack from outside. Combining the inner and outer aspects is indeed a very powerful material attack. Only, how would one use the profound mysteries of sound waves to attack the soul? Linley was pondering this. Suddenly, he discovered that Bibi was training intensively as well. He couldn't help but laugh. It's rare to see Bibi working so hard. But right at that moment. Boss, you finished your training? Bibi immediately opened his eyes. And I was just praising you at how hard you were working. Linley laughed. Bibi stood up. Boss, you have no idea. When I'm training in the laws of darkness, I'm extremely sensitive to any nearby movements. As soon as you stood up, I immediately woke up as well. Right, boss. Your Divine Earth clone keeps on flickering around. What's that about? Can it be that you have forgotten how in the past, Hadesun was able to change his physical location with his technique? Linley said with a laugh. Right, it does seem really similar. Boss, you figured it out? Bibi said in pleased surprise. Not even close. I've just started with the basics. Linley laughed. He had been training in this technique for quite some time. It belonged to the World Walker Profound Mystery, one of the 6 profound mysteries of the elemental laws of the earth. Actually, getting a basic understanding of the World Walker Profound Mystery wasn't that hard. The World Walker Profound Mystery and the Essence of the Earth Profound Mystery were actually somewhat linked. In order to completely master the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth, one had to be able to reach an extremely high level of merging with the earth essence. As for the World Walker mystery, it required a person to be completely merged into the earth essence, and then travel through the earth essence, instantly appearing somewhere else. From the outside, it looked like teleportation, but in reality, it wasn't. Upon reaching mastery in the essence of the earth, training in the World Walker technique became much easier. Bibi, as I recall, when you were in the volcano range, it seemed like you used a technique which destroyed even that high god artifact of Elquin. What was that all about? With regards to this, Linley hadn't yet had a chance to ask in detail. Bibi pursed his lips. This was a life-saving measure which Grandpa Beirut had given me. He said it was enough to deal with most high gods. However, Grandpa Beirut originally told me that the energy in the Black Pearl was only enough to be utilized 3 times. I've already used it once, and I only have 2 more remaining. Linley nodded slightly. The power of that attack had truly been astonishing. Even Elquin, when taking that attack head-on, had his high god artifact destroyed. Most likely, an ordinary 5-star fiend or 6-star fiend would have perished. Ha! BB suddenly looked towards the outside of the cave. "Boss, I feel something going on outside." Linley's face changed. Instantly, his two clones merged with his original form. This time, Linley immediately used his original form, and his body became covered with the pulseguard armor. Right at this moment, a surge of divine sense swept out, instantly encompassing the entire cave. Just 3 gods. A loud voice rang out from outside the cave. "The 3 of you, hurry the F***CK up and come out. Get the F***CK out here." Instantly, a large number of angry roars rang out. Linley frowned. It seemed as though quite a few people were shouting from outside, but Linley's current level of power was far greater than it had been when they had first come to the infernal realm, especially after his original body dragon formed. Linley was confident in the shattered soul-protecting sovereign artifact against ordinary high gods, especially when he had his trump card, those 2 drops of sovereign's might. Of course he was not afraid. "Let's take a look," Linley said. BB, made bold by his talents, accompanied Linley towards the cave exit as well. Linley headed out, and saw a large group of people floating directly outside. This group was formed into a surrounding circle which had completely sealed off the cave. Linley immediately spread out his divine sense, immediately encompassing all of them. 82, 3 of them being demigods, the rest being gods. Linley made up his mind. All of them were gods. The current Linley didn't fear them at all. "Boss, they actually stumbled onto us." BB's smirking mouth had a hint of amusement as well. He had been in a fairly bad mood recently. Salamon's true face and Nist's departure had all caused BB to be in a foul mood. Only, in front of Linley and Delia, BB pretended to laugh and pretended as though nothing was amiss. In truth, in his heart, he felt quite miserable. After having stewed for so long, right now, BB wanted to let loose and vent. The leader of this large group was a silver-haired, horned man. He laughed loudly. "What? Just the 2 of you came out? What about the woman inside? Have her come out as well? Or did you think you would be able to flee? There's a woman? Big brother, let me have her." A horned man with short silver hair next to him said loudly. "No problem." The leader laughed loudly. Immediately, the other bandits all began to laugh loudly. Linley frowned, and BB rubbed his nose as well, their gazes turning cold. "I will give you a chance," the leader said arrogantly. "Since you are both gods, how about this? Offer me your interspatial rings. I will permit you to join us. Don't worry, in the future, you will have a share in the wealth which we take in the future." Linley secretly shook his head. These bandits truly were interesting. They wanted to take his valuables and also have him join them? However, this was a fairly common sight in the infernal realm. The leader said. "Have you finished, Consid? Mother Fasterus Kerr, are you done with the bullshit?" BB shouted angrily. The bandits were all stunned, and then the face of the leader turned cold. "Brothers, since they don't want their lives, finish them." The leader waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to charge. Clearly, he didn't hold these 3 gods in high regard. Whoosh! 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 Transforming into blurs or streaks of lightning or flashes of fire, dozens of figures charged forward like a swarm of wasps. BB stored his straw hat into his interspatial ring, while at the same time wielding that black dagger. Glancing sideways into the swarm of charging bandits, he grinned savagely, then wildly began to execute his shadow-shaped doppelganger technique, immediately transforming into dozens of images which charged up. Die. A god-level fiend stabbed into BB's true body, but when the divine artifact sword in his hand struck him, it gave out a clang. Sound, not harming BB at all. BB delivered a backhand blow with the dagger. Swish! He stabbed directly into the head of that god-level fiend. BB's eyes were filled with a light of bloodlust. Next, BB's dagger then stabbed out towards another person, while BB himself didn't even bother to dodge the enemy's attacks. A large group charged towards him, stabbing towards BB from every area, while the rest charged towards Linley. Linley wielded Blood Violet and just stood there. Seeing the group of bandits charge over, Linley's hand suddenly began to flash with a hazy violet shadow moving at an exceedingly high speed. If one looked carefully, however, one would have a slow sort of feeling. A visual misperception. Slash. 2 heads were chopped off simultaneously, while the rest of their body was shaken by vibrations into muddy flesh. 2 divine god sparks fell down from mid-air, and the violet illusion vanished. Too weak, Linley said to himself quietly. His most powerful physical attack, Bewildering Shadow, was an attack capable of threatening a high god. Against these gods, it was effortless. Instantly, 8 people on the bandit side had died. The attacking bandits as well as the leader watching behind were all shocked. They hadn't expected that this time, they had rammed into an iron board. The leader immediately shouted loudly, "Brothers, launch group attacks." Instantly, the bandits flew back, gathering together. Linley and Bibi each stood at one side of the entrance to the cave. "You killed 8 of my brothers." The leader's gaze was savage. Brothers, all together. Depending on if they were fighting against experts or weaklings, these bandits would use different methods. The bandits once more swarmed forward like wasps, but in truth, this time was different. They were all moving in an organized, concerted manner. At virtually the same time, the bandits brandished their weapons. After having seen the chaotic battle between the Black Dragon tribe and the other tribes, Linley and Bibi knew exactly how terrifying this sort of concerted group attack could be. "Bibi, let's kill them together." Linley almost instantly entered his dragon form. His body became incredibly powerful, and was endowed with astonishing speed and strength. The power in his body exploded forth, and at the same time, he utilized his profound truths of velocity. Linley was like a ray of golden azure illusory light, charging towards the group of bandits, who weren't at all surprised by Linley's transformation. In the infernal realm, there were simply too many races and lifeforms of various types. Bang! Bang! Almost instantaneously, over 20 soul attacks struck out, some which contained material components as well. This was the joint attack launched by the 74 surviving bandits, but Linley's speed was simply too fast, and his body was too small. He was only struck by 2 of the soul attacks. The 2 soul attacks were merely god-level soul attacks. They did nothing to Linley at all. As for those 5 material attacks which struck him, they didn't break a single draconic scale. Not just Linley, the same was true for Bibi. Not good. Seeing this, the leader's face changed. Linley, his face sinister, let the devilish blood-violet sword land its first attack upon the horned man with short silver hair. The horned man didn't have any chance to flee at all. Blood-violet swept straight past his head, and his head instantly was shaken into muddy flesh. Bang! Linley's right leg struck out like a meteor carrying trillions of kilograms of force, smashing against a green-haired man's waist. Bang! The explosive force caused the green-haired man's body to completely explode, leaving behind only a god-level divine spark. This kick contained the throbbing pulse of the world as well as the massive strength of Linley's dragon form. It was extremely powerful. Swoosh! A man chopped straight downwards with his warblade through the air, directly towards Linley's head. Swish! A golden azure light flashed. It was Linley's draconic tail. The fierce tail struck out with a clang, sending the warblade flying while also crushing the god's head into a pile of pulp. The dragon-formed Linley was nothing short of a man-shaped weapon, even more terrifying than a death god golem. After all, not only was Linley's defense tough, he also knew profound mysteries. However, Linley's slaughtering speed was only on par with Bibi, who was in the middle of letting loose to his unhappiness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 28, The Essence of Fire. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 28, The Essence of Fire. Slash! Crimson blood splattered across the dusty yellow cliffs, and shards of flesh fell down from the skies. All of you, die. Bibi's face was savage, and his dozens of shadows were everywhere. Through relying on the shadow-shaped doppelganger technique, Bibi was occasionally here, occasionally there as he entered a wild killing spree. Bibi's eyes were filled with madness. That bastard Salomon. That bastard. If Salomon hadn't intentionally caused chaos, how could Nini and I have been separated? As he thought this, he stabbed out with the dagger in his hand towards an opponent's divine artifact, chopping it into 2 pieces while simultaneously cutting through the opponent's head, which exploded. Nini, Nini. Bibi's mind was full of thoughts of Nini, but as he thought of Salomon, the speed at which he killed grew even faster. A massacre. Bibi wildly vented his anger. How he wanted to be together with Nis. Each time he saw Linley and Delia together, he would think of himself and Nis. Only, this infernal realm was utterly vast, and Nis was heading towards the Jadefloat continent. Who knew when they would meet again? Kill, kill, dot. Bibi killed wildly, ignoring all else. Flee, flee. The bandits who were not yet dead all began to scream in terror while fleeing in all directions. The leader of the bandits, in particular, had turned ashen pale. He had never imagined that gods could be this monstrously powerful. They were being easily demolished. Finished. My men are all finished. The leader felt grief in his heart, but although he grieved, whenever he looked at Linley and Bibi, these two fiendish gods, he was so frightened that his heart trembled. No matter what, I need to first save my own life. The leader ignored everyone else and immediately fled. After Linley and Bibi killed those closest to them, they discovered that the other bandits had started to flee in every direction. Linley couldn't be bothered to chase them, but Bibi, caught in the grip of his bloodlust, howled angrily and then emitted a high screech which echoed throughout the heavens. An enormous illusory god-eater rat appeared behind Bibi. Bibi opened his mouth wide, staring at the distant bandit leader as well as a man next to him. The bandit leader, in mid-flight, suddenly felt that he couldn't move. Not just him, the god next to him couldn't move either. Suddenly, the god-level divine sparks of the two men floated out. Two divine sparks actually flew out of the leader, while another flew out from his subordinate's head. These three divine sparks flew directly towards Bibi's mouth. The two corpses fell down from mid-air. Linley looked at Bibi with some concern. Very clearly, Bibi was acting rather strangely. Bibi? Linley flew over. Bibi turned, then shook his head a few times and laughed. Boss, don't worry. I'm fine. Just now, I was feeling rather peeved, and so I wanted to give vent to my anger. I feel much better now. These bandits really were blind. They actually dared to come waylay us. They really were looking for death. Linley, seeing the look on Bibi's face, finally sighed in relief. These bandits will most likely not dare annoy us again. Linley laughed as well. Actually, Linley had been prepared long ago for this day. Every single place in the infernal realm was controlled and occupied by a force. In some desolate areas, it was normally just common bandits or small tribes, while in bustling areas, greater forces and powers would be in control. The mountain range which Linley had chosen was very ordinary. Linley expected that there shouldn't be many experts here. After today, in the future, most likely nobody in the area would dare make trouble for them again. Oh. I forgot to take the interspatial rings of many of those corpses. Although there wasn't much money there, we shouldn't let it go to waste. Bibi immediately flew down, and Linley couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Bibi in a better mood, Linley felt happy as well. Bibi, wait for me. Linley flew down as well. This slaughter did indeed awe and frighten the people nearby. The bandit group, originally 82 strong, had only less than 30 survivors after this disaster. This small bandit group frantically began to recruit others, but they didn't dare to come disturb Linley's group again. They didn't even dare to draw near. And just like that, 1 year after another passed by like water as they trained quietly. Rumble. In the 16th year of Linley's training here, the natural laws descended. Within the cavern estate, Delia and Bibi both watched with nervous, surprised joy. Linley himself was floating in mid-air, completely surrounded by the strange energy of the natural laws, while at the same time, powerful fire elemental essences swirled above him, then solidified into a fire-type divine spark. The boss has become a deity in the fire element as well. Bibi said in delight. Delia was filled with excitement and joy as well. In training, talent was critically important. If one didn't have talent in something, no matter how long one trained, one would find it hard to succeed. Linley was exceedingly talented in the wind and earth elements, and thus he trained very quickly in them. As for the fire element, he wasn't bad either. Only, compared to the wind and the earth, it was rather weaker. However, given how incredibly powerful his soul currently was, and the fact that he had been training on the metallic creature previously, giving him a total training time of over 20 years. Linley had finally mastered the simplest type of profound mystery of the elemental laws of fire, the essence of the fire. This time, Linley once more chose to have his soul split apart. After all, Linley was currently in possession of a large number of amethysts and a large amount of wealth. To strengthen his soul wouldn't be too hard. Crackle! A Linley dressed in a fiery red robe and with fiery long hair suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was Linley's divine fire clone. Moments later, the ripples of the natural laws disappeared, and the divine fire clone merged into Linley's original body. Within the sea of consciousness in Linley's original body, his powerful spiritual energy was gently flowing like waves of the ocean, while a rainbow-colored sword-shaped soul hovered above it. Beneath the rainbow-colored sword-shaped soul, on the surface of his sea of consciousness, 3 Linleys hovered. They were a Linley who emitted by an earthen light, a Linley who emitted a light green aura, and a Linley who emitted a fiery red aura. The 3 Linleys formed a triangle exactly beneath the sword-shaped soul. Linley opened his eyes, looking at the delighted Delia and Bibi. Boss, you now have 3 divine clones. With your original body included, that makes 4. Bibi rubbed his nose as he spoke. Compared to you, I, Bibi, really feel embarrassed. Up till now, I still only have 2 bodies, my original body included, but... BB, you at least have 2. I only have 1. Shouldn't I be even more embarrassed? Delia teased with pursed lips. Linley couldn't help but laugh. Right now, both Delia and BB were exceedingly happy for Linley. With an additional divine clone, that meant he had another life, while at the same time meant that his future accomplishments would be even greater. This divine fire clone is only a demigod clone. It is still very weak. Right now, I still need to rely on my earth and wind clones. Linley himself knew that for now, for bodies was most likely his limit. After all, Linley didn't know a single thing about the other elemental laws. Lightning, water, light, darkness, etc. Linley didn't understand anything about them. Without any talent, I'm not even able to sense the elemental laws. How could I train in them? Even if I trained for 1,000,000 years, I would still find it hard to succeed. Linley began to understand why the more one advanced in training, the harder it became. Currently, in his understanding of the laws of the earth, he had already reached mastery in the throbbing pulse of the world and the essence of the earth. Over the past 16 years, his world walker had advanced as well. The laws of the earth have in total 6 profound mysteries. I've only trained in 3. Right now, although it seems like I am advancing quickly, the more I advance, most likely the slower it will become. Linley understood. After all, the essence of the fire, the simplest profound mystery of the elemental laws of fire, had taken 20 years, despite his soul being so incredibly strong. When he had trained in the essence of the earth, if it hadn't been for the fact that Linley was merging it with the throbbing pulse of the world, 2 years probably would have been enough for mastery. And at that time, Linley's soul was much weaker than it was now. This was a difference in talent. Perhaps in training and comprehending, a person's hard work and spiritual sensitivity determined everything. Some people, upon seeing a scene, would instantly and naturally make the mental connections and perhaps suddenly break through. This didn't have anything to do with elemental affinity, it was related to a person's pondering in logic, to one's spiritual sensitivity. But with regards to how clearly or how unclearly one would sense the elemental laws, that was a matter of natural talent. Boss, what are you thinking about? BB suddenly woke Linley from his pondering. Nothing. Just some random things. Let's go. We'll go to our living room to celebrate. In all those interspatial rings, quite a few had stored fine wine. Linley turned to look at Delia. Suddenly, he asked, Delia, how has your fusing of the divine spark progressed? I fused with 8 of the profound mysteries. I expect that in a few more years, I should be able to comprehend the 9th one as well. Delia smiled as she spoke. In a few more years, we can finally head out. BB said rather hopefully. Linley glanced at BB. In his heart, he felt rather guilty. BB had essentially been keeping them company here for 16 years, while Nis and her elder brother Salomon had most likely already reached Blue Maple City, and perhaps had even headed out on their journey to the Jade Float continent. Who knew when BB and Nis would meet again? BB, let's go drink some wine. Linley rested his right hand on BB's shoulders. The 2 brothers headed together towards the outside. In the blink of an eye, nearly 5 more years passed. Delia finally completely fused with that high god spark, reaching the high god level. From the outside, especially upon seeing Delia's fiend medallion on her chest, it was clear that she was a high god fiend. High god fiends had quite a frightening reputation. We've been in this place for over 20 years. I feel rather attached to it. Linley turned to look at the cave estate, while the nearby Delia couldn't help but laugh. Jokingly, she said, what, you want to keep living here? How about, we stay for a few more decades? Let's go. Linley waved his hand, and suddenly, a black panther-shaped metallic lifeform appeared in midair. Linley's group flew into it. The metallic lifeform immediately transformed into a ray of light, flying towards the east. By now, Linley had over 10 metallic lifeforms. These metallic lifeforms had been discovered within those 100+ interspatial rings. After all, quite a few high gods had purchased metallic lifeforms. Within the metallic lifeform, Linley and the other 2 were seated on chairs, looking outside through the translucent window to look outside. They drank wine as they headed forward. Boss, this metallic lifeform is so bizarre. Generally speaking, humans and magical beasts can't be stored in interspatial rings, but metallic lifeforms can. Also, I feel as though their intelligence is very low. BB said. Linley nodded slightly. He had noticed this as well. Perhaps metallic lifeforms are rather special. Linley said. Actually, what Linley didn't realize was that all the metallic lifeforms bought and sold in places like Redbud Castle had undergone some special modifications. They were already essentially transportation tools who only had very basic thought processes. Seated within the metallic lifeform, Linley's group of 3 continued to advance. The metallic lifeform once more halted, and Linley chuckled towards Delia. Delia, sorry. We're going to have to trouble you to go out again. Delia laughed helplessly. There really are quite a few bandits here, and they are all so annoying. They can't find me with their divine sense, but as soon as I head out, they go whoosh and disappear. Indeed. As soon as Delia exited the metallic lifeform, those 100+ gods, upon seeing someone whom they couldn't find with their divine sense, and in particular someone with a fiend medallion. A high god fiend. The bandits were so terrified, they immediately scattered. Delia headed back into the metallic lifeform. Let's continue going forward. BB laughed loudly. Ah, Delia, high god fiends really are quite frightening to people. Delia nodded and said, actually, it makes sense. The fiend trials are so very hard. Survival of the fittest. Also, the fiend missions are fairly dangerous. In battles, it is high god against high god against god. Generally speaking, after multiple missions, the surviving high gods are all rather powerful ones. Linley, hearing this, nodded slightly. This made a lot of sense. But of course, there's another situation, a high god who is weak, but has a team. Delia laughed. Only then can that high god undertake multiple missions without dying. No matter what though, when bandits encounter high god fiends, they will generally flee immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 29, The Amethyst Mountains. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 29, The Amethyst Mountains. In the desolate chain of mountains, there were almost no signs of human life. People familiar with this place knew that this was a territory claimed by bandits. Normally, people didn't dare to halt here. At the edges of the chain of mountains, halfway up a mountain, there was a large amount of rattans and wild grass, with the mountain cliffs behind them. The strange thing was, the rattans separated, and a head popped out from between them. This was a youth who was slightly fat and whose gaze was very innocent. Raising his head, he looked towards the sky. It was late at night, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, making the entire world pitch black. Even deities would only barely be able to see a few hundred meters away. The youth nodded slightly. The weather today is excellent. It is time to head forward. Swoosh. The youth transformed into a graceful gust of wind, heading towards the east silently. Soon, he had traveled thousands of kilometers. Ha! The gust of wind came to a halt, and the youth returned to his normal form. He lay hidden on the ground, quietly staring into the distance. Just now, he seemed to have noticed some movement. Paying careful attention, he noticed a long-tailed beastman fly past. So it was just a saint. The youth let out a hidden sigh of relief. The youth once more transformed into a silent gust of wind. While it was dark, he pressed forward, occasionally coming to a halt. Like this, he carefully advanced. Suddenly, he realized that a metallic lifeform was flying at high speed. Instantly, a look of joy appeared on the youth's face. Swoosh! The youth's speed instantly exploded, and he flew into the air, chasing after the metallic lifeform. In terms of short-distance speed, deities were generally capable of catching up to metallic lifeforms. When the youth drew near the metallic lifeform, he immediately spread out his divine sense, finding only a few gods within. Everyone, I'm just a god. Please help me and give me a ride. The youth immediately said through divine sense. But the metallic lifeform paid him no mind. Milords, please help me. The youth once more spread out his divine sense and messaged. F***ck off. If you keep jabbering, I'll kill you. A divine sense message came out, and the youth immediately lowered his speed. Shaking his head with a sigh, the youth once more transformed into a gust of wind, landing down and continuing to advance eastwards. In this pitch-black night, he encountered 3 metallic lifeforms, all filled with many people, but his 3 entreaties were all refused. Since he was refused, he had to rely on himself to travel. He managed to travel 200,000 kilometers before daybreak. By the time the skies slowly brightened, the youth stopped advancing. The place he came to a halt in was within a flat area where wild grass was growing. Crackle, the youth summoned his divine power and immediately dug out a tunnel within the wild grass. It was a very secretive, hidden place. Phew! The youth sat down calmly within the tunnel, frowning in thought. Given this speed, it'll most likely take me decades before arriving at the Amethyst Mountains. I didn't expect that Jinjin would fall to such a state. This infernal realm, it really isn't an easy place to roam. When thinking back to the life he had lived upon arriving in the infernal realm, Jenkins' heart was filled with sourness. He sighed. However, moments later, Jenkins' mind returned to calmness. No matter what, my top goal right now is to hurry to the Amethyst Mountains. The Amethyst Mountains will be the place where I, Jenkins, make my first mark. Jenkins' eyes were sharp and fierce. No matter how much he had to suffer, he wouldn't give up. Undaunted despite countless setbacks. Self-confident. This was why Jenkins was able to become a deity and able to stay alive up till now. Fortunately, in the infernal realm, the area of a divine sense is very small. If this was in a material realm, where a divine sense could spread across a vast area, those bandits would be able to easily locate their targets. Jenkins smiled slightly. Alas, but only once or twice a month will I encounter a night like last night, where there is no moonlight at all. Jenkins knew very well that if he were to travel by day, he would definitely be discovered. Once he was discovered, given his power as a new god, he definitely wouldn't be able to flee. All he could do was travel during this sort of dark night, but a completely black night like the previous night only appeared once or twice a month. The chances were too low. Also, the complete darkness persisted for only a third of the day, during night. Thus, he only had a short period of time to hurry forward. All I can do is carefully move forward. Perhaps I'll be able to encounter a kind-hearted person who will give me a ride. Jenkins understood. Generally speaking, those who traveled aboard metallic lifeforms couldn't be bothered to pay attention to others. If they encountered bandits, they wouldn't chase after them and attack, as that took too much time and energy and wasn't worth it. They couldn't be bothered to even act against bandits. Naturally, when they encountered someone like Jenkins who begged for a lift, they would ignore him as well. All I can do is continue to wait. Jenkins immediately acted, using the earth to cover the hole above him, revealing only a small opening which would allow a bit of sunlight in. This sort of wide flatland was mostly inhabited by ordinary saints, and bandits wouldn't be present on literally every inch of land, unless they were utterly bored. He waited. After roughly 27 days, yet another pitch-black night came. Jenkins silently pushed aside the grass, staring at his surroundings. After ascertaining no one was nearby, he once more came out of the tunnel, transforming into a gust of wind and silently advancing towards the east. This time, roughly 2 hours later, he encountered yet another metallic lifeform. But when he flew over at high speed and sent an entreaty, he was once more refused and shouted at angrily. Jenkins didn't feel any disappointment in his heart at all, and didn't even feel much of an emotional impact at all. As Jenkins saw it, every single chance had to be treasured. Failure was nothing. If he didn't even try, then he would definitely fail. Jenkins continued to stealthily travel forward. After roughly an hour, yet another metallic lifeform flew over towards the east. Jenkins immediately raised his head, once more chasing over at high speed. Up ahead was a fairly small metallic lifeform. Clearly, there were very few people inside. Generally speaking, if there were few people within a metallic lifeform, the people within would be fairly close family or friends who usually wouldn't allow a stranger to join them. However, without at least making an attempt, Jenkins wouldn't give up. Immediately spreading out his divine sense, Jenkins found two gods within. "Milords, I am only a god. I hope you can help me and give me a ride." If he was refused and yelled at again, Jenkins wouldn't mind at all, nor would his mental state be disturbed. However, this metallic lifeform actually came to a sudden halt. Jenkins immediately halted as well, nervously looking at the metallic lifeform, afraid that the people inside would come out to kill him. However, Jenkins consoled himself, that won't happen. People who ride metallic lifeforms will encounter bandits and shout at them to leave. They've already become accustomed to not killing people who don't pose a threat to them. "Boss, this fellow is quite interesting. He actually asks people to give him a ride." A voice rang out from within, while at the same time, an entrance to the metallic lifeform opened up. "Then let him in." A gentle yet ordinary voice rang out, but this voice caused Jenkins' calm heart to instantly swell with emotion. A look of shock and joy suddenly exploded forth from his eyes. Jenkins was certain that he would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. "My boss is letting you in. Hurry up and come in." A figure wearing a straw hat appeared at the entrance. "Thank you, me lord." Jenkins immediately flew over, entering the metallic lifeform. The internals of the metallic lifeform was very soft and comfortable. Aside from several rooms in the back, there was a living room in the center, with wine, tables, and chairs. There was even a place to view the outside scenery. Jenkins said to himself, "This is what the upper class of the infernal realm live like." At the same time, Jenkins saw a young couple in front of him. The young man had a head of long brown hair and wore a sky blue robe, and his eyes contained a hint of a smile. He appeared fairly friendly and amiable. The woman behind him caused Jenkin to be shocked. This woman was beautiful, but Jenkin couldn't sense her aura at all. She is a high god, and a high god fiend? Jenkin instantly noticed the fiend medallion, while at the same time he noticed the fiend medallions of the other two. Jenkin now began to understand why this metallic lifeform dared to roam the infernal realm without danger. Because a high god fiend was present. With mild interest, Linley glanced at this slightly pudgy yet very friendly-looking youth. "Hey, you can sit over there," Bibi said casually. Delia asked, "Why did you ask us to give you a ride?" Not only was Linley curious, Delia and Bibi were curious as well. Jenkin said hurriedly, "Milords, my name is Jenkin. As to why I asked you to help out, actually, this story starts from when I first entered the infernal realm. When I entered the infernal realm, I was tossed out by the Redbud army, and I joined a very ordinary tribe. I imagine you all know that earning money in a tribe is a very slow affair. In 10,000 years, you'd probably only earn a few dozen inkstones." "A few dozen?" Linley frowned slightly. When he had lived in the Black Dragon tribe, every 10,000 years, there was more than 1,000 inkstones to be earned. However, Linley immediately realized that this was because of the Gerard Black Dragons. Otherwise, other tribes wouldn't have allied to attack them either. Ordinary tribes who had to rely on forging divine artifacts or divine gems to earn money really were limited to just a few dozen inkstones every 10,000 years. Also, in the infernal realm, battles are very frequent. An ordinary tribe might survive for 1,000,000 years or even longer, but it also might be destroyed in just a few thousand years. Jenkin said bitterly. "If I was an ordinary citizen, perhaps after defeat in battle, I could join another tribe. But I am a god. I was forcibly recruited to become a warrior for the tribe. In every battle, the majority of the casualties occurred amongst the warriors." Linley nodded slightly. When he had been in the Black Dragon tribe, a tribe with a fairly powerful backer, whether or not one became a warrior was a matter of choice. Clearly, they didn't care too much about warriors. But for many of the weaker tribes, gods were forcibly recruited to become soldiers. Within 10,000 years, I experienced being in two tribes. Jenkin shook his head. "I realized that this can't continue. I was barely lucky enough to survive the first battle, but would I have that sort of luck again? After planning for a long time, I quietly slipped out of the tribe and began to head towards the Amethyst Mountains. However, my tribe was tens of millions of kilometers away from the Amethyst Mountains, and there are a very high amount of bandits on the way. All I could do was wait for the skies to become completely dark before carefully advancing." Linley, hearing this, began to understand. At the same time, he could imagine how much hardship this Jenkin had suffered on the way over. "Why are you going to the Amethyst Mountains?" Bibi asked. Jenkin said hurriedly, "I heard of them and learned that the Amethyst Mountains have amethysts in them. I wanted to go harvest amethysts. Amethysts are very valuable. I can make 6,000 or 7,000 inkstones by selling one. This is much better than just staying in a tribe." Linley immediately began to laugh. "You've heard of it? But do you know about the regulations regarding mining in the Amethyst Mountains?" Linley had read some general information regarding the infernal realm. Naturally, he knew about the famous Amethyst Mountains of the Redbud continent. Because of this, Linley was actually planning to make a tourism trip while passing through the Amethyst Mountains. The Amethyst Mountains had a circumference of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was the only area in the Redbud continent which produced amethysts. Requirements? Jenkin shook his head. How could people in the tribes learn of these things? How could just anyone be allowed to mine in a precious place like this? These areas are jointly guarded by multiple major clans. Linley said with a calm laugh. Jenkin's face became unsightly, but he said hurriedly, "Impossible. The Amethyst Mountains is such a precious area and so vast. How could a few clans completely seal it off? Many people were still able to sneak into some precious areas at the risk of losing their lives. Of course, there is another method. Pay 5,000 inkstones, and you can enter to go mine." Linley said with a calm laugh. Harvesting amethysts was extremely hard. Sometimes, 1,000 years would pass without being able to encounter any. But of course, if you were lucky, you might find several on one trip. 5,000 inkstones? Jenkin's face turned ashen. He had only been in the infernal realm for 10,000 years. His entire net worth was less than 100 inkstones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 30, The Fog Sea. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 30, The Fog Sea. The metallic lifeform moved like a flash of light, streaking at high speed towards the east. Within the living room of the metallic lifeform, Linley and Delia were seated facing each other, while BB and Jenkin were seated facing each other. Everyone was chatting casually. My homeland? It is a far more complicated place than yours. Jenkin's face was all smiles right now, so very different from the look of dread it had when he had been fleeing and traveling. In addition, my homeland's continent is fairly large. From the north to the south, it stretches at least 100,000 kilometers. Linley nodded slightly. The Yulon continent, from north to south, stretched only 20 or 30,000 kilometers. Jenkin's homeland was indeed much larger than the Yulon continent. Our place was primarily divided into three forces. The first type included the human societies, the second included the beastmen clans, and the final one included the aquatic races. There's all sorts of religions there. I'm afraid you are going to laugh at me when I say this, but I actually had my own church amongst the humans and amongst the beastmen. Jenkin laughed. Those beastmen had no idea that the deity they worshipped was actually a human. Linley, Delia, and BB had been bored with their journey, and so they were happy to listen to Jenkin tell them some tales from his own material plane. It had to be said that Jenkin's material plane, although not having as many complicated secrets as the Yulon continent, had far more people, saints, and religions, all of which engaged in battle, while the various races warred against each other as well. Oh ho! I had no idea. BB chortled. So in your own material plane, you were actually such an amazing figure. Jenkin's story did indeed have a rather legendary feel. Alas. Jenkin sighed. But when one stands at the pinnacle of the continent, one feels lonely. Linley nodded slightly. Actually, the vast majority of the experts who left the material planes for the higher planes did so out of loneliness. I knew very well how dangerous the infernal realm was, but I still chose to come. However, the degree of danger here in the infernal realm is far greater than I ever imagined. Jenkin said gratefully, if it hadn't been for you three helping out, I wouldn't even have been able to come up with 5,000 inkstones. Jenkin wasn't able to scrounge up 5,000 inkstones, but to Linley's group, 5,000 inkstones was like a single hair on the body of 9 bulls. While chatting with him, Linley's group had felt that Jenkin was a fine fellow, and so BB had magnanimously agreed to help Jenkin pay that 5,000 inkstone fee. The tens of millions of kilometers passed without incident. Roughly a month or so later, Linley's group arrived at the legendary Amethyst Mountains. This is the Amethyst Mountains? Linley stood in front of the metallic lifeform. Peering through the metallic lifeform's translucent windows, he could clearly see the vast, borderless Amethyst Mountains. The Amethyst Mountains covered a great expanse of land, with a circumference of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the infernal realm, a circumference of hundreds of thousands of kilometers actually wasn't too extravagant an amount of land, but it still stretched as far as one could see with the naked eye. In a single glance, all one could see was endless mountains, stretching off into the distance. At the same time, a white fog floated above the Amethyst Mountains. The strange thing was, it was only possible to see the fog. It wasn't possible to see the Amethyst Mountains. Indeed, as it was said in the books, the Amethyst Mountains, despite being a mountain range, is also known as the Fog Sea. From the outside, one can't see so much as a single rock. All one can see is an endless amount of white mist. Linley sighed as he spoke, while the nearby Jenkin, Delia, and BB all stared, spellbound, at the beautiful sight before them. An area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, completely covered by coiling white mists. The light of the blood sun shone down from the skies into the white mist, creating brilliant scenes and colors that were indeed pleasing to behold. How strange. Delia exhaled in surprise. This large mountain range of hundreds of thousands of kilometers is actually completely wrapped by countless amounts of white mist, in a way which is so tight. The mist has persisted for countless years without dissipating. It truly is odd. Delia couldn't understand it at all. Linley, Delia, and BB had at least learned some things from books regarding the Amethyst Mountains. As for Jenkin, he was completely lost. This is the Amethyst Mountains? Jenkin still couldn't believe that this fog-shrouded area was the Amethyst Mountains. Let's go. We're heading down now. Linley, with a thought, made the metallic lifeform disappear into thin air. Linley, Delia, and BB all flew downwards, while Jenkin was caught slightly off guard at first, but he then quickly stabilized himself and also hurried downwards. The surface of the Amethyst Mountains was covered by the Fog Sea. Outside the Amethyst Mountains, however, there was a veritable flood of people flying about. The number was so staggeringly high that it could be described as shocking to hear. Many deities remained at the borders of this Fog Sea, hoping to be lucky enough to encounter amethysts. On the surface area in the perimeter outside the Amethyst Mountains, within Linley's line of vision, there were at least 3 ancient castles. As Linley's group of 4 drew near, immediately, 2 middle-aged men dressed in black uniforms flew over. They couldn't help but glance at Delia in surprise, clearly noticing that she was a high god fiend. In their hearts, they were puzzled. A high god fiend would come here to harvest amethysts? High god fiends, when serving as escorts, would receive compensation far greater than what they could receive by mining amethysts. Generally speaking, only demigods and gods would come harvest amethysts. After realizing that Delia was a high god fiend, the two immediately put on a noticeably better attitude. One of them, a golden-haired man, smiled and said, "Might I ask why you have come?" Bibi laughed and said, "The 3 of us are just going in to take a look. This kid here is coming to harvest amethysts." "Oh?" The golden-haired man nodded. "The Amethyst Mountains are jointly governed by our 18 clans. But of course, we won't stop outsiders from going in. Whether for the purpose of tourism or for mining amethysts, all who enter will each pay 5,000 ink stones." Linley nodded slightly. The rule of paying an entrance fee of 5,000 ink stones was a rule that had persisted for countless years. Even the record books had noted this. "What if you don't have ink stones?" Jenkins suddenly asked. "Don't have them?" The middle-aged man glanced at him sideways, then laughed calmly. "If you don't have any, that's fine as well. We can still let you in, but we won't give you a writ of passage, so when you come out, you will have to pay us 3 amethysts." "Writ of passage?" Linley raised an eyebrow. The golden-haired man nodded. "Right. Everyone who pays 5,000 inkstones can receive a writ of passage. When you come out, as long as you return the writ of passage to us, you can leave, but..." Linley's group now understood. "If you want to pay 5,000 inkstones, please come to the centralized entrance point." The golden-haired man pointed to a distant, gaudily built palace gate. Actually, the Amethyst Mountains were very vast. One could enter them by any point through the air or the land. Remember, the writ of passage you receive has to be returned. If you want to flee. The golden-haired man smiled. "Then you will suffer the attacks of the experts of our 18 clans." "Had ha. Just a reminder, that's all." Linley laughed calmly. "Thank you." Immediately, he led Delia, Bibi, and Jenkins towards that entrance. "Boss, that fellow seems to be rather arrogant. He keeps on saying 18 clans this and that." Bibi muttered. "Bibi, don't mind him." Linley himself knew exactly how powerful these 18 clans were. The Redbud continent has only a single amethyst mining area. This is an astonishing treasure site. You know how much an amethyst is worth. Can you imagine how many amethysts the Amethyst Mountains produce? Bibi was startled. Amethysts? Every single Redbud Castle and Blacksand Castle had a large amount of amethysts for sale, so many that one couldn't even count them all. The Amethyst Mountains, which produces an inexhaustible amount of amethysts, is truly a treasure site. The wealth of any of the 18 clans is far greater than that of the Boyd clans. Linley sighed in amazement. For the 18 clans to be able to monopolize this treasure site, the Amethyst Mountains, has to mean that they have the support of an Azura. And what's more, most likely there is more than just one Azura behind them. The Amethyst Mountains was the only amethyst production site within the Redbud continent, but the Redbud continent had nearly 20 prefectures, which meant nearly 20 Azuras. If one just spent a little bit of time thinking about it, one would understand that the power of these 18 clans had to be so great that not even a 7-star fiend like Elquin, much less an ordinary high god fiend, would dare cause trouble for them. At the entrance to the Amethyst Mountains. "Alright, 20,000 inkstones." With a flip of his hand, Linley retrieved 2 long azurite strips. The lady dressed in the long black uniform casually brought out 4 identical-looking seals, giving one to each person in Linley's group. "Thank you, Mr. Linley," Jenkins said gratefully. Actually, on the way over from the metallic lifeform, Jenkins had discovered that amongst Linley's group, the one who made the decisions was not the high god fiend, Delia, but rather it was Linley. "Let's go." Linley flew directly into the air, heading alongside Delia and Bibi towards the foggy sea. The light of the blood sun shone down on the gently flowing sea of fog, creating dazzling colors and one beautiful scene after another. "So beautiful." Delia laughed in a very happy manner. "Linley, look at that." Delia pointed deeper into the fog sea, where tufts of white mist, under the light of the sun, formed winged horses that were galloping in the air. "Vast and endless, it is so comfortable just looking at it all." Linley laughed. "Let's go take a look inside." As he spoke, Linley began to fly deeper in, but right at that moment, "The 4 of you, halt." A voice rang out. Linley's group of 4 came to a halt, puzzled. Turning, they saw a youth dressed in a black uniform armor fly over. Can it be that you don't know how dangerous this fog sea is? Why are you running rashly towards the fog sea? Danger? Puzzled, Linley pointed towards the others in the distance. Aren't there people in the fog sea already? As Linley saw it, if others could enter, then he should be fine to enter as well. In addition, those books he had bought regarding the infernal realm had given a brief description of the Amethyst Mountains. But of course, those books were not very thick, and they only devoted a few pages to each prefecture. Let me give you a warning, the youth said solemnly. The fog sea of the Amethyst Mountains is very bizarre. Visibility within it is very low. Generally speaking, gods only can see for 100 meters within it. Therefore, no matter what, within the fog sea, everyone will stay only in the outer reaches. If you are a god, you cannot enter more than 100 meters. Linley's group began to listen carefully. The youth said solemnly, everyone who goes in deeper, so deep that they can no longer see the outside, will never be able to come out again. Linley's group was greatly shocked. Unable to come out? Dee called out in surprise. How is that possible? It's just white mist. Although visibility is low, if we fly in a straight line from within, why can't we fly out? You won't be able to fly out, the youth said solemnly. As long as you are within the outer perimeter of the fog sea and can still see the outside world, you will be able to fly out. But if you are unable to see the outside world, you'll be finished. Therefore, you must be careful when mining amethysts. Even if there are amethysts just 10 meters in front of you, no matter what, don't pass through into that dangerous region. As soon as you enter it, you won't be able to leave, the youth said solemnly. Linley frowned as he looked towards the large number of deities hovering at the borders of the distant fog sea, and he immediately began to understand. Right. If the fog sea wasn't dangerous, then these deities probably would have charged deep into it long ago to find more amethysts. Why are they still at the border then? Linley was now certain that the fog sea definitely did have dangers within. Remember, at all times, make sure you don't go into the forbidden area, even if there is a heap of amethysts hovering in front of you. Don't go in. The youth finished, then left. Linley, Delia, and Dee looked at each other. They couldn't help but feel amazed at the marvels of nature. Delia, we aren't here to harvest amethysts, just to take a look around. Come. Let's go to some other places. Linley didn't care too much. He immediately led Delia and Bibi to fly around the borders of the fog sea, while Jenkin temporarily continued to follow Linley's group. Linley's group walked for a while. The captain's luck isn't bad. He actually discovered amethysts just now. I've been here 20 years, but I haven't found a single one yet. Hey, Olivier, have you gotten anything yet? At this moment, there was a small team of 10 or so people gathered together. His hair was black mixed with white, and his robe was gray. It was Olivier, who had also come from the Yulon continent. Olivier shook his head. Bad luck. Don't be discouraged. Come, let's go drink a few cups. My treat. Their leader, the captain, said with a laugh. The team flew towards the outer regions of the fog sea, drawing near the entrance, where a number of restaurants were located. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 31, Blessing, Curse. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 31, Blessing, Curse. Olivier's group had in total 12 people. They entered a restaurant, then headed to a corner of the restaurant and sat down at 3 round tables. Captain, you found an amethyst. Don't be stingy. Someone called out. Same old rules. The leader, the big bearded captain, laughed loudly. Each person a bottle of Norcha, Nuasaisha. If you want to drink more, buy it yourself. Immediately, the big bearded captain called out in a high voice, hey, hurry up. 12 bottles of Norcha. Norcha was a fairly good brand of wine. 1 bottle cost around 10 inkstones, while 12 cost 120. Generally speaking, whoever amongst them found an amethyst would invite others to celebrate with them. After all, mining amethysts was a matter of luck. If your luck was good, you'd find one every few days. If your luck was poor, 1,000 years could pass without one. Seizing the bottle of wine, Olivier took a gulp, but his forehead was faintly creased in a frown. Almost 30 years, but I haven't found a single amethyst. Olivier was very annoyed. Raising his head, he took another large gulp. After arriving in the infernal realm, Olivier's luck had been pretty good at the start. After reaching the level of God, he had managed to scrape up 10,000 inkstones to take the fiend trials, and had been lucky enough to pass, becoming a 1-star fiend. But who would have thought that he had failed on his very first mission? In addition, while fleeing wildly, he had become accidentally separated from his good friend Bachelor. Olivier had originally been traveling with Bachelor. After having worked hard to scrape up 10,000 inkstones to take the Fiend trials, he had planned to accept missions, but he failed in his very first one. Thus, in reality, Olivier hadn't made any money at all. After having failed, his total wealth altogether was just a pitiful few hundred inkstones. Use a few hundred inkstones to return to a city? Impossible. Fortunately, at that time, the mission point was fairly close to the Amethyst Mountains, and he had heard of the place before, and so he had carefully spent decades to stealthily make his way here. Per the rules of this place, as he had been unable to pay the 5,000 inkstone fee, he had to pay 3 amethysts before departing. Forget about 3 amethysts. I haven't even found one. It's been almost 30 years. The more Olivier thought about it, the more miserable he felt. Raising his head, he took another large gulp of wine, draining half of it. This damn place, there's no way to take on missions here either. If he wanted to go back safely, he would have to have enough money. To have enough money, for Olivier, currently only a god, the only choice was to harvest amethysts. Olivier, hey. You aren't the only one to not yet find a single amethyst, you know. Someone nearby said. Don't be discouraged. Last time, didn't we run into that unlucky fellow who had been here for 10,000 years without finding an amethyst? Olivier forced out a smile. He had to stay on good terms with these people. Harvesting amethysts in the Amethyst Mountains wasn't necessarily safe. This wasn't a city, after all. In the Amethyst Mountains, if one was lucky enough, one might acquire a pile of amethysts all at once, but many people, upon seeing this fortune, might kill the person who acquired it and rob them of it. This was very normal. Thus, many gods would form into small teams. Olivier's group of 12 was one such team. At least, they were able to protect themselves. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from Olivier, Linley's group of 4 was traversing the boundaries of the Fog Sea. Linley's group hadn't come here to harvest amethysts, just to enjoy the scenery. Jenkin, you don't have to follow us. You can go harvest your amethysts. We'll just stroll around the Amethyst Mountains for a time. In a day or two, we'll probably leave. Linley turned to glance at Jenkin and said casually. Jenkin felt gratitude in his heart towards Linley's group. Mr. Linley, the 3 of you have shown me, Jenkin, such benevolence. I truly don't know how to repay you. In addition, after you leave, who knows how long it will be before we meet again. What's more, mining amethysts is purely a matter of luck. Perhaps by staying alongside the rest of you, Mr. Linley, I'll be able to run into some amethysts. Jenkin jested. Not bad, kid. You are a loyal friend. Bibi slapped Jenkin on the shoulders, pretending to be wizened and experienced. Linley laughed and nodded. Fine, then. We'll accompany you in mining amethysts. I want to see if in the next day or two, we'll be lucky enough to acquire one. The white mist billowed about, and Linley glanced at the boundless white mists. Let's go. Let's go inside the white fog. Remember, everyone. No matter what, keep your eyes peeled on the outside. Make sure that you are able to see the outside. As he spoke, Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Jenkin all entered the white fog. Linley stared into the white mist in suspense. This white mist is so cool and refreshing. The temperature in the white mist was very low. When it encountered the skin, it felt like ice cubes. But Linley's group didn't mind. Boss, hurry up. Bibi actually walked backwards into the mist, his eyes focused on the outside. I can still see the outside. Keep heading in, Bibi chuckled as he constantly flew backwards, and Linley and the other 2 naturally followed him in. Everyone flew very slowly. After flying only roughly 80 meters, Linley's group unconsciously came to a halt. Ha! How strange. Linley couldn't help but begin to frown. Whoosh! In the boundless white fog, there was a gentle sound of blowing wind, but although the sound of the wind was very quiet, Linley still felt his head begin to grow dizzy. Linley furiously shook his head, forcing himself to stay clear-headed. Delia and Bibi were trying hard to stay clear-headed as well. As for Jenkin, he was already beginning to grow dizzy and was unable to tell the directions. Linley immediately grabbed him while retreating slightly. Only now did Jenkin become clear-headed again. Upon becoming clear-headed, Jenkin was shocked. What happened just now? I thought I heard a whooshing wind sound, and then I felt the world begin to spin. I felt so dizzy. Jenkin felt shocked and terrified. This fog sea is extraordinarily bizarre. Bibi muttered in praise. Linley, we'd best be careful. We're just here to look around, not to harvest amethysts. Don't let anything happen. Delia pulled at Linley's hand as she spoke. Linley held Delia's hand and looked at the concern in Delia's eyes. After having experienced the golden magma pool, Linley didn't want Delia to be in any more danger again, and so he immediately laughed and nodded. Don't worry, we won't go any deeper into the fog sea. Hey, you guys. Suddenly, a muscular man with short jade hair flew over. Laughing, he said, you guys, be careful. Don't get trapped inside. You won't be able to get out. Excuse me, friend. Jenkins smiled as he spoke. I'm curious about one thing. Why is it that if one goes deep into the fog sea, one won't be able to come out? If I leave my clone outside while I go inside, since I can sense the direction and location my clone is in, shouldn't I be able to come out? Hearing this, Linley's eyes couldn't help but light up. His words made sense. If one's clone was outside, one wouldn't lose all sense of direction. There shouldn't be any problems. Hey, don't ask me, I don't know either. You can talk all you want, but reality is what matters. The jade-haired man pursed his lips and laughed. If you aren't afraid, you can place your clone outside and use your own body to go inside and test it. But in every case I've ever heard of, not a single person who went in has ever made it out alive, regardless of what method was used. The jade-haired youth, finished with his words, said, All right, you guys, best of luck. After speaking, the jade-haired youth flew off into the distance. Linley turned his head, once more staring into the boundless white mist. Suddenly, Linley was startled. Hey, that's it. From afar, a ray of violet light flashed out, and Linley immediately moved over there. Sweeping out with his hand, he grabbed that ray of violet light. It was an amethyst. Linley couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected that he would be so lucky. Boss, is that an amethyst? DB immediately drew near as well. Right. Jenkin, here you go. Linley, with a flip of his hand, tossed the amethyst over to Jenkin. Linley already had a large number of amethysts. He wouldn't care about one or two. Jenkin knew that Linley was very rich. How could an ordinary person buy a metallic lifeform? Jenkin didn't waste any time with words, immediately storing the amethyst, then laughing, Mr. Linley, your luck really is excellent. As soon as you arrived, you acquired an amethyst. I've heard of people who've spent 1,000 years without finding one. That's only for people with bad luck. For those with good luck, they'll find one every few days. Linley said disdainfully. Boss, since your luck is good, I refuse to believe mine will be bad. DB's eyes were shining as he stared at his surroundings. I'm going to harvest amethysts as well. I'll try my luck also. Delia laughed. As Linley's group began to tour and explore the fog sea, Olivier's group had flown back to the borders of the fog sea once more. The 12 of them separated slightly, maintaining a distance of less than 100 meters. Everyone quietly waited for amethysts to fly out. Amethysts? Who knows how long it will be before I get one. Olivier was currently controlling his Divine Darkness clone by making it train. His Divine Light clone had already reached the God stage, but his Divine Darkness clone was still at the Demigod stage. Olivier was hurriedly trying to increase the power of his Divine Darkness clone. The current level of Darkness-style divine power I have is too low. Once it rises and becomes on par with my Light-style divine power, with my fusion of light and darkness, how could any ordinary god be a match for me? Olivier thought to himself, while at the same time carefully inspecting the fog sea. The blood sun set. The violet moon rose into the skies. When night passed, the blood sun once more rose into the skies. A new day had arrived. During this entire day, Olivier's group of 12 had stayed in their original positions, virtually not moving at all. Those who came to harvest amethysts were all extremely patient. It was normal for them to wait up to 100 years or 1,000 years in the same location. Ha! Olivier looked suspiciously at a distant spot of violet light. Swoosh! A ray of violet light rapidly flashed towards Olivier. Olivier was instantly overjoyed, and almost immediately, he charged forward. After having been in the fog sea for nearly 30 years, Olivier knew what the safe distance was. The others were all farther away from the violet flash. How could they get there faster than Olivier? Is that? While drawing closer, Olivier found himself stunned. It wasn't a single amethyst flying towards him, it was an entire collection of amethysts, fused tightly into a dense cluster, a small pile of amethysts. There has to be at least 10,000 here. Olivier was stunned. In the fog sea, it was true that occasionally, a pile of amethysts would fly out. There had even been cases of 1,000,000 amethysts flying out all together in one clump. However, that had caused a massive slaughter to erupt. After all, 1,000,000 amethysts represented billions of inkstones. To gods, this was an enormous fortune. So many amethysts? With a wave of his hand, Olivier collected all of the amethysts into his interspatial ring. In the moment he stored it, he became clearly aware of the number. There was exactly 18,000 amethysts, worth over 100 million inkstones. This was a true fortune. I hope no one else noticed. Olivier prayed silently. But when Olivier turned his head, he felt shock in his heart. Because those 11 people were staring at him. Olivier, your luck wasn't bad. The captain pursed his lips and grinned. Although I couldn't see exactly how many there were, I expect there were at least over 10,000. The finder gets a share, but shouldn't you take it out so we 12 brothers can divide it equally? Olivier's face changed. 12 people divided equally? This was something he had gotten himself. Olivier ground his teeth. How about this? Each of you can get 800 amethysts. The rest are mine. You also know that there were roughly 10,000. With 12 people, I shall get just a bit more. No need for you to divide it up. Remove the blood binding on your interspatial ring and let us inspect it, and then we can divide it up. Immediately, some spoke out. Remove the blood binding? Olivier understood in his heart. The people of the infernal realm wouldn't truly be so fair. Alright, Jenkin. No need to accompany us any further. You've already accompanied us so far. Continue with your amethyst harvesting. We'll leave now. From not too far away, a voice rang out. When this voice entered Olivier's ears, it caused Olivier to have a very familiar feeling. This was a familiar person's voice. Mr. Linley, be careful on your journey. Another voice rang out. Olivier was instantly shocked. Linley? Olivier turned to look at the source of the voice, and within the hazy white mist, Linley, Delia, and Bibi were currently flying together. Bibi glanced over towards him as well, and then chuckled, Boss, look, a group of people are surrounding one person, and, hey, that guy, hey, boss, that's Olivier. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 32, Violet Light Rising to the Heavens. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 32, Violet Light Rising to the Heavens. Surprised, Linley turned to look as well. It really is Olivier. But currently, Olivier was surrounded by a group of people. Sweeping them with his gaze, Linley felt quite calm. These 11 are all gods. Nothing to fear. However, why are they all staring at Olivier? Can it be that Olivier has received some sort of treasure? While thinking this, Linley began to fly towards Olivier, and Delia and Bibi were naturally by his side. Ha, Olivier, what's going on? Bibi chortled. Need us to help out, dot. Olivier saw Linley's group of 3 fly over, and he immediately recognized them. Linley, his wife, and that Bibi. Olivier couldn't help but laugh bitterly to himself. As he saw it, Linley in the past had only been a demigod. After dozens of years had passed, Linley would at most be a god. The 3 of you came at such a time. Olivier sighed to himself. At such an urgent moment, Olivier hadn't carefully inspected the strength of Linley's group. After all, in Olivier's mind, Linley's group of 3 consisted of just 3 gods. But there were 11 gods surrounding them. The 3 of you. Suddenly, a god came to stand and block in front of Linley's group. This affair is between us and Olivier. The 3 of you had best leave. Suddenly. Swoosh. A figure flashed by, and a blurred leg shot out like lightning, smashing viciously against the chest of that god. The ribs splintered and caved downwards, while that god was knocked flying deep into the fog sea like a sandbag. It must be understood, that was the fog sea. One couldn't enter the fog sea beyond the danger area. That kick sent him flying dozens of meters, but at the critical moment, that god immediately let out a furious roar and forced himself to come to a halt. You? The god pointed angrily at the straw hat wearing Bibi. Me what, me? Bibi stared at him, then barked back. Me and my boss were flying over, minding our own business, when you suddenly blocked our way. Who else was I supposed to kick besides you? Punk, I showed mercy just now. Otherwise, I would have kicked you to death with one kick. The 11 gods couldn't help but feel enraged, and yet at the same time, they felt shock as well. Bibi's kick had simply been too fast. Although it was at a close distance, the man hadn't been able to block at all. Actually, BB himself was naturally talented at the shadow-shaped doppelganger technique, and he was also a divine beast god-eater rat, with an extremely powerful body and who was naturally fast.
Aren't the three of you going a bit too far?
The leader, their captain, said.
Linley and Delia didn't speak, but BB glanced sideways at him. Too far? Can what I did be considered going too far? I was actually extremely courteous just now. If I really wanted to go too far, do you think any of you 11 would still be alive?
BB swept his gaze across the 11, as though looking at 11 prey animals.
Captain, that woman is a high god fiend. A divine sense suddenly rang out in the captain's mind. High god fiend?
The captain was greatly shocked. Because it was clear from the manner in which Linley's group had flown over that Linley was the leader, many of them hadn't paid attention to that seemingly fragile woman. But when they carefully inspected her, they discovered that they couldn't sense any aura from Delia at all.
A high god. And a high god fiend.
Not just the captain, the others discovered this as well.
Hey, how come you all went mute?
BB, as a divine beast god-eater rat, was naturally filled with savagery and battle lust. He was hoping for a good fight, and he stared viciously at the 11.
Didn't you guys say I was going too far?
Come on, I'll show you what going too far really means.
No need.
The captain immediately called out, while at the same time, the look on his face turned humble.
Ha! BB glanced at him. The captain forced out a smile. Since the three of you know Olivier, we won't disturb Olivier in the midst of his reunion with you.
And then, the captain looked at the others. The 11 gods, as though by tacit agreement, immediately flew away at high speed. In the twinkling of an eye, only Linley's group and Olivier remained.
They fled really fast.
BB pursed his lips as he spoke. Olivier was greatly shocked.
They fled?
That pile of amethysts, to gods, was very enticing, as Olivier well knew.
3 mere gods definitely couldn't make 11 gods flee.
Olivier swept BB, Linley, and then Delia with his gaze. Olivier was greatly shocked.
This Delia, she has actually become a high god?
Olivier, long time no see. A warm, gentle voice rang out. Linley, Delia, and BB flew towards Olivier. Olivier, it seems as though you're in pretty sorry shape.
BB teased.
Olivier recovered from his astonishment. His face filled with gratitude, he said, Linley, I truly do need to thank you this time. If it hadn't been for you, I really would have been in trouble this time. Olivier knew very well that if it hadn't been for Linley's group, the other 11 definitely would have attacked. At this point, he had only reached the god level in his divine light clone. In terms of power, there were some amongst the 11 who were more powerful than him.
Can it be that you received a priceless treasure, causing them to feel greedy and so join forces against you? Linley asked. Thinking of this, Olivier let out a low sigh. Just now, suddenly, a pile of amethysts flew out from the fog sea. This is an enormous fortune. However, blessings and disasters come together. I acquired this pile of amethysts, arousing their murderous intent. Linley nodded in understanding. Linley suddenly thought of a person. Olivier, you know Bachelor, right? Bachelor? You met him? Olivier was overjoyed. How is Bachelor doing? He should be doing better than me. During our last mission, we were separated.
Seeing the look on Olivier's face, Linley understood that Bachelor and Olivier definitely were on very good terms.
He is dead. Linley said directly. Dead? Olivier was startled. Linley let out a low sigh.
Roughly 20 years ago, the two of us accepted the same escort mission.
We got to know each other during the mission.
However, while escorting, we suffered an ambush from an expert, and Bachelor was struck by an attack and killed. Linley still clearly remembered the scene of how Bachelor had been smashed to death by a boulder.
Now, thinking back to it, it all seemed a matter of course. That volcano titan was Fusro, an ultimate expert with the power of an Azura.
Using some boulders to kill gods was simplicity itself.
Olivier was silent for a moment, then let out a low sigh. Yet another one dead.
Linley, Delia, and BB's hearts trembled. Although this phrase, yet another one dead, was a simple one, this phrase contained within it many stories, which they could easily imagine. The infernal realm is a place of survival of the fittest.
Battles and slaughters are normal in the infernal realm. Linley said.
From the smallest tribes and bandit groups to the most powerful 6-star fiends, 7-star fiends, and even Azura-level experts, struggles continue unabated.
Right. Survival of the strongest. Olivier nodded. Linley, the three of you seem to have done much better than me in the infernal realm.
Olivier laughed.
He had also noticed the fiend medallions on their chests, and knew that Delia was a high god fiend.
However, what are you doing here? Olivier didn't believe that Linley's group was here to harvest amethysts.
We helped someone on the way over, so we brought him here. At the same time, we wanted to do some sightseeing in the Amethyst Mountains. I've heard that the Fog Sea is extremely beautiful and is one of the great marvelous sights of the infernal realm.
Linley laughed. You came here for sightseeing? Olivier didn't know what he should say.
When even staying alive was a problem for a person, one would force himself to come up with ways to grow stronger.
Only when one was in no danger would one think about sightseeing.
Just based on the fact that Linley had come from sightseeing, Olivier was certain that Linley's life was a rather leisurely one these days.
Right. The scenery here really is excellent. Olivier could only agree. Huh, what's going on?
Linley turned his head, puzzled.
From afar, violent energy ripples were spreading out.
Delia, Bibi, and Olivier all looked over.
Even angry roars could be heard coming from there, as well as bellows. Kill that white-robed punk. He has a pile of amethysts. That roar rang out from afar.
Instantly, many people nearby were drawn forward.
Everyone, quick, kill that white-robed punk. Ah, it was seized by the red-robed guy. From afar, angry roars continued unabated.
In an instant, over 1,000 people flooded over, causing utter chaos.
Even Linley's group of 4 was shocked. A pile of amethysts? Olivier's expression was rather priceless.
He himself had acquired a pile, after all.
Come, let's take a look.
Bibi said eagerly.
Linley nodded.
Most of the people here harvesting amethysts were gods or demigods. His power was enough to not fear the likes of them. By the time Linley's group of 4 drew near, the violent battle sounds had died down, as a pursuit had begun instead. A group of people were chasing after a green-robed man who wielded a long black spear, who was frantically fleeing at high speed. Linley's group swept this many people flying about in front of them. It seems that pile of amethysts was taken by the green-robed man.
Linley said with a calm laugh. It really is quite insane. Bibi muttered. It's just a pile of amethysts. Is it worth getting so worked up?
Olivier said, that pile of amethysts, each amethyst is very small, and so a small pile represents more than 10,000 amethysts.
That's worth 70 or 80 million inkstones. To gods, this is indeed a huge fortune. Bibi was utterly disdainful. With a net worth of over 200 billion, how could he care about an amount like that?
But of course, that bit of money isn't much in the eyes of a high god fiend.
Olivier continued. Ah. A pile of amethysts. Him, kill him. In another direction, yet more angry shouts could be heard, and instantly, from afar, a wild series of battles could be heard to start. Bang! From yet another direction, exploding sounds rang out. Linley frowned. Wait. Something's wrong here.
Linley could clearly sense that right now, there were many different areas which were emanating with the sounds of violent energy ripples.
Clearly, battles were going on everywhere.
Generally speaking, 1, 2, or even dozens of amethysts couldn't cause these gods to battle like this.
Only if a large pile of amethysts appeared would this happen. Acquiring amethysts was a matter of luck.
But now, battles were occurring in many areas.
What is going on? Delia was puzzled and frowned. Can it be that there are many areas with piles of amethysts flying out? Delia's guess was correct.
Right at this moment, the entire Amethyst Mountains seemed to suddenly become generous.
In multiple areas, large numbers of amethysts flew out, sometimes by the piles. Each pile had at least 1,000 amethysts, while the largest had more than 1,000,000 amethysts flying out in a clump. Utter chaos.
So many amethysts caused the gods to go insane. The Amethyst Mountains covered a circumference of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Around the Amethyst Mountains, there were 18 ancient castles scattered in different locations, each of which was the base for one of the 18 clans. But right now, there were people hovering in the air above all 18 castles.
Milord, so many amethysts have charged out.
The Amethyst Mountains seemed to have gone wild. In the air above a castle, a black-robed man and a violet-robed man were hovering in the air, staring at the fog sea. The black-robed man spoke respectfully. The violet-robed man stared at the fog sea, a look of delight appearing on his face.
Ah, violet light rising to the heavens. It truly is violet light rising to the heavens. After so many years, the fog wave of the Amethyst Mountains has finally once more descended. The violet-robed man was overjoyed. Right now, looking at the fog sea from outside.
Deep within the fog sea, an eye-piercingly brilliant violet glow had risen into the skies, piercing straight through the foggy clouds. It was incomparably dazzling. Rumble! The fog sea covering the entire Amethyst Mountains suddenly exploded wildly, crashing outwards in every direction like bellowing waves. In but the blink of an eye, the wild waves violently expanded by nearly 10 kilometers, expanding all the way outwards until they nearly reached those 18 castles. As for those people who had originally been at the borders of the fog sea harvesting amethysts, they weren't able to react at all before being devoured by the fog sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 33, The Strange Fog Sea. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 33, The Strange Fog Sea. The fog sea had a circumference of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It must be understood that Linley's homeland, the Yulon continent, had a circumference of only 30,000 kilometers. It was less than a tenth of the fog sea in size. The people who had been originally harvesting amethysts at the borders of the fog sea, altogether, were over 100 million in number. But of course, 100 million deities in the vast, endless infernal realm was nothing at all. These 100 million people were all swallowed up, leaving behind only the overseeing staff of the 18 clans at the outer perimeter, as well as the staff of those 18 castles. One can harvest for 1 trillion years without getting as much as we will today. A violet-robed figure standing in the air above one of the castles was filled with eagerness, and he barked towards the people below, "Send the order. All oversight squads are to go collect amethysts. Any who take them for themselves, upon being discovered, are to be put to death." "Yes, my lord." From within this castle, a flood of people flew out, numbering more than 1,000. They dispersed into the air around the Amethyst Mountains. The uniformed oversight squads also began to quickly harvest amethysts in accordance with the order. The staff members of the 18 clans all began to wildly harvest. Whoever harvested more and faster would earn more. Outside the roiling fog banks, a large number of figures could be seen scurrying about, and many amethyst stones which flew out at high speed were collected into interspatial rings. "So many amethysts?" A bald man dressed in a uniform muttered, while waving his hand, snatching a flying pile of amethysts into his interspatial ring. "Is this harvesting? This is just grabbing money. I really want to get some for myself." The subordinates of the 18 clans were all astonished and envious, but they didn't dare to take any for themselves. Because after each harvesting, their interspatial rings would be inspected. They weren't permitted to take so much as a single amethyst for themselves. "How many amethysts will the clan acquire this time? I've already collected more than 100,000 amethysts by myself. Our clan alone has at least 100,000 people like me. Good heavens, doesn't that mean there will be more than 10 billion amethysts? That represents more than 100 trillion inkstones." A simple calculation made by those uniformed harvesters frightened them out of their minds. What's more, they had only been harvesting for a short while. The fog sea continued to roil about, with large amounts of amethysts shooting out at high speed everywhere. It was indeed a fact that the rewards the 18 clans had reaped over 1 trillion years would not be as much as they would reap from the fog wave of today. "All of you, hurry up!" those higher-level staff members shouted. "Hurry up and harvest them! Don't let the other clans take them away." As they shouted loudly, they would occasionally deign to reach out and snatch some amethysts as well. After all, sometimes a single pile of amethysts had hundreds of thousands of amethysts in them. That represented a fortune of trillions of inkstones. Grabbing money. This money-making speed was simply too ridiculous. No wonder the 18 clans were so excited about this fog wave. The fog wave brought the 18 clans enormous wealth, but at the same time, the fog wave swept those pitiable gods and demigods all into the depths as well. Because of the sudden expansion by nearly 10 kilometers, the people who had been within the fog sea's borders were all now nearly 10 kilometers within it. 100 meters was the danger line. 10 kilometers? None of them would be able to return. Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Olivier had been chatting and laughing about going to a restaurant to eat. But who would have expected that the fog sea would suddenly expand? It must be understood that normally, the fog sea constantly roiled about, and Linley's group was within the borders of the fog sea. They weren't able to notice that the fog sea had expanded. In addition, the actual expansion of the fog sea was simply too fast. In but an instant, Linley's group of 4 entered the danger zone. They didn't actively go in, but the fog sea had expanded. 10 kilometers deep into the fog sea? At 100 meters distance, their heads would go dizzy. 10 kilometers? Whoosh! That low, rumbling wind constantly rang out, and one attack after another hammered against their souls. Most gods, upon falling into this environment, would immediately have their minds turn chaotic, but as Linley has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, he was able to remain clear-minded. Linley had trained for 20 more years after parting with the volcano titan, Foisro. During these 20 years, Linley had refined a large amount of amethysts and further strengthened his soul, while at the same time he had worked diligently to repair the flaw in the soul-protecting sovereign artifact. By now, the strength of the patch over the flaw was excellent.
What's going on? Linley fought to stay clear-minded.
Boss, my head feels miserable.
BB frantically shook his head. However, I can still maintain my awareness.
BB suddenly closed his eyes, then opened them again, trying to keep himself awake. Linley turned and saw that although BB had been able to maintain his clear-mindedness, Delia and Olivier. Although Delia had reached the high god level, Delia didn't have a soul-protecting divine artifact, and what's more, she had fused with a divine spark to become a deity. Although she had absorbed some golden soul pearls, under the attack of the strange sound of the wind, she was beginning to turn woozy.
Linley,
My head hurts, Delia forced out a few words from her lips. Linley immediately grabbed Delia by the hand.
He understood what Delia was going through. In this sort of environment, staying clear-minded was already very hard, much less using divine sense to speak. Delia was only just barely able to say a few words. Even her eyes were occasionally clear, occasionally lost.
Boss, Olivier has lost consciousness.
BB grabbed Olivier by the hand, afraid that Olivier would drift away from their position.
Olivier isn't able to stay conscious?
Linley was secretly shocked. Olivier had a mutated soul, and yet even he wasn't able to stay awake? Linley stared at the surroundings.
The visibility within the fog sea was very low, and Linley's group was only able to just barely see past 100 meters. Linley forcibly suppressed his dizziness as he looked around himself, but no matter where he looked, all he saw was white fog.
Boss, there's white fog everywhere. We can't see the outside. BB called out in alarm.
Linley couldn't help but think back to what that person had said when they had arrived: if you go so deep in as to be unable to see the outside world, you won't be able to leave.
Boss, will we be unable to leave?
BB also suppressed his dizziness as he spoke.
BB had a soul-protecting divine artifact.
Although its level wasn't as high as Linley's, at least BB's soul-protecting divine artifact was an undamaged one.
Unable to leave? Linley's face suddenly changed. BB, have you realized that something's wrong? Wrong? BB didn't understand. Haven't you noticed that even if we don't use our divine power to control our bodies, we still won't land? Linley said.
Just now, Olivier had been unable to stay conscious, and yet he was still floating.
This was because this area had no gravity at all. There really is no gravity. BB immediately realized.
Linley ground his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the pain and sense the strength of the wind around him. All I can feel is that there are surges of wind gently pushing us around, constantly drawing us in.
Linley pointed towards their front. If we don't resist, we will probably enter the dangerous area. Therefore, we need to move towards the opposite direction. Linley said.
Boss, the direction of the wind just changed.
BB suddenly called out in alarm. Indeed.
The direction of the wind was chaotic and disordered.
Sometimes it would be here, other times it would push there.
This immediately caused Linley and BB to feel stupefied.
Swish.
Suddenly, a violet light flashed over.
Amethysts.
BB reached out, storing the violet light into his interspatial ring. Boss, this pile of amethysts, although not large, has at least several thousand within it.
Linley didn't care about amethysts. He was pondering how to leave. Linley's face suddenly turned ashen. No one who has entered the fog sea has ever been able to leave. If one really was able to so easily exit the depths of the fog sea, there probably would have been an entire pile of high gods harvesting amethysts within it, but even those 18 clans just quietly wait outside. Clearly, this is a place where you can enter but cannot leave. Linley immediately deduced this fact.
But this deduction caused Linley to feel miserable, because the strange wind sounds were still causing Linley's head to feel woozy and extremely painful.
BB, forget about everything else. Let's charge straight in front. Linley ground his teeth.
At this time, nothing else mattered.
All right. BB nodded.
Immediately, Linley held Delia's hand while BB pulled Olivier along. The two headed straight forward. The white fog was hazy, and there was no gravity. Linley's group wasn't even able to determine where up and down was, much less the four cardinal directions. They could only blindly charge forward.
Amethysts. From afar, some more amethysts flew out.
When they drew near Linley, Linley waved his hand and drew in the amethysts, immediately storing 10 amethysts into the coiling dragon ring while the rest were stored into his interspatial ring. The coiling dragon ring instantly refined those 10 amethysts.
Hey! Linley's face revealed a hint of delight.
I didn't expect that while absorbing soul essences, the wooziness would weaken. However, after flying for a while, the whooshing wind came to an end.
We finally flew out of that strange area.
Linley and Bibi all had small smiles on their faces, while at this moment, Delia and Olivier woke up as well.
Linley, what happened? Delia asked.
Just now, even thinking was difficult.
The surrounding area is all white fog. I can't see the outside. Delia was shocked as well.
As they were speaking, Linley's group flew several dozen more meters.
Suddenly. Bang! Very suddenly, a terrifying gravitational force enveloped them.
This gravitational force was applied to every part of their body, including their blood vessels, heart, and even soul. Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Olivier all suddenly suffered this terrifying gravitational force. For a moment, they were stunned. At an astonishing speed, the four of them were all drawn deep into the fog sea. Moments later, the four regained consciousness.
This is the supergravity field. Linley hurriedly said through mental messaging.
More precisely speaking, this is the law of the Earth's profound mysteries of gravitational space. This sort of gravity was simply too ridiculous.
Linley hadn't been able to resist at all.
At most, he was able to reduce his speed. All four of them were working hard to reduce their speed.
Gravitational space? Delia looked towards Linley. It's slightly different.
Linley said hurriedly.
Gravitational space is just one type of powerful gravity which generally applies throughout one's body. It doesn't have any effect on the soul.
But this damn place, Linley couldn't help but shake his head as he spoke. It seemed as though that surge of strange energy even had a strange, strong attractive force to souls.
A gravitational effect that works on souls? Linley felt that this was utterly senseless. The white fog was everywhere.
Linley's group was only able to see so much. Right at this moment, however, an amethyst flew over at such high speed that Linley wasn't able to react at all. In the same instant it arrived at Linley, suddenly.
Crunch!
The amethyst actually pierced directly through Linley's pulse-guard armor, then just barely pierced through Linley's body. After having pierced through, though, the speed of this amethyst dropped dramatically, and it didn't have sufficient momentum to resist that gravitational field. Immediately, the terrifying gravitational force caused it to halt, then reverse direction and move faster.
Linley was astonished.
A single amethyst passing through his body hadn't caused too much damage, but the speed of this amethyst was too astonishing. This sort of striking power caused even my pulse-guard armor to be unable to withstand it.
Boss, there's people over there.
Bibi sent through a soul message. Linley's group of four struggled to resist the attractive force and slow down, but someone next to Linley flew past them at astonishing speed, not resisting at all. Because his skull had been riddled with gaping wounds.
He's dead. Olivier sent through a mental message. Linley nodded slightly.
He should have been killed by those suddenly appearing amethysts, which shot through his head. In the white fog, visibility was lowered to 100 meters. Given the astonishing speed at which the amethysts shot out at, capable of resisting that gravitational effect and also piercing through the pulse-guard armor, not even Linley was able to react in time.
Linley was lucky.
He had been struck in the chest. But the other person had been struck on the head by a pile of amethysts, instantly dying.
Delia, behind me.
Linley immediately barked, while at the same time dragon forming.
Olivier, you hide behind me as well. Bibi said. Linley's face was grave. This fog sea was an extraordinary place.
First, that bizarre wind, which should have been present within the chaotic region, but now it was the gravity region. The gravity was so powerful that not even high gods were able to resist it.
More importantly,
both of these regions were able to affect the soul. The place where amethysts are formed.
How many secrets are contained within these amethyst mountains?
Linley was puzzled, but suddenly Linley's face changed dramatically.
Amethysts.
From afar, a fairly thick ray of violet light appeared, instantly striking towards Bibi's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 15, Chapter 34, High God. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 34, High God.
Within the fog sea, Linley's group of four was flying at high speed. They were still only able to just barely see within 100 meters of themselves. This ray of violet light's sudden appearance caused everyone to be alarmed. 100 meters distance, at the speed the violet light traveled, was not enough to allow one to dodge. Boom! A low, rumbling collision sound. The violet light smashed viciously against BB's waist, and BB was knocked flying backwards. This fairly thick ray of violet light was actually an entire pile of amethysts, and the collision force from the pile of amethysts actually caused BB to temporarily hurtle downwards at high speed, pulling away from Linley's group. Olivier had been right behind BB, but BB had smashed right into him. This sudden collision caused Olivier's body to shudder and a hint of blood spurted out from his lips. BB. Linley and Delia both turned to look. BB was holding his stomach. Following the gravitational pull, he flew back towards them, and Olivier did the same. They came to a halt alongside Linley. Baring his fangs, BB pursed his lips and said, "Boss, the striking power of those amethysts really is quite strong. It smashed straight into my stomach. Ouch." Olivier wiped away the blood from his lips in astonishment. Just now, that amethyst had easily pierced through Linley's body, and what's more, it had been traveling at such speed despite the gravitational pull. One could imagine how astonishing the speed was. And yet, an entire pile of amethysts had struck onto BB's stomach, but hadn't harmed BB at all. BB had only been knocked into Olivier, and yet the force of that collision had caused Olivier to vomit blood. One could imagine how powerful the concussive power of those amethysts were. Linley actually laughed and joked, "BB, your belly hurt for a moment, but you got an entire pile of amethysts out of it?" Linley naturally knew how powerful BB's defense was. Olivier stared in astonishment at BB. "BB, the striking power of those amethysts was so great, and yet you..." BB delightedly raised an eyebrow. "What, is it so strange? Are you kidding? Don't you know who I am? I'm BB. Hey, Olivier, who told you to stand over there? Hurry up and get behind me." BB suddenly barked. After having seen what happened just now, Olivier understood how powerful BB was, and he immediately moved to stand behind BB. Linley and Delia were in a line, while BB and Olivier were in a line. In the boundless fog sea, Linley's group was unable to truly resist the gravitational force. All they could do was allow it to carry them in deeper. "Mountain peak!" BB cried out in surprise. Linley turned his head. Indeed, an entire mountain peak was smashing towards him. A mountain peak smashing towards him? Linley suddenly twisted his body, managing to force himself to one side. "Hey, how did I dodge this?" Linley was rather surprised. If it had been amethysts shooting at him, he wouldn't have been able to resist at all. But Linley instantly realized. This mountain isn't moving. We arrived at the Amethyst Mountains. So we were dropping this entire time. Linley only now realized what direction they had been going in. Under the pull of the gravitational force, Linley's group brushed past the mountain peak and continued to drop at high speed. This astonishing gravitational force caused all of them to drop astonishingly quickly, and the further down past the mountain peak they went, the vaster the mountain became. Linley suddenly, clearly noticed a large mountain rock flash past his eyes. No time to dodge. Bang! Linley's group smashed straight into this mountain boulder, halfway down the mountain. Although they had smashed into the mountain, the astonishing gravitational force still dragged down at them. The four were sent tumbling downwards by the gravity. As their bodies continuously rolled downwards, Linley felt dizzy, especially after his head had hit the mountain rock. "Delia!" Linley immediately grabbed the downwards tumbling Delia, while at the same time he viciously clawed at a protruding mountain rock, fixing himself onto the mountain. BB immediately grabbed a mountain rock as well, no longer rolling downwards. As for Olivier, he continued to roll downwards, quickly disappearing. Pant, pant. Linley panted a few breaths, then raised his head to look at BB. "BB. Where's Olivier?" "He fell down," BB said hurriedly. "I didn't have the chance to catch him." Linley turned his head to glance at Delia. Delia wasn't injured either. Only now did Linley calm down and look at his surroundings. At the moment, the three of them were halfway down this mountain, and the area around them was covered in white fog. Linley's group couldn't see the bottom of the mountain at all. Olivier probably fell down into the bottom. Delia said. "Let's go down. Down. Let's go down." Linley could still sense that astonishing gravitational force. "Be careful. The gravity is too powerful." However, the stones of these amethyst mountains are sturdy as well. Linley gripped the protruding stone and sighed in astonishment as he spoke. The rocks of the entire amethyst mountains were all a dark red color. Previously, when Linley had smashed head-on against the mountain rocks actually hadn't shattered. Linley, look. Amethysts. Delia laughed. Halfway down the mountain, there were 1 or 2 amethysts scattered about as well. This place is the Amethyst Mountains. Naturally, there's many amethysts here.
Bibi muttered, while at the same time punching hard against the mountain rocks. The dark red mountain rocks only shuddered, and a small crack appeared.
Bibi stared in astonishment.
My full force punch wasn't able to smash it apart. As he spoke, Bibi withdrew that black dagger with a flip of his hand. Crackle, the black dagger forced its way down into the rock, cutting a large scar into the stone. Within the rock, aside from the dark red stone debris, there were scattered amethysts as well.
So there's actually amethysts within these rocks.
Bibi laughed. And then, he shook his head.
Only, it's so complicated.
My dagger can even break through high god artifacts, but this rock, I was only able to chop a chunk of it off.
What's more, the amethysts are embedded into the rocky fragments. Getting them out will be complicated. Let's go. Forget about the amethysts. Let's go down first. Linley led them downwards. The Amethyst Mountains were completely covered by white fog.
However, the outside world had never been able to know what the true appearance of the Amethyst Mountains was like. This was because no one who passed into the fog sea and entered the Amethyst Mountains had ever been able to escape.
Linley's group was currently walking on the Amethyst Mountains, and had even arrived at the base. It seems the white fog is thinner here,
Bibi said, looking around himself. The density of the white fog at the base of the mountains was lower. Linley's group was now able to see to a distance of 200 meters.
Olivier. Linley immediately saw that nearby figure.
Bibi, Delia, let's go over.
Olivier was currently looking around in concern.
He was surrounded by that bewildering white fog. He had rolled all the way down, in the end landing at the base of this mountain peak.
However, in the nearby area, he wasn't able to see any people at all.
All he could see was some blood-stained corpses, their bodies shattered from the fall.
Best to wait here for Linley and them. Olivier didn't run about wildly.
After all, the area around him was covered with white fog. If he ran about, he would very possibly be separated from Linley's group.
Olivier. Linley's voice rang out.
Olivier felt a surge of joy in his heart. He immediately turned and saw Linley's group of 3 running over. In this damnable place, being together with friends and helping each other made one feel more confident.
Why aren't there any others here? Bibi looked around as well, saying in a disdainful manner. Don't be impatient. Linley laughed. Swoosh.
Suddenly, from above, multiple figures descended at high speed.
Bang. Bang.
These multiple figures didn't stop at all, smashing viciously against the ground with a hollow, deep thudding sound. One could imagine how strong the collision force was.
Linley's group of 4 looked at these 5 newcomers. Bibi covered his mouth, beginning to laugh.
The 5 of them had fallen in terrible condition. Even their faces were scratched open. The 5 woke up after a while, then hurriedly began to use their divine power to repair their wounds while rising to their feet.
Did the 4 of you enter from the outside as well?
The leader of the 5, a green-haired man, spoke out.
Of course we came from outside. Bibi laughed as he responded. Just like you, we fell down from up above. However, we were a bit better off than you. We weren't so unlucky as to smash into the ground.
As he spoke, Bibi continued to cover his mouth and laugh.
The 5 couldn't help but have awkward looks appear on their face. Bibi. Linley couldn't help but bark out. Bibi was simply too talented at causing trouble. However, the 5 weren't too angry either.
In this strange place, it was better for everyone to remain united. They, too, had discovered that Delia, a high god fiend, was present. Their attitude naturally became all the more friendly towards Linley's group.
Linley glanced at the surrounding area. Let's go. We can't always stay here. Let's go to some other areas and take a look.
Linley's group of 9 began to walk through the Amethyst Mountains. In but a short while, they encountered over 100 people. Everyone had entered from within the fog sea. Naturally, they formed into a unit.
This small unit was actually led by Delia. Because Delia was the only high god.
This grand group of 100+ people carefully made their way through the Amethyst Mountains.
The gravity here really is powerful. Even walking is so difficult.
A voice came from behind.
It really is weird.
Even the gravitational space of a high god would at most be at this level, but this gravity is in effect throughout the entire Amethyst Mountains.
That's weird. Even the most powerful of high gods can't set up such an enormous, large-scale gravitational space. A conversation was going on in the rear. Walking in the front, Linley agreed. This sort of gravity truly was too astonishing.
Ha! Linley's face changed. Everyone, halt! Linley said loudly.
Immediately, the 100+ people came to a halt.
What's going on? A question from behind. But Linley just looked up ahead.
In front of them, 2 figures could be seen. Just now, those 2 figures had flown past them, but when they reached a few dozen meters away from Linley, they suddenly came to a halt.
So fast. Linley was secretly surprised.
Under the gravity of the Amethyst Mountains, they are still able to travel so quickly.
These 2 are very powerful.
The 2 hesitated a moment, then began to draw near.
The 2 both wore long black robes.
Only, one of them was a man with long silver hair, while the other was a woman with long brown hair.
You came from the outside world?
The brown-haired woman said coldly.
High God?
Linley's group was astonished. There were virtually no high gods amongst the amethyst harvesters. However, the 2 in front of them were actually both high gods.
Linley was secretly startled. Who are these 2 people?
The brown-haired woman and the silver-haired man were both studying Delia, especially upon seeing the fiend medallion on Delia's chest. Immediately, the brown-haired woman said, "My name is Garland, Jelon."
I don't know who this high god fiend is. My name is Delia.
Delia said with a smile. The silver-haired man laughed as well.
Delia, hello. My name is Jared, Jeluoda.
The Amethyst Mountains are extremely dangerous.
Since you, Delia, are a high god fiend, how about you join with us? With the 3 of us joining forces, the chances of us staying alive will be higher. Staying alive? Delia was stunned. Linley couldn't help but be startled as well.
So the situation really was dire. These Amethyst Mountains are filled with many dangers. Even these 2 high gods speak of staying alive. Linley couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. At this moment, the group of gods behind Linley immediately grew nervous and started chatting amongst themselves.
None of them were idiots.
Hearing the words of the silver-haired man, they understood that the Amethyst Mountains definitely were very dangerous.
Might I ask if I can bring a few people into the group? Delia asked. You cannot.
The brown-haired woman said with utter decisiveness.
It is very dangerous right now. We aren't even certain of our ability to protect ourselves. How can we take on these additional nuisances? Delia, hurry up and choose.
If you are willing to join us alone, with the 3 of us joined together, we should be able to survive this crisis.
No need. Delia shook her head and refused politely. The 2 high gods couldn't help but be stunned. Traveling with them, the only thing that will happen is that they will slow you down. They will be your doom.
The silver-haired man, Jared, said hurriedly.
Hey, why all the pointless chit-chat? Bibi barked unhappily. So what if she doesn't join you? The silver-haired man couldn't help but glance at Bibi. There's no need. Thank you for your good intentions.
Delia said in refusal. The silver-haired man and the brown-haired woman glanced at each other, shaking their heads.
If you aren't willing, then forget it. I just want to warn you of one thing.
The brown-haired woman looked at Delia.
Beware the amethyst beasts.
After speaking, the brown-haired woman and the silver-haired man immediately flew away at high speed, instantly disappearing into the mist. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 15, Chapter 35, Amethyst Beasts. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 35, Amethyst Beasts.
The brown-haired woman, Garland, and the silver-haired man, Jared, flew away side by side at high speed.
That Delia is truly an idiot.
Jared cursed softly. A venerable high god fiend who spends her time with a group of gods and is unwilling to leave them.
She is absolutely looking for death. Enough talk. That Delia wants to die. What can we do about it? Garland shook her head.
What's more, it's hard to say if even we ourselves will be able to endure this crisis.
Let's hurry up and go far away from those monsters. Jared seemed to have just remembered the monsters as well. He couldn't help but shudder, then hurriedly said, "Right, let's hurry up and leave."
The 2 increased their speed still further.
Linley's group of people was currently in a state of chaos. Just now, those 2 high gods said that the Amethyst Mountains are very dangerous. Are we going to actually keep going forward?
As I see it, let's not run about wildly.
Let's halt here.
Just because we don't run about, does that necessarily mean we'll be safe here? Didn't you see those two high gods run away? If it was safe here, why wouldn't the two high gods stay here? Linley was currently frowning as he stared into the white fog. Amethyst beasts? Those two said beware the amethyst beasts. Even high gods are so frightened of them that they flee. Then Linley turned to look at Delia, Bibi, and Olivier. Let's separate from this group of people. Olivier said. If we stay with them, we'll have a great deal of trouble. Linley turned to look at those people. Mr. Linley, are you going to abandon us? Immediately, someone spoke out. Lord Delia, we are all under your command. No matter what, don't abandon us. Lord Delia. These gods and demigods were afraid that Delia would leave. If she did, who then would protect them? With a high god fiend by their side, they would feel safer. Shut your mouths. Bibi snarled at them. Quiet down. In the infernal realm, when a lethal crisis had descended, who would be so bored as to waste time protecting others? Why are you shouting towards us? You are just a god. On what basis are you causing such a ruckus? Many people looked at Bibi unhappily. Bibi was instantly enraged. Quiet. A low growl rang out. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. It was Linley. Linley was currently frowning as though trying to hear something. These gods and demigods slowly began to hear a low, growling sound, but the sound was very weak. But moments later, the growling sound grew stronger. Clearly, some monsters were drawing near at high speed. Beast growls? Many people began to feel astonished. Linley immediately sent out with his divine sense, Delia, Bibi, Olivier, let's flee. As Linley spoke, he immediately began to flee, and Delia, Bibi, and Olivier didn't hesitate, immediately following Linley and flying at high speed. Follow Lord Delia. Immediately, people began to call out while chasing after them. The 100+ people nervously began to gallop forward at high speed from behind. However, Linley's group of 4 were extremely fast. Despite the astonishing gravity, Linley and Bibi's tough bodies were able to resist the gravitational pull while still running at high speed. Delia was a wind-style high god, also very fast. The slowest was Olivier, but he was a light-style god, adept at speed. The 100+ others were slowly falling behind them. However, Roa aware. Roa air. The angry roars reverberated in the skies, while at the same time drawing near at high speed. The speed was so fast that it was actually far faster than the likes of Linley and the others. Such astonishing speed. Linley felt greatly shocked. The monster, when running, actually was causing the earth to tremble. Those powerful earth vibrations caused his heart to grow panicky. Rohair! Rohair! The bestial roars grew closer and closer, as though coming from directly behind them. Aya! What sort of a monster is that? Kill the monster, kill it! Arg, die! Aya! Lord Delia, save us, Aya! Bellows and fierce screams rang out from behind them. Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Olivier couldn't help but turn to look. As they did, they were shocked. Its body looked like that of a ferocious lion. It was 4 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. This ferocious beast's entire body was made out of metal and stone, and its entire body glistened with a violet light. The divine weapons of those gods, when landing on its body, weren't able to harm it at all. The strange thing was, on its head, there were 3 sharp horns that were positioned in the shape of a triangle, while on its back, there were over 100 sharp spikes that covered its entire back. 108 spikes. Linley could immediately tell. And its entire body emanates an amethyst aura. Its entire body glistens with a violet light, and in coloration and aura, it seems very similar to amethysts. Can it be that its entire body is made out of amethysts? While fleeing, Linley was guessing to himself. The amethyst beast chased after them, 2 of them, in fact. These 2 amethyst beasts opened their vicious maws, as though wanting to crunch and bite these deities in half, then swallow the upper half of their bodies into their bellies. Roa air. The amethyst beast's blood-red eyes swept across the area, and it swept out its fierce claws casually. Bang! A divine artifact was smashed aside, and then a deity's body was smashed as well. The deity's head wanted to fly away, but under the powerful gravity, it was extremely hard to fly. The amethyst beast opened its maw to devour the head, directly swallowing the deity's head into its stomach. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 people had died. Flee! The monster isn't afraid of soul attacks, and it isn't afraid of material attacks either. The short battle had caused the 100+ men to no longer have the courage to fight back. They had delivered full-force blows to the bodies of those amethyst beasts, but hadn't been able to injure them at all. These amethyst beasts didn't respond at all to soul attacks either. At the same time, the amethyst beasts were easily slaughtering them. Flee. They only had this choice left. The lucky survivors frantically fled in every direction. No matter how powerful the amethyst beasts were, there were only 2 of them. With so many people fleeing in every direction, how many of them could the amethyst beasts kill? Bang! Bang! The 2 amethyst beasts suddenly spat out quite a few divine sparks from their mouths. Clearly, these divine sparks belonged to those people they had killed and devoured. It seems the 2 amethyst beasts are unable to digest divine sparks. Thus, they had to spit them out. Linley guessed to himself. The crimson eyes of the 2 amethyst beasts stared around the area, and violet steam came out from their nostrils. Their gaze then fixed upon the distant, fleeing Linley and the other 3. Row air. Chase. A low, indistinct voice rang out, and the 2 amethyst beasts immediately charged towards Linley's group. They flew like the wind, they moved like the thunder. Despite the powerful gravity of the amethyst mountains, the 2 amethyst beasts still moved as fast as lightning, drawing closer and closer to Linley's group with astonishing speed. Linley, who had been paying attention to the amethyst beasts at all times, couldn't help but feel startled. Those 2 beasts. There's so many people here, so why are they focused on us? Through his earlier observations of the battles between the amethyst beasts and the gods and demigods, Linley had become certain that these beasts were not easy to deal with. Material attacks and soul attacks were all ineffective. But it's hard to say if it's just that those material attacks and soul attacks weren't strong enough. Linley understood this principle. However, even the combined attacks of those gods hadn't been able to wound the 2 beasts. Even if I were to attack, I probably still wouldn't be able to deal enough damage. Boss, those 2 beasts are drawing near. Bibi said frantically. Don't worry about me. Olivier said frantically through a mental message. He was the slowest of the 4, dragging them down. Shut your mouth. Bibi growled, then suddenly reached out and clutched Olivier. And then, Bibi's speed rapidly increased. Linley and Delia increased their speed as well. Linley still remained nervous. Those 2 beasts are still slowly drawing near us. The 2 beasts, emanating violet steam from their nostrils, continued to gallop forward at high speed, constantly reducing the distance between them and Linley's group. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. Less than 10 meters now. Linley seemed to be able to sense the hot steam coming from the nostrils of the beasts. Row hair. Suddenly, one of the 2 amethyst beasts rapidly increased its movement speed, instantly jumping forward and moving like a bolt of violet light, instantly arriving in front of Linley's group. 2 amethyst beasts, one behind them, one in front of them. Linley's group was caught. Linley's group was forced to come to a halt, and Bibi placed Olivier down as well. The situation seems grim. Delia frowned. Boss, let's split them up. 1 for each of us. Bibi actually licked his lips as he spoke. Fine. Linley nodded. But the 2 amethyst beasts were actually both staring at Delia. One of them let out a growling, stuttering sound. Hi God, eat. And then, one of the amethyst beasts transformed into a ray of light, pouncing directly towards Delia. Delia wielded the spear of Cortez in her hands. Bowing suddenly, her entire body seemed to arc like that of a longbow, and then with a massive thrust, the long spear shot forwards. Swoosh! The long spear thrust out, moving at maximum speed, causing even space to crack around it. Elemental laws of the wind, dimensional attack. Crunch! The spear of Cortez actually stabbed into the amethyst beast's body, and the amethyst beast fell down from the skies. The spear of Cortez immediately returned to Delia's hands, leaving behind a hole in the body of the amethyst beast. Crackle, the hole quickly healed, as though it had never been wounded. Row hair! The amethyst beast immediately began to roar angrily, while the other amethyst beast did the same. Linley and Bibi exchanged a glance. At virtually the same instant, they leapt off from the ground. Their 2 powerful bodies exploded forth with astonishing strength, shooting out like arrows towards each of the amethyst beasts. Linley's right fist, carrying boundless power, smashed towards the amethyst beasts. The amethyst beast roared angrily, swiping out with its fierce claws. Bang! Linley's draconic scale covered right fist and the sharp claws collided violently. Linley and the amethyst beast were like 2 colliding meteors. Both of them were actually sent flying back by that astonishingly powerful counterforce from the collision. The amethyst beast was knocked to the ground, and its scarlet eyes were filled with astonishment. As for Linley, the very instant he landed on the ground, he leapt up and shot out like a gust of wind. Haha, Linley's dark golden eyes were filled with a hint of excitement. Ever since he had absorbed the drop of Sovereign's might, Linley hadn't encountered a foe whose body was comparable to his. Linley's entire body was filled with tens of thousands of tons of power. His draconic claws were like blades. Covered by dimly glowing blue light, his palms slashed down, transforming into countless illusions and creating clear ripples in space. The amethyst beast bellowed, immediately using the horns on its head to charge towards Linley. Linley's eyes exploded forth with power, and he howled with rage. Bang! His palm collided with one of the spikes, which was forcibly shattered as Linley's palm continued to chop down towards the amethyst beast's skull. Profound truths of velocity, bewildering shadow. Linley was knocked flying backwards by the force of the collision, while with a boom, the amethyst beast was knocked down to its knees by the power of the blow. What a tough horn! Linley looked at his right hand. The draconic scales covering his right hand actually showed a hint of blood beneath them. This amethyst beast had been completely enraged. You will die. Its low, gravelly voice echoed out from its bestial throat, while at the same time, the broken horn on the amethyst beast was slowly regrowing. However, clearly, the damage to the broken horn wasn't as easily repaired as the damage to the other parts of its body. It seems I underestimated you. With a flip of his hands, Linley wielded the adamantine heavy sword in one hand and blood violet in the other. Come! Linley launched off the ground, charging forward once again. Olivier was currently watching this go on, stunned. Linley and the amethyst beast were battling each other as though they were two meteors smashing into each other time and time again. As for Bibi, his battle with the other amethyst beast was also as wild and as exciting to watch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 36, The Storm Caves. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 36, The Storm Caves. These amethyst beasts had easily slaughtered those gods and demigods. This was enough for Olivier to understand how powerful they were. When they had been wrapped into the fog, Bibi had been struck by a pile of amethysts, and from this, Olivier had already gotten a sense of how powerful Bibi's body was. Bibi was a divine beast, and he had a connection to Beirut. Olivier could understand why he was so powerful. But Linley? Linley is also, his body is actually able to go head-on against that amethyst beast. Olivier watched this scene, completely dumbfounded. He had originally believed that as he himself had spent a few short decades of hard work to reach the god stage, he should be considered fairly impressive and perhaps had even surpassed Linley. But in reality, the difference between him and Linley was very great. This monster doesn't fear soul attacks. Linley's furious roars rang out. He was thrown far away, but he then immediately flipped up and climbed to his feet. In disbelief, Linley said, "My full strength attack, Voidwave Sword." This beast had no reaction to it at all. "Boss, just use physical attacks," Bibi called out. "Fine." Linley stored away his adamantine heavy sword and once more leapt forward, pouncing towards the amethyst beast like a giant eagle charging downwards. Linley's blood violet once more executed the bewildering shadow attack, chopping down with no mercy whatsoever towards the amethyst beast. The amethyst beast, afraid of that attack, dodged. Bang! Blood violet struck against the amethyst beast's flank, chopping down at least half a meter. However, as soon as Linley withdrew the sword, the wound immediately regenerated. "Boss, this freak isn't afraid of soul attacks, and even when I use physical attacks, it will recover from it, no matter how heavy the injury was." Bibi was helpless as well. Linley couldn't help but glance at the horn he had shattered, but the amethyst beast's shattered horn was now already completely regrown. Linley couldn't help but to laugh bitterly. Even the most powerful of high gods, when receiving my Voidwave Sword, would at least have a response to it, even if he didn't fear it. But this amethyst beast didn't react to it at all. While its body is so hard, it can compare to a high god artifact. And it can rapidly regenerate. Linley was utterly speechless. This sort of freak was completely invincible. No wonder even those two high gods chose to flee instead. Linley thought to himself, while at the same time, once more clashed viciously against the amethyst beast. With a sword chop, Linley shattered one of the spikes of the amethyst beast, while he himself was sent flying away by the amethyst beast's claws. In midair, his body twisted, and he landed on the ground on his feet. The amethyst beast roared in agony. Clearly, the broken spike caused him great pain. Roar! The beast currently battling Bibi came to a halt, raising his head and emitting a roar. The amethyst beast currently battling Linley also came to a halt. After staring at Linley for quite some time, it seemed to have finally realized that Linley hadn't been wounded at all. In the end, it finally gave up, emitting the same low angry growl. The two amethyst beasts glanced at each other, then the amethyst beast who had been battling Linley looked at Linley. In a low, gravelly voice, it said, "Body, not bad." The amethyst beast battling BB also glanced at BB. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two amethyst beasts transformed into two rays of violet light, running far away at high speed. "Linley, are you alright?" Delia walked over, and Linley smiled and said, "Of course I'm alright." However, I must say, those two amethyst beasts really were formidable. They are utterly without flaw. But of course, they don't know soul attacks. Linley, what happened with those two amethyst beasts? Why did they leave? Delia asked, puzzled. The nearby Olivier spoke out. Perhaps, the two amethyst beasts realized that fighting with you had no benefit for them at all, and instead they continuously were injured. Thus, they gave up and left. Olivier reasoned. Wasn't that the case? Linley and BB hadn't been injured at all, and even if they were slightly nicked, they could use their divine power to heal it. Naturally, the two amethyst beasts had no interest in continuing in this sort of battle. "Boss, I knocked a few rocks loose from its body. They seem to be amethysts." BB grabbed up a few violet jewels from the floor. While BB had battled the amethyst beast, he had been using his black dagger to chop down on it. This was a God's Park dagger. Naturally, it was able to chop a few jewels apart. Hearing this, Linley immediately looked towards those two broken spikes on the ground. He absorbed them directly into his coiling dragon ring, and indeed, those two violet jewels were immediately refined, and a large amount of soul essence was withdrawn, leaving behind only some detritus. Indeed, these amethyst beasts are completely made out of amethysts. Linley felt stunned. Amethysts were filled with soul essence. These creatures completely made out of amethysts, how much soul essence did they contain? "Boss, what are the results of your investigation? Are they amethysts?" BB asked. He held that violet jewel, not completely certain of its identity. "It is indeed an amethyst." Linley nodded. BB, Delia, and Olivier, although expecting this answer, were nonetheless surprised. Delia frowned. "Where did this freak come from? It doesn't fear soul attacks, and its entire body is so tough. What's more, it immediately heals from any wounds." It had to be said that this sort of monster could be described as unbeatable. Or perhaps, more accurately, as extremely hard to kill. "But I noticed that the creature's intelligence seems to be very low," BB said. "It is indeed low. When we were fighting, all it knew how to do was to use its fierce claws and its fangs to launch basic attacks. It didn't know any profound mysteries at all." Linley had noticed this as well. However, they are capable of speech. Everyone nodded slightly. The amethyst beast had afterwards said the words, "Body, not bad." Everyone remembered this. "Let's go. Let's take a look and see if there's a way for us to leave these amethyst mountains," Linley recommended. Immediately, they all headed out once more. However, the area around them was covered in white fog, and Linley's group didn't know what places were dangerous. Still, by walking on the ground, at least Linley's group knew the general direction they were moving in. They continued moving forward in a straight line. As Linley's group of 4 was moving forward, Jenkin was following 3 other gods, carefully traversing these amethyst mountains. His luck had been excellent. He had safely arrived within the amethyst mountains, and up till now, he hadn't encountered any amethyst beasts. "I wonder how Linley and the other 2 are doing," Jenkin said to himself quietly. Whoosh! A powerful wind sound could be heard from up ahead. "Let's go. Let's go take a look together," one of the gods immediately called out. All 4 of the gods, Jenkin included, drew closer to the origin of the sound. Moments later, Jenkin's group saw the source of that violent wind sound. "This is, ... Jenkin and the other 3 stared, slack-jawed. 100 meters away, on the ground, there was a straight crevice that was dozens of meters long. Deep within the crevice, there was a cave that was roughly 10 meters long. A howling wind was emanating from within this cave, and countless flashes of violet light were also spurting out from within the cave. The speed at which the violet light moved was simply astonishing. "So the amethysts flew out from here," Jenkins said in amazement. However, he didn't realize, the amethyst mountains had more than one location like this one. The countless amethysts were blasting in every direction. Because they all moved in different directions, when they flew into the fog sea, they naturally covered the entire area. However, because their directions were different, some actually flew in slanting lines that were virtually parallel to the walls of the crevice, which was sunken in. Thus, many of the amethysts smashed directly into the walls. Many of them embedded themselves deep into the crevice walls, but many others just lay there at the bottom of the crevice. The cave was at the center of the crevice. There were countless amethysts lying everywhere else. How many amethysts is this? The four gods stared, slack-jawed. Amethysts usually weren't very large, and so a small pile of just a few dozen centimeters could contain over 10,000. However, this area that was littered with trenches definitely had to calculate the number of amethysts in the hundreds of millions. Every single amethyst was already very valuable. How much would so many amethysts be worth? The four gods were all stunned when they calculated the wealth. We're rich. A god suddenly regained his senses. We're rich. Jenkin was excited as well. One of the four gods hurried straight towards one of the straight trenches below. The other three, reacting slightly slower, also immediately ran downwards. The four didn't want to kill the others. After all, the amount of amethysts was simply too great, so great that their greed was completely satisfied. But as they drew near the trench, the four came to a halt. Because large numbers of amethysts were slamming against the walls of the crevice, knocking loose the amethysts already embedded in the walls of the crevice, which fell back into the crevice. These amethysts were shooting out at a speed that was simply astonishing. If the four of them were to fly down, they would most likely be shot full of holes by those amethysts. What to do? The four gods all hesitated. When they had fallen downwards, they had witnessed the shooting power of the amethysts. It must be understood that by then, the amethysts had already flown for a period of time, and their shooting power was actually lower than at first. But these amethysts that were shooting out from the cave were at the peak of their power and speed. If they jumped into the crevice, they would definitely die. Use divine artifacts. One god advised. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved a whip. Lashing the whip out, the whip instantly elongated, coiling down like a python towards the cave. Bang! 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 A large number of amethysts smashed into the whip, and the divine artifact was actually cracked apart by the force of the collisions. The god's face couldn't help but turn white. The divine artifact had been destroyed. It must be understood that the amethysts were even capable of breaking through Linley's pulse-guard defense, and that was when they had already traveled a long distance. For the amethysts that were shooting out from the cave, even high god artifacts would be shot through. How could a god artifact possibly withstand them? Jenkin and the other three were stunned. Mother Fasterus Kerr, so many amethysts are in front of us, but we can't take them. One of the gods cursed. Actually, there were amethysts scattered everywhere throughout the Amethyst Mountains. Only, the amount that was scattered about was fairly small. The amount that the four had picked up was only around 100 amethysts. Within the crevice, however, there were thick layers of them. A random grab would pick up an enormous amount of them. Forget it. Life is more important. Jenkin shook his head helplessly. The other three sighed helplessly as well. As the four of them were about to give up, suddenly, the cave which had been constantly blasting our amethysts suddenly stopped, and the sound of the wind came to a halt as well. In the entire crevice, not a single amethyst was blasting out, leaving behind only a floor full of amethysts. This, Jenkin and the other three were stunned. Down, go down. The four gods excitedly hopped into the crevice. With these amethysts, Jenkin's mind was in a tumult. At the same time, he wildly began to collect large amounts of them into his interspatial ring. Hey, Jenkin? A voice rang out. Jenkin turned. It was Linley's group of four. Linley's group had been attracted by the sound of the wind as well, but as they drew near, the sound of the wind had abruptly halted. As Linley drew near, they had discovered the crevice full of amethysts as well as Jenkin and the other three, who were wildly collecting amethysts. So many amethysts? Linley was shocked. Bibi, Delia, and Olivier were stunned as well. Goddamn, compared to these amethysts, a fortune of 200 billion is nothing. Bibi's eyes were shining. But just as Bibi was about to jump down into the crevice, rumble! The cave, which had already stopped shooting amethysts out, suddenly gave birth to a powerful gravitation attraction force. The strength of this gravitational force actually caused space to tremble, creating a spatial vortex. The spatial vortex within the cave instantly absorbed all of the amethysts within the crevice, along with Jenkin and the other three gods as well. Lord Linley, Jenkin, in that instant when he was being sucked into the cave, stared straight at Linley, his eyes filled with a hint of despair and resignation. However, he wasn't able to resist at all. The strange thing was, this astonishing gravitational force really was like a whirlpool. It only affected the entire crevice, but outside of it, it didn't have any influence at all. Crackle, the cave continued to swirl and absorb. Within the crevice, the only things that were remaining were those amethysts that had been deeply lodged into the sides of the walls. As for amethysts which had been knocked loose, not a single one remained. Seeing this scene, Linley couldn't speak for a long moment.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 37, The Rescue. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 37, The Rescue. The cavern whirlpool continued to swirl, its powerful sucking force enveloping the entire area near the crevice. As for Linley and the rest of the four who were outside the crevice, they watched with blank stares and slack jaws. Jenkin and the other three gods had actually been swallowed into the cave, unable to resist at all. This sight was simply too astonishing. Linley stared at the cavern whirlpool, his face turning solemn. Olivier's eyes narrowed, and he said softly, "Linley, just now it seemed as though the cavern was completely inactive, and just moments ago, there was a thick layer of amethysts in the crevice. How come, all of a sudden, such a powerful, bizarre suction force appeared?" Linley felt similarly stunned and frightened. This is the infernal realm. If I were to use my bewildering shadow attack at full strength, I too can cause space in the infernal realm to ripple, but the simple suction power of this cave created a spatial whirlpool. This devouring power. When a sword chopped down, a spatial crack or ripple would appear, focused on the sword. Simple suction which resulted in a spatial whirlpool, this sort of suctioning force was simply too frightening. Most likely, not even a high god could resist that sort of suction force. Linley said to himself, "Hey, boss, why were there so many amethysts in that crevice just now?" BB said, puzzled. "Also, there's quite a few amethysts embedded deep into the walls of the crevice. Where did all those amethysts come from?" BB and the others hadn't witnessed the cave spewing forth amethysts. "Let's stay far away from this place," Delia said, gnawing on her lips. "I keep on having the feeling that this place is a bit too weird." "Well spoken. Let's move farther away." Linley led Delia and the others farther away from the crevice, but after traveling dozens of meters, Linley's group came to a halt. Linley suddenly turned his head to stare towards the crevice. Frowning, he said, "Hey? How come that suction sound is gone?" "Right, there's no sound any longer." BB directly headed back, moving closer to the crevice, then turned his head towards Linley and said in surprise, "Boss, hurry over and take a look." The suction in the crevice ended. "It's calm again." Linley, Delia, and Olivier's eyes were filled with puzzlement, and they drew near as well. Indeed. The large crevice was very quiet and seemed very ordinary. If they hadn't seen what they had seen earlier, Linley's group wouldn't have suspected that this crevice was dangerous. "It is as though there is no danger here," Delia said after looking for a while. Rumble, very suddenly, like the roaring of a vicious beast, a terrifying howling sound instantly exploded forth, while at the same time, countless flashes of violet light came out in dense clusters from the cave hole. The dense clusters of amethyst sprayed wildly in every direction. Some rose to the heavens, some shot towards the horizon. Countless rays of violet light disappeared past the white mist above. However, many amethysts scraped the sides of the walls as they shot out. Because the angle was too narrow, they struck the sides of the crevice, and then with metallic clanging sounds, many amethysts collided with the amethysts already embedded into the walls, and then fell backwards, landing into the crevice. Moments later, the crevice was covered with a thick layer of amethysts. This sudden scene caused Linley's group to be shocked as well. Soon, they began to understand many things. "Oh. I get it. Those gods and demigods who were harvesting amethysts at the edges of the fog sea, those amethysts most likely flew out from and came from this type of cavern," BB immediately said in a jubilant voice. "There are so many amethysts flying out in such density. Look. That ditch is filled with a thick layer of them." Linley kept his silence. Ever since they had entered the Amethyst Mountains from the Fog Sea, Linley had gotten a thorough lesson in the astonishing gravitational power held within the Amethyst Mountains. This was a gravitational force which even high gods would find hard to resist, but those amethysts had been able to withstand it and then fly out. They had even been able to pierce through his pulse-guard armor, and that was after they had already flown for a long time and slowed down. What secrets are held within these Amethyst Mountains? Linley looked towards the cave, continuously spewing forth amethysts. Whether blasting out or swallowing in, the power is monstrous. If a high god was capable of such explosive power and shoot his energy with such force, he would be utterly invincible.
An expert capable of such explosive power could, with a casual toss of an amethyst, riddle the opponent's head with holes.
Deities are not capable of such great power, but the world is. It exists in nature. Linley sighed in his heart. Olivier, Bibi, and Delia were also sighing in amazement. But, right at this moment, from afar, an angry howl could be heard. This angry howl, to Linley's group, was an extremely familiar sound, because it was the angry howl of an amethyst beast. Amethyst beast. Linley's face changed, along with the faces of the other four. At the same time, they turned to stare towards the direction the sound came from. From afar, two figures were fleeing with great difficulty, while behind them was a 10-meter-long, mighty amethyst beast. The amethyst beast bellowed continuously as it used its sharp claws, fangs, and horns on its head to attack wildly. The two fleeing figures were in dire straits. It's actually them. Linley couldn't help but be surprised.
Those two people were actually the two high gods which Linley had met earlier when first arriving at the Amethyst Mountains, Garland and Jared. The brown-haired woman, Garland, and the silver-haired man, Jared, currently appeared to be in extremely sorry shape.
They were very unfortunate.
They had actually encountered an amethyst beast. But of course, they were also very fortunate. After all, they had only encountered a single amethyst beast.
Roar!
The amethyst beast opened its maw wide, biting down towards Garland. Jared let out a furious shout, and a black flaming longsword in his hand struck down viciously towards the amethyst beast's mouth. The amethyst beast, despite not being afraid of material attacks, would still find it painful to be struck by a divine artifact on the mouth. The amethyst beast immediately shut its mouth, at the same time lowering its head, using its horn on its forehead as it gored towards Garland.
Clang!
The flaming longsword stabbed into the amethyst beast's forehead, but it only sank a little bit in.
Roar!
The amethyst beast was only all the more maddened, and its two eyes were like scorching red flames.
It actually only gored towards Garland even faster.
Chi-thray, as its speed increased, the horn tore through the air and created an ear-piercing whistle. The amethyst beast was actually trying to use its horn to smash Garland's head apart.
Garland's face changed dramatically. Bang!
A warblade suddenly appeared, smashing viciously down upon the amethyst beast's forehead. The attacker was Jared, who grabbed Garland and borrowed the bounce-back force of this blow to flee at high speed.
Run faster.
Stop wasting time with that beast.
Jared said mentally.
I know we can't waste time with it, but you know how fast that thing is.
Its speed is faster than us.
I don't want to waste time with it, but it keeps on bothering me. Garland felt both furious and helpless.
She wasn't able to find any weaknesses in the amethyst beast. Jared felt helpless as well.
The beast didn't fear soul attacks or material attacks, and it was extremely fast.
How could there actually be a creature like this in the world? It was completely unbalanced.
Fortunately, however, this sort of amethyst beast possessed a very low level of intelligence, and wasn't capable of using any profound mysteries of the laws.
Roar!
A violet blur flashed towards Jared and Garland in pursuit, and the two of them could all but sense that extremely heated breath of the creature making contact with their skin.
This amethyst beast is too fast.
Jared and Garland both felt helpless. Suddenly, a surge of wind came.
Dodge! Jared pushed Garland hard, making the two of them dodge in separate directions. Slash!
A fierce claw slashed past Jared's body, and instantly, half of Jared's arm was ripped off as blood sprayed everywhere.
The amethyst beast immediately raised its head and bellowed in excitement. Roar!
At the same time, the amethyst beast bounded into the air, planning to seize the opportunity to kill Jared.
Jared's shattered left arm was rapidly regrowing. Mother Fasterous Cur, how can this monster's speed be so fast?
Jared was almost at the point of tears. When Garland saw this, without hesitating at all, she immediately scurried forward, and Jared also immediately moved at high speed towards Garland. When the two of them joined forces, they actually were able to just barely keep themselves alive, but if they were to try and fight solo, if one of them were to die, the other would be unable to stay alive either.
Garland, what should we do? This monster is even capable of telling the difference between me and the doppelgangers that I created. Can it be that I'm going to have to sacrifice a divine clone?
Jared frantically sent a mental message. Unless all other choices are gone, don't use the technique that will make you sacrifice a divine clone.
Garland sent back.
Using the doppelganger technique in front of an amethyst beast was useless. The amethyst beast was actually able to tell the original body from amidst the hundreds of doppelgangers.
This was simply inconceivable.
Thus, generally speaking, amethyst beasts were indeed very hard to deal with and very troublesome.
Someone's here.
Garland and Jared instantly noticed from the corner of their eyes the nearby group of four. Linley's group. Upon seeing Delia in particular, their eyes immediately lit up. It's that high god fiend named Delia. Garland and Jared were overjoyed. Not hesitating at all, they immediately flew at high speed towards Linley's group. As they saw it, if a high god fiend were to join forces with them, the situation would be much better. This Delia is actually still with those gods. Those gods are quite lucky to still be alive. Garland and Jared, while charging towards Linley's group, couldn't help but think this. Garland and Jared's speed was inferior to that of the amethyst beast. Thus, when running and fleeing, they naturally suffered one caress after another from the sharp claws of the amethyst beast, causing Garland and Jared's bodies to be covered with bloodstains and wounds. What a pain! BB muttered. BB, come, let's shoo the amethyst beast away. Linley sent. Linley and BB almost simultaneously moved forward, quickly moving past Garland and Jared's forms, causing the two to be shocked. Are these two gods looking to die? As they dodged past, they turned to look. They saw a devilish purple sword shadow slash through the air and land on the amethyst beast's horn, forcibly chopping through it. Slash! It chopped down into the amethyst beast's tough skull, causing the amethyst beast such pain that it howled in agony. At that same moment. Slash! BB's black dagger also forcibly rammed into the amethyst beast's chest, carving out a large chunk of amethyst. In great pain, the amethyst beast wildly clawed down with its two ferocious front claws towards Linley and BB's heads, as though by reflex. It was as though it wanted to make Linley and BB's heads explode. However, Linley and BB both immediately moved to dodge. With two thudding sounds, the sharp claws still clawed down upon their shoulders. Linley and BB's bodies shuddered, and they were knocked backwards multiple meters. The amethyst beast stared in astonishment towards Linley and BB with its big red eyes. Linley and BB actually hadn't been wounded at all. The amethyst beast's sharp claws hadn't been able to leave behind any damage on Linley's draconic scales or BB's body. The amethyst beast stared at Linley and BB in confusion. It actually let out a growl, then turned and immediately fled. Garland and Jared, these two high gods, stared slack-jawed at this scene. The monster fled? They had never heard of an amethyst beast being forced to flee. When battling against amethyst beasts, it was always the high gods who got the worst of it. After all, how many people had bodies as tough as Linley and BB's? Garland and Jared exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with amazement. They had never before held gods in much consideration, but just now, these two gods had actually forced that amethyst beast to flee. Thank you, the two of you, for helping us. The two of us definitely will not forget this kindness you showed us. Garland immediately said sincerely. BB glanced at her sideways, muttering unhappily, helping you? You ran all the way over to us. If we didn't do something, the amethyst beast would have started to attack us next. Garland and Jared couldn't help but let out awkward laughs. When they had run over to Linley's group, they had been hoping for Delia to assist them. After all, the amethyst beast would attack humans whenever they found them. By dragging others down with them, everyone would work together to face the threat. In this regard, they had indeed acted wrongly, and so Garland and Jared naturally felt embarrassed. We were forced to do so and had no other options. I hope you won't blame us. Jared hurriedly said. Jared and Garland knew that in the Amethyst Mountains, Linley and BB would be of much greater use in the Amethyst Mountains than high gods like themselves. Jared and Garland, while speaking, also secretly inspected Linley and BB's shoulders. They couldn't help but feel astonished. These two actually took the attack of an amethyst beast head-on without suffering any wounds? What sort of bodies do they have? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 38, Juvenile Beast. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 38, Juvenile Beast. Although they were astonished, Jared and Garland, in dread of the power of Linley's group, behaved extremely properly. Hey, Garland. You two should have been in these Amethyst Mountains for quite some time, right? BB laughed as he asked. Garland and Jared glanced at each other, their eyes revealing a look of resignation. Garland let out a sigh. Right. We have been here a long, long time. At least 100 million years. Over 100 million years? Linley's group was stunned. 100 million. A simple phrase, but a truly extravagant figure. Linley was only in his second century, and was a very long distance off from 100 million years. Jared said sourly, in the past, Garland and I also encountered the fogwave situation, and thus we were unwillingly brought into the Amethyst Mountains. That day, the Amethyst beasts were also very excited. They killed many people, but the two of us were lucky enough to survive. Back then, I was a god, while Garland was a demigod. After so many years, Garland and I have both reached the high god level. But because too much time has passed, the two of us couldn't be bothered to calculate it exactly. However, the 100 million-year mark passed long ago. Linley was shocked. To grow from a demigod to become a high god, for most people, an extremely long period of time would be needed.
Can it be that you don't want to leave? Linley looked at them as he spoke solemnly.
Or can it be that these Amethyst Mountains really are, as the legends have it, a place where one can only enter but not leave? When he had heard people speak of this at the edges of the Fog Sea, Linley had only half believed it. As Linley saw it, none of the amethyst harvesters had entered the Fog Sea.
How could they know what the situation was for the people inside of it?
Even though he himself had entered the Amethyst Mountains, Linley still clung to a few shreds of illusory hope. He believed that he still had a chance to leave.
Right. Once you come in, you cannot leave, Jared said with great certainty. You really can't leave? Linley was stunned. Was he to forever be trapped here?
The nearby Delia glanced at Linley, knowing that Linley wanted to go to the Indigo Prefecture and visit the elders of the Baruch clan.
Delia immediately asked, Jared, why are you so certain?
The Amethyst Mountains are so enormous.
There definitely are many people here. Not a single person has ever left?
The brown-haired woman, Garland, said consolingly, I know you aren't willing to accept this, but this is the truth.
First of all, the gravity in the Amethyst Mountains is very powerful, Garland said.
Generally, high gods aren't able to resist the gravity at all.
Delia and Linley both nodded slightly.
Delia was a high god, but she was unable to resist this gravity.
Although Linley's body was tough, he still couldn't resist the gravity and fly outside.
Garland continued, the Amethyst Mountains have existed for so long. Many of the people who entered this dangerous area early on have already reached extremely high levels of power, most likely comparable to 5-star fiends, 6-star fiends, or even more. There once was an exceedingly powerful high god who was actually able to resist the gravity and fly towards the outside.
Linley frowned.
He was able to resist the gravity, but when he reached the area filled with those strange winds, he was affected and his head went dizzy. Although he was able to maintain his clarity, he stayed in mid-air for decades without being able to find a way out.
Garland said. Bibi said in astonishment, decades? In that area which made the mind go dizzy? Right. However, that area is very bizarre.
It isn't just a simple confusion, even the soul is affected, and so there's no way to fly out.
Garland shook her head as she spoke.
Linley couldn't help but feel his heart clench.
Even an expert who could resist the gravity couldn't fly out. What could Linley do?
That Jared asked, puzzled. Afterwards, it was quite strange. That expert abandoned leaving the Amethyst Mountains, but not long after that, he completely disappeared for no reason.
Disappeared for no reason? Linley's group of 4 was shocked. Garland nodded. Right. Not just him.
Afterwards, everyone who reached an exceedingly high level would suddenly disappear. Nobody knows if they died or fled, or if something else happened.
Garland and Jared were very mystified as well. Linley frowned.
These experts who were at the 6-star fiend or 7-star fiend level of power wanted to leave but had failed. There's no way they could have left under their own power. Whether they died, left, or were controlled, there has to be some sort of mechanism here behind the scenes controlling everything.
Linley said to himself.
Linley stared at the Amethyst Mountains. Linley kept on having this feeling that the Amethyst Mountains, in and of themselves, were very strange.
Soul essence was one of the most important components of a soul, but the Amethyst Mountains actually produced amethysts. This was inconceivable.
In addition, there was that white fog which perpetually covered the area, that strange wind sound, that astonishing gravity. And also, that cave which occasionally suctioned in and occasionally blasted out.
All of these things made him uneasy.
Garland, Jared. Bibi suddenly pointed towards the distant crevice.
Do you see that place which constantly blasts out amethysts? What's going on with the cave in that crevice?
Occasionally it blasts things out, and occasionally it stops, and then occasionally it starts swallowing things in.
What is that about? Don't go to that place, Garland said hurriedly. Those places are what we call demonic amethyst layers. In total, the entire Amethyst Mountains have 108 of these demonic amethyst layers. 108 total?
Bibi stared.
This strange place actually has so many? Garland said hurriedly, right. These demonic amethyst layers is the source for blasting out amethysts.
They'll normally blast out amethysts as well, only in fairly small numbers, unlike today where they blasted them out in extravagant numbers. Also, when the demonic amethyst layers stop blasting out, don't be greedy and try to enter the crevice to snatch amethysts.
I know. BB snorted.
I personally watched those 4 be swallowed into the cave. That poor Jenkin, BB's eyes were filled with a hint of sadness.
Someone was swallowed in?
The nearby Jared let out a surprised sigh, then immediately said, those who were swallowed in were definitely newcomers who didn't know these things. Of the 3 blasting, resting, and swallowing stages of the demonic amethyst layers, the blasting stage is the longest, the resting stage is the shortest, while the swallowing stage is in the middle.
Not only is the resting stage short, the length of each rest is different.
There's no pattern or regularity at all, and no one who knows how dangerous it is would dare to jump in.
Lindley's group of 4 nodded slightly. They themselves had witnessed this.
The blasting stage was quite long, while the resting stage was mere seconds.
To harvest amethysts isn't too hard.
During the resting stage, all you need to do is use an elemental doppelganger or an elemental hand in order to snatch some up.
Garland laughed calmly. Lindley immediately understood.
Right. For example, the essence of the earth could form a long hand to snatch some up. Even if the swallowing stage suddenly began, there wouldn't be much of a loss.
Jenkin and those 3, ugh. Lindley sighed in his heart. But at that time, they didn't know anything about these demonic amethyst layers. When they saw the blasting halt, they were overjoyed and went to collect amethysts.
Actually,
what's the point of collecting amethysts?
Jared chuckled, shaking his head. No matter how many amethysts you have, they are nothing but a waste of time, here in the Amethyst Mountains. None of us will go and do so, it isn't as though we can exchange them for azurites and inkstones.
Lindley's group was stunned.
Right.
If you can't get out, what's the point of having all those amethysts here in the Amethyst Mountains?
Olivier shook his head as well. For experts like Lindley and Olivier who weren't content with normal lives and who liked to challenge powerful foes, having them forever stay in one place and never leave was an absolute torture.
Whoosh! The faint sound of a blowing wind could be heard.
Lindley's group of 4, along with Jared and Garland, were resting at a spot halfway up that very same mountain peak. None of them knew where amethyst beasts might be located, so they figured they might as well stay and rest where they were.
Just as Lindley's group was chatting regarding the Amethyst Mountains, suddenly, Rohair! Rohair! Ah! Kill! A large number of bestial roars and battle sounds rang out, constantly echoing within the mountain forests.
Upon hearing the roaring sounds, the faces of Lindley's group of 6 changed.
Very many amethyst beasts.
Lindley looked towards the origin of the sounds. Just from the sounds alone, Lindley was certain that there were an extremely high number of amethyst beasts.
There's at least a few dozen of those amethyst beasts.
Jared said hurriedly.
We need to leave immediately. Lindley instantly chose a direction. We'll go that way.
None of them wanted to encounter those amethyst beasts, and they immediately followed Lindley at high speed. If 2 or 3 amethyst beasts came, Lindley's group could just barely fight them off when working together.
But if several dozen came, they would definitely be finished.
Even Lindley and BB, when faced with the group attacks of those amethyst beasts, would be in peril.
Hurry up!
Lindley urged them, as the faint sound of furious roars could be heard from the white fog behind them.
You are so slow.
BB immediately grabbed Olivier by the hand, and Olivier, borrowing BB's strength, caught up.
They really are fast. Jared and Garland were greatly shocked.
The speed of Lindley's group wasn't the slightest bit slower than the 2 of them, a pair of high gods. Lindley and BB in particular, when their powerful bodies exploded forth to maximum speed, they were actually slightly faster. They ran the entire time.
A long time later, the furious roars could no longer be heard behind them. Phew! We're finally safe.
BB waved his hand, putting on his straw hat, crouching onto a nearby boulder.
Hey, let's rest here. The amethyst beasts went in a different direction from us. They won't be able to catch us.
Lindley and Delia sat down on one side as well, next to each other. Olivier casually found a place to stand. Jared and Garland had smiles appear on their faces.
Garland laughed, everyone, don't be impatient. The fog wave will only last 1 day. That's today.
These amethyst beasts will just wildly run around. After today, the amethyst beasts will go back, and we will be able to live for countless years in peace. If every day was like today, life would be utterly miserable.
BB muttered. BB. Even you're afraid.
Lindley pursed his lips, grinning.
Anybody would feel a headache when faced with these unkillable freaks.
BB said helplessly.
Just as everyone was chatting casually. Hey, everyone, look.
What's going on over there? BB pointed into the distance.
Linley's group stared into the distance, and saw that in the distance, the boundless white fog was actually moving towards one direction at high speed. The white fog disappeared, increasing Linley's line of sight and visibility distance. In the blink of an eye, all of the white fog within several meters of here completely disappeared. Linley, BB, and the rest of the 6 stared, slack-jawed. The 6 of them, halfway up that mountain peak, could clearly see to a distance of 3 or 4 kilometers. There were actually countless clusters of amethyst beasts now filling their gaze. The ones they could see numbered over 1,000, while others were deeper into the white fog. Linley's group was scared silly. 2 amethyst beasts were already so hard to deal with. 1,000 amethyst beasts? There's people. Oh, they've been surrounded. Jared and Garland's faces changed. Linley looked carefully as well. Indeed. Within an encirclement of amethyst beasts, there were hundreds of people. Within the group of amethyst beasts, there was a larger one that was 7 meters tall and 20 meters long, an amethyst behemoth. But what was most eye-catching wasn't the enormous amethyst beast, it was that there was another amethyst beast that was standing on the amethyst behemoth's head. This juvenile amethyst beast was just 1 meter long. Compared to the amethyst beasts, it was nothing more than a speck. When God-eater rats battled, they might increase in size a bit, at which point they would be about on par with this juvenile amethyst beast. Logically speaking, this sort of juvenile beast should be hidden away and protected in a lair. However, upon seeing the juvenile amethyst beast, Linley's group shuddered, and not from the cold. Because at this moment in time, the juvenile amethyst beast's mouth was wide open. Boundless amounts of white fog were being swallowed into the mouth of this juvenile amethyst beast. Moments later, within a circumference of 10 kilometers, there was no white fog left at all. The strange thing was, the white fog in the other area didn't come fill the gap. The juvenile amethyst beast rubbed its little stomach, and then its clear voice shook the world. Ha, humans, the surrounding white fog is under my control. If you want to enter the white fog and flee, that will no longer be possible. All of you, prepare to become food. The voice was as clear as that of a child's, but the words were so fluid. Linley's group was shocked. This was because the amethyst beasts they had encountered, when speaking, only stuttered. Their intelligence was low as well. But this juvenile amethyst beast was different. Ha, kiddos, kill them for me. The juvenile amethyst beast shouted delightedly. Immediately, the countless amethyst beasts all began to roar while charging towards those hundreds of surrounded people. Those hundreds of people all wildly executed their most powerful attacks. Linley could immediately tell that these hundreds of people were, amazingly, all experts. Those attacks they launched and the profound mysteries contained within caused even Linley to be astonished. For a moment, the entire world was filled with thunderclaps, angry roars, and constant sounds of battle. Monster, die! One man, a short silver-haired person who wielded a long spear, transformed into a ray of white light, glowing like the sun itself as he pierced through the air, striking straight towards the adorable juvenile amethyst beast. The juvenile amethyst beast grinned wickedly. Casually waving a hand, a ray of violet light shot out, striking into the silver-haired man's body. The silver-haired man fell down from midair, immediately dying. Oh, you were looking for death? The juvenile amethyst beast said disdainfully. Linley's group was shocked. A soul attack. BB said, stunned. And it contains strange profound mysteries within. This amethyst beast is capable of using the laws in its attacks? Linley's face changed. The juvenile amethyst beast definitely was no ordinary creature. It was completely different from those other ordinary amethyst beasts. Those humans should all be high gods. Like me, they've been here a very long time. Garland said, stunned. The one who was killed just now by that small monster was a very powerful high god. And he was killed in one stance. That small monster's power, Garland found himself at a loss for words. What sort of power was this? The power of an Azura? Let's hurry up and leave. Linley said hurriedly. Too monstrous. Let's go. BB agreed. Immediately, Linley's group turned and left. In the distant battlefield, that little juvenile beast who stood atop the head of the amethyst behemoth waved his hand, and a ray of violet light shot through the body of another powerful high god, killing him right away. And then, he suddenly turned his head to look towards Linley's direction, muttering, "Oh? I was preparing to deal with you later. I didn't expect that after watching for just a short period of time, you'd be so scared that you'd run." And then, the juvenile amethyst beast called out loudly, "Kiddos, pursue!" The clear voice shook the heavens. Instantly, countless amethyst beasts immediately began to roar,
and countless amethyst beasts began to gallop at high speed in the direction in which the little juvenile beast was pointing its claw at. On the ground, the only thing left was a few corpses. Those hundreds of high gods were all dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 39, Fleeing for Their Lives. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 39, Fleeing for Their Lives. Countless amethyst beasts galloped forth, and even the mountains they galloped past began to tremble and shake. Countless bellows rang out, echoing like thunder. The loudest voice, however, was a clear call which filled the heavens. Kiddos, quick, catch them, quick. Linley's group couldn't help but turn their heads. They all knew that was the voice of the juvenile amethyst beast. Linley ran as fast as lightning, running forward like a meteor as he scurried through the empty landscape of the amethyst mountains, occasionally leaping down from mountain cliffs, occasionally using his draconic claws and feet to quickly rappel up mountains. Due to the powerful gravity of the amethyst mountains, there was no way one could fly at all. Quick, quick! While sprinting forward, Linley frantically shouted through divine sense. Of the 6 of them, the back of the pack was led by Olivier and Garland. Olivier was, after all, just a god, and his body wasn't as strong as Linley's to begin with. Garland, meanwhile, trained in the elemental laws of fire, and thus didn't have any advantage in speed. Ha, you won't be able to flee, the juvenile amethyst beast said delightedly. Linley's group ignored all else, frantically charging towards the white fog. As long as the opponents weren't able to see them, they would be safe. Swish! As it opened its mouth, the juvenile amethyst beast swallowed a large amount of white fog into its belly, and the area Linley's group was in had no white fog at all now. The juvenile amethyst beast said delightedly, "Ha, I want to see how you will keep running. Hey, kiddos, move faster." The group of amethyst beasts had been many kilometers away from Linley's group. After chasing for so long, though, they were less than a kilometer away. After all, the amethyst beasts were astonishingly fast. Whoosh! Moving like the wind, flashing like lightning, Linley's group continued to sprint at high speed. However, behind them, those rays of violet shadows flashed towards them in pursuit, giving Linley's group a sense of pressure. These amethyst beasts really run fast, Bibi said frantically. There's people up ahead. Linley's eyes suddenly lit up. Up ahead, roughly 100 meters away, 10+ figures were fleeing in panic at high speed while looking backwards occasionally. It seemed as though they were terrified. In terms of speed, Linley's group was much faster than them. Linley immediately understood. These people have probably heard the roars of the amethyst beasts and want to flee. Only, their speed is too slow. At the same time, Linley suddenly had a plan. Turn. Linley suddenly sent a mental message. After speaking, Linley leapt off from the ground, shooting out like an arrow from a bow towards the distance. Delia, Bibi, and the others naturally followed Linley, turning slightly as they continued to spring. The direction in which Linley was sprinting was different from those 10+ distant figures. As for the amethyst beasts, they were continuing to chase and press the attack. Part of the amethyst beast wave charged towards those 10, who had also just arrived in the amethyst mountains today. Most of them were gods, with the rest being demigods. In the face of the amethyst beasts, that bit of power was nothing, rendering them unable to resist. Row air. Row hair. The wild amethyst beasts roared while sprinting forward on their 4 sturdy limbs. The speed of those 10 was simply too slow, and they were trampled flat by those many amethyst beasts. The amethyst beasts intentionally trampled them, stepping directly on their heads. Crunch! Their heads were trampled and shattered, and their divine sparks rolled out. This made those amethyst beasts all the more excited, and they roared while continuing to gallop. Only on the day of the fog wave were they given a chance like this. Once this day came to an end, they wouldn't have this chance again. Naturally, they would have to go a little crazy today. Ha, you can keep running, but let's see who runs faster. The juvenile amethyst beast stood atop the head of the amethyst behemoth, delightedly laughing. Currently, Linley was less than 100 meters away from the amethyst beast wave behind them. Moments later, the distance was reduced to 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. What should we do? Jared said frantically through divine sense. He could sense the heat of those scorching breaths reaching his body, and could smell that thick, odorous body odor. The odor of the amethyst beasts. Jared hated this sort of smell. Shut your mouth. Bibi shouted back through divine sense. Keep running for your life. Flee if you can. Linley silently continued to sprint at high speed. The Amethyst Mountains were extremely broad, and there were many mountain peaks. Naturally, this sort of road was not easily traversed. Occasionally, there would be a mountain range, while occasionally there would be a gorge. Linley's group climbed the mountains upon reaching them and charged down cliffs upon reaching them. When they reached the end of the gorge, they would then clamber back up.
In short, they couldn't hesitate. If they hesitated, they would be caught. Ah, you are about to die. The juvenile amethyst beast was very excited.
The amethyst behemoth he was mounted on waved its sharp claws, swiping towards the fleeing Garland at the back of the pack. This 7-meter-tall amethyst beast was the most powerful of those countless amethyst beasts, capable of easily breaking apart Garland's high god artifact.
Garland! Jared frantically grabbed Garland.
But the speed of those sharp claws was simply too fast. At the moment of death, Garland's body suddenly released another Garland.
Clearly, this was Garland's divine clone.
With a slash sound, one of the Garlands was ripped apart by the claws, and a divine spark flew out wildly.
Jared couldn't help but feel astonished and furious.
I lost a god-level divine clone.
Garland didn't have time to feel sad. Right now, it would be wonderful if she could even survive.
Sprinting at the front, Linley knew how dangerous the situation had become. He could all but sense the shadow of that amethyst behemoth drawing near. Suddenly, Linley saw what was coming up ahead, and he couldn't help but feel surprised.
There's a gorge up ahead. He didn't hesitate at all.
Moving like the wind, Linley, Delia, Bibi, Olivier, Garland, and Jared, the 6 of them, threw themselves forward into the fog-shrouded gorge. Even though they didn't know what the situation was inside the gorge, none of them hesitated at all.
Chase, chase! The juvenile amethyst beast was very excited.
Mounted on the amethyst behemoth, he leapt down as well. The many amethyst beasts wildly leapt into the gorge, which was extremely wide. From one side of the gorge to the other was a distance of dozens of kilometers. In the white fog, it was completely impossible to see the other cliff. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind howled as they all descended. Linley's group of 6 not only didn't resist the astonishing gravity, they actually intentionally used their divine power to accelerate their descent.
The 6 of them descended lightning fast.
This gorge was dozens of kilometers deep, but given the astonishing speed of Linley's group, they arrived at the bottom in almost an instant. The ground of the gorge was made from tough rocks. Not only had they resisted the impact of gravity, they had even accelerated. Smashing into such hard rocks at such speed, even the body of a high god would be injured. Swoosh! When they were only 10 meters away from the ground, Linley suddenly, frantically slowed down, landing on the ground like a gust of gentle wind. As for Delia, she gracefully disappeared, her body transforming into a gust of wind, then reforming into a solid body. Olivier, Jared, and Garland had their own tricks as well to slow down.
This was very ordinary. But Bibi? Bibi ignored everything, viciously smashing straight into the ground. Bang!
The ground trembled, and Bibi sank 20 or 30 centimeters into the ground. Given the toughness of the rocks of the Amethyst Mountains, one could imagine how strong the smashing force was for him to sink so deep into the ground.
But Bibi was completely unharmed. Nobody praised Bibi, because there was no time. Flee!
Linley's group of 6 wildly sprinted forward.
The amethyst beasts didn't have any divine power, nor did they know any profound mysteries of the laws. Thus, they dropped down at a very normal pace and did not accelerate.
By the time they landed, of course they smashed hard into the ground.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Like meteors slamming down, each amethyst beast smashed hard into the ground, then immediately began to chase forward, as though the impact of the collision hadn't had any effect on them.
The juvenile amethyst beast was constantly shouting in anger, "Quick! The distance between us and them just increased."
When descending, Linley's group of 6 had been faster, and thus the distance between the two groups had increased to 50 meters again. Linley's group of 6, hearing the smashing sounds, could imagine in their minds the terrifying scene of those countless amethyst beasts pursuing them. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble, and all of them continued to sprint for their lives. If they truly were caught, just the trampling of those countless amethyst beasts would be enough to finish them off.
There's a lake up ahead. Linley immediately saw that within the white fog, there was a lake. Linley's group of 6 didn't hesitate at all, immediately entering into the waters of the lake.
When being pursued, even if there was a mountain of knives or a sea of flames in front of them, they would still charge through. After all, if they hesitated and tried to find an alternative route, they would slow down and thus be caught by the amethyst beasts behind them.
In that instant,
many amethyst beasts appeared at the sides of the lake.
Standing atop the head of the amethyst behemoth, the juvenile amethyst beast frowned and said unhappily, "They went into the water?"
Could it be that they know that I hate water? Oomph, none of these will be able to escape. Immediately, the juvenile amethyst beast said loudly, "Kiddos, all of you go down and seize those people, what?" Roar! 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 Immediately, countless amethyst beasts began to roar in anger, and the ones in front threw themselves into the lake. With repeated plop-plop sounds, they went in, while at the same time, many other amethyst beasts, including the juvenile one, surrounded the shores of the lake. Surround this entire lake. The juvenile beast ground its teeth. Oomph, I want to see how they can possibly escape. Not a single plaything I set my eye on has ever been able to escape. As it spoke, it wrinkled its little nose. Lindley's group of 6, entering the lake, had actually discovered a narrow underwater path. They continuously advanced through it. This little narrow pathway was actually headed upwards. The first part of it was underwater, but the second part was above water. Lindley's group quickly reached the end of the pathway. This little pathway was a canal that led to a mountain cave. I didn't expect someone would be capable of carving out such a large, meticulous cave. Jared was overjoyed. Only now did Lindley's group let out sighs of relief. Carefully inspecting the cave, they saw that this had clearly been excavated out by others. Lindley couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The stones of the Amethyst Mountains are incomparably tough. What sort of power would be necessary for someone to carve out such an enormous cave, and how much time must it have taken? Didi, using his Godspark dagger, had only just been able to break apart that rock. Lindley, will the amethyst beasts be able to discover us here? Delia was still somewhat worried. It's fine, Lindley said consolingly. Garland's face was covered with a smile that was born from having escaped a crisis. She said, Delia, don't worry. Although those amethyst beasts are very powerful, they don't understand any profound mysteries or natural laws, and they don't appear to know how to use divine sense either. These small pathways which are hidden within the wild grass in the bottom of the lake are so well hidden, they won't easily be able to discover them. Lindley's group nodded slightly as well. After they had charged into the water, they had naturally immediately spread out their divine senses to investigate the surrounding area. When they had passed by that hidden little pathway, the divine senses of the group had naturally discovered it. Right. What have we to fear? Even if they discovered that hidden little passageway, the passageway is so narrow, while those amethyst beasts are so huge. Would they be able to fit? DB said disdainfully. The amethyst beasts were physically quite large. There was no way they would be able to squeeze in. DB speaks the truth. It's fine. Everyone, we can rest here. Lindley said. No, it's useless. Jared shook his head helplessly. No matter how small the tunnel is, the amethyst beasts will still be able to enter. Amethyst beasts are capable of changing their bodies. Changing their bodies? Lindley couldn't help but feel shocked. If they really were able to change their bodies, it would be terrible. Garland nodded somberly as well. Right. However, amethyst beasts can't freely change their size to expand or contract. Rather, for example, they can make themselves shorter, to a height of 1 meter, but their length will multiply. To be more precise, their total body size doesn't change. Lindley began to understand. These amethyst beasts were like water, capable of changing into multiple configurations, but the overall size remained the same. Lindley stared at the tunnel and said slowly, all we can do is hope that we won't be discovered. Once we are, we won't even have a place to run. Don't worry. Garland's laughter was very brilliant. We won't be so easily discovered. In addition, once the fog wave ends, these amethyst beasts will all disappear. By then, we won't be in any danger, and will be able to live a long, leisurely period of time. Lindley blew out a breath, saying quietly to himself, I hope that today will pass safely. Once today passes, it will be safe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 40, Life in the Amethyst Mountains. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 40, Life in the Amethyst Mountains. Within the gorge, a large number of amethyst beasts were surrounding the shores of the lake, and the juvenile amethyst beast was standing atop the head of the amethyst behemoth, staring at the lake. One amethyst beast after another left the waters of the lake and returned to the shore, all of them hanging their heads. All of you are idiots. You can't even find a few people who fled in there. The juvenile beast was furious. Not a single amethyst beast dared to make a sound. The juvenile beast considered things. We've wasted a great deal of time by the lake already. The fog wave day is about to come to an end. We can't keep wasting time like this. The juvenile amethyst beast immediately let out a loud shout. Kiddos, let's go. We're leaving this place. Let's keep killing humans. Roar. Instantly, countless amethyst beasts let out excited roars. They wanted to kill as well. After all, countless years would pass before a fog wave, and only on such days were they permitted to come out. Their time on this day was very valuable. If they wasted it all here, they would feel that it hadn't been worth it. Roaring, the countless amethyst beasts followed the juvenile amethyst beast away. Humph, humph. I've memorized those people. I hope you are still alive when the next fog wave comes. At that time, I'll definitely take good care of you. The clear eyes of the juvenile amethyst beast had a hint of craftiness flash through them. While continuing on their path of carnage, the many amethyst beasts spread throughout the area. Many humans were caught and killed. Many deities had been brought in by the fog wave, numbering over 100 million, but they were slaughtered to the point where less than 1 in 10 survived. The survivors, even including those who had originally already been present within the Amethyst Mountains, numbered less than 10 million. After the blood sun went down and the violet moon rose, the day of the fog wave ended. But of course, because the Amethyst Mountains were perpetually shrouded by that white fog, nobody could see the blood sun or the violet moon. However, the Amethyst Mountains operated as if by clockwork. The number of amethysts being blasted out by those 108 demonic amethyst layers dropped down, returning to their normal state. The forces of the 18 great clans outside the Amethyst Mountains came to a halt, while feeling excited for the number of amethysts they had procured. Within the Amethyst Mountains, those amethyst beasts immediately headed back, quickly disappearing within the Amethyst Mountains. There had been so many amethyst beasts, but now, there were very few deities remaining. Lindley's group, due to being within that cave, wasn't certain of the passage of time. They waited for well over 10 hours. Not until the next day did they emerge from the lake. By the shores of the lake in the gorge, Lindley's group of 6 sat there, resting. Jared's face was covered in excitement. Gratefully, he said, the day of the fog wave has finally ended. After this day, we'll be able to live for yet another 100 million years in peace. I didn't expect that Jared, would be able to survive 2 fog wave days in a row. To be able to survive, even losing a divine clone is worth it. Garland felt very happy as well. Lindley looked at Jared and Garland. He could tell that the joy they felt sprang from the bottom of their heart. He couldn't help but feel puzzled, and he asked, Jared, within these Amethyst Mountains, our visibility is limited to 1 or 200 meters. It's always covered by white fog, and we can't go out. Don't you care about this at all? Lindley's words caused a feeling of agreement in the hearts of Bibi and Olivier. In the Amethyst Mountains, aside from the day of the fog wave, there was virtually no danger at all. But to forever be bound by that powerful restrictive force and not even be able to fly, while at the same time only being able to see to a distance of 100 meters? To be limited to this situation for a long time would indeed be very boring and painful. Jared and Garland exchanged a glance. Both of them began to laugh. Jared looked at Lindley. Lindley, it isn't that we don't want to go out. It's that there is no way out of this damnable place. Since we can't go out, what else can we do? We'll just quietly enjoy life. At least I still have Garland. Garland's face turned slightly red. From the gaze she shot at Jared, the deep love she bore could faintly be seen. After all, after having been with each other for almost an eternity, they were no longer able to be separated from each other. I refuse to believe we can't leave. Bibi harumphed. Let's head straight out. If we can't fly, then we'll walk to the ends of the Amethyst Mountains. Keep walking. I refuse to believe we can't walk out. If we walk to the ends, I'll burrow into the ground and leave by the ground. The ground outside the area of the Amethyst Mountains wouldn't possibly be so hard. You won't be able to make it out. Garland urged. The gravity of the Amethyst Mountains isn't just up or down. It is as though the entire Amethyst Mountains is exerting gravity in every direction. No matter whether you are on the ground, underground, or in the air, you'll still be affected by the gravity of the Amethyst Mountains. What? Lindley was shocked. He himself had read the descriptions of the profound mysteries of the laws in that book. With regards to the gravitational space, he knew that it was equivalent to creating a gravitational space in a certain area. But Lindley had never heard of causing an entire area to have a gravitational pull in every direction. The Amethyst Mountains were like a giant magnet. No matter whether one was under, to the side of, or above the mountains, one would still suffer the gravitational pull. Also, aside from gravity, there's that strange wind region. There's no way at all you can leave that region. Jared said, then laughed. Delia, Lindley, thank you so much.
Garland and I will leave now.
After Jared and his wife left, Linley, Delia, Bibi, and Olivier didn't give up. Although they had heard what Jared had said, until they had witnessed it for themselves, they wouldn't give up. Immediately, the four of them began to head out through a straight line. The gorge which Linley was in was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the borders of the Amethyst Mountains.
The gravitational power of the Amethyst Mountains was simply too great, and Linley's group didn't travel that quickly either.
It took them half a month before they reached the edges of the Amethyst Mountains.
However, as Linley's group tried to continue traveling forward, a terrifyingly strong gravitational force immediately affected their entire body, instantly pulling them back into the Amethyst Mountains. It was very bizarre.
Standing on the stones at the border of the Amethyst Mountains, Linley's group felt fine. But as soon as they took a single step towards the front, they would suddenly sense that gravitational force tugged them back to the Amethyst Mountains. Linley had never heard of such a bizarre gravitational pull. Within a gravitational space, the power of the gravity would pull downwards. But this gravity actually centered around the Amethyst Mountains and pulled in every direction. They couldn't even take a single step outside the Amethyst Mountains. How would they leave? Linley's group racked their brains, spending an entire month at the borders, but with nothing to show for it. In the end, helpless, they had chosen to give up. The four chose a mountain hollow that was only a few hundred kilometers away from the border and began to live there. Within the mountain hollow, Linley's wind, earth, and fire clones were all training, while Linley's original body accompanied Delia. Linley was casually seated on the ground, his back resting against the stone wall.
Delia was resting against Linley's side as well.
Delia raised her head to look at Linley. Delia, in her heart, understood that Linley had always desired a life full of excitement. If they truly had to spend eternity here within the Amethyst Mountains, this was simply unimaginable. Delia still remembered that month they had spent at the borders of the Amethyst Mountains, constantly testing. Actually, simple tests could have been completed in a month. However, because Linley and Olivier didn't want to give up, they had frantically come up with one idea after another to test things out. They all wanted to leave here and return to the infernal realm. However, after persisting for a month, Linley had finally given up. Delia understood that in his heart, however, Linley still couldn't accept it.
Linley, do you truly want to leave?
Delia said softly.
Perhaps you can use a drop of that blue water drop? Linley turned to look at Delia, shaking his head slightly.
Linley had told Delia and Bibi about the Sovereign's might over the course of the 20 years they had spent in training after the volcano titan, Fusro, had departed. They all knew that Linley's final trump card was the Sovereign's might. By using the Sovereign's might, he definitely would be confident in his ability to resist the gravitational pull.
But how could he use it? Linley shook his head.
Even by using Sovereign's might to resist that gravitational pull, it's hard to say if I'd be able to fly out of the chaotic region. Delia, you should know as well that there were previously high gods who could resist the gravitational pull, but upon reaching that chaotic region of strange-sounding wind, they still were unable to fly out.
If I use the Sovereign's might and am still unable to get out? That would be disastrous. In addition, Sovereign's might is extremely precious. We can't waste it. Unless something extremely important happens, it can only be used at the point of death. Linley understood that if used at a critical moment, the Sovereign's might could not only save him, it could also save Delia and the others. This was a game-changing treasure. How could he easily use it up? But being here for 1 trillion years, can you withstand it? Delia said softly. Linley stretched his hand out, taking Delia into his arms. Gently, he said, Delia, it's just 1 trillion years. Jared was able to withstand it. Why can't I? By your side, even if I have to spend eternity here, I would be willing. Delia felt moved in her heart, and Linley held her all the more tightly. Linley, what do you think Sasha and Taylor are like now? What is going on in the Yulan continent? Lying in Linley's arms, Delia said softly. Thinking about his son and daughter, Linley couldn't help but smile. They should be doing quite well. Who knows if they are missing me? Delia laughed as well. Lifting her head up, she looked at Linley. Pursing her lips, she said, of course they miss you, their father. However, most likely Taylor and Sasha won't have imagined that their powerful, almighty father is trapped inside a mountain range in the infernal realm, and will most likely be here for countless years. Linley couldn't help but laugh as well. But then, it turned into a sigh. He turned his gaze towards the white fog, as though seeing through it to the Yulan continent. We are living in the infernal realm now. The Yulan continent is too far away from us. Living in the Amethyst Mountains, Linley's mind was very calm. His original body didn't need to train in any laws, while Delia had reached the high god realm and thus didn't train.
Linley spent every day with Delia, and the two of them lived a leisurely, quiet life.
But of course, Linley's earth, wind, and fire divine clones continued to train. Bibi and Olivier were training as well, while occasionally sparring.
Linley's elemental laws of the wind, due to focusing on gaining insights into the sound waves and music profound mysteries at the same time while fusing them, improved at a very slow rate. As for the elemental laws of fire, this was Linley's weakest aspect, and so naturally he trained very slowly. Only in the profound laws of the earth and its world-walking profound mysteries, which Linley wasn't fusing with any other profound mysteries, did his training speed improve rather quickly. Living peacefully like this, 50 years quickly passed. Over the course of these years, because he was living in the Amethyst Mountains and constantly was affected by the gravity here, Linley had begun to master the basics of the gravitational space profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. However, gravitational space was an extremely difficult profound mystery, and so Linley primarily continued to focus on world walking. Before entering the Amethyst Mountains, Linley had spent nearly 20 years on world walking. Now that he had spent 50 more years, Linley finally reached the level of mastery in world walking. Within the mountain hollow, Linley's divine earth clone, Bibi, and Olivier were together.
"Boss, you really are formidable. You even achieved mastery in world walking," Bibi said in celebration.
The world-walking profound mystery is naturally connected to the essence of the earth, and it belongs to one of the simpler types of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. Despite that, however, I still had to spend over 70 years before breaking through.
Linley sighed. In the past 70 years, Linley's greatest improvement had been in the soul. In the Amethyst Mountains, there was no lack of amethysts.
Even on the grounds of the Amethyst Mountain, if one went in serious search of amethysts, in a single day one would pick up more than 10,000. If one went to the demonic amethyst layers, even though they didn't spew out as many amethysts as they did during the fogwave day, when they were in the resting phase, the number of amethysts in the crevice weren't that many, but if one used a giant elemental hand to grab some, most likely in a short period of time, one would be able to seize a million. Once, when Olivier and Bibi were bored, they had made a trip to the crevice and had spent half a month there, pulling out over 100 million amethysts.
Afterwards, bored, they had come back.
In the Amethyst Mountains, these amethysts were simply too worthless. Others found it hard to refine amethysts, but Linley was different. After constantly refining amethysts and strengthening his soul, Linley was far more powerful than he had been 50 years ago. After all, during these 50 years, his soul had been continuously growing. Now that you have the world-walking ability, the Amethyst Mountains are even safer than before.
Olivier sighed.
These rocks are still part of the world. By using the world-walking ability, you can fuse with the rocks and pass through them. When the next fog wave comes, due to having the world-walking ability, you will be better able to preserve yourself.
Linley nodded slightly.
Only a tenth of deities trained in the laws of the earth, and in that portion, fairly few mastered world-walking. Jared and Garland were unfortunate, neither of them had trained in the laws of the earth. They knew that training in world-walking was excellent for staying alive in the Amethyst Mountains, but training wasn't something you could do just because you wanted to, even if you had all the time in the world.
"Boss, give it a try. How does world-walking work out?" Bibi's eyes were gleaming. Linley laughed. "I wanted to give it a try to begin with." Immediately, Linley let himself calm down, then executed the world-walking ability. Linley could sense himself completely merge into the boundless elemental essences of the earth. The stones here were naturally filled with earth elemental essences. Linley easily passed through the stone, moving at high speed through it. The boss disappeared. World-walking really is interesting. Bibi laughed. In Olivier's heart, he sighed with praise. Linley truly is formidable. He has 3 divine clones, and now he has mastered world-walking. However, in Olivier's heart, he didn't feel too bad, because in the past few years, he had finally reached the god level in the laws of darkness. The first time using world-walking was indeed extremely marvelous. Linley willingly allowed himself to pass through the stone. Using world-walking really is interesting. However, the Amethyst Mountains is filled with gravitational force. Even when using world-walking, my speed is still not fast enough. Even though his body had completely merged with the earth elemental essences, he was still affected by the power of the gravitational pull. Linley continued to move forward, traveling for several thousand kilometers. Suddenly, "Hey!" Linley suddenly discovered that deep within the rocks of the Amethyst Mountains, there was an empty cave. This cave had no exits at all, but it was within the center of a mountain. It was quite strange. With but a thought, Linley's body re-solidified within the cave. The cave is quite large. Linley carefully inspected it. The cave was over 10 meters tall and tens of meters wide, but it didn't have any tunnels nearby.
This cave was completely sealed off. Linley could also sense that this cave should have been naturally formed. There wasn't a single hint of carving or structuring. Naturally formed. How curious. Linley sighed in amazement. Hey, kid of the Four Divine Beasts clan, why'd you end up running over into my place? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Linley's soul shuddered in fright, and he turned. That adorable juvenile amethyst beast was standing there, raising its little head and staring at Linley, eyes filled with guile. I didn't expect this at all. I thought I'd have to wait until the next fog wave before I'd have the chance to come make trouble for you. But you actually ran over to my place. Flee. Linley didn't hesitate at all, immediately using the world walking ability. Bang! Linley slammed hard into the wall, unable to leave. You came on my turf, and you thought you would leave, just like that? The juvenile amethyst beast snorted, eyes filled with self-delight. Humph, humph. Countless of years of boredom, but today, a fun toy has arrived. How should I play with him? Linley felt misery in his heart. He had only come to this completely sealed-off cave through using the world walking ability. How had he ended up running into this little juvenile amethyst beast? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 41, Trapped 500 Years. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 41, Trapped 500 Years. Within the cave inside the Amethyst Mountains. Only Linley and the juvenile amethyst beast were present. Just now, when I entered, there clearly was nobody inside this cave. I am certain that this juvenile amethyst beast definitely wasn't present. How could he have suddenly appeared without me not sensing anything at all? Linley's heart was filled with disbelief. He didn't dare to believe that this was all real. What he was now facing was the leader of those countless amethyst beasts, the little juvenile amethyst beast. What should I do? Linley was pondering on how to flee. The walls of this large cave, as well as the floor, were faintly circulating with a violet light. Even if he were to use world walking, he wasn't able to go through this barrier at all so as to merge with the stone. No way to run. Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? Are you actually still thinking about running away? The juvenile amethyst beast's clear eyes stared at Linley, and his lips curved upward slightly. Forget it. Once, an extremely powerful high god, roughly at the level you would consider a 7-star fiend, came here. In front of me, though, he still behaved obediently. The juvenile amethyst beast raised its little head arrogantly. Linley was secretly shocked. Even a 7-star fiend was no match for this juvenile amethyst beast? My name is Linley. Might I ask who you are? Linley's attitude was very respectful. The juvenile amethyst beast coughed on purpose, then said, Listen up. My name is Risjem, Laisai Jing. I've previously adventured in other planes, and I've also engaged in battles in Purgatory. I am a mighty commander in Purgatory. Commander of Purgatory? Linley felt utterly lost. What was a Purgatory? When he had read the books regarding the geography of the infernal realm, Linley had never heard of a place called Purgatory. You don't know about Purgatory? The juvenile amethyst beast stared, and then nodded in understanding. Oh, right. You are just a god. Even many high gods don't know about that place. It makes sense that you don't know. Humph, talking to you really is a waste of time. You don't even know what being a Purgatory commander represents. Humph. The juvenile amethyst beast was very unhappy. Linley could only smile helplessly. He didn't even know why this juvenile beast named Risjem was talking about these things. Now, how should I punish you? The juvenile amethyst beast stood up, his meaty little paws rubbing his chin as he strode back and forth within the cave, appearing to be in deep thought. Play the game of smashing stones? Same as the last guy, who I smashed to death. Hearing this, Linley's heart trembled. The game of smashing stones? Smashed to death? Linley could completely imagine what this juvenile amethyst beast was capable of doing. No good. While still walking back and forth, the juvenile amethyst beast continued to mumble. Hearing the mumbling of the juvenile amethyst beast, Linley's heart was very cold. This juvenile amethyst beast named Risjem is a terrifying figure who possesses enormous power and yet the heart of a child. Linley's heart was panicking. Lowering his head to look at the floor, he saw the faint violet light circulating through it. This was just a layer of something which Risjem had silently covered the floors and the walls of the cave with, but Linley couldn't budge the violet light at all. Just from this, Linley was certain of the great power of this juvenile amethyst beast. In addition, he had watched the juvenile amethyst beast personally attack and easily kill a powerful high god. Right now, I only have my divine earth clone here. I'm far too weak. Linley secretly sighed. The sovereign's might and his weapons were all on his original body. He didn't have a single thing on his divine earth clone. At present, he didn't have any ability to fight back at all. This juvenile amethyst beast, Linley carefully inspected this juvenile beast. Compared to the amethyst beasts, he was very similar. His entire body was violet, and his head and back also were covered with a large number of spikes, in total 108 spikes. The same was true for the body of the amethyst beasts. The juvenile amethyst beast suddenly was jubilant, and excitedly began to jump around. Haha, I have it. Suddenly, the juvenile amethyst beast's face froze, then out of the corner of his mouth, he muttered, "I'm not even allowed to have fun." And then, the juvenile amethyst beast raised his head to look at Linley, his face turning cold. "Kid, I'm in a really bad mood right now, so I'll have to vent it out on you." "Poof. If you are too useless, I'll just kill you. Mr. Reesgem, you don't even care about 7-star fiends. Why must you act against me, a mere god?" Linley had a very bad feeling. This juvenile amethyst beast most likely didn't have any good intentions. The juvenile amethyst beast snorted. "You shut your mouth. Screw your mommy. If it weren't for the fact that I have been ordered to remain in the Amethyst Mountains for countless years before being allowed out, why would I care about a mere god like you? Although you are a little weak, at least you are alive. You can play with me." As he spoke, the juvenile amethyst beast flipped his little claw out, and immediately, a black stone that was emanating waves of violet light appeared, hovering in front of him. Linley couldn't help but carefully inspect that black stone. The black stone was very small, only the size of a finger, but it emanated with lines of violet light. Waves of an unusual aura spread out from within it. "Go!" The juvenile amethyst beast waved its little paw. Immediately, the black stone hovered to above Linley, and then one ray of violet divine power after another flew out from the black stone, landing down like multiple chains. There were, in total, 108 rays of violet divine power. The 108 rays of violet divine power all flew out from within the black stone, forming circles and reconnecting at the ground beneath Linley's feet. The 108 curved lines of violet divine power formed a complete globe, while Linley was right in the center of it. "Ha, let's begin." The juvenile amethyst beast cracked his lips into a grin. Immediately, the 108 rays of violet divine power quickly began to flash and move at high speed, and it was no longer possible to tell that there were 108 rays of divine power. Linley could only see that the area around him was a globe of violet light, while he himself was within it. Crackle! Within the globe of violet light, it was as though electric sparks were flashing with violet light. One surge after another of strange power was being created. Agonized, Linley immediately curled into a ball, hovering in the center of that violet sphere. With a strange crackle sound, Linley's skin and bones were pressed down so hard, his body was caving in. Linley could clearly sense that the surrounding violet light was creating surges of repulsive force. Every single part of the violet light was generating that repulsive force, and all of it was focused on his body. Repulsive force was pressing down on Linley from every side. It was as though Linley was being constantly compressed, as though the sphere was trying to compress Linley himself into a ball. This sort of terrifying pressure carried with it extreme pain. This Reesgem has mental issues. Linley cursed in his mind. Working to raise his head, he saw that roughly 2 meters away, that black stone was hovering. The source of this violet light was that black stone. "Kid, given my usual temper, you would definitely die. However, today, I suddenly feel benevolent and merciful." The juvenile amethyst beast stared at the violet globe as well as Linley, who was being compressed. "I've supplemented the divine power of that black stone. It should be able to roughly maintain this gravitational space for 10,000 years. If in 10,000 years, you are able to leave that place, I'll spare your life. But, if you wait until the divine power is exhausted without being able to leave, then I will." The juvenile amethyst beast stretched out his meaty claws. "Kill ya!" Within the globe of violet light, even his bones were cracking from the pressure. The massive agony was causing Linley's entire body to twitch, but Linley could still clearly hear the words of that juvenile amethyst beast. Linley immediately struggled to hiss out, "Gravitational space? This is a gravitational space? Impossible." That terrifying repulsive force was so strong that Linley found it hard to even open his mouth. Only, Linley truly didn't understand it. Because, he had never heard of a gravitational space capable of generating a repulsive force. A gravitational space should have a terrifying attractive gravitational force. Right, this is a gravitational space, one of the 6 profound mysteries of the laws of the Earth.
There's nothing impossible about it. The juvenile amethyst beast snorted.
But of course, this is a gravitational space that was created after fusing the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational space, and it also has a little something special added into it. Let me remind you, if you want to escape, all you have to do is be able to grab that black stone. After speaking, the juvenile amethyst beast lay down on the ground, then suddenly raised his little head to stare at Linley.
Oh, right. Even though it might hurt, don't make any noise.
If your noise wakes me up, I'll kill you. Linley could only forcibly endure the pain racking his entire body, not daring to make a sound.
Huff. Huff.
A soft snoring sound filled the cave. Linley was in a great deal of pain.
The repulsive force wasn't any weaker than the astonishing attracting force from the Amethyst Mountains.
When applied throughout his entire body, he was in so much pain he could die.
In addition, this wasn't his original body, capable of dragon forming. He was in such pain, yet he couldn't make any noise, and the juvenile amethyst beast was just lying there, sleeping. He's just toying with me.
Linley cursed in his heart, but moments later, Linley tried to force himself to calm down.
What I need to do right now is to escape this violet globe. To leave, I have to first take that black stone.
Linley raised his head to stare at the black stone that was emanating those rays of violet light. But this repulsive force is too great, while I'm squeezed in the center of this violet globe.
I can't move at all. Linley laughed miserably.
Linley then gritted his teeth, struggling to raise his hand upwards.
Crunch!
The powerful repulsive force from above forced Linley's right arm down, smashing it against Linley's shoulder, causing the bones in both the shoulder and the arm to shatter.
Let's see if the essence of the earth will work. Linley gave it another try. One try after another.
Linley did everything he could think of, but was completely unable to overcome the repulsive force, which was simply too strong.
It seems I'll have to use that final method.
Linley forced himself to calm down. In magic, once someone understood the art of gravity, if one fell into another person's gravitational space, if the opponent's mastery was weaker than one's own, one could ablate the gravitational force. This repulsive force is very powerful because it relies on fusing the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational space. Then if I am able to fuse those 2 profound mysteries, I should also be able to ablate the repulsive force and retrieve the black stone. Linley, after thinking through this, immediately tried to ignore the pain racking his body and force himself to lose himself within the laws of the earth.
Linley only had a basic understanding of the profound truths of gravitational space.
He had already achieved mastery in the throbbing pulse of the world. Linley immediately focused all his attention into this, beginning to struggle to gain insights on how to merge these 2 profound mysteries. Only, both the gravitational space and the throbbing pulse of the world were extremely difficult profound mysteries, and the amount of time it would take would definitely be very long.
Within the mountain hollows, Delia, Bibi, and Olivier were in a state of shock. Boss, your divine earth clone was captured by that juvenile amethyst beast?
Bibi said frantically.
Then what should we do? Delia was worried and frantic as well. Nothing else I can do.
Linley shook his head, looking at Delia. Delia, for now, I won't be able to accompany you. My original body also needs to completely focus on gaining insights into the laws of the earth and work hard along with my divine earth clone.
Delia immediately nodded. Linley's divine clone was in a life-threatening crisis. How could Delia be so selfish as to have Linley keep her company? 10,000 years? Linley mused. Can it be that this amethyst beast thinks that I won't be able to merge these 2 profound mysteries, even in 10,000 years?
Linley's original body immediately began to train, while at the same time, it also constantly absorbed the soul essences from amethysts, constantly strengthening his soul. This was because due to his soul being simply too powerful, in terms of visualization speed, Linley's original body was actually slightly faster than his divine earth clone. The original body and the clone were completely focused on the laws of the earth and on visualization.
Fuse. How should I fuse the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational field?
Linley's understanding of the gravitational field was constantly rising, but as for fusing, Linley didn't even have a basic idea of how to accomplish that. Within the mountain hollow, Delia and Bibi looked at the distant Linley, seated in the meditative position. They were both worried. The boss has been training for nearly 500 years now.
Why hasn't he reacted at all? Bibi said. Don't be impatient. Linley will definitely succeed.
Over the past 500 years, although at first, Delia was frantic with concern, by now, although she was still worried, she had calmed down. This was because, as Linley had said, if he truly was unlucky and failed, at most he would just lose a divine earth clone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 15, Chapter 42, 108. Book 15, Priceless Treasure, Chapter 42, 108.
Linley's divine Earth clone and original body were both absorbed in training in the laws of the Earth. Although he constantly increased his understanding with regards to gravitational space, he hadn't been able to even find the initial steps of fusing the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational space. The most important part of fusing two profound mysteries was in the initial steps.
Once one found the initial steps, everything else was just a matter of time. But if one hadn't even found the initial steps, then no matter how much time you spent, it would be useless.
Linley exhausted all his mind and efforts on trying to decipher the way through which he could fuse these two profound mysteries. But the throbbing pulse of the world and gravitational space were both high-class profound mysteries. It wasn't too hard to fuse the throbbing pulse of the world with the essence of the Earth, but fusing the gravitational space with it was extremely hard.
This doesn't work.
After having spent 30 years without even finding the first steps to fusing these two profound mysteries, Linley started to panic. If I'm just stuck here, I can spend 10,000 years without being able to improve at all.
I can't let this continue.
The conditions this juvenile beast has set truly are not easy ones.
Only now did Linley understand how difficult a task this was.
Grinding his teeth, Linley immediately made his decision.
Then I'll try doing it in a roundabout way.
His divine Earth clone continued to train hard in attempting to fuse the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational space. As for Linley's primary body, he attempted to let the gravitational space and the essence of the Earth fuse. The essence of the Earth had been fused with the throbbing pulse of the world long ago. If he could fuse gravitational space with the essence of the Earth, then it might be possible for him to use that fusion to then draw the gravitational space and the throbbing pulse of the world closer to each other. By drawing them closer together, he would begin to be able to take those first steps. Upon having broken through the first few steps, a wide road would lie ahead of him.
The 38th year of Linley's bitter training. Letting gravitational space and the essence of the Earth fuse is much simpler.
Linley had spent 8 years' time in allowing these two profound mysteries to gradually fuse. Because the essence of the Earth and throbbing pulse of the world were already completely fused, through the essence of the Earth, Linley felt some confidence in his ability to fuse the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational space. The 46th year of Linley's bitter training.
This roundabout method has finally succeeded.
Linley had finally begun to fuse the gravitational space and the throbbing pulse of the world.
With a beginning, it would be much easier in the future.
Although he had begun to fuse them, and his original body and divine clone were simultaneously training, Linley would still have to take an extremely long amount of time and break through the bottleneck in order to fuse the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational space, these two profound mysteries.
This year was already the 206th year of Linley's training.
In addition, the reason why it was so fast was because Linley's original body's soul had absorbed a large amount of amethyst soul essences and had become extremely strong.
On the 206th year of Linley being trapped here.
Within the cave in the Amethyst Mountains.
Snore. Snore. The gentle nasal sound echoed in the room.
The juvenile amethyst beast still lay there, occasionally wrinkling his nose in his sleep, appearing quite adorable. In the middle of that violet globe, Linley's entire body was covered with bloodstains from that tremendous pressure, but currently, a look of delight was on Linley's face.
I've finally fused those two profound mysteries.
After having spent fully 206 years, and with his original body and divine clone training together, he had finally fused those two profound mysteries. At present, Linley could actually completely fuse the throbbing pulse of the world, the gravitational space, and essence of the Earth together, because the three profound mysteries already had a common element connecting them together.
However, I still have to wait to actually get out before being happy. Linley didn't waste any time.
Raising his head to look upwards, he stared at the black stone glowing with violet light which hovered above him.
Repulsive force? Linley frowned.
Although he had already begun to fuse the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational space, Linley still didn't quite understand how repulsive force could be generated.
What is it all about? How to counter this repulsive force?
Linley felt quite frantic. To be able to counteract this repulsive force, at the very least, he himself would have to be able to generate a gravitational space filled with repulsive force. Only when he had completely understood this would he be able to counteract.
But how? Linley didn't know.
That Gem, the juvenile amethyst beast, said that as long as those two profound mysteries fuse, Linley suddenly was stunned. He remembered the words that the juvenile amethyst beast had said, "This is a gravitational space that was created after fusing the throbbing pulse of the world in gravitational space, with a little special something mixed in."
A little special something mixed in? Linley murmured.
The attack power of a certain technique depended partially on the profound mysteries themselves, but how to apply the profound mysteries was also very important. For example, in the infernal realm, there might be 2 7-star fiends who had both fused 4 types of profound mysteries, but they might use them in different ways. Naturally, their attacks would be different. A particularly ingenious way in which they used the attacks might cause the power of the profound mysteries to increase many tenfold.
To be able to cause gravity to generate a repulsive force? How?
Linley carefully inspected the violet light surrounding himself. However, no matter how much time he spent looking, all he saw was violet light.
Linley couldn't see anything at all. What is it, exactly? Linley repeatedly pondered. How to use gravity and change it into a repulsive force? An attractive force and a repulsive force were completely separate types of force. No matter how he pondered it, Linley couldn't understand how to change between the two. How could Linley have known
that when the juvenile amethyst beast said 10,000 years, it was because he was confident that for an ordinary god, it was virtually impossible to exit the violet sphere within 10,000 years.
To fuse 2 profound mysteries in 10,000 years wasn't too hard. Some geniuses could do it in a century.
However, this violet sphere had a special quality.
It wasn't the profound mysteries.
Rather, it was a very special type of usage of the profound mysteries, something which Riesgem felt the most proud about.
How to use it, exactly?
Ignoring the agony, Linley shut his eyes and constantly visualized and hypothesized in his mind. His divine earth clone and his original body were completely absorbed into this. They constantly analyzed and pondered, time and time again, and time flowed on. The 482nd year Linley had been trapped here. After 2 centuries of painstaking thought, Linley had already come up with quite a few powerful ways of using and fusing the throbbing pulse of the world in gravitational space.
However, Linley still couldn't come up with a way to convert that attractive force to the repulsive force. What to do? Linley was extremely frantic.
After pondering for 200 years, he still hadn't come up with the way by which a repulsive force could be generated.
I've already thought of everything, but it's useless. I've thought of everything. What to do? What to do?
Linley stared at the violet light around him.
He couldn't help but feel angry. Can it be that it really will have to be as I told Delia, that I'll just give up this divine earth clone?
Linley didn't want to give up his divine earth clone. It wasn't because the divine earth clone represented a life, and it wasn't because of the divine earth clone's powerful soul attack.
It was because
the vast earth. In Linley's mind, the image of that man, dressed in long white robes, with a long white beard.
Grandpa Doring.
It was Grandpa Doring who had guided Linley onto the path of training in Earth-style magic.
Linley also knew that Grandpa Doring had always wanted to break through the saint level to become a deity. Only, Grandpa Doring didn't have the chance to.
Linley himself had trained so hard and had finally become a deity in the laws of the earth, and now had entered the higher plane of the infernal realm. Linley sometimes thought to himself, Grandpa Doring, if he knew that I had become a deity of the earth element and had entered the higher planes, he would definitely be very happy. His divine earth clone didn't just represent a life to him. It was something which Linley felt Grandpa Doring had entrusted him with.
He didn't want to give it up. No, I cannot give up
the laws of the earth.
I will continue to train in them.
I definitely will not permit the divine earth clone to die.
Linley constantly told himself this, and then stared at the juvenile amethyst beast. It's been less than 500 years. The juvenile amethyst beast gave me 10,000 years.
I still have more than 9,000 years left.
I will definitely succeed, definitely sucky. Midway through his sentence, Linley came to a halt. He stared at the sleeping juvenile amethyst beast.
Or, to be precise, he was staring at those 108 spikes on the back of the juvenile amethyst beast. Linley stared, stunned, as though he had lost his wits.
He muttered to himself, 108? Flat?
Linley's mind suddenly had thoughts flash through like lightning, and then Linley shut his eyes.
At the same time,
within Linley's mind, he visualized rays of divine power forming, exactly 108 rays of them. First, he organized them in sequence like the way those 108 spikes on the juvenile amethyst beast's back were organized, and then constantly visualized rearranging them, trying to see what special effects might be generated.
The 108 rays of divine power were simply too complex. After spending fully half a month visualizing, Linley felt overjoyed. Indeed. With a different sequence, the power of the gravity will increase 100-fold.
Linley knew very well that while normally using a gravitational space, at most one would be able to impact another person's movements, but the impact wouldn't be extravagant. But by organizing the power in such a manner, the maximum limits of the attractive force had increased 100-fold. Most likely, even high gods would be rendered unable to fly. That's not right. It's still not as powerful as the gravity here in the Amethyst Mountains. Linley refuted this mentally. And wait. The gravity of the Amethyst Mountains isn't focused downwards. Rather, it is like a sphere, absorbing in all directions. No matter where one is, one will be drawn towards the Amethyst Mountains. Linley opened his eyes, and in front of him appeared the violet light which had formed into a sphere. He just looked at it. Flat? Sphere? Linley murmured, but slowly, a light appeared in Linley's eyes. Right. Sphere. It isn't a simple flat surface. Crunch. The shackles binding Linley's thoughts just shattered. So that's how it works. How could I have not realized this? However, to mentally go from visualizing a flat surface to a sphere is incomparably more difficult. Linley could completely imagine how difficult that must have been. If visualizing the effects on a flat surface had to be done 1,000 times, then the visualization and hypothesizing needed for a sphere would be 1,000 to the third power. 1 billion times. 1,000 versus 1 billion. The difference was too great. What's more, Linley had spent far more than just 1,000 times visualizing all sorts of possible scenarios for a flat surface. Thus, the number of visualizations needed for the complicated sphere would naturally also be far more. If I truly had to blindly exhaust all possible calculations on ways to align the 108 rays of divine power, even if I spent 1 trillion years, I might not be able to finish it. Linley understood using this sort of technique wasn't just a matter of calculating everything out, it required certain insights. However, fortunately I know that the true trick of it lies in the sequence of those spikes on the juvenile amethyst beast's back. Linley opened his eyes, carefully inspecting the 108 spikes on the back of the juvenile amethyst beast, working hard to memorize the lengths and locations of those 108 spikes. The 108 rays of divine power in Linley's mind were constantly changing, while at the same time, Linley also began to circulate 108 rays of divine power around his body. All sorts of calculations and visualizations. Linley's divine power around his body began to be ordered as well. As time went on, the repulsive force actually began to lessen, or, to be precise, the repulsive force didn't lessen, but Linley was able to counteract part of the repulsive force. As Linley's calculations and visualizations came closer and closer to the true path, the amount of repulsive force counteracted increased even further. The juvenile amethyst beast suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Linley. He was tremendously shocked. This kid actually. The violet amethyst beast immediately stood up, so angry that his nose was crooked. It's only been 500 years, but this punk has actually begun to approach a basic understanding of the ultimate technique of myself, Lord Reesgem. The juvenile amethyst beast watched as the earthen light around Linley's body circulated, the profound mysteries of the laws contained within the light. Right. That's how you do it. Linley, overjoyed, opened his eyes. In the instant he opened his eyes, he saw the juvenile amethyst beast staring at him, filled with anger. Mr. Reesgem, I've finally reached your requirements. Linley smiled. Although at present, some repulsive force remained, that was primarily because the juvenile amethyst beast was using high god-level divine power. While the type of technique they used was the same, of course the juvenile beasts would be somewhat more powerful. But after the counteracting, the remaining amount of repulsive force no longer had much power. Linley easily flew up and stretched out with his hand, snatching the black stone emanating the violet light. Immediately, the violet sphere of light collapsed. The juvenile amethyst beast stared furiously at Linley. You little punk. You actually were able to understand this technique of mine? Actually, I must thank you, Mr. Reesgem. If it hadn't been for the spikes on your back, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Linley was currently in quite a good mood. The juvenile amethyst beast instantly understood. Your mommy. So it was I myself who helped you. But the juvenile amethyst beast also understood that even though Linley had seen the spikes on his back, how many people would have been able to connect them with gravitational space? The juvenile amethyst beast knew very well that this sort of unique gravitational space was his innate ability. Combined with the spikes on his back, the power was extremely great. I'll keep my promise. Kid, you can leave now. The juvenile amethyst beast said discontentedly. Then, Mr. Reesgem, I'll leave now. Linley was very courteous. Ugh, after you leave the Amethyst Mountains, I won't be able to see you again. I was planning on spending some time messing with you. The juvenile amethyst beast curled his lips as he spoke with resignation. Leave the Amethyst Mountains? Linley was stunned. He turned to look at the juvenile amethyst beast. The juvenile amethyst beast glanced at him, snorted, then said, I might as well tell you. You've already mastered my ultimate technique.
This gravitational space technique is capable of nullifying the gravitational pull of the Amethyst Mountains. As for the soul-affecting influence of the wind sound, with that stone, you won't be afraid either.
The black stone?
Linley lowered his head to look at the stone in his hand.
All you need to do is bind it with blood, your mommy. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get. I'm not wasting any more words on you. Hurry up and beat it. The juvenile amethyst beast was very unhappy. Linley's heart was filled with questions. Bind the black stone with blood?
But although puzzled, Linley still dripped a drop of blood onto the black stone. After doing so, the black stone merged into Linley's body, fusing directly with Linley's soul.
Linley could now feel the strange, marvelous properties of this black stone. This black stone.
Linley could sense that the black stone contained within it an extremely dense power. Only, the power was too deep and hidden. Aside from that, Linley could also sense 108 rays of spiritual energy circulating within it, constantly changing positions.
Linley realized, to his astonishment,
that the technique he had developed after spending so much time pondering was just one of the most basic, superficial types of techniques.
What on earth is this black stone? Linley was astonished. At the same time, he glanced in amazement at the juvenile amethyst beast. Although this juvenile amethyst beast said he was going to torment me, he actually gave me this black stone. This black stone definitely isn't an ordinary item. Linley didn't understand it at all. Why did the juvenile amethyst beast do this? Thank you, Mr. Reesgem. Linley immediately said gratefully. The juvenile amethyst just turned his head away. Linley didn't waste any more words. He immediately executed the world walking ability and left the cave. The juvenile amethyst beast sat down onto the floor of the cave.
Suddenly, the stones of the cave walls began to move, transforming into an enormous face.
Gem, what, are you mad?
The stone face actually opened its mouth and spoke.
Right. I'm mad. The juvenile amethyst beast, Reesgem, said angrily. Also, don't call me Gem.
I finally got a toy, and I had just come up with all sorts of ideas to torment him, but you actually didn't let me, and then even gave him such a gift. The lips of the stone face moved slightly.
Gem, don't be mad.
Back in the day, I owed a debt to the clan leader of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, but halfway through the sentence.
I told you, don't call me Gem.
The juvenile amethyst beast bellowed, and then let out a snort and slammed straight into the wall, merging into the wall and disappearing. After all these years, he's still like a little kid. The stone face on the wall said helplessly, and then disappeared, the wall returning to its normal appearance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 1, Black Stone. Book 16, Star Mist Sea Chapter 1, Black Stone.
The Amethyst Mountains were covered by that unfeeling, icy mist. Within the mountain hollow, Delia was currently seated quietly, her eyes closed. Today was as peaceful as always. Delia, BB. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Delia, who had been quietly meditating, couldn't help but be startled. She immediately opened her eyes and turned to look over. Right now, BB's worried voice rang out as well. Boss, why did you stop training? How is your Divine Earth clone doing? Did you succeed, or is it? By the time Delia looked over, she saw that the sky-blue robed Linley, his original body, was already standing in front of her. What's the situation? Delia walked over, asking with concern. Linley felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Nodding, he said, everything is fine. Right now, my Divine Earth clone is on the way back, and will arrive soon. Delia, BB, I'm sorry. I've made you worry during this period of time. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry right now. He didn't know if he should say that he was lucky, or if he was unlucky. He had just been testing world walking for the first time when he had encountered the juvenile amethyst beast. However, because of this, his power had increased greatly. Indeed, blessings and disasters could be hard to differentiate. Suddenly, footsteps rang out from afar. It was Olivier. Linley, you successfully escaped, right? I can tell just by the look on your face. Olivier laughed loudly. Linley nodded slightly. Boss, you successfully escaped. This is a cause for celebration. Although we might be stuck here a very long time and need to be a bit sparing with the wine, today, we absolutely still have to celebrate this joyous occasion. With a flip of his hand, BB retrieved several bottles of fine wine. Wine was extremely precious in the Amethyst Mountains.
Within the Amethyst Mountains, perhaps not even hundreds of millions of inkstones would be enough to trade for a single bottle of wine. After all, in the Amethyst Mountains, harvesting amethysts was simply too easy.
Wine, on the other hand, was gone after being drunk. The Amethyst Mountains didn't have any materials that could be used for making wine. Today, drink as much as you like. Lindley laughed loudly. Even if we drink up all the wine we have, it doesn't matter. Bibi immediately stared. Boss, you can be happy, but you can't be so wasteful.
Olivier was somewhat astonished as well.
Delia looked suspiciously at Lindley, asking, Lindley, are you preparing to abstain from alcohol? Laughing, Lindley shook his head. That's not it.
It's because I've already found a method by which I can take you all out from these Amethyst Mountains.
Leave the Amethyst Mountains?
Bibi, Delia, and Olivier couldn't help but be stunned. After so many years, nobody who had entered the Amethyst Mountains had been able to leave on their own. Olivier and the others had tested it out as well, but weren't able to leave the Amethyst Mountains at all.
But Lindley was now saying. Delia, Bibi, and Olivier knew what sort of person Lindley was. They knew that Lindley wouldn't lie. But leaving the Amethyst Mountains, this was simply too unbelievable. Boss? You tellin' the truth?
Bibi was filled with doubts, and he asked again. Lindley, you'd better not be making me happy for nothing. Olivier chuckled, but his eyes stared hard at Lindley with a hint of expectation in them. If anyone else had said this, Olivier probably wouldn't even pay them any mind, but it was Lindley who said this.
Lindley wasn't the sort of person to lie. Lindley, you have a way to deal with that astonishing gravity? Delia went straight to the heart of the matter.
If one wanted to leave the Amethyst Mountains, first, one had to deal with that astonishing gravity. The gravity of the Amethyst Mountains was something which not even most high gods could nullify while flying.
Don't worry. If I said we can leave, that means we can leave. Lindley said with absolute certainty.
Bibi, Delia, and Olivier all had a hint of excitement on their faces.
Boss, how would we leave? Bibi asked. Lindley smiled. Fine. I'll give you a demonstration, as otherwise, you probably wouldn't believe it. Lindley's original body was capable of borrowing divine power from his divine body.
Immediately, Lindley's body began to circulate with a surge of divine earth power, and he immediately activated it based on the insights he had gained.
Geomagnetic ripples spread out from Lindley's legs, stretching out into the earth. Crackle.
At the same time, the ground within 100 meters began to ripple strangely.
Lindley smiled as he looked at Delia, Bibi, and Olivier. What do you think?
Delia and the others were astonished. To their amazement, they discovered that the effect their bodies suffered from the astonishing gravitational force of the Amethyst Mountains had been weakened by more than 90%. Although the remaining amount of gravity pull was considerable, it was no longer enough to prevent the three of them from flying. Delia, Bibi, and Olivier easily hovered up from the ground.
Lindley, what's this? Olivier couldn't help but find this unbelievable. Right.
Bibi's face was filled with astonishment. Garland and Jared had told me that even if one mastered gravitational space, it would be useless here in the Amethyst Mountains. Up till now, nobody has been able to nullify the gravitational force like you. Although some experts were powerful enough to fly despite the pull of gravity, that was just relying on pure power, unlike Lindley who was using profound mysteries.
Do you believe me now? Lindley didn't explain further. I believe you, I believe you.
Olivier's face was covered with delight, the many years of unhappiness all washed away.
Boss, what about that strange wind region? Bibi asked hurriedly.
That chaotic region was the true culprit behind so many experts being trapped here.
Lindley laughed calmly. No need to ask. When we leave, I'll deal with it.
Lindley still remembered clearly how the juvenile amethyst beast, Reese Gem, had said that in the area of the strange wind sound, by relying on this black stone, he would be able to pass through it.
I have to spend some time giving a thorough review of this black stone, Lindley said quietly to himself.
After exiting the cave, Lindley had been in a hurry to come back, and hadn't analyzed the black stone. However, even that cursory glance he had given it had shown that the black stone had astonishing aspects to it. In particular, it held within it an aura that made one's heart tremble, and the spiritual energy within it constantly changed. All of these things attracted Lindley's interest. But of course, I still need to spend some time preparing, and get a thorough understanding of the method we'll use to leave.
Lindley laughed.
The Amethyst Mountains are very safe. In the infernal realm, it's very, very rare to find such a safe training area. Indeed, aside from the flaws of the white fog here limiting visibility to 100 meters, the astonishing gravity, and the boring, dull lifestyle, in the Amethyst Mountains, aside from the day of the fog wave, it really is quite safe in here.
Olivier nodded as well.
Right at this moment, the returning Divine Earth clone finally sprouted out from the stone, fusing into Linley's original body.
Delia and Bibi, upon seeing this, finally let out sighs of relief.
Boss, let's celebrate. Bibi, having received 2 pieces of good news in a row, was naturally in an excellent mood. After Linley's group of 4 celebrated, Linley began to focus on his analysis of the black stone.
This black stone contains within it an earth-type aura, and it also has a spiritual aura. It really is odd.
Linley carefully inspected the black stone, his heart filled with questions, and then he laughed.
Perhaps the black stone has some connection to amethysts.
Amethyst-top stones were naturally earth-style.
However, amethysts contain spiritual energy as well.
This was quite similar to the black stone. Only, the aura of the spiritual energy in this black stone causes one's heart to tremble, Linley said to himself. The black stone also held within it those 108 constantly fluctuating spiritual energy auras. These 108 spiritual energy auras were moving into constantly changing configurations, causing Linley to feel utterly delighted. The configurations he himself had developed thus far were just the basics.
But within the black stone, the naturally transforming configurations were on a deeper level.
Linley immediately calmed down and began to analyze the methods by which one would use this gravitational space technique. Although seemingly simple, controlling it for one's own use was very complicated. It was much like how Linley had seen those 108 spikes on the back of the juvenile amethyst beast, but truly understanding the configuration had required a very long amount of time. Right now, this was the difficulty which he faced. However, Linley was absorbed by it. When boss trains like this, he pays no attention to time at all.
Bibi muttered, not for the first time.
In fact, he had complained like this innumerable times.
Delia laughed and glanced at him. Bibi, calm down and train. It's just been 20 years. It went by in a flash. Look at Olivier.
As soon as he started meditating, he hasn't woken up a single time.
If you are so impatient, when will you be able to make a breakthrough? Bibi pouted but didn't speak. Hey. Bibi's eyes suddenly lit up. The boss woke up. Delia hurriedly turned to look towards where Linley was seated in meditation.
Right now, Linley's eyes were open, and his face was all smiles.
So the black stone can even be used in such a manner. I truly am a fool.
Linley turned and urged, Bibi, come over.
What for? Bibi didn't quite understand. Get a feel for my gravitational space. Linley said. Bibi raised his head, then immediately walked over. Disdainfully, he said, gravitational space? Give it your best shot.
I, Bibi, have a really powerful body. Your gravitational space won't be able to harm me, no matter how powerful it is. Bibi was fully confident, and indeed, precisely because of his tough body, Linley had asked him to come.
Get ready. Linley immediately began to use it. Crackle. Geomagnetic ripples spread out from Linley's feet, spreading out through the earth and continuously transforming from within it.
The strange thing was, the black stone was currently floating within Linley's sea of consciousness, and the 108 rays of spiritual energy within the black stone were moving in exactly the same manner as the geomagnetic ripples. It was as though the two were moving in accord. The gravity is quite something, but it's nothing to me.
Bibi said delightedly, but suddenly, Bibi's face changed. He frantically shook his head. Boss, stop playing around.
My head feels miserable.
Linley immediately halted. How does that feel?
Linley laughed while looking at him. This was all as Linley had predicted it would be.
Bibi stared at Linley in surprise.
Boss, just now, my head felt so dizzy. That feeling was just like how when I heard the strange wind sound in the fog sea. It was that sort of feeling.
My head felt extremely miserable. How'd you do it? Bibi somewhat didn't dare to believe it.
This is the effect of a treasure I received.
Linley explained.
Actually, in the later stages of his analysis of the black stone, Linley had discovered this. It was at this point of the analysis that Linley realized why the juvenile amethyst beast had said that with this black stone, he wouldn't have to worry about the influence of the strange wind sound. It was because the special effect of the strange wind sound and the sole effect of the black stone were identical.
Linley suspected.
Perhaps, within these amethyst mountains, there is an extremely large black stone, capable of impacting and spreading out to a range of hundreds of thousands of kilometers.
Linley guessed. Linley, what are you testing out?
Delia walked over as well. BB turned his head and grinned. Delia, the boss is now extremely powerful, and I even dare say that we definitely won't have any problems in leaving the Amethyst Mountains. After having tasted this technique, BB was now completely confident in Linley. Delia's eyes lit up. Walking over to Linley, she said, Linley, shall we head out now? Linley frowned slightly. No rush. Delia, the infernal realm has too many dangers hidden within it. We should wait until we are a bit stronger before heading out. Right now, I've only fused 2 types of profound mysteries. However, I am confident that I should be able to fuse 3 types of profound mysteries very soon. Fuse 3 types? Delia and BB were both surprised. There were quite a few experts who had fused 2 types of profound mysteries, but the number who had fused 3 was extremely low. It must be understood that many 6-star fiends had only fused 3 types of profound mysteries. As for fusing 4, even Elquin, the 7-star fiend, had only fused 4. With each increase in level, the power would increase tenfold as well. The difficulty, as well, would also increase exponentially. For example, Linley had fused the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational space. To fuse a 3rd type of profound mystery, he would have to have the 3rd profound mystery find a joining location for both of the other 2 types of profound mysteries, which would be the foundation for the fusing. Only then would fusing become possible. Finding the joining location, however, was extremely difficult. For example, Linley had spent a long time looking for a joining point between the throbbing pulse of the world and the gravitational space without success and without any breakthroughs. Afterwards, he had used the essence of the earth to have these 2 types of profound mysteries find a joining point. I'm confident in being able to fuse 3 profound mysteries, but 4? Linley couldn't help but think of the world walking technique. Up till now, he hadn't had a single insight into how he would fuse world walking with any of the other 3 profound mysteries. To fuse 4 profound mysteries, he would at least have to begin fusing world walking with the other 3 profound mysteries. But he hadn't even found a joining point. How could he then fuse it with the other 3? Most likely, even after spending 10,000 years, he still wouldn't be able to do it. The higher I climb, the harder it becomes. Linley understood. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 2, 10 Years of Harvesting. Book 16, Star Must See Chapter 2, 10 Years of Harvesting. The essence of the earth had been fused with the throbbing pulse of the world long ago, and had been partially fused with the gravitational space. At present, to fuse these 3 profound mysteries into one, it could be said to be just a matter of time. Linley naturally wouldn't choose to leave first. The Amethyst Mountains were as calm as always. As the calm days passed, Linley's understanding of the laws of the earth gradually increased, and the degree of fusion of the 3 types of profound mysteries constantly increased as well. Time silently flowed onwards, and in the blink of an eye, another 120 years passed. On the surface of the stone, Linley was seated in the meditative position, his body covered by a layer of dust. Suddenly, a surge of energy swirled around his body, sweeping away the dust. Just a little bit more, and the 3 profound mysteries will be fused. Linley opened his eyes and let out a low sigh. Pausing his training, he said, a bottleneck is hard to break through. Once I am stuck at the final bottleneck, who knows how long it will take? Fusing profound mysteries have 2 critical points. The first is finding the joining point, and the second is the final bottleneck. The amount of time needed for these 2 is completely unpredictable. Despite that, however, Linley was still in quite a good mood. He was just a tiny step away from fusing these 3 profound mysteries, and his power was now 5 or 6 times that of the past, when he had only fused 2 profound mysteries. Originally, when escorting Salomon and his treasure, we had been trapped in that castle of sand. Now, I'm going to create a blackstone prison of my own. Linley smiled, then willed it. Instantly. With Linley at the center, divine power surged forth in the area with a circumference of 100 meters. A large amount of earth elemental essence coalesced, instantly forming a black, completely sealed prison. Not a hint of sunlight could be seen from within the prison, and nothing could be seen at all. At the same time, within this prison, there was an extremely strong gravity. Compared to the past, when Linley had only fused 2 profound mysteries, the power of the gravity now was actually several times greater. Poof. Even a high god who falls into this most likely won't even be able to run out from within it. Linley was very confident. Their speed will be lessened, but my speed won't be influenced at all. I can easily kill that high god. Blackstone prison. A prison formed as the result of the fusion of the throbbing pulse of the world, the gravitational space, and the essence of the earth profound mysteries, while using the mysterious priceless treasure, the black stone, as the nucleus.
Within this prison, the trapped person would suffer tremendously powerful gravitational bindings, while at the same time the soul would be impacted as well. The person would be able to use less than a tenth of his total strength. Within this region, Linley definitely could deal with his opponents. Unfortunately, the three profound mysteries haven't been completely fused. Linley said to himself. Linley knew very well that given how hard it was to train in the laws, to successfully fuse four profound mysteries would take countless years. What he was currently training in now would be, at this point in time, his greatest asset when roaming the infernal realm. Logically speaking, the Asuras of the infernal realm should have fused 5 types of profound mysteries. As for 7-star fiends, most of them have fused 4 profound mysteries. Only a very few have fused 5 profound mysteries. Generally speaking, 6-star fiends have fused 3 types. Linley hypothesized. Ordinary high gods were 4-star fiends. After fusing 2 profound mysteries, they would generally be capable of becoming 5-star fiends. But of course, this wasn't absolute. This was just a generality. Although I'm only one step off from completely fusing 3 profound mysteries, the effect of my Blackstone prison should be greater than that of 4 fused profound mysteries. Linley knew very well that the reason why this technique was so powerful was primarily because of the strange way in which it was used. This was the way in which the juvenile amethyst beast used gravitational space. 108 geomagnetic rays of force, when working together, could actually increase the former upper limits over 100-fold. When combined with the black stone and its support, the power of this technique would definitely doom most high gods who encountered it. In normal circumstances, high gods could easily kill gods, precisely because they were able to rely on their god realm as well as their naturally stronger souls. Only. With regards to the soul, Linley had a sovereign soul-protecting artifact. As for the binding power of a god realm, Linley's gravitational space had an even greater binding power. Generally speaking, any high gods who encountered Linley would indeed be doomed. Actually, this made sense. He had the black stone, the soul-protecting sovereign artifact, and was very nearly at the point of fusing 3 profound mysteries. Although his god-level divine power was rather weak, the 3 advantages listed above were simply too strong. Most high gods definitely wouldn't be a match. Linley, you are finally prepared to head out. Olivier had waited a long time for this day. Sorry. Linley laughed. And then, Linley glanced at the nearby Delia and Bibi. Everyone, prepare yourselves. As he spoke, Linley's body began to circulate with an earthen yellow light, and then a 10-meter-long sphere of earthen light emanated out, surrounding Linley and the group of 4 within it, levitating. A gravitational space didn't have to be flat, it could be made into a sphere. However, this was something Linley had accomplished only after centuries of research. Let's go. Within the gravitational space, Linley easily countered the impact of that gravitational pull. Linley's group of 4 immediately flew into the air. When we came, the gravity was so powerful. But now that we are leaving, I can't feel any gravity at all. Olivier couldn't help but glance at Linley. Sighing, he said, Linley, of the experts of the Yulan continent who came to the infernal plane, I imagine there are very few as powerful as you. Olivier couldn't help but be impressed by Linley. They flew into the white fog ahead of them. Linley's group of 4 constantly rose upwards, higher into the air. We've already left the region of powerful gravity. Linley had been continuously controlling the gravitational sphere. Naturally, he could sense the changes in gravity outside. We're about to immediately enter the region of that strange wind sounds, that chaotic area. Linley reminded everyone. Delia and Olivier were very careful, because their soul defenses weren't very strong. Whoosh! Whoosh! That wind sound rang out again. Immediately, Bibi frowned, while Delia and Olivier began to feel their heads going dizzy. Linley immediately activated the black stone, and his own spiritual energy emanated out from within the black stone, filling the entire gravitational space sphere. So it really is the same. Linley had a smile on his face. Right now, he could easily sense the principles behind the wind sound causing the soul to grow dizzy. Actually, it wasn't the wind, it was a sort of strange spiritual energy ripple. Even when it entered the body through the ears, it would still be transmitted straight through to the sea of consciousness. Linley shut out that strange wind sound, and Delia along with the others felt much better. We'll definitely be able to leave now. Olivier was incomparably excited. After seeing Linley shut out that strange wind sound, he was completely sure of it now. It must be understood that this chaotic region with this strange wind sound was a place which even high gods found difficult to deal with. In the chaotic area, Linley's group of 4 was completely unaffected. Naturally, they headed straight through. Moments later. I see the outside world. Bibi said in surprised delight.
Me too. Linley immediately dispersed the gravitational space. At this moment, not too far away from Linley, a group of people were standing aloft in midair, clearly waiting for amethysts to fly out.
Ah, 2 amethysts. From afar, an excited cry could be heard.
Ha, I didn't expect that after being here for just half a month, you would be able to get 2 amethysts.
Let's go have a good celebration. From afar, some idle chatter could be heard.
Linley's group of 4 looked at each other and laughed. These words were very familiar to each other. They were words commonly heard here in the Fog Sea. They had finally escaped.
We really did come out.
BB's face was full of delight. Hey, the 4 of you, be careful.
Don't go too deep into the Fog Sea.
I saw that the 4 of you seem to have come from rather deep within.
You have got to be careful. A flying god warned Linley's group of 4. If you go past the safe zone, you'll never be able to leave again. We know.
Linley chuckled in response.
Of course they knew the danger.
They themselves really had in fact been trapped within.
Let's go.
Linley's group of 4 felt quite joyful, and they immediately flew out of the borders of the Fog Sea.
Linley, when we leave, each of us should pay 3 amethysts. Let's not return the writ. Delia said through divine sense.
Why?
BB asked.
Linley was puzzled as well, but then he immediately understood. Delia explained through her divine sense, I'm worried that after each fog wave, the 18 clans will change to a different type of writ. If we take out our writ of passage, they might very well know that we entered during the previous fog wave, and will definitely suspect that we came out from within the Amethyst Mountains. Once we are discovered, we'll be in for a great deal of trouble. But
BB and Olivier immediately understood.
Right. This was very possible.
If we're discovered, we really will be doomed. Linley could imagine it.
It must be understood that in the Amethyst Mountains, acquiring amethysts was simply too easy. It was like picking money off the ground.
Linley's group of 4 immediately flew towards the outside perimeter, and instantly, 2 black-robed men went to greet them.
One of them glanced at Delia in surprise, especially upon seeing the fiend medallion on Delia's chest. This was a high god fiend. It was extremely rare for them to see a high god fiend enter the Fog Sea to harvest amethysts.
Linley couldn't help but feel startled.
The 4 of you, where are your writs of passage? One of the black-robed staff members said.
We entered without buying them. BB replied.
Oh.
The black-robed man replied very naturally, same rules as always. 3 amethysts each, 12 total for 4 of you, but.
With a flip of her hand, Delia produced 5 amethysts while saying, my luck was a bit better than yours, so I'll pay 5 amethysts.
How about you 3?
BB, this time, you had pretty good luck as well, right?
You got quite a few amethysts, I believe.
Oh, I'll pay the other 7.
BB chortled as he withdrew 7 amethysts. Accepting the 12 amethysts, the 2 black-robed figures glanced at Delia in puzzlement, and then nodded. You can leave. Clearly, the black-robed men didn't want to make too much of a fuss.
Linley's group of 4 laughed and immediately flew away, while from behind them came the sound of the 2 black-robed men chatting.
That high god fiend entered to harvest amethysts as well. What's wrong with her? Who knows? Perhaps that woman reached the high god level while harvesting amethysts.
Oh, right, that's very possible. It's only been a few centuries since the fog wave, but that skinny kid had really good luck.
He was actually able to produce 7 amethysts.
Linley's group heard these words as they traveled farther away. From afar, Linley's group took out their metallic lifeform and entered it, and it transformed into a ray of black light, quickly disappearing into the eastern horizons.
Within the metallic lifeform. Ha, we're rich, we're rich!
BB called out excitedly.
How so? Linley laughed as he looked at BB.
Boss, 100 years ago, you said that you had a way to let us leave the Amethyst Mountains, right?
Right, so what? Linley looked at BB in puzzlement. Since I knew we were going to leave, I began to go harvest those amethysts like mad. BB laughed delightedly.
Boss, you don't know this, but I couldn't settle down and focus on training, so I went to harvest amethysts. At a single one of those demonic amethyst layers, in a single day, I was easily able to acquire millions of amethysts. I was harvesting for 10 full years.
Millions of amethysts every day for 10 years? How many do you have?
Linley, Delia, and Olivier were all shocked.
Haha, can't you calculate it for yourself?
BB was extremely delighted with himself. In the Amethyst Mountains, amethysts are worthless, but in other places, they are quite valuable.
Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. All of them knew this logic.
However, Linley, Delia, and Olivier had only gone to harvest some amethysts earlier on, and afterwards they had focused on their training. Only Bibi, bored, would go harvest so many amethysts. But 10 years of harvesting? This number was simply too extravagant. On this trip, they no longer encountered any dangers, and Linley's group constantly advanced. The infernal realm really was incomparably vast. From the Amethyst Mountains to the Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture took Linley's team 8 full years of time. "We're here at Blue Maple City," Bibi celebrated. All 4 of them in the metallic lifeform were overjoyed. "We finally arrived." Looking through the translucent metal and seeing the beautiful, distant, ancient Blue Maple City, Linley felt a surge of joy. On this trip over, they experienced countless dangers, and only now had they arrived at the Blue Maple City of the Rainbow Prefecture. Now that they had arrived at Blue Maple City, they could begin their journey through the Starmist Sea. After passing through the Starmist Sea, they would be at the place where Linley's ancestors resided. The Blood Ridge Continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 3, Saturation. Book 16, Starmist Sea Chapter 3, Saturation. Rainbow Prefecture. Blue Maple City. This was at the southeasternmost point of the entire Redbud continent. From Blue Maple City, one only would have to fly a few moments before reaching the borders of the vast, boundless Starmist Sea. Everyone headed from the Redbud continent towards the Jadefloat continent of the east or the Bloodridge continent of the southeast would primarily travel through here, as Blue Maple City was the closest location. Some major trading guilds would also have branches here, resulting in Blue Maple City being far more bustling and active than any of the other cities in the Redbud continent. The gates of Blue Maple City actually have Redbud army soldiers standing on duty. How strange. Olivier laughed calmly in praise. At this moment, Linley's group of 4 had already entered Blue Maple City and were walking along the roads of Blue Maple City. Blue Maple City is an extremely developed and bustling city. Trade has caused many merchants' guilds to depart from this location. There are also many experts who wish to go to other continents who set out from here as well. It makes sense for some Redbud army soldiers to be stationed at such an important location, Linley said, while at the same time scanning his surroundings. Linley was in an excellent mood as he enjoyed the views of Blue Maple City, which were different from Royal Wing City. How could Linley not be in a good mood? After all, they had taken a big first step on their journey to the Indigo Prefecture. Linley. Delia sent quietly through divine sense. Huh? Linley turned to look, puzzled. Delia gestured with her eyes towards Bibi, and only now did Linley notice that Bibi seemed to be in a rather strange mood. Upon arriving at Blue Maple City, the normally lively Bibi actually hadn't said a single word. He was wearing his straw hat, which covered half his face. He paid no attention at all to the surrounding architecture or people. Bibi just walked quietly. It was hard to tell from the look on Bibi's face as to what he was thinking, but seeing this, Linley began to understand. Most likely, only this affair could cause Bibi to be like this. Bibi. Linley spoke out. Bibi was suddenly startled awake, and then turned to look at Linley, puzzled. Boss, why are you calling for me? Are you thinking about Nis? Linley lowered his head to look at Bibi. Right. Bibi nodded slightly, clearly quite saddened. Nini has gone to the Jadefloat continent. She definitely headed out from Blue Maple City as well. Upon arriving in Blue Maple City, Bibi couldn't help but think about Nini. And then, Bibi let out a low sigh. However, she came to Blue Maple City centuries ago. Bibi raised his head and laughed wryly. Boss, I'm fine. Nini went to the Jadefloat continent centuries ago. It would be very hard to find her. In the future, when I have the chance, well, let's go. Let's head to the Fiend Castle. As he spoke, Bibi led the way. Linley and Delia exchanged glances, then followed him. Olivier actually hesitated slightly, as though thinking of something. After Linley and the others had moved some distance, Olivier, what are you thinking about? Olivier only now came to his senses and immediately hurried after them. Olivier. Linley said. HRM? Olivier looked towards Linley. Have you truly decided to join us to the Bloodridge continent? Linley laughed. While on the trip over from Blue Maple City, he had chatted about this with Olivier. The Starmist Sea is vast, and it's hard to say what sort of dangers we'll encounter on the trip over. Olivier laughed calmly. Linley, in the Infernal Realm, I have no particular goal or target. It's fine for me to just adventure with you for a time.
What's more, although the Starmus Sea has dangers within it, we have you, a powerful expert, right? Powerful expert? As Lindley and Olivier chatted on the street, given how densely populated the streets of Blue Maple City were, quite a few people nearby overheard them. Those people couldn't help but glance sideways at Lindley, either disdainfully or with amusement. Clearly, none of them viewed Lindley as a powerful expert. Because Lindley was a god. In the vast infernal realm, gods could only be considered ordinary people. They couldn't be considered powerful experts at all. Lindley noticed the glances of the nearby people, and he really didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Olivier, since when did you become the type of person to say these sorts of things? Olivier should be that sort of person who was solemn and icy, and not the type of person to joke around like this. However, Lindley understood that the reason was because Olivier now viewed him as a true friend. In a foreign land, people from the same homeland were especially near and dear. In the infernal realm, of course they would be closer to each other, as they were both from the Yulon continent. The Fiend Castle. The Fiend Castles everywhere were all the same. Per the usual norms, Lindley's group arrived on the second floor of the Fiend Castle. There were a row of rooms on the second floor, one of which was meant for one-star fiends to take on assignments. Lindley's group of 4 thus entered one of the empty rooms. Within the room, there was a golden-haired, violet-robed woman. The violet-robed woman raised her head and glanced at the 4 of them, then said calmly, "Speak. What sort of mission do you want?" "The 4 of us wish to take on a 2-star mission, hopefully one which is heading from Blue Maple City to Nishan City of the Blood-Ridge continent," Lindley said. Nishan City belonged to the northwestern corner of the Blood-Ridge continent. From the Redbud continent, most would first arrive at Nishan City. Blood-Ridge continent? Wait a moment. The violet-robed woman glanced at Lindley with her blue eyes, then closed them momentarily before opening them again later. When she did, a thick scroll appeared within her hands, which she flipped open while saying, "From Blue Maple City to the border city, Nishan, of the Blood-Ridge continent, within the next month, there are 13,043 different types of missions, with 1836 of them being 2-star missions. Choose for yourself." As she spoke, she placed the thick scroll in front of Lindley. Lindley's group of 4 was stunned. Over 10,000 choices? Lindley, when we came over from Royal Wing City, there were only 11 missions, 3 of which were 2-star. Delia sighed in shock. The violet-robed woman said calmly, "Every day, there's a large number of people heading from Blue Maple City to the Blood-Ridge continent, the Jadefloat continent, or the Starmus Sea. However, most of them are self-guided merchant caravans. There aren't that many real missions being issued. Despite that, it's normal for there to be over 10,000. Lindley flipped through the 2-star missions. "Boss, which one should we choose?" Bibi was seeing stars after looking through so many. He didn't know which one to pick. Lindley turned to glance at the others. "This time, I'll pick a simple, easy one." After their most recent experience, Lindley didn't dare to choose those missions which recruited an entire pile of fiends. The more fiends that had been invited, the more complicated a mission would be. However, if there were too few fiends, the trip would be more troublesome and there would be more danger. Thus, Lindley chose a 2-star mission that was employing a group of 2-star fiends. "This one," Lindley decided. "This one?" Bibi leaned over to take a look, then muttered, "There's almost no payment. To go all the way through the vast Starmus Sea for just 50,000 inkstones, last time, the escort mission's reward was 200,000 inkstones. But of course. On that mission, the mission givers, the White-Horned Elder and the Black-Horned Elder, had both died. Lindley's group had failed the mission and thus had gotten nothing. If we can't get paid, what's the point? Lindley laughed. Delia laughed as well. Bibi, you care about this? Bibi had harvested amethysts for fully 10 years. The fortune he was in possession of was most likely comparable to the entire fortune of the Boyd clan. I'm just saying. Bibi mumbled. Lindley was actually musing secretly that the higher the compensation was, the more hidden dangers would most likely be held within this mission. How could the last escort mission be considered a 2-star mission? Those people who had been employed on that mission had been all but throwing their lives away. Aside from Lindley's group, who had been lucky enough to be spared by Fusro, all of the other hired fiends had died, with only Learmonth being able to escape thanks to his power. Give me the fiend medallion for a moment, the violet-robed woman said. After finishing the paperwork, Lindley's group of 4 left the fiend castle, while at the same time they now knew when they were going to leave. It was going to be in 3 days. One of the reasons why Lindley chose this mission was precisely because it was starting in 3 days. Lindley's group of 4 first enjoyed a meal, then purchased a great deal of delicacies and wine which were pre-stored, then headed to a hotel. The next 3 days, they spent within a private courtyard in the hotel.
After 600 years of training, I've improved quite a bit in earth and wind. Only, my progress in my divine fire clone has been too slow. Seated in the courtyard, Linley was pondering his training. During the 600 years he had spent in the Amethyst Mountains, his divine earth clone had made the most accomplishments, while his divine wind clone had also finally, completely fused the sound waves and music profound mysteries, while also reaching the later stage in the simpler essence of the wind profound mystery. However, the elemental laws of the wind had in total 9 profound mysteries, and the further along he went, the slower it was. As for the divine fire clone, in 600 years, he had only gained a basic understanding of the flame body technique, and had yet to reach the god stage. Linley shut his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, above the sea, 3 bodies were seated meditatively. They were the earth-yellow robed Linley, the light-green robed Linley, and the fire-red robed Linley. The 3 Linleys formed into a triangle, and above them was the rainbow sword-shaped soul. Beneath the sword-shaped soul was a black stone. At the same time, threads of golden fog was being absorbed into the sword-shaped soul. Only, the absorption speed was already very slow. Linley frowned, opening his eyes. Over the past 600 years, I've placed many amethysts into the coiling dragon ring to refine and absorb them. After 6 centuries of non-stop absorption, the rate of absorption is now growing slower and slower. This situation had only begun in the past few days. In the past, the absorption speed had never lessened before. Can it be that the amount of soul essence a soul can take in has a limit? Linley wondered. And then, Linley nodded slightly. It made sense that there was a limit. Otherwise, if a soul could constantly strengthen non-stop, what would the end result be? Linley wasn't sure. Although absorbing soul essences could allow one's soul to strengthen and even seemingly improve in quality, in truth, this was a form of quality that came from quantity. It was much like a bottle. If you filled it with too much gas, the gas might compress and even be forced to liquefy due to pressure. This was an example of quantity changing quality. But there was still a limit, because if you kept on filling the bottle with gas, even after the gas liquefies, if the liquid reaches a limit, the bottle will explode, and the soul would shatter. This was the situation with Linley. His soul had reached a limit and was unable to absorb any more. If he wanted to strengthen his soul still further, he had to increase the size of the bottle and make it sturdier, allowing it to fill with more gas and to make the liquid denser. This sort of transformation was a true qualitative transformation, but there was only one way to do this: break through to the next level of deityhood. Advancing from demigod to god, and god to high god. Even by fusing with a divine spark, the divine spark would allow for one's soul to change. But of course, becoming a deity on one's own would result in the descent of the natural laws, increasing the intrinsic quality of the soul. This was why many high gods, even those who didn't absorb soul essences, would have souls which were more powerful than gods. Linley had absorbed so much soul essence, but his soul power could only be considered the peak of gods. Compared to high gods, he was still a bit off. 3 days later, at the gates of Blue Maple City, a large number of people were gathered. There were many groups gathered here, preparing to depart. There were also quite a few Fiend Castle staff members here. Linley's group presented their Fiend medallions for inspection, and a Fiend Castle staff member led Linley's group of 4 to a metallic lifeform. "Your people are here." The Fiend Castle staff member said a few words, then turned and left. "The 4 of you, I am your employer, Aich." A short, curly golden-haired man laughed. "Wait here a while. The people I've invited are almost all here. When we are all here, we will head into the sea." Suddenly, Aich stared at Delia unblinkingly. Delia was startled by his stare. Linley frowned, while Bibi said unhappily, "Hey, kid, what are you looking at? What sort of attitude is this?" "High god, you are actually a high god?" Aich was all smiles. What a bargain, what a bargain. I didn't expect that amongst the 21 2-star fiends, a high god fiend would be amongst them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 4, Out to Sea. Book 16, Starmist Sea Chapter 4, Out to Sea. The Infernal Realms: Redbud Continent, Carol Continent, Jadefloat Continent, Bloodridge Continent, and Moja Continent. These 5 great continents were essentially formed into a circle, with the inside of this circle being the inner sea, the Starmist Sea. Although it was the inner sea, the size of this Starmist Sea vastly exceeded any other continent. Splash! The clear, slightly violet-tinged water of the seas were forming waves. At the boundless Starmist Sea, even when there was no wind, there would still be meter-high waves. Swish! A rhomboid-shaped metallic lifeform boat was flying at high speed through the waves, making its way forward. This metallic lifeform, transformed into a rhomboid, was nearly 50 meters long and 10 meters wide. It had no ceiling, while the metal on each side was transparent. Linley, Delia, and the others were all admiring the scenery of the Starmist Sea. This was their first time entering the Starmist Sea. So beautiful. The bottomless, faintly violet seawater. The slender, thin clouds. The clear, cool mist coiling about. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but have a feeling of vastness in his heart. Boss, just now, when we headed out, there were almost no fog clouds above the sea.
Now, there is fog everywhere. This is the same as the Amethyst Mountains.
Only, it isn't as thick as the fog in the Amethyst Mountains.
DB raised his head, staring up above.
The metallic lifeform advanced upon the surface of the water. Roughly 10 meters or so above the metallic lifeform was the fog.
The fog above the Starmist Sea came in thin strands that posed very little restriction to visibility.
Linley raised his head to look at it. From nearby, a voice suddenly rang out.
Don't underestimate the fog. The fog of the Starmist Sea is extremely dangerous. Upon entering the fog region, you will suffer attack from lightning. The deeper into the fog you go, the more powerful the lightning. Even high gods dare not fly too high. Linley turned to look.
The speaker was another god-level fiend. This god-level fiend had short black hair which looked like steel needles, and a very thick beard. He was very casually leaning against a corner, holding a bottle of wine and drinking.
My name is Linley.
Linley laughed while looking at him.
You can address me as Bates, Basie.
The big bearded man said casually.
This is your first trip to the Starmist Sea, right? Everyone is like this on their first trip. However, in the future, you'll feel bored. After all, there's nothing here but seawater. Occasionally, there will be some irritating bandits. There really are bandits everywhere in the world. So damn annoying. Linley couldn't help but laugh.
There's no need to worry about those bandits. The employer, Aches, walked over, his face all smiles. This time, our squad has 2 high gods.
Those small bandit groups, how would they dare offend 2 high god fiends?
As for the more powerful forces, they most likely won't attack people like us.
Olivier glanced at him sideways. From what you are saying, we should be quite safe. In the Starmist Sea, just based on the fact that we will constantly advance for decades, who knows what will happen?
In the main hall of the metallic lifeform, other fiends spoke out disdainfully as well.
Linley chuckled. Danger? As long as they didn't encounter any 7-star fiends or Azura-level combatants, staying alive shouldn't be a problem. Night.
At the front of the boat-shaped lifeform, Linley appeared, having stepped out of his cabin.
There were currently quite a few people at the front of the boat. Push. The metallic lifeform was moving at high speed. The sea wind was very strong, carrying a knife-like force. Ordinary people would have died from the sea wind alone.
To deities, however, this sea wind didn't impact them much.
Linley didn't chat with these people. He came to a half-rest, leaning against the semi-translucent metallic planks, enjoying the night scenery of the Starmist Sea.
The water of the Starmist Sea at night seemed very dark and gloomy, as though an enormous beast was hiding within its depths.
We've been in the sea for a full year. However, I don't feel as though we've advanced very far. Linley sighed in his heart. This Bates had spoken the truth. After spending a long time in the Starmist Sea, one would feel bored.
After all, they were always surrounded by boundless water.
Although the metallic lifeform flew very quickly, one couldn't notice it. Linley. A voice rang out from behind.
Linley turned, and saw that it was Delia.
Delia sat by Linley's side as well. Half reclining, she took Linley's hand. For some reason, she began to laugh. Why are you laughing like a fool? Linley laughed as well. I'm just thinking. Back when we met for the first time at the Ernst Institute, who would have imagined that there would come a day where the 2 of us would be adventuring in the Starmist Sea of the Infernal Realm? Fate really is a strange thing. Delia sighed. Linley couldn't help but laugh as well. Linley, look. There's thunder in the distance. Delia pointed to the distance as she spoke. Linley turned to look as well.
Indeed, in the distance, the thin fogs in the sky had a large amount of lightning snaking down from within.
The scene is quite beautiful. We've been in the Starmist Sea for so long, but we've never seen a sight so interesting. Linley laughed, then sighed. Lightning.
Several people nearby began to cry out in alarm. Not wasting words at all, almost all of them scurried back into the cabin like startled rabbits. Linley and Delia turned to look, puzzled, only to see their employer, that Aches, stare at them while sending a mental message, "Hurry up and come in." The star mist sea is about to storm. Quick! Storm? Although Linley and Delia were both puzzled, they still flew back into the metallic lifeform. Upon returning to the metallic lifeform, Linley and Delia immediately stared through the translucent metal towards the lightning. Everyone else was doing the same. Crackle, from within the mist, countless electric snakes were shooting out, with the storm area growing greater and greater. Moments later, lightning bolts began to rain down from the skies above this metallic lifeform. Linley was greatly shocked. In the blink of an eye, it expanded over 1,000 kilometers. Deities had a very long field of vision. For the lightning storm to expand so quickly truly caused Linley's group to be astonished. Swoosh! The metallic lifeform Linley's group was riding immediately completely sealed itself while turning around at high speed, fleeing backwards. Crackle! In the air above Linley's group, as well as in the air above the nearby areas, countless lightning serpents were crackling about. The area of lightning bolts was rapidly expanding, and the speed of the expansion was far faster than the metallic lifeform's flying speed. I hope we can escape this storm region. Aix said softly. Linley and the other fiends all looked upwards through the translucent metal. At present, the lightning bolts had already spread across an extremely large area, and the entire world seemed to be covered by them. The originally sparse, dark clouds, under the illumination of the lightning serpents, seemed so gaudily visible. Rumble, a low sound rang out. Countless lightning bolts struck out, and even the fog began to swirl. In midair, countless lightning bolts and clouds began to revolve around each other, as a vortex that was over 10,000 kilometers in size began to form. This enormous lightning vortex was so dazzling to behold, and the light from it even made the faces of Linley and the others bright. Rumble, dot. The enormous 10,000-kilometer vortex actually caused the seawater below them to suddenly also form into a 10,000-kilometer whirlpool. The power of this vortex was simply astonishing. One could imagine how much force this vortex had to contain, for it to be able to cause the water within 10,000 kilometers to form into a whirlpool. For 10,000 kilometers, sea water swirled, with the waves of the ocean rising to dozens of meters, actually touching the fog above. Swish! The metallic lifeform Linley was aboard frantically tried to pass through this region, seizing every moment to escape the center of the vortex. The power of this vortex really is something. Even the metallic lifeform is trembling. The big bearded Bates sighed. Linley could also clearly sense the tremors from throughout the metallic lifeform. Why don't we fly up higher? BB said with a frown. Although we'll be hit by lightning in the fog, if we don't go too deep in, the power of the lightning shouldn't be too great. The power of this vortex is simply too enormous. The entire metallic lifeform was being shaken so powerfully by the vortex that it was almost turning backwards. Mother Fasteris Kerr, we actually encountered a fog sea storm. Our luck is terrible. Aix cursed softly, while at the same time working hard to direct the metallic lifeform to advance. Enter the fog above us right now? The other fiends in the metallic lifeform laughed. When there is a fog sea storm going on, countless bolts of lightning will gather together and charge into the fog. The power of these lightning bolts is tremendous. Not even high gods can take on those bolts of electricity. If you want to die, that's fine, but don't doom the rest of us as well. In the entire metallic lifeform, aside from Delia, there was one other high god. The bald youth laughed calmly. We noticed it early, and the eye of the vortex is fairly far from us. We aren't in the central region of the vortex, so for now it won't be too dangerous. However, the final wave of attacks in a fog sea storm is truly frightening. The final wave? BB looked at him, puzzled. Linley, Delia, and Olivier weren't too sure either. The bald youth said, the fog sea storm first forms into a vortex, and then will drag everything in towards it. At most, it will put us in a sorry state, it won't actually kill us. However, at the final stages of a fog sea storm, countless lightning bolts will swirl about in the sky, and then wildly stab down below. If you are struck, the bald man chuckled. Even I, if struck, would die. The bald youth said. Linley was secretly shocked. Raising his head, he looked at the vortex formed from countless lightning bolts. The power of these lightning bolts truly is great. That bald youth is a high god, but not even he can take a hit from them. Now, Linley understood why the metallic lifeform was fleeing. It was because the closer one was to the center of the vortex, the denser the attacking lightning bolts and the higher the chance one would be struck. Actually, this fog sea storm was a natural phenomenon of the star mist sea, because the fog of the star mist sea was very unique. It would naturally absorb the electric power of the world, and so anyone who entered the fog would have the fog release lightning bolts upon them. But, since they knew this, nobody would be so stupid as to enter it and be struck. With no one entering the fog, the amount of lightning accumulating in the fog would naturally increase, until at a certain point, it would have to release it. That was what a fog sea storm was. The process of a large amount of electricity being released. No time. We won't be able to escape the perimeter of the fog sea storm. Ake sighed, then turned to glance at everyone. Everyone, be careful. Don't get hit. Remember, when the lightning bolts come down, no matter what, don't go into the water. Lindley and the others understood that water conducted electricity. In an area of 10,000 kilometers, when countless lightning bolts capable of killing a high god rained down, they would probably strike down all the way into the depths of the sea. Entering the sea thus meant death. I wish everyone good luck. The bald youth said. Good luck. Others called out as well. Good luck. Everyone's face was solemn. In the infernal realm, people often teetered between the brink of life and death. Only, each time, nobody dared to be complacent. This time, however, it was completely a matter of luck. The lightning bolts were just less than 100 meters above them. When they struck down, there was no time to dodge at all. Boom! 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 Lindley raised his head to look. Instantly, within 10,000 kilometers, countless lightning bolts suddenly came smashing down like the rain in a dense cluster. In this instant, the entire world became eye-piercingly bright. They struck the sea in the blink of an eye, and within 10,000 kilometers, more than a large half of the numerous metallic lifeforms were struck. Lindley's group was lucky. The closest lightning bolt actually struck the surface of the sea. Every single lightning bolt carried an astonishing amount of power, striking down into the depths of the sea like a sharp arrow. Every single lightning bolt only had a small amount of electricity dissipate and spread across the surface of the sea. The vast majority of the energy was so condensed that it plunged straight through into the depths of the sea. Crackle! However, even the remnants of electrical power that were on the surface of the waters caused Lindley's metallic lifeform to violently shudder. Bang! The metallic lifeform exploded. Lindley's group just hovered above the water. Only now did they let out sighs of relief. On the surface of the water beneath them, there was still electricity circulating, only, everyone knew that this wasn't much of a threat to them. We're safe. The employer, Aches, cracked a smile. The fiends all let out sighs of relief. They laughed. Ha ha. Safe. Mother Fastris Kerr, I got my life back. After having dodged this trial, they all began to grow relaxed. But Lindley only stared into the distance. Just now, when those countless bolts of lightning had struck down, there had been another metallic lifeform not too far from Lindley's groups, but that one had been unlucky. It had been struck and immediately exploded apart. Quite a few people died on the spot, while the rest had fled for their lives. Lindley had no idea how many people had died within this region of 10,000 kilometers. I seem to have saw someone flying in the sky just now, ignoring those striking lightning bolts. A puzzled voice rang out. Just now, when lightning bolts had rained down like the apocalypse, someone had dared fly in the skies? All the fiends nearby, Lindley included, turned to look. The speaker was the big bearded man, Bates. Frowning, he said, I shouldn't have seen wrongly. It was a person, and he seemed to be carrying a weapon. I don't know if it was a sword or a saber. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 5, That Powerful Man. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 5, That Powerful Man. When a fog sea storm occurred, trillions of lightning bolts would slam down. Not even a high god could withstand it. What sort of power was this? And yet, this Bates was claiming that someone dared to fly in that sort of situation. Bates, is it that you dodged this tribulation and thus were so overjoyed that you started to spout nonsense? You saw that fog sea storm as well. Even extremely powerful high gods capable of withstanding this sort of lightning wouldn't be so wild as to fly in the air. A green-haired fiend laughed while speaking. Lindley and the others all nodded slightly. In this sort of environment, most likely only someone as powerful as a 7-star fiend or an Azura would dare fly. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Bates chuckled, clearly not caring. But I definitely didn't see wrongly just now. I don't believe that I was just seeing things. As a god, how could he be seeing things? Boss, it's just flying and lightning. You and I can both do that. What's the big deal? BB's voice rang out in Lindley's mind. So what if that thunder hit me? What can it do? When we were in the Castle of Sand, boss, you were hit by that high god's full-power lightning attack but weren't hurt at all. Lindley laughed. Lightning bolts? His original body had first absorbed a drop of that golden blood, and then absorbed that drop of liquefied sovereign's might as well as its powerful energy. His body was so mighty that it had already exceeded most high god artifacts. Linley was actually confident as well in his ability to resist those lightning bolts. "BB, make sure you don't start bragging," Linley sent to him. BB chortled. "Got it, boss. I'm not that sort of person who brags wildly." The two chatted through their spiritual link, and so others couldn't overhear. "I also saw that just now, someone was indeed flying within the lightning." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Oh?" Linley couldn't help but be surprised. He turned to look. Not just Linley, the other luckily surviving fiends also turned to look. The speaker was that young bald high god. He nodded and said, "And I saw clearly that on his back, he had a saber or a heavy sword type of heavy weapon." The bald youth was a high god. His words were much more convincing than Bates. There really was a person? If Lord Beaufait said it was so, how could it not be? Someone immediately replied. "How would I, Bates, lie about this? Even Lord Boff says the same." Bates immediately was rather self-delighted. The bald youth was named Boff. The bald youth turned to look at Bates, staring at him. "Bates, just now, there were countless bolts of lightning descending. That was a life-and-death moment. I was confident, which is why I was able to be slightly distracted and look at my surroundings." "In that sort of situation, how could you also be paying attention to the distance?" Bates was startled. At a critical moment, how could he dare be distracted? Bates laughed in a silly manner, his beard fluttering up. "I only look into the distance after dodging past through bolts of lightning. Only, at that time, the person had already flown far away. That's why I didn't see clearly, only that he had a weapon on his back." "Oh," the bald youth said. "All right, everyone. We all safely passed through this trial, which is a source of joy. But we still need to continue on our journey." The employer, Ix, chuckled. At the same time, the metallic lifeform which had transformed into a rhomboid ship once more appeared on the sea. Linley and the others immediately entered the metallic lifeform. Swoosh! The metallic lifeform immediately broke through the waves and advanced. Within the metallic lifeform, the fiends were all in an excellent mood after having survived. All of them were loudly laughing, drinking wine, and chatting. The walls of the hall were all translucent, and so everyone could look through the metal walls to see the sea outside. Currently, the surface of the sea was still faintly crackling with electric sparks, but the power was clearly much weaker now. How is it that in the center of the vortex, there is still lightning crashing down? At the side of the main hall, Olivier, staring at the outside, suddenly spoke. "There's still lightning?" Linley and the others immediately turned to look. Through the translucent metal, they could immediately see that in the location which had been the center of the vortex had already disappeared, but in the location above that spot, thick bolts of lightning were crashing down wildly at one location. The metallic lifeform constantly advanced forward, drawing closer and closer to that location. How truly odd. I've never heard of lightning continuously striking down after a fogsy storm. Immediately, people began to murmur, although none of them were worried for their safety, because the lightning was concentrated on one spot. There's no way it would hit them. Linley suddenly stared. Someone's there. As they drew near, Linley immediately discovered that in the area where the lightning was continuously crashing down, there was a man standing on the surface of the sea. The distance was too great, and Linley could only just barely make out his figure. The thick bolts of lightning crashed down, but the figure didn't dodge at all. There's someone beneath the lightning. Others discovered as well. That's the location where the center of the vortex had been. The lightning is so powerful, not even those legendary 7-star fiends should be able to take on that lightning head-on. The other fiends were shocked. However, they had all only heard of 7-star fiends. After all, meeting a 7-star fiend was extremely rare. "Hey, Aix, hurry up and go closer and let us take a look." Immediately, everyone began to urge him. In the infernal realm, everyone worshipped strong experts. Someone who dared to stand in the middle of a fogsy storm and actually draw lightning bolts down upon himself was definitely someone worthy of adoration. Aix said magnanimously, "Fine, I'll immediately direct the metallic lifeform over. However, at most, we'll draw within 1 kilometer. Any closer, and we'll probably irritate that lord." As he spoke, the metallic lifeform headed closer towards that location. 1 kilometer's distance, for deities, was extremely close. Deities could clearly see an ant at that distance. Currently, bolts of thunder that seemed as thick as 100 lightning bolts combined were constantly crashing down upon that person in the sea. That person was thin, but he stood there, ramrod straight. His pitch-black long hair fell to his shoulders, and it casually fluttered in the wind. Lindley could clearly tell that this person was carrying a warblade, and his head was raised as he stared towards the lightning. Crackle, dot. Countless bolts of lightning crashed viciously upon his forehead, and then crackled across his entire body. However, the man just stood there unmoving like a mountain. Occasionally, his eyes would emit 2 rays of cold, netherworldly scarlet lightning which would crash into the fogs up above, causing the lightning descending from the fog to grow even stronger. So powerful. Lindley's heart clenched. The power of the crashing lightning caused even space itself to shudder, but that person was completely unharmed. Everyone in the metallic lifeform was holding their breaths. An expert like this was too frightening. Firing lightning from his eyes? Lindley began to understand. This person should be a person who trained in the laws of lightning. He should be someone who trains in the laws of lightning. The calm Olivier spoke out. The others were all startled into wakefulness, and the big bearded Bates nodded as well. Lightning, after crashing down, would normally dissipate, but this person is constantly attacking the Sea of Fogs, drawing down punishment from the Sea of Fogs time and time again, but as far as I can tell, he seems to be enjoying the punishment. He is training. The bald youth, Boff, said. Everyone nodded. For someone who trained in the laws of lightning to come personally experience the powerful lightning bolts of a fog sea storm was indeed an excellent training method. However, this sort of training method was generally only doable by a powerful expert. Let's go. The employer, Aix, laughed hurriedly. All we are doing is watching him as he stands there. If his lordship finishes his training and sees us here, if he is angry, we'll all be in trouble. As he spoke, Aix ordered his metallic lifeform to leave. Everyone began to laugh. Experts had their own pride. Unless there was some sort of special situation, they would rarely vent their anger on weaker people. The light of the blood sun slightly penetrated the thin fog, shining downwards. The waves billowed, and the metallic lifeform rode the wind, breaking through the waves and advancing. Lindley and Delia were seated at the head of the ship. It's been 2 years since we've entered the sea. In the sea, there are far fewer bandits than on the continents. Lindley sighed. On the Redbud continent, every so often, we'll run into bandit teams. In the Star Mist Sea, however, we'll only run into them once every 2 months. Delia nodded. And then, Delia laughed. Lindley, you really are such a jinx. Whatever you mention ends up happening. What? Lindley turned to look as well. Indeed, in the distance, beneath the waters of the sea, there were figures floating. At the same time, an enormous, fierce green python that would require 3 or 4 men to wrap their arms around it broke out of the surface of the sea. It was at least 100 meters long. This giant python, comparable to the size of a massive dragon, came smashing towards the metallic lifeform, which immediately halted. Lindley couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. With a flip of his hand. Roar! A 10-meter-high earthen yellow bear appeared out of nowhere. The great bear grabbed that green python, bellowing as it ripped the python into 2 pieces. Actually, the only reason why the opponents had created this elemental construct was to make the metallic lifeform come to a halt. Haha, I didn't expect us to encounter bandits. The Star Mist Sea is incredibly boring. Finally, something interesting has come. Laughter rang out from within the metallic lifeform as quite a few fiends came running out. An entire group of fiends were outside the metallic lifeform. Right at this moment, 100 figures were hovering in front of the metallic lifeform. Only, they immediately noticed Delia. A high god fiend? The 100 bandits immediately felt that the situation had become thorny. Hey, why are you afraid? Are you afraid just because you saw we have 2 high god fiends? The big bearded Bates was the type of person who only feared the world was too orderly, and thus he called loudly. Lindley's group of 4 was very relaxed. These 100-plus figures didn't have a single high god amongst them. They posed no threat at all. Disperse. The leader, a balding man with fish scales on his forehead, growled. Right at this moment, Lindley and quite a few others could sense a terrifying power, and they immediately turned to look. Only, Lindley's group only saw a bolt of lightning crash down from the heavens, surrounding a person. Lindley found out, to his amazement, it is him. It was the expert whom they had encountered a year ago, who had taken on the lightning bolts of the fog sea storm head-on. At the same instant this figure descended, his right fist smashed down hard from the air. Bang! The fist smashed into the empty air, but a terrifying explosive sound rang out, while at the same time, with the fist at the center, circles of ripples spread out, forming curved lines which twisted, passing by Lindley's group and striking that group of bandits who had wanted to flee. Silently. All of the bandits who were struck trembled, and then fell down and slowly sank into the water. With one attack, over 100 bandits had all died. Aix, Bates, and the others all stared, slack-jawed. Linley had seen Elquin, Bluefire, the juvenile amethyst beast, and other powerful experts, and so he had quite a bit more experience than them. Naturally, he wasn't too shocked. Only, Linley was puzzled.
In the infernal realm, there are an uncountable number of bandits.
Generally speaking, experts can't be bothered to deal with them.
But this person, why? This was indeed puzzling.
At the same time, Linley took a careful look at this person, who was now close to them. His face seemed to have been sculpted by a carving knife, and his gaze was as fierce as a blade. He himself gave off a baleful, sharp aura, and every single strand of hair seemed like a thin strand of steel. As they fluttered in the wind, they actually carried a strange sound with them. The man lowered his head, glancing down at the sinking corpses of the bandits, sneering coldly.
Bandits and thieves all deserve death.
After speaking, the man moved, once more flying into the fog above and moving at high speed through the fog.
Everyone who entered the fog would suffer the attack of lightning bolts, and so wherever this figure passed, countless lightning bolts flashed. His speed is so fast. He is so powerful.
Olivier said softly. The group of fiends came to their senses moments later.
Ah! All those bandit corpses are sinking.
So many divine sparks and interspatial rings. The big bearded Bates immediately howled in grief, and all the other fiends only now realized this as well. However, all of the corpses had sunk down long ago. There were quite a few people living at the bottom of the seas as well. To deities, being in the water or on the land didn't make much of a difference. The fiends immediately began to regret it.
Ha, if they're gone, then forget about them. Look at all of you. Ha, let's head off. Aix laughed. The sea region up ahead has an extremely powerful bandit force.
They live there, on Knifeblade Island. Let's make sure we take a roundabout path away from that damn place. As he spoke, Aix once more took control over the metallic lifeform, which headed out at high speed. Right now, though, Linley was still thinking about that man's appearance. This expert who trains in the laws of lightning should have the power of a 7-star fiend.
Linley calculated silently.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 6, Knifeblade Island. Book 16, Star Mist Sea, Chapter 6, Knifeblade Island. Knifeblade Island. Its circumference was nearly 10,000 kilometers.
On the island, a single mountain peak stood by itself, appearing like the blade of a knife rising into the heavens.
Thus, this island was named Knifeblade Island. Knifeblade Island was the lair of an extremely powerful group of bandits.
Everyone passing through the Star Mist Sea would actively move away from it. But despite that, the forces of Knifeblade Island were spread out and on the prowl. Upon finding a target, they would immediately lead a group of people to attack in unison. Rumble, the waters of the ocean bellowed as they struck upon the beaches of the island. A bolt of lightning crashed down.
After the electric sparks dissipated, a person appeared standing at the beach.
It was the grim-looking man who carried the warblade. The grim eyes of the man came to a rest on the distant, eye-catching mountain peak.
He murmured, "Knifeblade Island. This is the second place." And then, the man strode forward, his body flashing with each step which took him hundreds of meters as he instantly entered the depths of the island. The mountain peak had a large number of bandits living there. This grim-looking man was dressed in a long black robe, and he strode forward boldly, seeming to not care at all about the power of these bandits. "Who is it?"
Within the mountain forests, someone shouted loudly. A very large number of bandits lived here at Knifeblade Island. Naturally, people would discover this black-haired man, but the black-haired man didn't even look at the person who had shouted, continuing to move hundreds of meters with each step. The bandit's face changed, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Someone is invading the mountain!
Someone is invading the mountain!"
That ringing roar filled the entire Mount Peak. The bandits who had been resting or training were all startled awake, and the entire Knifeblade Island became a hubbub of activity. Immediately, quite a few pirates began to move towards the sound. Naturally, some of them would run into the black-haired man. But the black-haired man still didn't care at all, continuing to move forward.
"Over there!"
Immediately, people discovered him.
"Halt!" others shouted.
But the black-haired man still traveled hundreds of meters per step, constantly moving towards the mountain peak.
"Kill!"
Not hesitating at all, the many bandits gathered in the surrounding areas all immediately bellowed, brandishing their cruel, merciless weapons. Flashes of fiery red light, earth and yellow light, all sorts of elemental law-based attacks began. The black-haired man's facial expression didn't change at all. Crackle! A strange sound rang out. The black-haired man's speed didn't slow down at all, moving 1,000 meters in 3 steps. Hey! How come this person isn't reacting at all? Quite a few bandits didn't understand at all. Bang! Very suddenly, 30 bandits suddenly exploded, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere and their divine sparks landing to one side. The lucky survivors were so terrified, their faces turned white. Only now did they realize that the person had attacked just now. Only, the speed was too fast. They hadn't seen it at all. The elemental laws of the wind, lightning, and light were all very suited for speed. How fast someone would be depended on their accomplishments. But to reach a level of speed where not even these gods could sense anything at all was simply terrifying. From the base of the mountain to the gates of that castle within Knifeblade Island, he only took, in total, 28 steps. He killed 628 people. Given the amount of chaos he was creating, the 3 leaders of Knifeblade Island naturally came out as well, and the elites of Knifeblade Island were currently all on the walls of the castle. Knifeblade Island had in total 3 leaders, 100 high gods, and over 10,000 gods. In the society of bandits, they could be considered a supersized power. At this moment, those 100 high gods were all surrounding the 3 leaders. They were on top of the walls of the castle, staring down at the black-haired man. Who are you, that you have come here to wantonly commit slaughter here? A grim silver-haired man said in an icy voice. He was the chief leader of Knifeblade Island, Akits, AXI, and was also the #1 expert of the entire Knifeblade Island. Akits could already tell that the black-haired man was not easy to deal with. Why has this person come to make trouble for us bandits? Akits didn't understand. The ultimate experts of the infernal realm generally didn't want to bother with bandits. The black-haired man slowly raised his head. His face was pale, and his eyes stared at Akits like daggers. My name is Lomio Bornson, Lumia Bornoason. Akits frowned. Lomio Bornson? He hadn't heard of this name before. The black-haired man said calmly, I heard that Mr. Akits, the leader of Knifeblade Island, had already become a 6-star fiend long ago. Today, I have 2 reasons for coming to Knifeblade Island. The first reason is to challenge you, Mr. Akits. Akits couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he weighed this Lomio with a viperous gaze. Him being a 6-star fiend was back before he became a bandit. After so many years had passed, not many people knew whether or not he now had the power of a 7-star fiend. This was also the reason why nobody in Knifeblade Island dared to offend him. Nobody wanted to offend someone who was possibly a 7-star fiend. This person dares to challenge me. Then, he most likely is confident in being able to challenge a 7-star fiend. Akits was calculating mentally. Moments later. Brothers, join forces and kill him. Akits instantly spread out his divine sense to the 100 high gods nearby, including the other 2 leaders. The group of high gods simultaneously drew out their weapons and immediately used their most powerful attacks. Swoosh! The black-haired man instantly rose into the heavens. Akits, you truly disappoint me. A cold voice rang out from the skies, while at the same time, countless bolts of lightning appeared, and countless electric serpents actually began to swirl about as though in a vortex. The eye-catching electric serpents radiated light, glowing on the faces of each person of the castle. Akits and the others were all shocked. Boss, this looks like a fogsy storm. The second leader, Daiman, said in alarm by Akits' side. Indeed, this was the scene of the fogsy storm, with countless lightning bolts appearing and circling about. Boss, what should we do? The third leader, Niels, and Eliasai, was worried as well. Akits' face was sinister. He knew that once those countless lightning bolts snaked down, most likely 90% or more of the 100 high gods present would all be killed. These were the elites of Knifeblade Island. Akits immediately shouted loudly, Lomio, since you've challenged me, then come. As he spoke, a pair of short, deep green awls appeared in his hands. This is the saber attack I have just developed. If you can withstand this blade, I will spare your life. The cold voice rang out from the heavens, where many lightning bolts snaked around in the vortex. Seeing this, Akits only let out a cold snort, his entire body faintly beginning to gleam with a green light. At the same time, Akits' entire body began to turn bizarrely blurred as a fog enveloped his entire body. So you have some ability. The calm voice rang down from the vortex above. Boom! The vortex from the large amount of lightning bolts suddenly began to spin, and a large amount of lightning concentrated at one point. Instantly, from that point, a ray of fierce electric saber light blasted out, carrying boundless power as it ripped through the skies and chopped downwards. Akits' entire body was enveloped by that fog, and on the surface of the fog, a strange windwheel appeared, frantically spinning. Crackle, one crack after another was appearing in space. The most powerful defense of the boss. The second leader, Diamond, and the third leader, Niels, watched this from afar in nervousness. Their boss trained in the elemental laws of water. The defensive power of the elemental laws of water was that it was both unyielding and soft, and could definitely be considered amongst the most powerful of defensive laws. Boom! The lightning saber flashed, chopping down upon the foggy windwheel. Bang! The windwheel exploded, transforming into two deep green alls which fell to one side. The fog dissipated as well. The faint green light covering Akat's body swiveled like a protective membrane over Akat's. He wanted to flee, but the speed of that lightning saber was simply too fast, and it directly chopped onto his body. It paused for only a moment. But then, the lightning saber flash still managed to chop through the membrane. Bang! And then, the explosion. Akat's entire body blew apart, and 3 divine sparks actually fell to the ground, along with an interspatial ring. The lightning saber flash transformed into a warblade, and the black-haired man, Lomeo Bornson, once more appeared. Interspatial ring. The other 2 leaders, Diamond and Niels, immediately stared at that interspatial ring. Akat's had been in control of more than half of the wealth of Knifeblade Island, all of which was stored in his interspatial ring. The black-haired man, Lomeo, stretched his hand out and took the interspatial ring. This sight caused the facial muscles of the watching bandits to twitch and convulse. Lomeo looked at the 3 divine sparks. 6-star fiend? He did indeed have the power of a 6-star fiend. If I hadn't made that breakthrough just a year ago, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill you today. Lomeo turned to look at the others. Diamond and Niels, as well as the other high gods, felt terror in their hearts. Their leader, Akat's, was dead. Who could overcome this Lomeo? In addition, to an expert on Lomeo's level, 100 high gods wouldn't be able to do anything to him at all in a group battle. Mr. Lomeo, the boss is dead because his strength was inferior to yours. You'd best leave. Diamond suppressed his anger. The black-haired man swept them with a glance, then continued. I told you, I have 2 reasons for being here today. The first was to challenge Akat's. This is already completed. The second reason, the black-haired man's lips curved upwards. He was laughing. This cold, callous man was actually laughing. His smile appeared quite pleasant, only, the group of bandits all felt their hearts shudder. The second reason is to destroy Knifeblade Island. The black-haired man, Lomeo, said, his voice turning cold. Flee! An explosive shout instantly rang out, and the 2 leaders as well as the group of high gods immediately scattered in every direction. The large amount of bandits on Knifeblade Island all immediately scattered as well. Boom! A large number of lightning bolts blasted out. Of the 100 high gods, 52 corpses immediately collapsed. But of course, of the 52 corpses, many had high god level divine clones as well, and so they continued to flee. They ran quite fast. The black-haired Lomeo laughed coldly. Right now, all of the bandits of Knifeblade Island had fled. Only corpses remained. The second place is done. Time to start with the third target. The black-haired man transformed into a ray of lightning, disappearing into the horizon. The second leader, Diamond, was currently leading 36 high gods and thousands of gods. They were mounted on 10 metallic lifeforms, advancing in an awe-inspiring sight. While fleeing, in order to prevent themselves from being all taken in one engagement, the second leader and the third leader had led their forces fleeing separately. What sort of horrible luck is this? We were doing perfectly fine when such a monstrously powerful bastard appeared. Diamond's rage knew no bounds. The vast fortune we built up. Diamond's heart ached. The leader, Akat's, and that interspatial ring which had fallen after his death. The fortune stored there exceeded what he and the third leader had, combined. The high gods around them all had ugly looks on their faces. Second leader, there's a metallic lifeform up ahead. Immediately, a subordinate reported in. Diamond looked out through the metallic lifeform towards the outside world. These bandits were people who normally waylaid and robbed people to begin with. Right now, they were in an especially foul mood and had bellies full of fire. Diamond didn't dare to vent his anger on that black-haired Lomeo, but he did dare to do on these travelers. Kill them. Kill them all, don't spare a single one. Diamond said viciously. Diamond's group had been slaughtering everyone in their path as they headed to another island. Lindley's group was leisurely resting within the metallic lifeform, and Aches was chuckling. We went over 10,000 kilometers away from Knifeblade Island. There should be no problem. Is Knifeblade Island so powerful? You seem very afraid of them. BB said. Knifeblade Island has more than 100 high gods alone, and I hear that long ago, their leader was a 6-star fiend. According to legend, he now has the power of a 7-star fiend.
You tell me, is he powerful or not?
Even those 2 other leaders are only slightly weaker than the chief leader.
Aix said with some fear. Linley was secretly astonished. A bandit group actually had a 7-star fiend within it? Hey! Linley looked through the translucent metal windows to the side. Why are there 10 metallic lifeforms, and each one so enormous?
It seems as though there are hundreds of people in each metallic lifeform, for a total of thousands of people all combined.
Can it be that there is large trading caravan passing through the Starmus Sea? Suddenly,
the 10 metallic lifeforms suddenly separated while flying at high speed. Moments later, Linley's group of just 20 or so people were completely surrounded by a dense network of people who had come out from every single metallic vessel.
Linley's group was momentarily stunned.
Even if they want to waylay us, there's no need for them to use thousands of people against our little group.
Linley felt numb as well.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 7, Hidden Expert.
Book 16, Starmus Sea, Chapter 7, Hidden Expert. In the vast Starmus Sea, 10 large metallic lifeform vessels were completely surrounding a small metallic lifeform vessel. Thousands of people flew out from within the metallic vessels, all of the bandits staring at Linley's pitiful little group. Clearly, they didn't feel any concern about the group of 20+ in front of them.
Finished. We're all finished.
Aix's entire body was shaking slightly, and his face was ashen. The other god-level fiends, upon seeing the countless experts surrounding them, all felt their hearts turn into blocks of ice.
They felt so cold. The god-level fiends all felt despair in their hearts. Thousands of bandit gods were surrounding them. They didn't have any chance at all. Boss, this will be troublesome. BB's face was solemn. Linley nodded slightly. Not just troublesome.
When engaging in group attacks, the more people there were, the more terrifying the attacks would be. The other side had thousands of gods, after all.
There are even people beneath us.
Linley glanced downwards and saw that beneath the surface of the sea, there were hundreds of bandits.
These bandits seemed to be worried that Linley's group would flee down into the depths.
We're finished. Some people were already in despair. The big bearded Bates had a solemn look on his face. He said in a low voice, thousands of gods, and also high gods.
There are too many of them. Each person will have to rely on their own abilities.
I wish everyone the same thing I wished you during the fogwave storm. Good luck.
Everyone, good luck.
The bald man, Boff, said in a low voice as well. Although he was a high god, in a situation like this, he wouldn't be able to help the others. Within the metallic lifeform was utter, deathly silence.
Everyone all turned their heads to look. The speaker was Aix.
Their employer, Aix, said in a solemn voice, this time, I invited you all to come, but I didn't expect that this would result in everyone being trapped within a calamity of certain death.
I am sorry.
Aix bowed very slightly.
Mother Fasterus Kerr, even if we die, let's kill a few of them. Someone began to bellow. Right, if they want to kill me, it won't be so easy. I even survived the goddamn Fogsea storm. I won't die so easily.
The insides of the entire metallic lifeform began to bellow with shouts. But Linley's group of 4 was silent.
Rather strange. Linley looked towards the outside.
On the fog sea, those countless gods were clustered all around them.
So many gods are gathered, but none of them are attacking? What is causing them to hesitate? Boss, BB looked at Linley. At a time like this, there's no need to pretend any longer. Linley said with resignation through his divine sense. By now, if they kept hiding their power, they'd probably be killed. Suddenly,
a powerful bolt of lightning snaked its way out from the bottom of the sea, bellowing as it struck towards Linley's metallic lifeform. With a colossal boom sound, the entire metallic lifeform transformed into smithereens, while Linley and the others all immediately began to hover above the sea. Linley and the other 20+ people were like a flock of sheep trapped by a pack of wolves. They floated in the air pathetically.
The thousands of bandits all immediately began to laugh loudly.
At present, the second leader of Knifeblade Island, Daimon, led 36 high gods towards the front of the group, and these ordinary god bandits all immediately respectfully withdrew. Daimon waved his hand gently, and all of the thousands of gods immediately fell silent.
Linley and the others immediately looked towards Daimon. This person should be the leader of these bandits. Linley stared at Daimon, calculating mentally.
Behind him there are 36 high gods. This bandit leader most likely has the power of a 5-star fiend or even a 6-star fiend. Linley began to grow careful. At present, he didn't have enough confidence in his ability to battle with a 6-star fiend. Rumble, the ocean water rolled out in waves. Diamond and the other high gods were up ahead, stepping on the waves, their eyes faintly red. Ha, I didn't expect there to be 2 high gods here. Diamond began to laugh wildly, his eyes locked onto that bald youth, Buff, while occasionally glancing at Delia.
Do you know who I am?
I'll tell you.
I'm the second leader of Knifeblade Island.
Diamond had an evil smile on his face, but his red eyes carried a strange look in them. The group of bandits all knew that once their second leader, Diamond, smiled in this manner, it meant he had gone insane and had just turned into a monster.
Milord of Knifeblade Island. Aix hurriedly called out loudly in supplication. We are only ordinary travelers. I hope you can spare us, milord. We are willing to offer you our wealth.
Wealth? Diamond, hearing this, couldn't help but think of the death of Akats and how his interspatial ring had been taken away.
That was the fortune of Knifeblade Island.
Diamond was still unable to accept this matter.
Diamond stared with bulging eyes at Aix. Wealth? How much wealth can you possibly have? Do you think I care about your money?
Ever since I fled from Knifeblade Island, I encountered 3 groups of people on the way over and killed them all.
Immediately, Diamond pointed at Linley's group.
And you will be the 4th group. Linley and the others, hearing this, frowned.
These people fled from Knifeblade Island? Linley began to understand. That bald man and that B*TCH.
Those 2 are high gods. The 4 of you, go deal with them. Diamond turned to glance backwards as he spoke calmly. Immediately, 4 high gods flew out, and Diamond immediately then shouted, Brothers of the Second Mountain, this time, it's your turn.
Kill them all.
Immediately, a group of gods that had been waiting this entire time immediately came charging out. Last 3 times, it hadn't been their turn to attack, and so they had already become quite impatient. Kill. Kill. All of them were so excited that their eyes were red. 700 or 800 gods, under the command of the 4 high gods, charged forward all together.
The other bandits all watched from afar.
Sending out 800 plus people to kill this small group of around 20 was already more than enough. The 800 people charged forward, walking on the waves, with thousands watching around them. This sort of mental pressure was enough to cause Linley and the others to feel unable to breath.
Everyone, protect yourselves.
The bald youth, Boff, said in a low voice. Knifeblade Island's side had 4 high gods, 2 of which were virtually flying shoulder by shoulder, simultaneously emitting 2 draconic roars. 2 white icy dragons emerged from the surface of the sea, charging straight towards Boff as the 2 high gods continued to advance. The other 2 high gods stared at Delia, attacking her at the same time. Linley's gaze grew cold, and blood violet appeared in his hand.
Linley, let me give it a try. Delia's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley turned and saw that Delia was wielding the spear of Cortez. Her waist swiveled slightly, and then shot backwards the other direction, and the spear in her hand shot out. Swish! With a green flash of light, it arrived in front of a high god. That person struggled to dodge, but unfortunately, the spear of Cortez, infused with the dimensional attack Profound Mysteries, was simply too fast. The high god was only able to make his head avoid the attack, but with a crunch sound, the spear of Cortez pierced straight through the high god's right chest. The other high god wanted to use this opportunity to attack Delia, but suddenly, in front of him a death god golem appeared. Humph! The death god golem's right leg lashed out viciously, smashing straight out towards the skull of that high god. Clang! The high god immediately used his divine artifact to dodge, but he was still sent knocked flying backwards from the collision. The high god flipped in the air and stabilized himself, but his face changed dramatically and he stared at the death god golem in astonishment. A death god golem. Actually, the attack of these 4 high gods was nothing much. The truly terrifying scene was that of those 800 gods, especially in close range. The 700 gods actually began to brandish the divine artifacts in their hands, and countless dazzling rays of light shot out, piercing towards each of the 20-plus figures. Roa air. Linley immediately dragon-formed, forcibly taking on several blows aimed at Delia. A few god-level attacks wouldn't do anything to Linley at all. BB helped the nearby Olivier as well. Despite that, however, the 800 gods still killed 6 of the fiends. Bellowing, the bandits charged forward into close combat. The dense group of bandits swarmed forward, and everyone engaged in a wild battle, with Linley, BB, and Olivier all using their most powerful attacks. Linley and BB went without saying. As for Olivier, he had reached the god level in both the laws of light and the laws of darkness. As someone who had a mutant soul who had fused light-type and darkness-type divine power, each of his sword blows reached a new threshold in speed and also contained a strange, pure power.
He slaughtered a person with each sword.
Ha! From afar, Diamond's face suddenly changed as he stared unblinkingly at Olivier. A soul mutate. Diamond could immediately tell.
Olivier's fusion of light-type and darkness-type power had yet to reach Learmonth's level. Learmonth was capable of reaching the level of having the two types of divine power fused to the point where occasionally the destruction-type aura shone and occasionally the fire-type aura emanated.
But Olivier could not.
Ha, we suffered such a great loss at Knifeblade Island, but I didn't imagine I would encounter the soul mutate. Diamond felt a surge of fire build up in his heart.
If I offer him. Diamond began to grow excited.
But the battle scene was causing Diamond to frown ago. Not only did Linley, Bibi, and Olivier slaughter at high speed, there was another person who was terrifying. Strange swish 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 sounds could be heard as one god after another fell non-stop.
A black shadow flashed without stopping.
Those 700 bandits were reducing in number at an astonishing rate as they all fell down lifelessly.
Miserable screams continued unabated, but nobody could resist.
Linley brandished Blood Violet, effortlessly killing an oncoming god while at the same time glancing at astonishment towards the shadow which flew about at high speed. I didn't expect that he was actually hiding his power.
Nobody realized this. Brothers of the Second Mountain, return. Diamond's face was filled with anger, and he immediately roared.
Immediately, the lucky survivors retreated, but in this blink of an eye, their numbers had been reduced to 400, with the vast majority having been killed by this person who had hidden his power.
Oh ho, how boring. They actually fled.
The figure reformed atop the waves. It was the big bearded Bates.
At present, Bates' aura was mysterious and mighty. He was a high god.
He was hiding and suppressing his aura. Linley said to himself silently. Generally speaking, when investigating someone's power, one did so by sensing someone's aura, and from it judged if someone was strong or weak. If one wasn't able to sense it at all, it meant that the target was a level more powerful. By this, Linley was capable of judging who was a god and who was a high god.
He couldn't sense a high god's aura.
But sometimes, a powerful high god was capable of intentionally releasing just a weak aura to intentionally cause others to be unable to correctly judge his power.
Ha! Diamond was so angry, he started to laugh.
I didn't expect that in your group, there was a third high god, and seemingly the most powerful of the group at that. Diamond was currently in a terrible mood, and so had engaged in slaughter the entire way over.
Upon encountering this Bates, a tough bone to chew, Diamond was naturally angry. The most powerful of the group? Bates looked at his surroundings.
The bald Boff was currently heavily injured, while Delia had been able to hold her own by relying on the Death God Golem.
The big bearded Bates laughed while looking at Diamond. Hey, leader of Knifeblade Island?
I trust you understand that if you want to deal with us, even if you succeed, you will probably lose a majority of your men.
You won't get anything good in exchange for the loss.
I can't be bothered to kill those weak little gods either.
How about we go our way and you go yours?
Immediately, the luckily surviving god-level fiends all grew excited.
Bates, Lord Bates. Aix had some ability and was still alive. He was currently looking at Bates in excitement. Lord Bates, I truly must thank you this time.
When I reach the Bloodridge continent, I'll definitely increase your remuneration.
At present, Aix was so excited, he didn't know what to say.
As Aix saw it, as long as Diamond wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't waste the lives of his subordinates.
Remuneration? Bates laughed. Fine, but it has to be double that of Boff's. Definitely double. Aix said hurriedly. Bates then glanced at Diamond. Hey, are you done with your considerations yet? Why are you standing there like a fool?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 8, Blackstone Prison.
Book 16, Starmus Sea, Chapter 8, Blackstone Prison.
Although Bates had asked the question, he himself was quite confident.
He understood very well the habit of these bandits: abuse the soft targets, fear the hard ones. Even though the bandits might be able to kill all their targets, they would consider the cost-benefit ratio and if it was worth it. Right now, in Linley's group, Bates was too powerful. Even Linley, Bibi, and Olivier could easily kill gods. They were clearly a tough bone to gnaw. To kill Bates and the others, the bandits would definitely lose quite a bit.
It'll definitely be fine. The bandit leader won't be so foolish.
The god-level fiend with green hair, Taimu, had a rare smile appear on his face.
We'll definitely live.
A nearby short, muscular man also said in a low voice. Aix's eyes were filled with hope as well.
If we can avoid battle, that would be best.
Linley said to himself. However, he didn't dare to relax, continuing to stare vigilantly at the nearby bandits. Currently, Linley's side had 14 lucky survivors, all of whom were waiting for the reply from the enemy leader, Diamond. The bandit forces were awaiting Diamond's response as well. Second leader? Kill them or no? The high god behind Diamond asked softly. The bandits were somewhat unwilling to give up. The other side only had a few people, while they had thousands, 30+ high gods, and their powerful second leader. The enemy had killed nearly 300 of the gods. Were they to be allowed to leave, just like that? The bandits weren't willing. Diamond narrowed his eyes, staring at the distant Bates, and then glanced sideways at Olivier. A soul mutate. Diamond was calculating while glancing at Bates. This high god expert is clearly one who trains in the laws of darkness and specializes in speed as well as hiding his aura. Diamond was very surprised as well, because he hadn't discovered Bates had been hiding his power at first. The profound mysteries he is training in should focus in subterfuge and speed. His attack power should probably be somewhat lacking. Diamond said to himself. If the opponent was very powerful, there was no need for Bates to negotiate with him at all. Thousands of people surrounded those 10+. All was silent. Everyone was waiting for Diamond's decision. Then, very suddenly. Kill! Diamond suddenly howled angrily. The looks on the faces of Aix, Tam, and the other gods immediately froze. Even Bates' face changed. Attacking? Linley frowned. Diamond's eyes were gleaming red, and he bellowed, "Brothers, all of you, charge together. Kill them. Kill." First came the group of high gods behind Diamond. At their fastest speed, they charged forward. Instantly, as waves bellowed, elemental behemoths appeared out of nowhere, and the high gods either charged forward astride the heads of elemental pythons or were hidden beneath the foggy waves. The combined attacks of over 30 high gods, the aura alone made Linley feel it was hard to breathe. In unison, those 30+ high god brandished their weapons, blasting out soul attacks. All sorts of half-translucent flashes of light shot out towards Linley's group. Terrible. Linley's face changed dramatically. These 30+ high gods were less than 100 meters away from Linley's group. A soul attack moved much faster than a person. Everyone was only able to move very slightly. The combined soul attacks of these 3 high gods were aimed at 3 people. Bates, Boff, and Delia. Bang! 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 Careful! In that dangerous moment, Linley, by Delia's side, suddenly pulled her aside while also trying to move away. Bang! Bang! Even though he dodged as best as he could, 6 soul attacks still slammed onto Linley. 30 or so high gods attacking 3 people. 10 soul attacks were aimed at Delia and Boff, while 10 more were aimed at Bates. Linley dodged as best as he could, but 6 high god soul attacks still struck him. Bang! The 6 soul attacks directly entered Linley's consciousness, smashing heavily against his soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Like eggs smashing onto a rock, they shattered upon collision. These high gods were all fairly weak high gods, and so their soul attacks were quite rudimentary. Only now did Linley breathe a sigh of relief. Linley! Delia couldn't help stare unblinkingly at Linley in worry. I'm fine. Linley revealed a smile. The 600 years of training he had spent in the Amethyst Mountains, especially his absorption of so many amethysts and their soul essences, caused his soul-protecting sovereign artifact's flaw to rapidly heal. After 600 years, the flaw had already a thin membrane appear. Although it wasn't as strong as the other parts of the soul-protecting sovereign artifact, its defense was still excellent. Linley wasn't too bad off, but Boff and Bates were in trouble. The bald youth, Boff, was also struck by several soul attacks. He directly crashed down from the skies, while at the same time, another Boff dressed in a black robe flew out. It was Boff's divine god clone. Swish! Bates was extremely fast. Facing those 10 soul attacks, he actually dodged the majority and was only struck by 2. These 2 soul attacks caused Bates' face to turn ashen. He didn't have a soul-protecting divine artifact. After all, even someone as mighty as a 7-star fiend wouldn't have a soul much stronger than that of most ordinary high gods. At most, their defense would be a bit stronger. If they took too many soul attacks head-on, they would definitely be finished. The big bearded Bates glanced sideways at Linley. This Linley, he really is hiding his power. He was hit by multiple soul attacks, but he is fine. He really lives up to the name of being a descendant of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Bates, having seen Linley's dragon form, had already guessed Linley's status. Big brother! Nearby, a desolate cry. Linley turned. It was one of the god-level fiends who had come with them. That skinny, tall, silver-haired man, Wilburn Weyerboen, was crying out in grief, his tears already flowing down. What had happened was that although Bates had dodged the majority of the soul attacks, one of them had struck upon the unfortunate elder brother of Wilburn. How could Wilburn's brother possibly withstand the soul attack of a high god? What's more, Wilburn's older brother had fused with a divine spark to become a god. He immediately died. Wilburn should have a close relationship with him. Linley saw how heartbroken Wilburn was, and he said to himself. At this moment, nobody went to console Wilburn. Linley immediately focused his attention on those high gods. Ha, I didn't expect you to have some ability. Those high gods laughed loudly. Brothers, let's do it again. These 30+ high gods all like to engage in combo attacks. Linley, if you still refuse to act, then I'm going to stop bothering about this and leave. A voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley could immediately tell that the person who sent the message was that big bearded Bates. Linley, I didn't expect you to be a high god as well who was hiding his power. Even I didn't see through you. Linley was stunned. He was a high god? How come he didn't know? A venerable core disciple of the Four Divine Beasts clan. I recognized you as soon as you transformed. You are going to keep hiding your strength? I, Bates, am not skilled at other things, but I'm highly talented in fleeing for my life. I'm not able to deal with 36 high gods, especially that leader. If you don't make your move, I'm leaving. I'm not the sort to sacrifice his life for others. Bates sent through divine message. Bates valued his own life quite highly. Ha, kill them. From afar, Diamond shouted in joy. Got it, second leader. The 30+ high gods were fully confident, once more waving their weapons. Linley. Bates once more sent his divine sense over. Time to prepare for a slaughter. Linley sent back to Bates. At the same time, within Linley's sea of consciousness, beneath his rainbow-colored soul, with that black stone at the center, a large amount of spiritual energy began to spread out. At the same time, a large amount of elemental essence began to condense. Linley stared calmly at the 30+ high gods, their weapons raised. Strangely, powerful surges of earth-style divine power rippled out like the waves of the sea, spreading out to a range of 200 meters. The curvature of the ripples was identical to the changing curvatures of those 108 rays of spiritual energy of the black stone. Within a range of 200 meters. Those 36 high gods suddenly found that a tremendously powerful gravitational force was affecting them. This enormous gravitational force instantly caused them to be unable to continue to fly, and they began to sink downwards. Ah! The 36 high gods began to cry out in alarm. Whoosh! The countless amounts of earth elemental essence had already completely solidified. A completely black, totally sealed prison had formed, with everyone within 200 meters being caught within the black prison. Those 36 high gods were naturally trapped within as well. Blackstone prison. The thousands of gods outside were all stupefied and stared slack-jawed. But within the Blackstone prison. What is this place? The 36 high gods all stared in astonishment at the surroundings. They were surrounded by dark walls, with corridors and rooms present. They could already tell that they were in a different place, and they could sense the powerful gravity. The gravity was simply too extravagant. Even high gods were unable to fly. Crunch! A black shadow flashed past, and a high god collapsed. Ha, this is excellent. Bates was incomparably excited. Linley's side was all surrounded by earth-style divine power, and they weren't restricted by the gravity at all. Their speed was like normal. The 36 high gods, however, had their speed dropped to a very low level. Bates, however, wasn't impacted at all. Also, those 36 high gods had all been separated. It was a massacre. This damn place, break! A high god angrily smashed towards a black wall, which rippled like water but wasn't damaged at all. This was a blackstone prison formed from 3 types of profound mysteries. In terms of defensive strength, it was comparable to Linley's former pulseguard armor. Mother Fasterus Kerr, how should we leave? The high god was extremely frantic. Suddenly. Hi! A voice rang out. The high god turned to look and saw a strange shadow emerge from the walls. He only saw a pair of cold, dark golden eyes appear, and then his head went dizzy and he lost all consciousness. Killing in this environment really is easy. Linley laughed calmly. The Blackstone prison wasn't just capable of trapping people and applying powerful gravity, the black stone itself also contained that sort of special soul-affecting property, much like the strange wind sound of the Amethyst Mountains. As Linley attacked, he immediately used his spiritual energy to use the black stone to affect the soul. When the opponent was dizzy and unconscious, Linley would naturally kill them effortlessly with one attack. Ugh! A high god was greatly shocked and immediately used a soul attack. A black light flashed by, and the high god's head immediately blew apart as a divine spark flew out. Ha, he's so slow. BB laughed loudly. Under this sort of profound gravity, their speed was slowed and they weren't even able to dodge. All they could do was use soul attacks, but upon encountering BB, this person still died. But of course, if he encountered Linley, he'd be even worse off. He wouldn't even have a chance to use a soul attack. Brothers, material attacks, all together. In the instant the Blackstone prison formed, Diamond immediately bellowed angrily. Immediately, the thousands of gods immediately wielded their weapons, and thousands of tightly clustered material attacks shot out. Earthen yellow, light blue, green, golden yellow, all sorts of colors shot out as attacks roared forth towards the Blackstone prison. However, whoosh! The Blackstone prison, strangely enough, began to sink down from the surface of the sea into the depths. Bang! 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 Of the thousands of attacks, only a few hundred struck the Blackstone prison. The combined attacks of a few hundred gods against this Blackstone prison formed from three types of profound mysteries and which was comparable to something completely formed from pulse-guard armor, only caused the walls to tremble lightly, and then immediately returned to calmness. It hadn't been damaged at all. Linley's Blackstone prison wasn't too far off from that castle of sand. Ha! Diamond was shocked. But suddenly, the entire Blackstone prison bizarrely vanished, revealing 12 people within it. It was Linley's group. Although all of this took time to describe, roughly only 10 seconds had passed before the Blackstone prison formed, then vanished. The only difference was, those 36 high gods had all been killed. Impossible. Diamond's face changed dramatically. 36 high gods, all dead in the blink of an eye. How was this possible? There's an expert who trains in the laws of the earth. Diamond understood that just now, the black stone castle that had formed had a powerful earth aura. In the blink of an eye, 36 high gods had been killed. That expert most likely isn't the big bearded fellow. There's another hidden expert in that group. Diamond was startled. He didn't know what was going on with this little squad. It originally only had 2 high gods, which was already quite formidable, but then first Bates popped out of nowhere, and now it seemed yet another powerful figure had appeared. Ha, Bates laughed loudly. Now, the only high god left is you. Haha, my turn. How could Diamond dare to take them head-on? Diamond wasn't completely confident in being able to deal with Bates' power, and what's more, there was another hidden figure who was even more powerful than Bates, who trained in the laws of the earth. Flee! Without saying a word, Diamond immediately turned and fled, while secretly cursing. This squad only had 20 or so people. Why are there so many experts hidden within it? That black stone castle actually resulted in 36 high gods dying so quickly within it. It definitely was formed by a 6-star fiend, or possibly a 7-star fiend. Diamond was extremely certain. Forget it. Why obsess over it? At least I discovered a soul mutate this time. I can be considered to have made an accomplishment. While thinking this, Diamond fled far away. The second leader fled. Quick, flee. Those thousands of gods were all frightened and fled as well. Just now, their combined attacks had been unable to budge the Blackstone prison, and that was with the Blackstone prison being so huge as to have hundreds of attacks strike it. If it had been a high god, perhaps only a few attacks would have landed. Moments later, they all disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only 12 lucky survivors. Just now, who was that expert who created that Blackstone castle? The lucky survivors and Aches immediately looked around, only all of the surviving fiends were puzzled. BB, Olivier, and the others all intentionally looked around in confusion as well. Hey, who was it? BB looked puzzled. We actually have such a powerful expert here? I admire him so very much. Tell me, who is it? BB continuously looked around at the others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 9, Emotions. Book 16, Star Miss Sea, Chapter 9, Emotions. The waves of the sea rolled on. There was nobody left around them. The 12 lucky survivors had strange looks on their faces. Seeing BB continuously search for that hidden expert, the big bearded Bates cursed silently to himself. You know who it is, yet you put on such a show. He immediately laughed loudly. BB, if that expert doesn't want to reveal himself, how can you know? Right? Right. BB nodded. The bald youth, Both, had a calm look on his face. His divine high god clone was dead, leaving behind only his god clone. He said calmly, "No need to look for him.
Perhaps that expert isn't even amongst us and is an expert who was hidden near us and helped us, then left. This isn't impossible.
It was indeed possible for those 7-star fiends and Azura-level experts to escape the notice of these bandits, but under normal conditions, would an Azura-level expert be so bored as to help them?
Unless there was someone they cared about present.
That might indeed be the case. Ake's face was all smiles.
Everyone, let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry off.
Ake's was a very skilled person. Regardless of whether or not that expert was in their squad, since he didn't want to show himself, Ake's naturally wouldn't pursue the matter and possibly make that person unhappy. Ake's was delighted from the bottom of his heart. His squad had such an expert with it.
What would they have to fear on their journey? Oh no! Ake's suddenly laughed bitterly. What is it?
The others looked at him.
Ake's laughed bitterly. That was my last metallic lifeform, and it's already been destroyed. However, we've gone less than 10% on this journey. What should we do? Ake's looked at the surrounding people. Who here has a metallic lifeform to lend me? I can buy it. Or perhaps I can pay for all of the expended divine jewels on the way. Everyone glanced at each other. Metallic lifeforms were fairly high-level items.
Generally speaking, god-level fiends weren't able to buy them.
Only prepared a few metallic lifeforms? The big bearded Bates chuckled, then waved his hand.
Immediately, a metallic lifeform floated above the sea while transforming into a ship.
Ake's, this metallic lifeform doesn't have any divine jewels within it. You can fill it up yourself.
Humph, he's an expert, yet he's so stingy.
BB muttered.
The big bearded Bates immediately turned to look at him. He couldn't help but stare at BB, then glanced at Linley.
Only, he simply laughed, then sent through divine sense, "Hey, Linley, you are an expert of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. You are a 6-star fiend, right? Or are you a 7-star fiend? Why are you hiding your status? 6-star fiend? 7-star fiend? I'm actually a 1-star fiend." Linley sent back through divine sense. 1-star fiend?
Bates rolled his eyes, then turned and flew towards the metallic lifeform.
Hey, let's hurry on our way. Prepare to head out. Only now did Linley return to his normal human form.
I told the truth, but he didn't believe it.
Linley shook his head, laughing to himself.
And then, he couldn't help but sigh.
The power of this Blackstone prison is indeed great.
One part of it is the profound mysteries, but the other part is the special trick in exerting the profound mysteries.
How could there be such a powerful trick? Linley didn't understand it.
Just the special trick to using it could cause the upper limits of the gravity strength to multiple hundredfold. Most likely, even fusing another profound mystery wouldn't result in such an extravagant increase in power. Also, if I were to try and extrapolate it from scratch, most likely even after countless years, I still wouldn't be able to do so. Linley knew very well how hard it would be to develop this completely on his own.
After all, who could have come up with using 108 rays of divine power?
In addition, the 108 rays of divine power could be set up in countless configurations, and in most of them, they were very weak.
But who would have imagined that under certain circumstances, they would produce such an effect? Before Linley learned this technique, only the juvenile amethyst beast could use it, and the juvenile amethyst beast was a divine beast. This technique was his innate, ultimate technique.
When using it, the power was even more extravagant than Linley's execution.
Rumble. The metallic lifeform pierced through the waves and advanced. Within the metallic lifeform, everyone was chatting, drinking wine, and laughing.
Only, occasionally, some of them would intentionally glance at the others, pondering who was most likely to be that secretive, ultimate expert.
Who was that expert?
The green-haired man, Tam, was very curious. At the same time, with a rather excited gaze, he glanced at every single lucky survivor nearby. When his glance fell upon the silver-haired Wilburn, he shook his head slightly. If Wilburn was that expert, he most likely wouldn't have let his big brother die.
Tam continued to look at them, one by one. Shouldn't be them. I know these ones.
Tam then turned to look at the big bearded Bates, who stared at him.
What are you looking at? Tam immediately laughed awkwardly.
However, Tam knew that Bates trained in the laws of darkness and so wasn't that expert.
Can it be them? Tam then glanced sideways at Linley's group, looking at each of them.
Upon seeing Linley, he paused slightly.
That shouldn't be right either.
I saw him use that violet long sword. He seems to train in the elemental laws of the wind. Not him either. Although deities would train in more than one type of elemental law, when they engaged in battle, they would generally use their most powerful profound mystery. They had seen Linley utilize the elemental laws of the wind, and thus were certain that Linley was a wind-style deity. They didn't think about anything else. Linley! A voice rang out in his mind. Linley himself was at the side of the main hall. He was staring at the outside through the translucent metallic metal. Hearing this sound, he immediately replied with divine sense, "Bates, why have you kept on chatting with me these past few days?" Ever since that day when I revealed my true power, those kids have been very careful when chatting to me. It's really boring. The big bearded Bates said. Linley chuckled. Bates was someone who liked a lively atmosphere. Hey, look. That Wilburn kid has had a gloomy face the past few days. He seems to have been turned into a cripple. I didn't expect that short big brother of his was so important to him. Bates sent with divine sense yet again. Linley turned to look at Wilburn. This Wilburn was someone who also valued emotional relationships. If either Linley or Wharton had died, the other would probably be very heartbroken as well. Wharton. When I didn't let him come to the infernal realm, that was the right decision. Linley sighed in his heart. The many dangers of the infernal realm had been far greater than he had imagined. However, after 600 years of training in the Amethyst Mountains, he already was confident in his ability to protect himself. Regardless of whether it was a fog sea storm or those Knifeblade Island bandits, there wasn't much of a threat to him. Night. The sea wind blew drearily. Linley walked to the front of the ship. Although the metallic lifeform moved very quickly, Linley still walked very stably atop it. Ha! Linley looked towards the front of the ship in surprise. There's someone here. Tonight, aside from himself, there was actually someone else who had come to the front of the ship long ago. It was the silver-haired youth, Wilburn, who was leaning against the railings. Linley found to his astonishment. Wilburn's face was covered with tears. He was quietly staring into the distant seas. Who knew what he was thinking about? Wilburn. Linley sat down as well. Wilburn was startled. The tears on his face immediately dried and vanished, and he looked as cold and emotionless as ever. Thinking about your elder brother? Linley stared into the dark waves up ahead, but spoke very directly. When Wilburn heard this, the muscles on his face couldn't help but begin to tremble slightly. You had an elder brother, while I have a little brother. Linley let out a long sigh. His name is Wharton. However, this time, when I came to the infernal realm, I didn't let him accompany me, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 7 centuries have passed. I wonder how my little brother is doing. Nearly 700 years. It had only taken Linley, in the Yulan continent, a few decades to become a legend. In the infernal realm, he had spent nearly 7 centuries. 7 centuries, how many things could happen in such a period of time? Linley didn't know. How were his family members in the distant Yulan continent doing? My elder brother and I have been in the infernal realm for tens of thousands of years. Wilburn suddenly said. Linley was somewhat astonished. Wilburn was actually speaking. However, Linley still listened carefully. Given how heartbroken Wilburn was, he would indeed feel better after speaking out. My elder brother cared greatly about me. I still remember what it was like back in our homeland, that material plane. Wilburn's gaze drifted away as he returned to his memories. My elder brother was fairly honest and simple, while I was fairly arrogant. When I was young, because of my arrogance, I didn't have many friends. Only, my elder brother always cared about me. Afterwards, when I grew up, because of uncertain matter, a rupture appeared in the relationship between myself and my elder brother. Wilburn said bitterly, I killed my elder brother's fiancée. Linley was startled. Seeing the look on Wilburn's face, Linley could imagine that the situation back then must have been very complicated. Otherwise, given how much Wilburn cared about his brother, he wouldn't have done such a thing. From that day onward, my elder brother stopped meeting with me. As for myself, I became all the more arrogant. Because of some complicated matters, in my anger, I attacked the imperial palace and killed that detestable imperial crown prince, and even the emperor. That night, blood flowed into a river. Only, the power of the imperial palace was also very strong. They actually had 8 saints. I killed 5 of them, but was badly injured as well. I could see death coming for me. I had given up. After all, I had killed that imperial crown prince and that dog's head emperor. I was willing to die. Only, at that moment, my elder brother appeared. He saved me. Doing so meant that he was directly opposing the empire. Wilburn thought back to the events of that year. Wilburn shook his head and said bitterly, actually, back then, I had killed my future sister-in-law by accident. I had always felt guilty towards my elder brother. After killing the emperor, things became extremely troublesome. The elder chairman of the Empire's Magus Association normally never got involved in matters, but after learning about this, he would definitely intervene. Wilburn sighed. Thus, we immediately fled, and then immediately found the planar overseer to go to the infernal realm. You came here as saints? Linley was shocked. Wilburn nodded. Only after arriving did we learn how dangerous it was. For saints in the infernal realm, this place is a nightmare. As he spoke, Wilburn turned silent, and his tears began to quietly cascade down again. Enough of that. Wilburn shook his head. After arriving here and experiencing the myriad dangers of the infernal realm, my elder brother and I understood that death could descend at any moment. I always hoped that if we were to die, I should be the first to die. I didn't want my elder brother to die, because in my entire life, he was the only true family and friend I have ever had. Linley glanced at Wilburn, then sighed to himself. However, Linley himself didn't feel too sad. He had experienced too much, here in the infernal realm. He had seen these things often. Those fiend trial participants, only a few dozen survived from 1,000 participants. For the people who had come to the infernal realm, how many of them were ordinary? Linley quietly sat there. At some point in time, Wilburn returned to the ship's cabin. Linley continued to sit there and stare at the waves of the sea. Tonight, only a tiny hint of a crescent of the violet moon remained. The entire star-mist sea seemed so dark and gloomy. The waves of the sea seemed like part of some incomparably enormous monster. The infernal realm is just like this star-mist sea. It is incomparably vast, and it devours one living creature after another. Only a truly powerful expert can remain here in the infernal realm and reach the pinnacle. Experts die, and only still more powerful experts can live. Linley stared into the boundless waters in front of him. For some reason, he felt his heart tremble slightly. The dark sea waters were vast and endless. Linley quietly sat there at the head of the boat, silently staring into the boundless sea, not a single hint of light in his eyes. Perhaps a long time passed, or perhaps just a moment later. Linley opened his eyes. In Linley's mind, illusory rays of divine power actually were forming. The rays of divine power formed into the Blackstone prison. The throbbing pulse of the world, gravitational space, essence of the earth, all sorts of profound mysteries were fusing into his soul. Dawn. Linley stood up as well. Staring at the blood sun, blurry behind those thin clouds, he had a hint of a smile on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 10, Gam Mountain. Book 16, Star-Mist Sea, Chapter 10, Gam Mountain. By the time Linley's group once again entered the metallic lifeform and headed further into the Star-Mist Sea, the second leader of Knifeblade Island, Diamond, traveled by himself deep into the bottom of the Star-Mist Sea, arriving within a nameless gorge. Oof. If it weren't for the fact that my elder brother died while I myself am not aware of where the Lord Commander lives, how could you have ended up getting a share of the glory? Staring at the gorge, Diamond felt hatred in his heart. And then, Diamond transformed into a shadow, easily passing through the nameless gorge. Within the gorge, there were some strange plant creatures at the bottom which were colorful to behold. Sometimes, a few oceanic magical beasts would even pop up at the bottom of the sea, but Diamond paid them no mind at all. Moments later, Diamond arrived at the gates to an underwater estate, located deep within the seabed gorge. There were 2 guards at each side of the gate. Halt! One of the guards immediately barked. Diamond laughed calmly. What, you don't even recognize me? As he spoke, Diamond moved somewhat closer. The 2 guards only now began to laugh, one of them saying, so it is second leader Lord Diamond of the Knifeblade Island. Although that was how they spoke, clearly, they didn't hold Diamond in much regard. Although their strength wasn't that great, their master was incredible. Go make a report to your master. I want to meet him. This is an important matter. Diamond said seriously. The 2 guards exchanged glances. It seems there really is an important matter. You can go make the report. The other guard said, you can just wait here. I'll go report this to our master. As he spoke, he entered the estate. After a long while, the guard came out. Lord Diamond, my master invites you. Please come with me. Diamond snorted inwardly. Just because you are somewhat stronger than me, not. This estate was extremely large, and it was very luxuriously decorated. Moments later, Diamond arrived within the main hall. The entire main hall was surrounded by sculptures and all sorts of paintings, which seemed to be telling an ancient story. Daimon, in his heart, knew, these are all about the boastful affairs of himself, Ganmonten.
So what if he's gone to purgatory? Such arrogance.
Although he said this in his heart, Daimon was still rather envious.
Daimon, where's your elder brother, Akits?
A calm voice came out from the front. At the throne in the front of the main hall, a green-haired man whose forehead was covered with fish scales was seated, dressed in a green cloak with golden trimmings. The green-haired man's eyes glowed with green light, and his lips had a violet tint.
He himself gave off an extremely devilish aura. He died.
Daimon said sorrowfully.
Akits died?
The green-haired man immediately stood up in shock, then hurriedly asked, how is that possible? Your elder brother was a 6-star fiend who trained in the elemental laws of water. His defense was the highest amongst our group.
Who was capable of breaking his defense? It was a black-haired man known as Lomio Bornson.
Just mentioning this name caused Daimon to feel terror. That day, the black-haired man's body had transformed into countless bolts of flashing lightning in the sky and caused something akin to a foxy storm. And then, with but one blade blow, he had killed Daimon's elder brother.
Lomio Bornson?
The green-haired man on the throne frowned.
How come I've never heard of this person? What does he train in?
He trains in the laws of lightning. Daimon said, this person came to our Knifeblade Island, then transformed into countless bolts of lightning and caused something identical to a foxy storm, creating an enormous lightning vortex above our Knifeblade Island.
It was too terrifying. There's actually such an expert.
The green-haired man frowned.
It seems I must go report this to the Lord Commander.
And then, the green-haired man looked at Daimon.
Daimon, can it be that you've simply come to tell me about this?
The green-haired man had decided immediately in his heart that no matter what, he couldn't make an enemy out of this Lomio Bornson. Someone capable of killing Akits in one blow was too terrifying.
Lord Ganmonten.
Daimon's face had a hint of a smile appear on it.
I've come to bring you some good news. Speak. Ganmonten said.
Although I've never met the Lord Commander, I've heard my elder brother say that the Lord Commander had always been collecting some divine beasts with extremely powerful innate abilities, or talents who have mutated souls.
Daimon grinned as he spoke.
Yes, there is such a thing.
Ganmonten said calmly.
This time, although our Knifeblade Island was attacked, while I was fleeing, in the Star Mist Sea, I actually encountered a talented soul mutate.
Daimon said hurriedly.
He's definitely a soul mutate genius. I personally saw him use a combination of darkness-type divine power and light-type divine power.
What? Shocked, Ganmonten immediately stood up. Soul mutates were extremely rare.
In addition, geniuses like them were extremely terrifying in the future. For example, an expert who was a soul mutate, upon reaching the high god level, just based on the fact that he had fused two different types of divine power, would have the strength of his attack increased tenfold. When a person used fused divine power, even if he used the same type of profound mystery, the power would be 10 times that an ordinary person's. And in addition, only soul mutates were capable of fusing the profound mysteries of two different types of elemental laws. For example, Learmonth had later merged the profound mysteries of the elemental laws of fire as well as the way of destruction. When profound mysteries belonged to different types of laws were fused, the power would be even greater by far than when two profound mysteries of the same type of law was fused. For example, if Linley's throbbing pulse of the world was capable of being fused with the dimensional attack profound mystery of the elemental laws of the wind, then the power would be comparable to fusing 3 profound mysteries of the same type of law. If he also fused 2 types of divine power when using the attack, the power would increase tenfold yet again. A soul mutate only had to fuse 2 different types of profound mysteries together, and his power would immediately become comparable to that of a 7-star fiend. However, ordinary high gods would have to fuse 4 profound mysteries to reach the 7-star fiend level.
Where is he? Ganmonten said hurriedly.
Daimon said helplessly, I didn't have the ability to bring him here. Ganmonten's face immediately changed, and he sneered, so even you, a 5-star fiend, were unable to bring him back. It seems the soul mutate has already reached the high god level.
I expect he has already fused profound mysteries as well. What, do you want me to go die?
Ganmonten knew very well his own limits, as a 6-star fiend. Although he was specialized in attacks, against a soul mutate, especially a soul mutate at the height of his power, he had no confidence.
Soul mutates were monstrously powerful.
2 different types of divine power, when fused, would make the power of even an ordinary profound mystery increase tenfold. If they were able to fuse 3 different types of profound power, the strength would increase 100-fold. If they were able to fuse 4, the power would continue to compound. However, the more types of divine power one trained in, the lower the chances one would have of having a soul mutation. For example, a person capable of using 3 types of divine power, even if he underwent a soul mutation, would have nearly a 100% chance of dying during the process. In the entire history of the infernal realm, there had only been an extremely infinitesimally small number of soul mutates. Virtually all of the successful ones fused 2 types of divine power to become soul mutates. For example, when Olivier's soul had mutated, he had been in a coma for months. In the countless years the infernal realm had existed, only a single person had fused 3 types of divine power. As for having 4 different types of divine power and yet still fusing them, despite the passage of countless years, not a single such person had appeared in the countless planes of the universe. Normally speaking, when people were discussing soul mutates, they referred to people who fused 2 different types of divine power. For example, Linley had earth, wind, and fire-type divine power. Even if he were to undergo a soul mutation, his chance of death would be almost 100%. After all, in the countless years the infernal realm had existed, this sort of genius had only appeared once.
Diamond, it's not too likely that one is going to be able to control that sort of mighty soul mutate. Ganmonten laughed coldly. No. That soul mutate is only a god. Diamond said hurriedly. Only a god? Ganmonten was overjoyed. The weaker the target was, the easier to control. Ha! Ganmonten suddenly frowned. Just a god. How is it that we're unable to bring him back?
Diamond explained, Lord Ganmonten, the soul mutate is only a god, but he is currently within a squad which has 2 experts.
Experts? How is their strength? Ganmonten asked hurriedly. One of them trains in the elemental laws of darkness.
By my calculations, he should have the power of a 5-star fiend, perhaps closing on that of a 6-star fiend. As I saw it, he specializes in speed, assassination, and hiding his aura.
Diamond said disdainfully. Ganmonten laughed calmly.
He wouldn't even care about an ordinary 6-star fiend.
And the other? Ganmonten pursued. Diamond looked rather awkward.
Actually, I didn't discover that other person either.
However, he should be hidden in their group. In terms of power, I can't say. Eh? Diamond frowned.
Explain in detail what the situation was like.
Diamond immediately explained in detail. After hearing Diamond's explanation, Ganmonten nodded slightly.
The attack of hundreds of gods actually managed to cause the Black Stone Castle to tremble. It seems its defense isn't that powerful, and it also covers a fairly small area. Based on my calculations, at most this person is a 6-star fiend.
Ganmonten had already calculated this out. The opponent wasn't too much of a threat.
I can break through that Black Stone Castle with 1 sword blow.
Ganmonten laughed calmly.
Diamond advised, My lord, how about we first go inform the Lord Commander, that way, there won't be any chance of failure.
A mere 6-star fiend? How can the Lord Commander personally get involved for this? Ganmonten laughed coldly.
This sort of affair, I alone can handle easily.
Ganmonten was very confident.
He trained in the elemental laws of the wind, and he specialized in 2 things, attacking and fleeing.
Even against a 7-star fiend, he was confident in his ability to flee.
For a battle like this, it was better to first prepare for defeat than to prepare for victory. Only then would one not have to worry about any problems.
Do you know where that squad is? Ganmonten looked at him. Diamond smiled. My lord, don't worry. I've made the arrangements long ago. In addition, it's only been less than half a month. Even if something happens, finding them will be easy. After all, this is our turf. Excellent. Ganmonten nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry.
Once I collect that soul mutate and offer him to the commander, I will definitely report your contributions to the Lord Commander as well.
Thank you, me lord. Diamond said hurriedly.
But in his heart, Diamond was still furious.
If he had known how to go find the commander, would he have come to report all of this to Ganmonten?
If he had enough power to seize Olivier, he wouldn't need to let Ganmonten take the credit either.
The sea waves rolled on.
Linley and Bibi were seated together at the end of the ship.
Boss, why have you always been staring at the sea lately?
Bibi asked, puzzled. Linley chuckled, first setting up his god realm to block out sound, and then explained, Bibi, recently, I feel as though there are some problems with my Blackstone prison. I know that the answer lies within this vast sea, the waters of the sea flow on casually and contain unfathomable transformations. My Blackstone prison is too rigid. Although it is able to distort and reform, that expends divine power. Also, it isn't able to easily deflect outside power.
Bibi just listened.
He couldn't help but stare at Linley. "Why are you staring at me?" Linley laughed as he looked at BB. "Boss, didn't you say that you've already fused 3 types of profound mysteries?" BB said hurriedly. During the past few days when Linley had been staring at the sea, he had gained a sudden insight and had managed to completely and perfectly fuse the essence of the earth, throbbing pulse of the world, and the gravitational space, these 3 great profound mysteries. The power of his Blackstone prison had once more increased. By now, even against a 6-star fiend, Linley had confidence in winning. "So what if I have?" Linley sighed. "The Blackstone prison is still insufficiently perfected. Actually, if I were able to infuse the profound mysteries of vitality of the laws of the earth with the other 3, it would perfectly balance and strengthen the power of my Blackstone prison. By that time, the Blackstone prison would regrow and regenerate without end. Even a 7-star fiend would find it hard to break it. Only, fusing 4 types of profound mysteries is too hard. In addition, vitality should be a fairly unique type of profound mystery in the laws of the earth. The vast earth was deep and gave birth to countless lifeforms, and thus it possessed profound vitality." Linley knew a few special details regarding the profound truths of vitality, only, Linley had yet to be able to gain a basic understanding of it. "Boss, don't be too greedy." BB pursed his lips and said. "You fused 3 types of profound mysteries." Linley laughed. Actually, this didn't have anything to do with greed. Linley simply pursued perfection and wanted to continuously improve himself. "Huh?" Right at this moment, Linley was suddenly shocked. Below. Bang! The metallic creature, which had been advancing at high speed, once more exploded, and everyone within it now hovered in mid-air, their faces covered with puzzlement. In particular, the big bearded Bates. He roared angrily, "Mother Fasterus Cur! This metallic lifeform was mine." Linley carefully stared at the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures broke through the surface of the sea, leaping into mid-air. One of them was a grim-looking green-haired man who was dressed in a green cloak with gold trimmings, and who had fish scales over his forehead. The person by his side was a familiar figure to Linley's group. It was the second leader of Knifeblade Island. Diamond. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 11, So It Was Him. Book 16, Star Mist Sea, Chapter 11, So It Was Him. The waves of the sea rolled about. The green-haired Ganmontan and the second leader Diamond both stood there in mid-air, staring calmly at Linley's group. That's the leader of the Knifeblade Island group. The employer, Aches, immediately recognized Diamond. The others recognized him as well, and as they did, their hearts sank. As the second leader of Knifeblade Island, Diamond's power was obvious. And yet, right now, Diamond was seemingly following behind that green-haired man, as though he were a subordinate. "Boss, trouble's coming." BB sent through divine sense. "No rush. Let's wait and see." Linley watched Ganmontan calmly. At his current level of power, Linley was more than capable of fighting against most 6-star fiends. More importantly, Linley had that Sovereign's Might. If he used Sovereign's Might to attack, even a 7-star fiend was nothing to fear. "Hey, leader of Knifeblade Island, what's your name?" "I forgot. But you fled last time, fellow. Why are you back this time?" The big bearded Bates barked unhappily. "What, last time, when we spared your life, you didn't feel gratitude, but instead came back and actually brought someone else over? Fine then, today, we'll just deal with both of you." Ganmontan and Diamond didn't say a word. Ganmontan's flashing green eyes swept past Linley's group. He carefully inspected every single person to see who was the legendary hidden expert. As he looked, Ganmontan couldn't help but frown. Aside from those 2 high gods, it seems there isn't a third high god. During the last battle, Boff had lost a high god clone and was now just a god. The entire squad only had 2 high gods. One was Delia, and the others was Bates. The situation isn't good. Ganmontan was an expert who had entered purgatory before. Naturally, he wouldn't drop his guard. This hidden expert can actually escape even my notice. It seems his power isn't any lower than mine. At the very least, his ability in hiding his aura is quite powerful. Ganmontan thought rapidly, then came to a decision. "Diamond, the soul mutate you spoke of. Which one is it?" Ganmontan sent through a divine message to Diamond. The reason he had brought Diamond was solely to have him point out the soul mutate. Diamond looked towards Olivier while saying through divine sense, "Lord Ganmontan, it's that man with the long grey cloak who has hair that is black streaked with white." Ganmontan's gaze immediately rested upon Olivier, a crafty look flashing through his eyes. Linley's group was puzzled. The two had destroyed their metallic lifeform, but hadn't said a single word. What were they intending, exactly? You, Greenie. Why are the two of you blocking our path? If you want to say something, hurry up. We don't have time to waste with you. BB, wearing his straw hat, wasn't afraid at all, and he loudly shouted towards Ganmonten. Ganmonten began to laugh. Ha! Ganmonten emitted an ear-piercing laughter, the sound of it bizarrely causing the area within hundreds of meters to echo, while outside of this area, no sound could be heard at all. The sound of the laughter bored directly into the skulls of Linley's group. This is the profound truths of sound of the elemental laws of the wind. Linley immediately recognized it. The profound truths of sound fused the sound waves in music profound mysteries. Linley had already completely fused them. This Ganmonten actually used this to ambush them, but clearly, the power of Ganmonten's laughter wasn't too great. How painful. Aix, Tam, and the others all held their heads. As for Linley, BB, Delia, and Olivier, they weren't as bad off. Ganmonten glanced at the people who his laughter hadn't affected, then chuckled. Everyone, I am Ganmonten. Today, I have only come to take a person away. I don't actually want to harm the rest, and I hope you won't block me either. Take someone away? Linley was puzzled. Who in our group is worth this sort of high-level figure coming out? For Ganmonten to be capable of having Diamond by his side like a manservant meant that his power was definitely greater than Diamond's, most likely at a 6-star fiend level or perhaps even a 7-star fiend level. Take someone away? Who? BB asked. Right. Who are you taking away? Aix asked as well. This group all felt nervous, afraid that they would be selected. Ganmonten smiled as he said, the person I am taking away is him. As he spoke, he reached out with his right hand and pointed towards Olivier. Instantly, everyone turned to look at Olivier. Me? Olivier's face changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had only been in the infernal realm for a few hundred years and he hadn't offended any powerful foes. Why would they take him away? Olivier! BB called out in surprise. Linley and Delia both began to frown, while Aix, Tam, and the other gods let out sighs of relief. Why is this person taking Olivier away? Linley's thoughts flashed through his mind. Olivier had spent the vast majority of his years in the infernal realm in the Amethyst Mountains with Linley. He had never encountered any ultimate experts. The only thing special about Olivier was his soul mutation. Could it be that the reason he wants to take Olivier away is related to the fact that Olivier is a soul mutate? Linley couldn't help but guess this. Hey, why do you want to take away Olivier? Olivier is one of us. You want to take him away just because you say so? Absolutely no way. The big bearded Bates snorted. Bates' words caused Linley, BB, and the others to feel joy. This Bates is a fine fellow. Linley said to himself. Ganmonten laughed loudly. Oh, so his name is Olivier. I can tell you plainly, Ganmonten swept Linley's group with his gaze, his eyes slowly turning cold. Today, Olivier must leave with me. If anyone wants to stop me, there will only be one result, death. Ganmonten's green glowing eyes, violet lips, and cold voice caused everyone to feel their hearts tremble. He's using the profound truths of sound yet again. Linley said to himself. This person can utilize the elemental laws of the wind quite freely. Ganmonten, seeing that the god seemed to be rather in dread of him, then immediately began to smile again. But of course, if you don't block my path, I naturally won't kill you. Right now, I'll give you all a chance. Aside from Olivier, the others can all leave safely. Everyone can leave now. Leave? The god-level fiends all hesitated. I'll count to 10. If by then there are people still remaining, that means they are my enemies. The result will be Ganmonten suddenly made a serpent-shaped longsword which gleamed with green light appear in his hands. He casually waved the sword, which blurred while causing the world to be filled with a beautiful sound. Slash! Space itself had a large crevice split open within it, while at the same time, the sword blur carried what seemed like countless wind blades, charging downwards towards the sea like thousands of soldiers in an army. Boom! The sea rumbled, and instantly, the water beneath that point for hundreds of meters around turned into a massive hole that was dozens of meters deep. Moments later, the surrounding water filled the gap, and immediately a series of waves could be heard. Aix, Tam, Wilburn, and the other gods all had very ugly looks on their faces. Linley, Bates, and the others all had solemn looks on their faces. The infernal realm's planar walls were very stable. To slash open a crevice within the infernal realm was proof of having displayed terrifying power. 1. Ganmonten smiled as he spoke. 2. 3. Ganmonten's counting speed was unhurried, and his voice wasn't loud, but hammered down upon the hearts of every single fiend present. Those god-level fiends glanced at each other, all hesitating. Everyone, no need to waste your lives for me, Olivier said bitterly. Immediately, the employer, Aix, was the first to turn towards Olivier and say apologetically, "Forgive me." As he spoke, he immediately flew away. As Aix left, immediately the other gods all left as well. By the time Ganmonten counted to 10, Boff and Wilburn flew away as well. They were all god-level fiends, of no use at all. 9. Ganmonten's gaze once more swept the 5 remaining figures. Everyone, if you don't leave now, you won't have the chance later. But the 5 didn't pay him any mind at all. 10. Ganmonten had counted to 10, but 5 were still remaining. They were Linley, Delia, Bibi, Olivier, and Bates. As for Aix, Tam, Wilburn, and the other 7, they had all flown far away. From a distance of 3 kilometers, they stared towards the scene. Aix said softly, "Everyone, don't be worried. I expect that the mysterious expert who used the Blackstone prison last time should be one of those 3, Linley, Bibi, or Olivier. When that expert attacks, perhaps he will be able to defeat Ganmonten." The other 6 felt their hearts firm up. In the infernal realm, very few people would choose to throw their lives away. Their choices were correct. Who knows which one of them is the expert? Wilburn said softly. "I hope he can defeat Ganmonten." Boff said as well. Right at this moment, above the boundless starless sea, Linley's group of 5 was hovering above the surface of the sea, standing opposite from Diamond and Ganmonten. After counting to 10, Ganmonten was already feeling extremely unhappy. Prior to this, he had used the profound truths of sound through his laughter to test Linley's group. As early as then, he had expected that the hidden expert should have been one of the people in front of him, but who would have imagined that none of these people left? He had counted from 1 to 10, but his ploy of his had no effect at all. Whether or not those 7 gods left had no effect on him at all. He, Ganmonten, wanted to get the hidden expert to leave. If he could avoid battle, he would. After all, he had no way to discover who the opponent was. Ganmonten was even wondering, could this hidden expert be a 7-star fiend? Could it be that when resisting the forces of Knifeblade Island, he was hiding his true power? Poof. Who cares what you are? If you hide yourself like a coward, I imagine you can't be too strong. Ganmonten wielded his green serpentine longsword, grinning. I didn't expect the 4 of you are really chivalrous. You are actually willing to die for Olivier. Since that's the case, I'll oblige you. Ganmonten laughed as he looked at Bates. Your power isn't bad. The first one I'll deal with is you. Bates' face changed slightly. Linley, if you don't act, then I'm going to leave. Bates hurriedly sent with divine sense. I'm not a match for that old fellow. Ganmonten. A voice rang out, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bates. His entire body was covered with azure golden draconic scales. Beneath the dazzling light of the violet sun, he was very eye-catching. Those 2 dark golden eyes stared at Ganmonten. It was the transformed Linley. Ganmonten, today, you'd best leave. I don't want to fight you. Linley said. Linley wasn't completely certain of his ability to win this battle, but if he had to, he would use the Sovereign's might. However, Linley was rather unwilling to. So it was you. Ganmonten was shocked. He stared at Linley in surprise, and then began to laugh loudly. I didn't expect that a core member of the 4 Divine Beasts clan was hidden in your group. I am Ganmonten. Might I ask who you are? Linley. Linley said calmly and directly. Haha, Linley. Ganmonten laughed loudly as he spoke. Today, I've come here not for myself, but for my Lord Commander. Commander? Linley was stunned. He couldn't help but think back to what the juvenile amethyst beast he had met back in the Amethyst Mountains had said. Back then, that juvenile amethyst beast had said that he was a commander in Purgatory. A commander of Purgatory was a position which Linley had yet to fully understand. But given the power of the juvenile amethyst beast, Linley could guess. As a member of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, I imagine you wouldn't want to ruin the affairs of my Lord Commander. Ganmonten laughed calmly as he spoke. Ganmonten was very self-confident. Even the clan leader of the 4 Divine Beasts clan most likely wouldn't offend his Lord Commander. Ganmonten laughed as he looked at Linley. Ganmonten, I'd like to ask you to leave. Linley said calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 12, A Great Battle. Book 16, Star Must See, Chapter 12, A Great Battle. It's Linley. From afar, the onlookers, including Aix and the other gods, were all shocked. They hadn't expected that the hidden expert was Linley. It was actually him.
Wilburn stared at the distant, dragon-formed Linley.
For now, let us ignore the shock of Aix and the rest of the seven. Ganmonten, hearing Linley's words, couldn't help but feel a surge of rage. Glancing sideways at Linley, he began to laugh from rage. Oh, Linley, what? You don't even care about my commander at all? What audacity, dot.
Daimon, the second leader of Knifeblade Island, could tell that the situation was turning bad.
He immediately retreated. I can't suffer the backlash from a battle between these two. It isn't audacity. Linley looked at Ganmonten. Ganmonten, I definitely will not permit you to take Olivier away. Although I don't wish to fight you, if you truly insist on forcing him to leave, then I will be forced to. Humph. Ganmonten felt yet another surge of rage. He had already given Linley a great deal of face by saying so much. Ganmonten continued to laugh as his rage built up. If that's the case, then I shall. As he spoke, Ganmonten suddenly lifted up the green serpentine longsword in his hand and filled it with wind-style divine power. The entire sword began to tremble and emit a clear ringing sound of wind chimes. The sword hymn reverberated within 100 meters. Beneath Linley's feet, rays of earth-type divine power radiated out as well, merging into the surface of the sea below. With the black stone in his sea of consciousness as the core, 108 rays of earth-type divine power began to move in accordance with a pattern. The area within 300 meters began to tremble as countless amounts of earth-type divine power coalesced. Ganmonten, suffering this astonishing gravitational pull, found to his astonishment that his body was beginning to sink down. At the same time, a large amount of earth elemental essence and divine power took shape. In the blink of an eye, an enormous blackstone prison appeared, floating on the surface of the water. Although Daimon had retreated into the distance early on, Ganmonten and Linley were both now already trapped within that blackstone prison. Linley's ultimate attack, formed from three fused profound mysteries of the laws of the earth and with the black stone at the nucleus, blackstone prison. The scope is larger than last time. Daimon sucked in a cold breath. It seems last time, this Linley really was hiding his true power. But how could he know that in reality, during this period of time, Linley just so happened to break through a bottleneck and completely perfect his fusion of those three profound mysteries? Within the Blackstone prison was utter darkness. The only light came from the faint earth and yellow glow coming off those pitch-black walls. As a high god expert, even though it was pitch-black, Ganmonten could still see clearly. What a terrifying gravity! Ganmonten's face changed greatly. And then, Ganmonten gnashed his teeth, summoning the divine power in his body. With regards to flying speed, as an expert in the elemental laws of the wind, Ganmonten was quite proficient. The better one's flying ability was, the better one was able to resist powerful gravity. Humph. Ganmonten's body finally, barely left the surface of the ground. He hovered into the air. Not bad. In my Blackstone prison, you are actually barely able to fly. A sound of praise rang out. A figure, with a whoosh, appeared within Ganmonten's line of vision. It was the dragon-formed Linley. Linley had already been prepared for Ganmonten being able to just barely resist the gravity. Ganmonten was an expert in flying, and his power was that of a 6-star fiend or a 7-star fiend. Him being capable of this was in line with Linley's expectations. Ganmonten immediately landed. I truly am in admiration of you, to reach such a level in your training of the laws of the earth. Ganmonten laughed as he spoke, but at the same time, his right fist suddenly struck out with the green serpentine longsword in his hand. His target, the floor of the Blackstone prison beneath his feet. Linley's face changed, and he launched himself forward, immediately charging towards Ganmonten, an adamantine heavy sword suddenly appearing in his hand. Slash! An astonishing crack in space appeared, and the floor of the Blackstone prison was cut open as well. Ganmonten's body immediately sank down as he fled through the giant crack beneath him. I didn't imagine that he actually escaped. Linley willed the large Blackstone prison to vanish. Rumble, the waves of the star mist sea rolled on and roared. Ganmonten hovered there in mid-air as him and Linley stared at each other. I need to modify and improve the Blackstone prison. After that last experience, Linley now had an idea as to a flaw of the original Blackstone prison. The Blackstone prison had a circumference of roughly 300 meters and had many corridors and rooms and whatnot. If Ganmonten were to chop open a wall next to him, even if he broke through, he would find yet another wall. However, Ganmonten had directly struck down at the floor beneath his feet.
The Blackstone prison was only so large. It was a single-story edifice. By chopping down into the ground, Ganmonten had managed to escape. In the future, not only must the scope of the Blackstone prison be large, it also needs to have 9 levels, with the opponent trapped in the 5th floor. That way, even if he breaks through the floor, he will still have 4 more levels to go. Linley said to himself. Olivier, Bibi, Delia, Bates, Diamond, and the distant onlookers all held their breaths as they watched. None of them knew if Ganmonten was stronger, or if Linley was stronger. How difficult to deal with. Ganmonten's eyes narrowed. With a whoosh sound, within 1,000 meters, over 1,000 Ganmontens appeared, each one of them having a smile on his face. Ha, Linley, with so many doppelgangers, can you possibly find my true body? As he spoke, the 1,000 Ganmontens began to fly through the air with a whooshing sound. Linley didn't move at all. His Earth-style divine power, however, radiated out to 300 meters, naturally including the nearby Delia, Bibi, and Olivier. The power of this gravitational pull didn't have much of a difference compared with the Blackstone prison, only, it didn't have any prison walls to block movement. Gravitational space. Of the 1,000-plus Ganmontens, whenever some of them flew into the gravitational space, they would immediately begin to sink down, unable to resist the powerful pull of gravity. Ganmonten, just give up. There's no way you'll be able to take Olivier away. Linley said clearly. Your doppelgangers aren't able to resist the power of my gravitational space. Only your true body is just barely able to do so. Indeed. Those doppelgangers all sank into the sea, with only the true Ganmonten just barely able to stay aloft. Linley, I have never seen a gravitational pull so powerful as yours in this gravitational space. Ganmonten said, and then he immediately flew backwards, outside of the range of Linley's gravitational space. Linley didn't try to block him either, instead just watching. Linley actually hoped that this Ganmonten would leave. Whoosh! Ganmonten suddenly flew into the sky, into the thin fog above the sea. Immediately, lightning began to strike towards Ganmonten. Linley frowned. Why did he fly into the fog? Bibi raised his head as well. Does this Ganmonten have some mental problems? He wants to let the lightning strike him? The power of the lightning within the fog of the Starmist Sea increased as one flew higher. Ganmonten had already flown to a height which was roughly his maximum. That sort of lightning was only capable of inflicting some mild wounds. Swoosh! Ganmonten flew in a straight line. It must be understood that the farther one was from the gravitational pull area, the weaker the gravity would be. Ganmonten had flown so high that the gravitational space set up at the surface of the sea, at the height he was in, didn't pose much of an effect at all. Ganmonten flew directly towards the air above Linley's head. And then, he dropped down in a straight line. Gravity pulled downwards, and so Ganmonten's downward speed reached a new height. You want to play like this? Linley laughed calmly. In the area around them, the constantly fluctuating rays of divine power suddenly returned to Linley's body, swirling around it. At the same time, with Linley at the center, a roughly 100-meter, enormous sphere took shape, forming a unique, sphere-shaped repulsive force region. Ganmonten had been full of confidence, but as soon as he entered the repulsive sphere. Ganmonten immediately sensed a surge of powerful repulsive force impacting his entire body. He had been dropping at high speed, but now, his speed virtually slowed down to nothing. Sensing this sort of repulsive strength, Ganmonten was so shocked the look on his face changed. How could a gravitational space be like this? Ganmonten had never heard of a gravitational space actually possessing repulsive power. Although shocked, Ganmonten still frantically resisted that repulsive power and forced himself to descend, while at the same time brandishing out the green serpentine longsword in his hand. The longsword was covered by a layer of indistinct green illusions and also rang out with that sound of wind chimes. The sword's shadow, which seemed slow but was actually fast, slashed through the sky, and wherever it passed, space itself split apart. A ray of flashing green light from his illusory sword instantly pierced through the heavens and appeared in front of Linley's eyes. Blood drop sword. Ganmonten's face was savage as he unleashed his most powerful sword attack. His body was suffering the effects of the repulsive force, but his sword energy attack wasn't impacted much. So fast. Linley hurriedly worked hard to dodge. But one's body movement speed was indeed inferior to the speed of that sword light. Clang! The sword light viciously struck Linley's draconic scale-clad left shoulder. With a clear ringing sound, Linley's draconic scales on his left shoulder actually shattered, with 3 scales breaking open and hints of blood oozing out. What? Ganmonten stared, slack-jawed. His most powerful material attack had actually only caused the opponent to bleed slightly. Linley glanced at his arm, his gaze turning cold. He immediately wielded the adamantine heavy sword, moving towards Ganmonten at high speed like a bolt of lightning.
Ganmonten, astonished and frightened by that scene, immediately flew back and retreated.
Given the repulsive force, his fleeing speed was quite fast, but
gravitational force.
Linley willed it, and immediately, that 100-meter sphere-shaped space's repulsive force suddenly transformed into attractive force. In addition, the range changed from 100 meters to 200 meters.
Ganmonten was trapped within this indistinct sphere-shaped region.
The powerful gravity drew Ganmonten closer and closer to Linley.
What level of combatant is this, Linley?
My most powerful attack actually only broke a few draconic scales. Ganmonten frantically tried to throw off the power of the gravity and escape, but the gravity was too strong. Although he was able to just barely resist it, his flying speed was slow.
More importantly, Linley's speed was unaffected, and he immediately caught up. Die.
Linley's adamantine heavy sword in his hand clapped down in a light, breezy manner, while at the same time, an illusory, earthen yellow sword shadow flew out from the adamantine heavy sword, striking directly into Ganmonten's body.
Laws of the Earth, Voidwave Sword. Ganmonten was shocked, but under this astonishing gravity, his speed was too slow. How can this gravity be so monstrously strong? Even Azuras shouldn't be capable of this. Can it be that he is a hidden Azura-level combatant?
Everyone had their own specialty, and there were some people who specialized in gravity. But gravity so powerful that Ganmonten, a 6-star fiend, was only barely able to resist it was truly too extravagant.
Harg!
Ganmonten launched a backhand sword blow, and that indistinct faint green sword shadow shot out as well. The light green sword shadow and the light earthen yellow sword shadow collided. After a momentary stalemate, the light yellow sword shadow collapsed, and the remaining amount of the light green sword shadow immediately charged towards Linley.
Linley was too close to Ganmonten, and wasn't able to dodge at all.
The light green sword shadow immediately shot into Linley's body.
Ha! Linley's body shuddered slightly. Ha, his soul attack is actually weaker than mine. Ganmonten was overjoyed. Linley's gravitational space and his terrifying defense had scared Ganmonten out of his wits.
Unexpectedly, his attack which he had only wanted to use to block Linley's had actually easily broken through Linley's soul attack.
Ha, go die. Ganmonten actually released 2 more sword blows downwards.
Generally speaking, if a person's soul attack was strong, his soul defense would also be strong. Seeing how weak Linley's soul attack was, he knew that Linley's soul defense couldn't be too powerful either.
Although Ganmonten's accomplishments in soul attacks was inferior to that of his accomplishments in physical attacks,
his soul attacks still outstripped Linley's. The 2 light green sword shadows shot towards Linley at high speed.
Linley didn't have time to dodge at all. And Linley didn't dodge.
Ha! Linley laughed loudly, flying at high speed towards Ganmonten, ignoring those 2 light green sword shadows which flew into his body. He immediately rushed straight in front of Ganmonten.
Bang! He viciously lashed Ganmonten with a kick to his chest. Crunch!
Ganmonten was knocked flying, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. But after flying not too far away, due to the great power of the gravitational sphere, he was once more drawn closer to Linley.
Ganmonten's face changed greatly. This Linley, he suffered 2 hits of my soul attack, but he didn't feel anything?
Ganmonten wasn't too specialized in soul attacks, and he also was being drawn closer once more due to the gravitational sphere.
Here comes another one. Linley immediately drew closer to Ganmonten once more. Aya! Ganmonten howled loudly, and suddenly, over 1,000 Ganmontens appeared around him. Explode! Ganmonten howled furiously. Boom!
The 1,000 Ganmontens all blew apart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 13, Unbindable. Book 16, Starmus Sea, Chapter 13, Unbindable.
Within the vast, boundless Starmus Sea, within that gravitational sphere that extended 200 meters around Linley in every direction, Ganmonten's 1,000 or so doppelgangers all blew apart. Bang bang bang, it was as though the world itself was about to collapse, as wild energy waves lashed out in every direction. Ganmonten was very nearly at the 7-star fiend level of power. With such an enormous number of doppelgangers simultaneously exploding within this globe, ordinary gods at least would definitely not be able to withstand it.
Not good. Olivier's face changed. That Bates immediately emanated a black energy aura, instantly covering Olivier, Bibi, and Delia behind it. Bang!
The powerful explosion came crashing over, causing the black aura over their bodies to flicker and shake.
Bates, I'm fine. Bibi said disdainfully.
At the same time, Bibi and the others stared at the center of the explosion, where Linley's blurry figure could be seen. Linley was currently turning to stare at them, clearly worried about the shockwaves from the explosion striking them. This is the moment. Ganmontin's original body immediately seized the opportunity, frantically resisting the gravitational pull and striving to fly away at high speed. He wanted to flee out from the gravitational space, and after flying outside of it, given his speed, he would easily be able to throw off Linley. Quick, quick! Ganmontin frantically increased his speed, while that gravity clutched at him like countless ropes that were tightly entangling him. Who the hell is this Linley? His gravity control is actually at such a level, and the scaled armor on his body is so powerful. Ganmontin was furious. Linley's gravitational space and powerful body defense just so happened to perfectly counter him. But although he was furious, Ganmontin still seized the moment when Linley was distracted to flee. Boss, we're fine, but don't let that Ganmontin escape. Didi hurriedly used his divine sense to speak to Linley frantically. Right, Ganmontin. I can't let him escape. Linley was startled awake. He immediately turned to look at Ganmontin, who currently had already reached the borders of the gravitational space. Before Linley had a chance to react, Ganmontin leapt out from the borders of that gravitational sphere. As soon as he left that gravitational space, he was like a bird who had been given the skies. Ganmontin was incomparably excited and rejoiced. Ah, I finally escaped. Linley stared at Ganmontin. His lips cracked into a smile, while at the same time, he gently chanted, "Grow, dot." The 200-meter sphere of gravitational space suddenly expanded once more, increasing to a sphere of gravity that was 400 meters. It must be understood that previously, when creating his Blackstone prison, Linley was already capable of easily reaching 300 meters. The 200-meter diameter was far from being Linley's limit. I finally escaped that damn place. That Linley is actually such a monster. I'd best go back for now. Just as Ganmontin was rejoicing, very suddenly, that terrifying gravitational force once more covered his entire body, with those invisible forces once more entangling him tightly. Sensing this force, Ganmontin's face instantly turned white, without a hint of blood. What? Ganmontin was stupefied. He was very fast, but under that gravitational pull, he wasn't even at a tenth of his normal speed. How could he possibly escape Linley's pursuit? Last time, he had used the exploding doppelgangers to distract Linley, but this time, Linley wouldn't be distracted again. Can it be that I am going to die today? Ganmontin turned to look, but all he saw was Linley's dark golden eyes. Those two dark golden eyes were currently drawing nearer to him. Within the gravitational space, Linley's speed was far greater than his. Although this took time to describe, in reality, less than a second had passed since Linley had expanded his gravitational space. You won't be able to flee. Linley's voice rang out in Ganmontin's mind, echoing. Whoosh! Linley's right fist struck out like an aquatic dragon leaving the seas, seeming to carry a force that was mighty enough to shatter the earth itself. It howled as it tore through the air, and wherever his fist passed, even the space of the infernal realm itself began to shudder, creating spatial cracks. Linley's powerful muscles and body had bestowed upon him incomparably vast strength. If he were to use a long-distance attack based on the laws, this massive physical strength wouldn't be able to be used, but once he entered close combat, Linley's mighty body, having been transformed by the golden drop of blood and Sovereign's might, was capable of releasing astonishing might. This was his most powerful punch, one which fused the essence of the earth and the throbbing pulse of the world and connected it with his mighty physical strength. Ganmontin felt his vision blur as a draconic scale-covered fist suddenly swung at him. Ganmontin immediately launched a backhand blow with his sword. The sword seemed to move slowly but was actually extremely fast. Before the fist arrived, the green serpentine sword was already there to block. Bang! Linley's fist collided viciously against the serpentine divine artifact sword. Rumble, the serpentine sword actually was smashed so hard that it bent. That fist, carrying boundless force, was knocked slightly off target by Ganmontin's sword, but it still smashed hard against Ganmontin's shoulder. With a crunch sound, Ganmontin's shoulder blade shattered and he was knocked flying backwards by the blow. What terrifying brute strength! Ganmontin's face changed dramatically. If he were to land a blow on my head, I would die without question. It was that close. Even a divine artifact sword had been bent. This force was simply monstrously powerful. However, after having been lucky enough to dodge that, Ganmontin let out a sigh of relief, but then his face changed greatly, because a flashing, azure golden streak of light was already moving towards him like a blurred whip. No, it wasn't a blurred whip. It was Linley's draconic tail, which had reached an extreme level of speed. As it turned out, when Linley had smashed out with his right fist, he had also sent his steel-like draconic tail slashing through the air towards Ganmontin's head. Ganmonten was so terrified that the look on his face completely changed. The long sword in his hand slashed out in a blur, while at the same time, a pleasant flute sound rang out. This strange flute sound caused Linley to unconsciously pause. Crackle, where the sword shadow passed by, space split apart. Clang! The serpentine longsword smashed hard against the draconic tail, and sparks flew everywhere. 3 draconic scales on the serpentine tail were shattered, while the strike of the draconic tail couldn't help but miss its mark. Alas, the power of this blow from the draconic tail was simply too great. Even though it was slightly off target, it was only just a bit lower. Whap! The draconic tail smashed viciously against Ganmonten's chest like a chopping blade, and as it passed through his neck, it actually separated Ganmonten's head from the rest of his body. Ganmonten's head immediately flew away, his eyes filled with astonishment. With a return whipping blow from that azure golden draconic tail, yet another strike was landed on the headless body. Bang! The headless body immediately blew apart. You won't be able to flee. Linley chased after Ganmonten's head. With Linley at the center, a terrifying gravitational force pulled out. Every living creature within that gravitational sphere was drawn towards Linley. Ganmonten's head was affected by the gravity as well. Crackle, starting from Ganmonten's head, a neck, shoulder, and chest were quickly growing out. The power of a head by itself to fight back was simply too weak. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to resist the gravity, and thus he drew near Linley. You won't have enough time. Linley's right leg just gently kicked out, carrying a massive force capable of shattering a mountain range as it chopped down towards the head like a chopping knife. Linley's right leg seemed to carry a hint of a blade's shadow as it gently slashed past the only half-grown upper body. No! A furious, unwilling scream. You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the Lord Commander will definitely kill you. As Linley's leg blade chopped down towards Ganmonten's head, Ganmonten sent his final divine sense message. Unfortunately, Linley didn't hesitate at all. Slash! The head was chopped down by Linley's leg, and it blew apart from the blow. Ganmonten was dead. With a flip of his hand, Linley retrieved that green divine artifact longsword and interspatial ring, taking them into his hand. At this time, Delia, Bibi, and the others excitedly flew over as well. Linley naturally caused everyone to be overjoyed by his being able to kill Ganmonten. Boss, that Ganmonten was so boastful, but in the end, he still died. Bibi laughed loudly. Boss, let me take a look and see how much wealth his interspatial ring had within. You are still thinking about such things? Linley smirked as he laughed. The amount of wealth Bibi had was comparable to the total wealth of some of the ancient clans of the infernal realm. This Ganmonten, although powerful, wasn't a 7-star fiend. Most likely, he only had a few trillion. Compared to Bibi's fortune, it was like a hair on the body of 9 oxen. I like counting money. Bibi felt itchy in his heart. Linley, just give the interspatial ring to Bibi. The nearby Delia laughed. If you don't give it to him, he won't give up. Linley laughed, then tossed the interspatial ring to Bibi. Bibi chortled, then immediately began to investigate the contents of the interspatial ring. The big bearded Bates just looked at Linley. He knew that Linley was powerful, but even Ganmonten had died in such a manner. This caused him to be surprised. He couldn't help but sigh, Mr. Linley, even Ganmonten was in such dire straits in front of you. This truly is admirable. Linley just shook his head and laughed, looking at the green serpentine longsword. In his heart, he said to himself, Ganmonten really was unlucky to have encountered me. It wasn't that Ganmonten wasn't strong enough, nor was it that Linley was too strong. It was. Linley was a perfect counter to Ganmonten. Ganmonten specialized in speed and in material attacks. In terms of speed, Linley's unique gravitational space would cause any expert, no matter how fast, to feel as though he were moving through mud once trapped within. Any expert's speed would be much slower. As for material attacks, to his misfortune, Linley's powerful body was so strong, only an exceedingly few number of races of the infernal realm could compare to him. Ganmonten's most powerful sword attack was only able to break apart 2 or 3 draconic scales, unable to influence Linley at all. If I were to encounter a 6-star fiend who specializes in soul attacks, I would be in bad shape. Linley said to himself. Ultimate experts who were skilled in soul attacks were generally capable of reaching the level of making their soul attacks conscious. For example, the volcano titan, Fusro. Even the Godslayer arrows for sale in the Redbud Castle contained a mind of its own. These were all from experts who were quite skilled in matters of the soul. Linley was worried most about this type of expert. Those who specialized in material attacks, however, were perfectly countered by Linley. Boss? There's no way to bind this interspatial ring by blood. Eh? Linley turned and saw that BB was looking sourly at the interspatial ring in his hand. The nearby Delia was frowning as well. This interspatial ring has an owner. Can it be that Ganmonten has another surviving divine clone? In the infernal realm, some experts would separate their divine clones into different areas. But of course, this was only the minority. After all, there were strong divine clones and weak ones. Weak divine clones had to be put in a safe location. But where in the infernal realm was truly safe? The weak didn't have the money to buy dwellings within cities, while those experts who roamed all over the place didn't want to let their clones be separated. In the depths of the sea, within that nameless gorge and the estate within, Ganmonten, dressed in a deep green robe, was shaking, his green glowing eyes staring in front of himself. My divine wind clone, destroyed. Ganmonten ground his teeth, his entire body trembling. Linley, of the 4 Divine Beasts clan? I don't give a damn who you are. Ganmonten, will definitely make you regret it. Ganmonten now only had his divine water cloner remaining. In terms of power, Ganmonten's strongest clone was his divine wind clone. Even his divine wind clone had proved incapable of killing Linley. How, then, would he kill him? My only choice is to go beg the Lord Commander. Ganmonten's eyes flashed with the light of hatred, then he transformed into a ray of green light and immediately flew out of the hall. In the waters above the Starmus Sea, Linley's group was staring at that green serpentine longsword and that interspatial ring. BB muttered, that fellow actually hit a divine clone. In the past, very few of the many gods that I've met have done such a thing. So troublesome. We can't even bind his interspatial ring. If we can't bind it with blood, then we should destroy it. Linley laughed calmly. If we leave it untouched, Ganmonten would know where we are located. Right at this moment. Linley, those 7 are coming. Delia said. Linley turned to look. Indeed, Ix, Tam, Boff, and the rest of the 7 gods were flying over. Ix, in particular, had an apologetic smile on his face. The 7 of them had watched this battle just now. Only now did they realize that the hidden expert was Linley. They actually have face to come back? Poof. BB let out a low snort. Lord Linley. The first to fly over was Ix, and he immediately called out in a very friendly voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 14, Drifting for 20 Years. Book 16, Starmus Sea, Chapter 14, Drifting for 20 Years. Oh ho, so it's you guys? What are you doing here? I thought the 7 of you left already. How come you came back? BB intentionally cocked his head to one side, a mystified look on his face. Immediately, Ix and the other 7 felt rather embarrassed. Although in that sort of situation, it was understandable that they had to consider their own safety. If they had truly just left, that was one thing. But now that they had come back? It was rather awkward. In the Starmus Sea, however, where bandits abounded everywhere, given their strength as gods, how could they safely reach the blood-rich continent? Only by relying on the protection of Linley and Bates would they be able to reach their destination. Although relying on Linley's group to help out was rather awkward, given the other choice was losing their lives, they had to do it. Ix chuckled, then hurriedly said, BB, we. Oh, I know. BB suddenly had a look of insight appearing on his face. Ix, originally, you were borrowing Bates' metallic lifeform. Now that Bates' metallic lifeform was destroyed by that Ganmonten, you have now come back to compensate him for the metallic lifeform, right? Metallic lifeform? Ix was flabbergasted. Bates' eyes lit up. Only now did he remember his metallic lifeform, and he immediately laughed. Right. I agree to your request to use my metallic lifeform and allow everyone to ride it. Now, it's destroyed. Ix, you have to compensate me. My metallic lifeform was a high-level one, worth 18 million inkstones. 18 million? Ix stared. What, are you not going to pay up? The face of the big-bearded Bates immediately hardened, as though he were about to attack Ix. Ix hurriedly said, Lord Bates, don't worry, I'll compensate you, I'll definitely compensate you, alright? That's more like it. The big-bearded Bates laughed delightedly. His metallic lifeform was actually only worth around 8 million inkstones. Now that it had been destroyed, he actually made a profit of 10 million inkstones. Ix felt resignation in his heart. Who the hell had he pissed off, for all these disasters to happen on this trip through the Starmus Sea? If this happens a few more times, this entire business trip will all but have been for nothing. Ix sighed helplessly. Actually, the value of the products which Ix had brought was quite high. If he could bring it to the Blood-rich continent, he would indeed make quite a bit of money. Unfortunately, the price of metallic lifeforms was high as well. Will you be coming with us? A voice rang out. Aix and the other 7 deities turned to look. The speaker was Linley. The big bearded Bates glanced at him, then began to chortle. Aix, if you want to travel alongside us, you need to first see if Linley agrees or not. I'm not the decision maker here. It's up to Linley. Aix and the rest of the 7 all knew that the most powerful person in this group was Linley. Lord Linley, Aix hurriedly laughed. If you want to travel along with us, it's fine. Linley laughed calmly as he spoke. When these words came out, Aix and the others all let out sighs of relief. Linley, seeing the situation, couldn't help but laugh. However, I have to warn you that although I killed Ganmonten, he still has another divine clone left. More importantly, there is a terrifying figure behind him, and that ultimate expert will most likely come looking for me. Ultimate expert? Aix and the rest of the 7 couldn't help but look at each other. The nearby Bibi, wanting to frighten them, added that Ganmonten was nothing more than a subordinate of that expert. If you just think about it, you can probably come to the conclusion that the expert should be on the same level as an Azura. Azura! Aix, Tam, Wilburn, and the others felt their hearts shake. To a god, the Azuras were invincible figures that were far above them. The green-haired man, Tam, hurriedly said awkwardly, Lord Linley is so powerful that he should be able to deal with that expert, right? Aix and the others immediately looked at Linley. I don't have any confidence at all of being able to do so. Linley refuted. Everyone, make your decisions. Aix and the other 7 looked at each other. We'll still follow you, Lord Linley. The 7, in the end, made their decision. If the 7 were to roam the Starmist Sea by relying on their own power, there was no way they would be able to safely arrive at the Blood-rich continent. By following Linley, they would be much safer. Linley, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. If I can protect you, I will. If I'm not able to, then you'll have to rely on yourselves. Linley laughed calmly. All right, let's head out. Linley waved his hand, and a metallic lifeform appeared on the surface of the Starmist Sea. Linley knew very well that Aix no longer had any metallic lifeforms. Since they knew that behind Ganmonten there was this Lord Commander, Linley's group naturally devised a method to make it so that they wouldn't be found. First, Linley destroyed the interspatial ring and even that divine artifact, then took a roundabout route as they advanced towards the Blood-rich continent. The Starmist Sea was vast and boundless. Even the most powerful of experts would find it very hard to find someone within the Starmist Sea. At first, Linley's group had been quite worried, but after advancing for over a year without encountering any danger, everyone relaxed. The endless Starmist Sea. During their quiet voyage, 20 years quickly passed after their encounter with Ganmonten. Rumble, the waves of the sea rolled on. The metallic lifeform broke through the waves, with Linley seated outside at the head of the ship, staring at the waves. 20 years. Linley gripped the wine bottle, casually taking 2 gulps. In the infernal realm, time really does go by fast. Just traversing the Starmist Sea alone takes decades. By now, we haven't even covered half the distance. During the past 20 years, at first, Linley was worried about encountering that Lord Commander. But as time went on, Linley relaxed. After traveling for 20 years, most likely it would be extremely difficult for that commander to locate them. After all, even Paragon-level high gods wouldn't have a significantly greater divine sense than normal high gods. How then could they find Linley? Boss. Bibi suddenly scurried out from the cabin of the ship, his face filled with excitement. Boss, in the cabin, they were discussing an extremely famous island that we are about to reach. It seems it is called Miluo Island. During this journey, Linley's group had halted at a few cities before as well. The vast Starmist Sea had many islands within it, and they were divided amongst 10 prefectures as well. Every single prefecture had 10 cities, which were all built upon the various islands. The islands of the Starmist Sea generally had a circumference of 10,000 kilometers, with the larger ones perhaps even 1,000,000 kilometers, far larger than Linley's homeland of the Yulan continent. This was more than enough land to build a city. Miluo Island? Linley couldn't help but be surprised. They say that Miluo Island is very developed and flourishing with trade. There's even some sort of arena on Miluo Island as well, I hear. Bibi was rather confused about this as well. Linley, however, remembered that in that book which described the geography of the infernal realm, there was a rather weighty description of the Miluo Island. The Miluo Island was a large island that was hundreds of kilometers in circumference, and was within the silver-blue prefecture of the Starmist Sea. Miluo Island was an extremely bustling place with a very large amount of people passing through it. Each day, many merchants and warriors would gather there. Its degree of activity wasn't one whit lower than the 10 major cities of the Silver Blue Prefecture. This was a very puzzling thing, actually. An island that was comparable to the 10 cities of Silver Blue Prefecture? Hey, Linley, what are you chatting about? The big bearded Bates walked to the front of the ship as well. Just chatting about Miluo Island. Linley laughed calmly. Miluo Island? The big bearded Bates sighed. This is a very special place. It isn't under the protection of the Star Mist Army, nor does it have the protection of any prefectural soldiers, but it is as bustling as any of the large cities. Within the island, there is an independent castle which allows merchants to engage in trade. The Star Mist Army was comparable to the Red Bud Army, it was the army of the Star Mist Sea. Miluo Island has an extremely powerful army within it which protects the rules of Miluo Island. Bates sighed in praise. The soldiers of this army are all high gods and are very outstanding. After all these years, Miluo Island has never decayed. Linley couldn't help but feel puzzled. Each prefecture only had 10 cities. But this Miluo Island was actually able to entice so many merchants to enter it, and was able to be maintained for so many years. This was indeed quite astonishing. Miluo Island has two famous places within it. One is the Free Castle, while the other is the arena. Within the Free Castle, no battles are permitted whatsoever. If any fighting is discovered, the soldiers of the Miluo Island will definitely show no mercy at all. Within the arena, the onlookers aren't permitted to battle each other. Anyone who violates this will also be surrounded and killed by the army. Bates' eyes were filled with amazement and excitement. Miluo Island is too powerful. Up till now, no one has dared to challenge it, but... So many merchants trade there? Can it be that no one dares to steal there? DB snorted. I refuse to believe it. Ordinary people don't dare rob the merchants, but can it be that the prefectural soldiers will also be afraid too? For example, the Star Mist Army? The Star Mist Army was the army of the sovereigns. Could it be that it wouldn't come to deal with Miluo Island? I'm not sure about that. Bates shook his head. Miluo Island has already existed for countless hundreds of millions of years. There definitely has to be a special reason for all this. Linley had a general idea of some information regarding Miluo Island. However, it was still just a general idea. From this, though, Linley was able to postulate that someone capable of forming an army composed of high gods, as well as create a trading location outside of the city, had to be an utterly, monstrously powerful figure. Behind Miluo Island there is definitely an astonishingly powerful force. Linley said to himself. Hey, just now, I heard you say that in 3 days, we'll be at Miluo Island? DB suddenly asked. The big bearded Bates nodded and laughed, right. 3 more days. Miluo Island is extremely interesting and fascinating, especially the arena, and especially the High God Arena. The battles there even include some extremely powerful experts. It is so incredible. Linley couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation in his heart as well. Miluo Island. An independent island within the Star Mist Sea. It had no prefectural soldiers of the Star Mist Army, and yet it was one of the most bustling places here. 3 days later. There's so much activity. Seeing the enormous island from afar, Linley's group was shocked. Upon seeing Miluo Island's island entrance, they actually saw countless, densely clustered metallic lifeforms heading in that direction. At every moment in time, there are a large number of metallic lifeforms arriving. Linley couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Each day, how many people must be arriving here at Miluo Island? It really is hard to fathom. The amount of activity here at Miluo Island really is no lower than any other island. On this trip, Linley had seen quite a few cities. Their degree of activity was roughly the same as this Miluo Island. Boss, let's go. Let's go take a look at this Miluo Island. Once the metallic lifeform drew near and halted at the entrance location, DB immediately and excitedly was the first to charge out. There was no need to pay an entrance fee to enter Miluo Island. Linley's group thus stepped down and entered this legendary Miluo Island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.